Chapter 1. The soul returns to the wasteland. A resounding slap to begin. A chilling aura of murderous intent surged from behind. Qin Feng abruptly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a metallic dagger that grazed his neck, drawing forth a bead of blood. He could even detect the acrid, sweet scent of poison that lingered on the blade. Traitor! Qin Feng bellowed, his eyes aflame with fury. As the youngest captain of the Wolf Fong Special Forces, he had just led his team to dismantle an international antiquities smuggling ring's lair within an ancient tomb, successfully seizing the national treasure, the nine-dragon jade by. Yet, at the very moment of their retreat, he was betrayed by the very deputy he had trusted most. A deafening explosion erupted, the shockwave propelling him through the air, the nine-dragon jade by slipping from his grasp, plummeting toward a mysterious ancient altar that shimmered with an eerie bronze glow. Despite the agonizing pain that felt as if his insides were being torn apart, Qin Feng summoned every ounce of strength and lunged forward. Wretch! How dare you not rise and bow in apology to the third young master? A sharp reprimand, accompanied by searing pain across his cheek, jolted Qin Feng from the abyss of darkness. He suddenly opened his eyes, discovering himself kneeling in a lavish yet frigid hall at a servant clad in luxurious silks, with a sneering, rat-like visage, was kicking him in the shoulder, his expression rife with scorn and mockery. I am not dead? Qin Feng's mind was a whirlpool of confusion as a torrent of unfamiliar memories crashed into him. He was Qin Feng, a son-in-law of the Liu family of Jiangzhou, and the Grand Yin dynasty, a complete and utter wastrel, cowardly and inept, subject to everyone's ridicule. Today marked the third day since his wedding to the Liu family's esteemed daughter, Liu Ruxue. Yet due to an unfortunate misstep, he had collided with the Liu family's third young master, Liu Ming. Now he was coerced into kneeling and apologizing to this debauched scion. Damn it, truly a tiger fallen into the plains, bullied by dogs. Qin Feng cursed inwardly. He was a top-tier operative, having personally eliminated hundreds and faced countless life-and-death trials. How could he endure such humiliation? Wretched fool, are your ears deaf? The third young master commands you to kneel. The servant, seeing Qin Feng's lack of response, raised his hand again to strike. In that critical moment, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. The instinctual reaction born from years of blood-soaked battles surpassed his conscious thought. His body almost instinctively evaded, his right hand shooting out like lightning, precisely gripping the servant's wrist just as the slap was about to land. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, accompanied by the servant's agonizing shriek. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng rose, his gaze frosty as he surveyed the onlookers, who were rendered speechless. He had employed the simplest and most direct technique from specialized capture art's reverse joint technique: silence. Qin Feng scoffed, applying just enough pressure to contort the servant's wrist grotesquely. My hand is broken. The servant writhed on the ground in pain, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld Qin Feng, as if he had encountered a ghost. The hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone was utterly astounded. Was this truly the same Qin Feng, the spineless son-in-law who would not retaliate nor retort? When had he become so fierce and relentless? At the head of the room, Liu Ming, the third young master of the Liu family, sat pale and impeccably dressed, now snapping back to reality from his initial shock, pointing at Qin Feng and bellowing, Qin Feng, you wretched fool! How dare you harm my people? You have truly crossed the line. Come forth, seize him, and break his worthless legs. A few burly guards instantly surged forward with menacing intent. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, and instead of displaying even a hint of fear, a bloodthirsty smirk crept upon his lips. He had been seething with anger, seeking an outlet, and these oblivious fools were perfect for honing his skills, allowing his frail body to swiftly acclimate to the sensations of battle, since you seek death. Qin Feng gradually straightened his form, his voice low and ominous. Then do not blame me for being unmerciful. A tempest was brewing, and this was merely the beginning. Chapter 2. The arrival of the young lady. A turn of events. Enough. Everyone, cease your actions. Just as several guards were about to pounce upon Qin Feng, a voice as cold and clear as ice reverberated from the entrance of the hall. Though her tone was not loud, it exuded an undeniable authority. The crowd turned. and there stood a stunning woman clad in a moon-white gown, gracefully entering the room. Her appearance was enchanting, her demeanor ethereal, yet her brows and eyes seemed to carry a layer of frost, creating an air of distance that repelled others. This was Lu Ruxue, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and also the nominal wife of Qin Feng. Trailing behind her were two handmaidens, moving with poise and an undeniable aura, as if they were not merely intervening in a conflict, but were there to oversee the situation. The previously tense atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze at that moment. Lu Ruxue cast a swift glance at the eager guards, her gaze chilling, causing them to involuntarily take a step back. Then, her attention shifted to Qin Feng, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossing her eyes. Evidently, his decisive and deft counteraction had caught her off guard. "Sister, you have arrived just in time," Lu Ming exclaimed upon seeing Lu Ruxue, as if he had found his anchor. "This useless son-in-law has gone mad, daring to injure my servant. Look at Fuan, his hand is broken. He shows utter disrespect and acts lawlessly." Lu Ruxue paid Lu Ming no heed, her gaze still fixated on Qin Feng's face, seemingly attempting to glean something from his slightly pale, yet extraordinarily calm expression. The Qin Feng before her was a stark contrast to the timid, evasive man she remembered. Though his attire was disheveled, his back remained straight, and his eyes shone sharp as an eagle's. In the face of Lu Ming's furious accusations and the impending assault from the guards, he displayed neither panic nor fear. "Qin Feng," she finally spoke, her voice as cool as water. "Is what the third young master claims true?" Qin Feng met her gaze, a subtle shift occurring within him. Was this truly the ice-cold wife from the memories of the original owner? She was indeed a beauty, but her demeanor was even more frigid than he had imagined. He offered a faint smile, his tone calm, yet unyielding. He spoke disrespectfully and struck first. "I merely defended myself. As for his broken hand, it is a consequence of his own ineptitude, and he has no one else to blame." At this declaration, the room erupted in an uproar. "Preposterous! How dare you argue?" Lu Ming's face turned ashen with rage as he pointed at Qin Feng, shouting, "You, a mere son-in-law, committing such an affront to your master is a capital offense. Sister, stop wasting words with him. Simply have him killed as an example." "Such arrogance from the third young master," Qin Feng remarked, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corners of his mouth. "According to the laws of Dian, there are indeed penalties for disrespecting one's superior, but it is vital to discern right from wrong. If a master bullies for no reason, should a servant or son-in-law simply submit to slaughter?" His words rang with conviction, laced with impeccable logic, leaving Lu Ming momentarily speechless. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lu Ruxue's eyes. She had not anticipated that this husband, long regarded as a waste, had not only improved his skills, but had also acquired such sharp eloquence, effortlessly suppressing Lu Ming's arrogance and subtly asserting the moral high ground. "Enough!" The previously silent Lu Han finally interjected. "He is the current head of the Lu family, the second uncle of Lu Ruxue, clad in a dark purple brocade robe, his demeanor imposing and his gaze profound." He slowly scanned the crowd, ultimately fixing his eyes on Qin Feng. His voice calm, yet scrutinizing. "I have a general understanding of the events that transpired. Lu Ming, your failure to restrain your subordinates warrants a penalty of 3 months' salary. Qin Feng, although there was a reason for your actions, your response was excessive and harmed the innocent. Considering you are newlywed and unfamiliar with the rules, I shall not pursue this matter further. The banquet is about to commence. Please take your seats." This statement, while seemingly fair, actually favored Lu Ming, characterizing Qin Feng's legitimate defense as excessive force. Lu Ming, though dissatisfied, recognized the authority of his uncle's words and dared not protest further. Casting a fierce glare at Qin Feng before ordering the injured servant to be carried away, the tumult appeared to have subsided. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. He sensed a glimmer of scrutiny, wariness, and even testing in Lu Han's gaze. Lu Ruxue cast a deep glance at him, uttering nothing, before turning to her own seat. Qin Feng rose with composure, brushing off non-existent dust from his robes, and followed suit. He noted that the gazes of the Liu family members around him had shifted from mere disdain to a mixture of shock, apprehension, and a hint of undeniable curiosity. Excellent. In this battle, he had already established his footing. What lay ahead was the banquet of the Hongmen. He was eager to see what tricks these individuals might conjure. Chapter 3. Undercurrents at the Hongmen Banquet. The Liu family banquet was held in the grandest hall of the estate, the Yingyue Hall, adorned with intricate carvings and lavish decorations, a true display of opulence. Qin Feng sat beside Liu Ruxue, yet there remained a half-foot of space between them, creating a subtly tense atmosphere. This marked the first occasion since their marriage 3 days prior that they shared such proximity at the same table. Liu Ruxue maintained a frosty demeanor, her gaze unwavering and focused ahead, as if Qin Feng were merely a wisp of air beside her. In contrast, Qin Feng appeared unperturbed, his eyes calm as a still lake, quietly observing the expressions and behaviors of those at the table, capturing every minute change in demeanor. He was no longer the powerless, humiliated son-in-law. He was the youngest captain of the Wolf Fang Special Forces, a battle-hardened warrior who had faced life and death on the battlefield. Seated at the center, the family head Lu Han exuded authority and composure. Lu Ming sat at a lower position, occasionally casting resentful glances, clearly still brooding over the recent humiliation. The remaining elder members of the Liu family and the core descendants were arranged along either side, each displaying varied expressions. Though most gazes directed at Qin Feng were laden with scrutiny and hostility. The purpose of today's banquet was twofold: to celebrate the marriage of Ruxue and her new husband, and to foster familial bonds over a modest feast. Lu Han raised his cup, his voice resonant. "Come, let us all drink to this occasion." The guests raised their glasses in unison, echoing their uncle's sentiments. Qin Feng also lifted his cup, mimicking the others and downing the contents in one go. The wine was exquisite, smooth upon entry, with a lingering aftertaste. Regrettably, the atmosphere at the table was far from as delightful as the wine itself. As the rounds of drinks flowed and the dishes were served, the tension remained palpable. Lu Ming, unable to contain himself any longer, set down his wine cup and, with a forced smile, addressed his second uncle. "Dear uncle, I have heard that this Qin Feng, before marrying into our Liu family, was renowned as a charming and talented poet, excelling in all forms of verse. How about, on this auspicious day, we invite him to compose a poem on the spot to entertain us and showcase his remarkable talent?" Qin Feng, harboring a cold disdain within, was unsurprised by Lu Ming's persistence. It was evident that Lu Ming sought to humiliate him publicly, knowing full well that the original owner's literary prowess had long been rendered insignificant. The guests around them, upon hearing this, erupted with excitement, clamoring for a display of Qin Feng's talents. The third young master speaks wisely. "We have long wished to witness the renowned Qin. We are all ears." All eyes turned towards Qin Feng, filled with mockery and anticipation. Lu Han stroked his beard with a smile, choosing silence, clearly permitting this humiliation. Only Liu Ruxue frowned slightly. Though she too underestimated Qin Feng's talents, he was still her husband. If he were to be ridiculed publicly, it would reflect poorly on the Liu family. Just as she prepared to intervene on his behalf, Qin Feng stopped her with a subtle glance. He stood, surveying the room, his demeanor devoid of panic, instead adorned with a calm smile. "Esteemed guests, I am unworthy of such affection," he declared with a resonant voice. "While poetry is indeed elegant, it pales in comparison to another form of expression that can more directly convey one's sentiments and uplift the spirit." He paused for a moment, his tone suddenly turning grave, like the resounding beat of war drums. Qin Feng wished to present a song to invigorate today's celebration. The room erupted in murmurs, and Lu Ming could not suppress his derisive laughter. "Qin Feng, have you lost your senses? When did you ever learn music? Do not seek to draw attention foolishly and become a laughingstock." Indeed, the original owner lacked any musical talent, unable to carry a tune. Even Liu Ruxue cast a concerned glance at him, perplexed by this seemingly uncharacteristic boldness from her typically timid husband. Was he truly relying on some hidden strength, or was he merely setting himself up for disgrace? Nonetheless, Qin Feng remained composed. What he intended to present was not the trivial melodies of this era, but a fierce battle hymn from another world, one that could resonate throughout the entire Yan dynasty. With this song, he would shatter all preconceived notions of a worthless son-in-law. Whether it was a mere display for attention would soon be revealed. Qin Feng smiled serenely and turned to Lu Han, his voice resolute. I kindly request the use of a musician from your household. A single war drum and a pipa will suffice. His words, though softly spoken, were imbued with unwavering confidence. In that fleeting moment, he was no longer the scorned son-in-law, but rather a formidable warrior poised to unleash a tempest. Chapter 4. The battle hymn shakes the world. Silence falls upon the hall. Lu Han furrowed his brow, his gaze slicing through Qin Feng's countenance. He had initially believed this useless son-in-law was merely posturing. Little did he expect him to earnestly propose a performance with drums and pipa. What had possessed Qin Feng today? Very well, let it be as you say, Lu Han replied, his tone laced with a hint of skepticism. He waved his sleeve, issuing commands. Go, fetch a war drum and a pipa, and present them to the young master. Lu Ming scoffed derisively from the side. Brother-in-law, your bravado knows no bounds. While our Lu family boasts musicians, not everyone can manipulate the war drum and pipa. If you merely strike them haphazardly, you will not entertain, but rather offend our ears. Indeed, I am eager to see what earth-shattering melodies a mere fool can conjure. Perhaps he will merely mimic a donkey's bray, eliciting laughter. Some of the younger attendees joined in the mockery, their lips curling into sardonic smiles, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Qin Feng's folly. Only Lu Ruxue remained composed, her delicate hand silently clenching her sleeve. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, a blend of discontent with Qin Feng's audacity and an unacknowledged tension. The surprises he had presented her today were simply overwhelming. Soon, a servant brought forth a large leather drum, while another musician reverently placed an ancient pipa before Qin Feng. Qin Feng stepped into the center of the hall, first testing the drumhead and then gently plucking the strings of the pipa. His movements appeared casual, yet exuded an inexplicable air of professionalism and poise. Taking a deep breath, his entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. If he had previously carried the casualness of a modern-day observer, now he stood as if he were a battle-hardened general ready to stride onto the battlefield. His gaze was sharp, his posture erect like a pine tree, and an intangible aura of solemnity enveloped him, silencing the once boisterous hall. Boom! The first strike of the drum resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating through the crowd, causing hearts to race. With the drumstick in hand, Qin Feng exerted minimal force, yet the sound seemed to strike at the very depths of each listener's soul. Following this, rapid and rhythmic beats cascaded forth, resembling a legion of soldiers galloping forth, with a clash of weapons and a palpable air of impending battle. As the audience was captivated by the resounding vigor of the drum, Qin Feng's other hand suddenly pressed down upon the pipa, his fingertips dancing as a mournful yet majestic melody erupted into the air. The drum beats roared like a furious tide, while the pipa's notes flowed like a cold river, intertwining to paint a grand tapestry of war. There were no lyrics, nor a fixed melody, yet the union of the drum and pipa bore a power that struck directly at the heart. The audience envisioned smoke rising from battlefields, flames licking the sky. Countless soldiers fought valiantly, wrapped in horsehide, defending their homeland. A spirit of tragic heroism, fierce yet undeterred, facing death with unwavering resolve, reverberated through the music, striking each listener's eardrum and soul with profound force. Lu Ming's derisive expression had long since frozen, transforming into a look of sheer astonishment. The Lu family members, who had initially awaited a spectacle, now gaped in disbelief as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats. Even Lu Han, the seasoned patriarch of the Lu family, involuntarily straightened his back, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, his breath slightly hurried. It seemed he had heard, within the melodies, the arduous struggles and glorious triumphs of the Lu ancestors in their conquests. Lu Ruxue, too, trembled delicately, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. She had never encountered such a soul-stirring composition. The ironclad spirit and fervor embedded within this piece stood in stark contrast to the frivolous tunes she was accustomed to, which were merely ephemeral and insipid. Could this truly be the creation of Qin Feng, a man known only for indulgence and revelry? As the final notes faded, the drum beats subsided, and the lingering arpeggios danced in the air. Qin Feng withdrew his hands, a few beads of sweat glistening at his brow. Yet his gaze remained bright as stars. Inside the Ingwe Hall, one could hear a pin drop. Everyone remained entranced by the evocative imagery of valiant warriors and clashing steel, unable to regain their composure. This was no mere melody. It was an epic saga of heroism inscribed in musical notes. Chapter 5. Undercurrents of Emotion. Varied thoughts and oppressive silence lingered for a full span of several breaths. Clap, clap, clap. 3 crisp sounds of applause shattered the frozen atmosphere. Luhan abruptly slammed his palm against the table, breaking the stillness first. His eyes blazed as they locked on Qin Feng, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. Excellent. What a magnificent piece. Breaking the formation music. Qin Feng, what is the name of this composition? Did you create it? Having traversed the battlefield for half his life and heard countless military tunes, he had never encountered one that ignited his blood and stirred his spirit like this one. Qin Feng bowed slightly, his tone as calm as a tranquil lake. In response to my second uncle, this piece is nameless. It was a spontaneous inspiration, played at random, and does not merit the title of creation, let alone the name breaking the formation music. If I have disturbed everyone, I humbly ask for your forgiveness. He certainly could not divulge that this melody originated from another world, so he spoke ambiguously, leaving room for interpretation. Spontaneous inspiration? Played at random? Luhan's gaze sharpened further, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Ah, indeed, a person of hidden talents. Such a stunning battle hymn could hardly be encapsulated by the notion of randomness. At that moment, Lu Ming finally regained his senses, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. He had intended to humiliate Qin Feng, yet it turned out to be his moment of glory. Reluctantly, he scoffed. What a performance! Merely a haphazard clattering, devoid of any structure. Second uncle, do not be deceived by him. Silence. Luhan barked, his voice stern. What do you understand? This piece, with its martial spirit and grand momentum, embodies an endless aura of battle. It is beyond your comprehension. He turned to Qin Feng, his tones softening considerably, even imbued with a hint of admiration. Qin Feng, you are remarkable. To play such a composition is no feat of an ordinary person. It seems we, the Lu family, have underestimated you. The words underestimated you echoed in the hearts of all present, causing a stir. Those who had once looked down upon Qin Feng now regarded him with awe and curiosity in their eyes. The fact that Lu Han could publicly utter those words is a testament to the transformation of Qin Feng from a once despised and trampled upon son-in-law. Meanwhile, in a corner of the banquet, Lu Rushue's gaze remained fixed upon Qin Feng, her heart tumultuous with waves of emotion. What other secrets does this man harbor? First, he executed a swift counterattack. Now, he captivated the entire gathering with a stirring battle song. Could he truly still be the worthless individual she had scorned for 3 years? A profound curiosity quietly took root in her heart. She suddenly perceived that the marriage she had long considered a source of shame was perhaps not so deplorable after all. The atmosphere at the banquet shifted subtly due to this performance. Each guest harbored their own thoughts, and the initial lightheartedness dissipated. As the gathering concluded and guests began to depart, Luhan deliberately called out to Qin Feng, dismissing the others. In a serious tone, he remarked, Qin Feng, your performance today has genuinely impressed me. If you possess true talent, the Lu family will certainly not neglect it. He paused, his tone earnest. Tomorrow at the hour of Chun, come to my study. I have matters to discuss with you. Yes, uncle, Qin Feng replied respectfully, aware that this was the first step in his plan to capture the attention of the Lu family's power holders. He had successfully taken a crucial stride forward. After Qin Feng left, Luhan remained alone under the lamp, deep in thought for a long while. Ultimately, he penned a confidential letter, summoning a trusted aide and whispering instructions. Quickly deliver this letter to the old master and inform him that the Liu family may have stumbled upon a gem. As night deepened, Qin Feng returned to his modest courtyard. Upon entering, he found the candlelight still flickering and a cool, solitary figure stood quietly by the window. Moonlight streamed through the lattice, casting a hazy and ethereal glow upon her. It was Lu Rushue. Qin Feng paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Do you require something?" he inquired softly. This marked her first voluntary appearance in his courtyard, and it was their first true moment of solitude. In that instant, even the air seemed to thrum with a hint of intimacy. Chapter 6. Heartfelt Conversations Under the Moon. An alliance begins. Lu Rushue slowly turned, the moonlight illuminating her with a cold yet proud grace. Her gaze fell upon Qin Feng, imbued with a sense of inquiry and an indescribable complexity of emotion. "You are quite different tonight," she remarked, her ruby lips parting. Her voice remained frosty, yet it carried an uncharacteristic nuance. Qin Feng met her gaze with calmness, a slight smile gracing his lips. "People are bound to change, are they not?" "Change?" Lu Rushue's delicate brows furrowed. "As far as I know, you, Qin Feng, have done nothing but indulge in vice and idleness for the past 3 years. When have you ever exhibited such charisma?" The word charisma slipped from her lips with a hint of hesitation, clearly still processing the impact of the stirring battle song from earlier. "Perhaps I was indeed ignorant in the past," Qin Feng replied, his tone steady. "I apologize for disappointing you." He paused, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "But from this moment onward, I will show you a different Qin Feng." "Is that so?" Lu Rushue's voice held a note of skepticism, yet her gaze no longer bore the same icy demeanor as before. She took a gentle breath and continued, "Regardless of your past, or whether you are merely putting on a fade tonight or genuinely possess some talent, the union between us has been orchestrated by our families. Against both our wills, I presume." Qin Feng nodded, his expression calm. "You are absolutely correct, Mississippi. This marriage is merely a transaction, a binding contract between us." It seemed that Lu Rushue sighed in relief, her tone softening somewhat. "Although I, Lu Rushue, am but a woman, I refuse to be manipulated. Nor do I care to become entangled with a person of ill repute." She paused, her gaze sharpening, "Now that the die is cast, and we are indeed husband and wife, there are matters I wish to clarify with you today." "Please, miss, speak freely," Qin Feng responded earnestly. Lu Rushue inhaled deeply, her voice resolute. "First, while we are nominally married, I hope you will consider the reputation of the Liu family and my personal dignity in public, and refrain from any actions that might tarnish our name. Privately, we shall lead separate lives, without interference." Qin Feng nodded. "That is agreeable. As long as you do not intrude upon my life, I shall not disturb your peace." "Secondly," she continued, her tone growing somber, "there shall be no physical intimacy between us, nor any feigned affection. You may utilize the resources of the Liu family at your discretion, but only for legitimate purposes. And you must inform me, should you attempt to misuse the Liu name for your own gain, I shall be the first to hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt oddly relieved. He had never harbored romantic notions about women, especially not one as aloof and beautiful as her. The absence of emotional entanglement was, in fact, a boon for him. "Rest assured, miss," he said with a slight smile, "I have no ulterior motives. If I find myself in need of the Liu family's resources, I shall inform you in advance and return them tenfold." Upon hearing the phrase "no ulterior motives," Lu Rushue felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Yet, she quickly suppressed this strange feeling, scoffing lightly, "It is best that way." Thirdly, she paused, her tone softening, "Your performance today has indeed surprised me. If you truly possess talent and are willing to contribute to the Liu family, I may be able to assist you in securing certain opportunities." She regarded Qin Feng, her eyes reflecting a mix of caution and scrutiny. "However, this is contingent upon your abilities being beneficial to the Liu family and not detrimental to my interests. Is this an olive branch being extended?" A flicker of amusement crossed Qin Feng's eyes. "Thank you for your trust, Mississippi. Should the opportunity arise to serve the family, I shall give my utmost effort." As for your interests, I shall not interfere. He paused, his tone teasing. Perhaps we could consider ourselves allies, no? Allies? Lu Rushua mulled over the term. Her gaze complex, perhaps. But remember, our alliance may be severed at any moment due to your actions. I understand. Qin Feng nodded thus. I wholeheartedly agree to our 3 stipulations. Very well. Lu Rushua seemed to have completed a significant undertaking in her heart. Her demeanor lightened considerably. It is late. You should rest early. Tomorrow, be mindful of your actions. With that, she no longer looked back, turning to leave the courtyard, leaving behind a faint, lingering fragrance. As Qin Feng gazed at her departing figure, a subtle smile graced his lips. This newlywed conversation unfolded far more smoothly than he had anticipated. Although they had merely reached a superficial accord of non-interference, at the very least, Lu Rushua's attitude towards him had shifted from pure disdain and aversion. More importantly, her final remark was clearly a reminder that the summons from Lu Han the following day was of paramount significance. An intriguing woman. Qin Feng mused quietly as he closed the door behind him. He understood that his journey toward survival in this unfamiliar world had only just commenced, and the first step was to establish a firm foothold within the Lu family. Chapter 7. A confidential discussion in the study. Initial recognition gained the next day. At the hour of Chun, the morning light was faint, yet beneath the depths of Lu Manor, currents of intrigue flowed. Qin Feng adjusted his attire and strode deliberately towards Lu Han's study. His steps were steady, his demeanor composed, yet internally the tension was palpable. He recognized that the conversation today would significantly impact his standing and future within the Lu family. Lu Han was a man of profound depth, far removed from the ineptitude of Lu Ming. A moment's misstep could lead to irretrievable disgrace. Pushing open the study door, a waft of sandalwood incense enveloped him. The atmosphere solemn and serene. Lu Han sat regally in a Zeton armchair, delicately manipulating 2 warm jade orbs, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Upon Qin Feng's entrance, he did not rise, merely gestured for him to take a seat, his demeanor unyielding. Qin Feng, Lu Han stated directly, his tone steady. Your battle song from last night was truly remarkable. He paused, locking eyes with Qin Feng. In my lifetime of military endeavors, I have heard countless war songs, yet none can compare to yours. What is your true background? At his words, the air seemed to thicken. This was not merely a test. It was an unabashed interrogation. Qin Feng remained unflustered, bowing respectfully. In response, Uncle, I am no longer the Qin Feng that others perceived 3 years ago. He spoke slowly, his voice steady and resolute. 3 years ago, I suffered a fall from a cliff, resulting in a head injury that rendered much of my memory hazy. I drifted through life in a daze, and my character underwent a significant transformation. Only recently have I regained clarity of mind. As for that melody, it was merely a tune that surfaced in my mind upon awakening, perhaps remnants of forgotten lessons. His words, a blend of truth and fabrication, elucidated the reasons behind his changed demeanor while attributing the extraordinary composition to the fragments of amnesia, leaving little room for further inquiry. Lu Han raised an eyebrow, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes, yet he refrained from elaborating. Setting down the jade orbs, he lifted a teacup and took a thoughtful sip before saying, Oh, amnesia? And what are your intentions for the future? Do you wish to continue as a leisurely son-in-law, or do you harbor greater ambitions? This was the true test. Qin Feng replied earnestly. In response, Uncle, as a son-in-law of the Lu family, I shall take the family's honor and disgrace as my own responsibility. Though I am unworthy, I am willing to shoulder the family's burdens. Should the family be in need, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life. His words rang with conviction. His attitude sincere, yet neither servile nor arrogant. A glimmer of approval flashed in Lu Han's eyes. This was precisely the attitude he sought. A commendable commitment to the honor of the Lu family. Lu Han nodded with a smile, acknowledging, since you possess such intent, my Lu family shall not treat you poorly. He spoke slowly. The library within the estate is now open to you. You may peruse its contents at will to broaden your horizons. Furthermore, there exists a training ground within the estate. utilized by the young members for martial practice. Should you find it of interest, feel free to observe. This was Lu Han's first genuine opportunity bestowed upon him. The library symbolized a repository of knowledge, while the training ground represented an initiation into martial arts, an observational window granted after careful scrutiny. Thank you, Uncle Lu, for your cultivation. Qin Feng bowed once more, his heart already enlightened. Lu Han intended to continue observing him, discerning whether he was a dragon or a mere worm. Indeed, Lu Han waved his hand. Remember, the Lu family nurtures no idlers, nor does it harbor the inept. The opportunity is yours. Whether you seize it or not rests solely upon you. He paused, his tone growing somber. You may leave now. Yes, I take my leave, Qin Feng responded, exiting the study. Sunlight poured upon him, and he squinted slightly. The first hurdle had been crossed. The next challenge lay in how to leverage these limited resources to establish his footing within the Lu family and amass power. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, Lu Han gently set down his teacup and quietly instructed the old steward beside him, send someone to keep a close watch on him. Every move he makes must be reported to me. His gaze was profound, his tone grave. Also, investigate the circumstances surrounding his fall from the cliff 3 years ago. I have an inkling that this young man harbors significant secrets. Chapter 8. Seeking opportunities in the library, gaining strength in the training ground. After bidding farewell to Lu Han, Qin Feng did not rush to achieve immediate results. Instead, he returned to his small courtyard. Lu Ruxue had long since left, uncertain whether she had returned to her family home or was attending to family affairs. This suited Qin Feng just fine, as he did not wish to engage with the aloof beauty too closely at this juncture. The library and the training ground, Qin Feng mused, stroking his chin softly. These are the opportunities presented by Lu Han, but they are also a test. On the surface, it appears as a resource opening. In reality, it is a silent scrutiny. Should one become engrossed in miscellaneous studies within the library, it would signify a lack of ambition. Should one associate with the debauched in the training ground, it would indicate a surrender to decadence. He resolved to begin with the library. Upon arriving at the Lu family library, he beheld a quaint 3-story pavilion, adorned with intricate carvings and suffused with the fragrance of books. 2 guards stood sentinel at the entrance. Upon seeing Qin Feng approach, they merely conducted a cursory inspection of Lu Han's command before granting him entry. Inside, the shelves were abundant, filled with an array of texts, resembling a veritable treasure trove of knowledge. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, his eyes alight with excitement. For one hailing from an era of information overload, these ancient tomes, which encapsulated the civilization of this world, were indeed a colossal treasure. He bypassed poetry and curiosities, heading straight for the sections on history, geography, military strategy, and law. He aimed to swiftly comprehend the framework, systems, history, and power structures of this world. For an entire morning, Qin Feng immersed himself in the sea of books. His exceptional memory and comprehension skills, honed through special forces training, proved immensely beneficial at this moment. He absorbed information with remarkable efficiency, effortlessly integrating knowledge as he read. Through reading, he gained a clearer understanding of the historical context, territorial divisions, military system, and the situation in Jiangzhou during the Dian dynasty. The Dian dynasty had been established for 3 centuries, and while its national strength remained considerable, border conflicts were frequent. Northern tribes were restless, and undercurrents stirred in the western countries. The Lu family, as the foremost clan in Jiangzhou, not only controlled the economic lifeline, but also wielded substantial influence within the military. Recently, the court had issued orders requiring the Lu family to dispatch troops to support the border, which was under strain, compelling the Lu family to send soldiers. Qin Feng's mind stirred. The original owner's memories had vaguely mentioned this matter. It now appeared to be a potential breakthrough for him in the future. In the afternoon, Qin Feng returned to the training ground. At this time, several disciples of the Lu family were already practicing martial arts, their shouts echoing in the air. However, most were merely performing flashy moves, devoid of any practical combat significance. Lu Ming was among them. Upon seeing Qin Feng arrive, he let out a cold snort and turned away, clearly still brooding over yesterday's events. Qin Feng paid him no mind and proceeded to a corner to begin his basic physical recovery training. His body was far too frail, and he needed to strengthen it quickly. He practiced the simplest and most direct military boxing, with moves that were unadorned, yet imbued with the essence of countless refinements and lethal intent. Each punch seemed to carry the somber atmosphere of the battlefield, concise, swift, and deadly. Initially, no one paid him any heed. Gradually, however, some sharp-eyed instructors and guards began to sense something amiss. What appeared to be an ordinary boxing technique was filled with a sense of power and practicality, far surpassing those superficial displays. This son-in-law seemed genuinely different. Some whispered among themselves. Qin Feng remained oblivious, immersed in his own rhythm. Sweat drenched his clothing, yet his gaze grew increasingly bright. Meanwhile, he quietly observed those on the field. Who were the true practitioners? Who were merely going through the motions? Who harbored hostility towards him? Who could be won over? He silently committed everything to memory. He understood that Lu Han's spies were undoubtedly lurking in some corner, watching him. What he needed to do was to demonstrate his worth while quietly amassing his own strength, even if this strength was still quite feeble. A single spark could ignite a conflagration. As night fell, Qin Feng returned to the small courtyard, dragging a weary yet fulfilled body. Upon pushing open the door, a faint scent of medicine wafted towards him. He saw Lu Rushua seated at the stone table in the courtyard, a small porcelain vial resting upon it. This was a wound-healing ointment. Her voice was cold, yet her gaze did not meet his. She simply stared at the vial. "You were quite engrossed in practice at the training ground today." Qin Feng was taken aback, his heart stirred slightly. This cold beauty was actually showing concern for him. Chapter 9. Thunderous strikes deter the knight's minions. Qin Feng regarded the wound ointment on the stone table, then glanced at Lu Rushua's softly contoured profile under the lamp. A peculiar sensation arose within him. This woman, as frigid as ice, inadvertently radiated a trace of warmth. "Thank you for your concern, Mississippi." He stepped forward, picked up the porcelain vial, and spoke calmly. Lu Rushua was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by his response. She let out a soft hum, rising to her feet as she declared, "No need to thank me. You are now a member of the Lu family. Should you sustain injuries while training, it would tarnish the family's reputation. I merely wish to avoid trouble." With that, she turned and retreated to her room, leaving behind a cold yet resolute silhouette. Qin Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. This woman truly was a paradox. Nonetheless, her concern, veiled as it was in a desire to avoid complications, warmed his heart slightly. In the following days, Qin Feng's life took on a structured and fulfilling rhythm. During the day, he spent half his time immersed in the library, voraciously absorbing the knowledge of this world. The other half was dedicated to rigorous physical recovery and combat training at the training grounds. His progress was remarkable. Not only did his physical prowess visibly enhance, but his understanding of the political landscape, military structure, and historical context of this realm also grew clearer by the day. Lu Han was well aware of his daily activities, but refrained from interference, seemingly tacitly approving of his ambitions. The attitudes of the other members of the Lu family towards Qin Feng also underwent a subtle transformation. The disdain and ridicule diminished, replaced by curiosity and a hint of reluctant respect. After all, anyone capable of earning Lu Han's regard and demonstrating formidable skills in the training arena was certainly not to be underestimated. Only Lu Ming continued to view Qin Feng as a thorn in his side. Occasionally, he would send his lackeys to trouble Qin Feng, only to be swiftly dealt with by him, inadvertently enhancing Qin Feng's reputation as someone not to be trifled with within the household. One day, as Qin Feng emerged from the library, preparing to return to his quarters, he was intercepted by two burly servants in the garden. These two men, clearly new enforcers for Lu Ming, were accustomed to exerting their authority around the estate. "Young Master Qin, please wait," one of the servants said with a forced smile. "Our third young master wishes to invite you for a cup of tea and a chat." Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. "Lu Ming seeks me? It seems we have nothing to discuss. Step aside." "Ah, young master, how can you speak so coldly?" The other servant stepped forward, his tone laced with menace. "Surely, You wouldn't refuse the third young master's hospitality? If you provoke his displeasure, your days in this household may become rather difficult. As they spoke, the two positioned themselves to encircle Qin Feng, clearly intending to use force. A sardonic smile crept across Qin Feng's lips. It appeared Lu Ming was unwilling to let go of past grudges and sought to reclaim his dignity. Very well. He would use these two oblivious thugs to test the fruits of his recent training. With that thought, he flexed his wrists, the joints cracking audibly. In that case, I shall accompany you. However, should you delay me, the consequences will be yours to contemplate. The two servants exchanged glances, both grinning wickedly, dismissing his warning. To them, Qin Feng was merely a son-in-law. Even if he exhibited some peculiarities recently, how much trouble could he truly pose? One of the servants reached out to grasp Qin Feng's shoulder, saying, "Come along, please." At the instant his hand was about to make contact, Qin Feng moved. His figure flickered like a phantom, executing a simple sidestep to evade the grasp, while his right elbow struck with lightning speed, landing precisely under the servant's ribs. Bang! Amidst the muffled sounds, the individual felt an overwhelming force strike him, as if his ribs had shattered, causing him excruciating pain. He was propelled like a severed kite, crashing heavily several feet away, curling on the ground and wailing incessantly. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Another servant had yet to comprehend the situation when his companion lay lifeless on the ground. Terrified, he stumbled backward, his words faltering. "I dare not. Please spare me." "Young master." Qin Feng advanced slowly, his gaze as cold as steel. "Now, do you still wish to invite me for tea?" "I dare not." Qin Feng snorted coldly. "Scram. Tell Lu Ming that if he desires tea, he must come himself. If he dares to send more riffraff to trouble me, next time, it will not merely be a wrist that is broken." The servant, as if granted a reprieve, fled in a desperate scramble, disregarding his fallen companion. Qin Feng did not spare a glance at the groaning servant on the ground and departed straight away. Not far behind a rockery, an elderly steward observing the scene was taken aback, his eyes flashing with astonishment and trepidation. He hurriedly turned and rushed towards Lu Han's study. The methods of this son-in-law were far more formidable than anticipated. Chapter 10. The princess summons every step a peril. In the study, the air was fragrant with sandalwood. After listening to the steward's report about Qin Feng effortlessly subduing the two brutish servants, Lu Han fell into silence, his expression deepening. The son-in-law once regarded as a waste seemed to conceal increasingly more surprises or uncertainties within him. Understood, he finally spoke, his tone grave as he continued to gaze intently. "Remember, do not alarm the snake in the grass." The steward bowed and retreated. Lu Han stared out at the darkening sky, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. He was eager to see how far Qin Feng could venture. At that moment, Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware that he had attracted the attention of various factions. He continued to proceed at his own pace, with the library and training grounds becoming his daily haunts, steadily enhancing both his knowledge and physical prowess. A few days later, an unexpected message shattered the tranquility of the estate. Word arrived from the palace that Princess Lu Qingxue was returning home for a visit and specifically requested to meet the new son-in-law, Qin Feng. This announcement sent shockwaves through the household. Princess Lu Qingxue, the younger sister of Lu Ruxue and one of the emperor's most favored consorts, held a prestigious position in the palace and was a vital ally for the Lu family in court. Rarely did she return home. Her sudden visit and direct summons for Qin Feng sparked much speculation. Lu Ming and others seethed with jealousy, harboring resentment. Why? A useless son-in-law. Does he even deserve the princess's personal summons? Meanwhile, Lu Ruxue appeared troubled. She was acutely aware of her sister's cunning and intentions, knowing this gesture was far from random. Her sister's actions undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Qin Feng, however, remained unperturbed. He recognized this as both an opportunity and a potential trial. The true backing of the Lu family, represented by the princess, was an entity he would inevitably have to confront. The following morning, the princess's carriage gracefully entered the Lu estate, accompanied by a grand entourage. Exuding en extraordinaire aura. Qin Feng accompanied Lu Ruxue to the main hall to pay their respects. At the forefront sat a lady adorned in resplendent royal attire. Her hair elegantly coiled and embellished with pearls and gemstones. Her visage bore a striking resemblance to Lu Ruxue, yet exuded an additional air of maturity, allure, and the dignified poise of one accustomed to high station. She was none other than the current royal consort, Lu Qingxue. Minister Qin Feng, I pay my respects to Her Highness the Princess. May you live for 1,000 years, 1,000 years, and 1,000 times 1,000 years, Qin Feng declared, bowing with utmost reverence, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. Lu Qingxue's gaze fell upon him, scrutinizing him for a moment before her lips curled into a knowing smile. So, you are Qin Feng? Raise your head. Allow me to see you. He complied, meeting the princess's scrutinizing gaze with calmness akin to still waters. Lu Qingxue sighed softly. A remarkable figure, though somewhat different from the rumors I have heard. Pausing, her smile deepened. I have dwelled in the palace for long and have heard tales about you. First, your astonishing performance at the family banquet, followed by that valiant war song. It seems this son-in-law of the Lu family is no ordinary character. A slight chill ran through Qin Feng's heart. Indeed, the princess was well informed. He replied respectfully, Your Highness, you flatter me. It is merely a few insignificant tricks. Hardly worth mentioning. Oh, Lu Qingxue chuckled lightly, her fingertips tapping the armrest. Insignificant tricks? Tricks that have garnered praise from my esteemed uncle, who has an eye for excellence, and have even made my typically cold sister regard you with newfound respect. Shifting her gaze meaningfully to Lu Ruxue, she added, Tell me, such trifling skills must surely render you devoid of any noteworthy talents in this world. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she retorted, Sister, do not tease me. Lu Qingxue covered her mouth, laughing softly, before turning her attention back to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I have summoned you today, firstly to discern what kind of person could win my sister's consent to marriage, and secondly, I wish to share a few private words with you. With that, she gestured for her attendants to withdraw. Even Lu Ruxue was asked to step outside. The grand hall was left with only Qin Feng and the princess, the atmosphere suddenly becoming charged with subtle tension. Qin Feng's heart tightened. What was the true intention behind the princess's inquiry? Lu Qingxue regarded him, her smile gradually fading, replaced by an air of authority and scrutiny. Qin Feng, she began slowly, her voice low, I shall not beat around the bush. I am well aware of your recent activities within the Lu family. She paused for a moment, her gaze piercing. You are no longer the aimless wastrel of yore. This is commendable. Yet, her tone darkened, her eyes sharp. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Do you seek to ascend through the Lu family's influence, or do you harbor ulterior motives? This was the true test. Qin Feng's mind raced. He understood that his forthcoming response would determine his fate within the Lu family and indeed throughout the entire Dian dynasty. Chapter 11. The Jade Token of Authority, Concealing Intricacies. Faced with the Princess Lu Qingxue's direct interrogation, Qin Feng maintained an unwavering demeanor, his gaze steady as tranquil waters. He realized that before this astute woman, versed in the intrigues of court politics, any flowery rhetoric would prove futile. The only strategy was to demonstrate sufficient value and unwavering loyalty to the Lu family, showcasing his controllability. In response to Your Highness, he slightly bowed, his tone earnest. As a member of the Lu family, he naturally prioritized their interests. After a brief pause, he continued, I do not aspire to ascend to greatness in a single leap. I merely hope to contribute, albeit modestly, to the Lu family through my acquired knowledge. I seek not fame among the lords, but rather to live a life of integrity and not to bring shame upon Lu Ruxue. His words were neither obsequious nor arrogant, yet subtly intertwined his personal ambitions with the family's welfare, while invoking Lu Ruxue's name, indicating his serious stance on their impending union. Lu Qingxue listened intently, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing slightly, as if scrutinizing and weighing his words. After a moment, she spoke slowly, Your thoughts are not without merit. Her voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. The Liu family's current standing is a result of unity among its members and the emergence of talented individuals. Should you possess true ability, the Liu family will not treat you unjustly. Her gaze turned cold, and her tone shifted sharply. However, if you harbor ulterior motives or are merely a pretty fade devoid of substance, I shall not tolerate your tarnishing the Liu family's reputation or endangering Rushue. Each word was sharp, each sentence laced with barbs. Qin Feng felt a chill within, but maintained his composure. Your Highness's teachings are etched in my heart. Good. Lu Qingxue nodded with a flicker of approval in her eyes. Your understanding of this is not a disappointment for my summons today. With that, she produced a small jade token from her sleeve and handed it to Qin Feng. This is my waist token. With it, you may freely access the third floor of the Liu family's library, where rare tomes and secrets seldom seen by outsiders are housed. A subtle smile graced her lips as she added, "Consider it a gift to commemorate our meeting." Qin Feng accepted the jade token with both hands. It felt warm to the touch, intricately engraved with the character for snow. His heart raced. This was no ordinary token, but a key to the very core of the Liu family's hidden truths. Thank you for your gracious gift, Your Highness. No need for excessive gratitude. Lu Qingxue waved him off, signaling him to withdraw. I am weary. You may leave now. Remember, the opportunity has been granted to you. But how far you go depends solely on your own fortune. Yes, Qin Feng responded as he took his leave, bowing respectfully before exiting the hall. However, his thoughts remained tumultuous, not calming with his retreat. The princess's actions were laden with significance. She evidently acknowledged his potential and was willing to offer him resources. Yet, beneath this lay deeper expectations and trials. The third floor of the library was likely more than just a repository of books. Upon returning to the courtyard, Lu Rushue awaited him beneath the corridor. When she saw him arrive, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes, quickly masked. What did sister say to you? Qin Feng raised the jade token in his hand and smiled. The princess has bestowed upon me this waist token, allowing me access to the third floor of the library. The third floor? Lu Rushue's eyes widened in surprise. It contains the family's secret texts, some even detailing forbidden arts. Sister allowed you inside? Perhaps she wishes to gauge my true capabilities, Qin Feng replied with a calm smile. Lu Rushue fell silent for a moment before raising her gaze to him. Her voice soft yet earnest. Qin Feng, what is it that you truly wish to achieve? This marks the second occasion today that someone has inquired about this matter. He gazed intently at her, his expression earnest. What I desire is quite simple, to not be bullied and to live with dignity. He paused, his tone growing more somber. If possible, I also wish for those around me to enjoy a better life. For instance, you. Lu Rushue felt a jolt in her heart, her ears subtly flushing with warmth. She turned her head away, huffing softly. Flatterer, who asked for your concern? After uttering these words, she hurriedly pivoted and entered the room. Qin Feng watched her retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shook his head in resignation. This woman remains as elusive as ever. In the days that followed, aside from his daily training and perusal of the first and second floors of the library, he was tasked with exploring the third floor. Indeed, the third floor was extraordinary. Though the collection of books was sparse, each volume was a rare gem, filled with profound and esoteric content, encompassing military strategies, cunning plots, the enigmatic arts of divination, and even fragments concerning the world's vital energy and cultivation. Qin Feng devoured the texts with fervor, meticulously recording and contemplating their teachings. He sensed that this world was far more intricate than it initially appeared. Terms such as vital energy, warriors, and the delineation of realms seemed to herald the advent of a greater storm quietly brewing. And he stood at the precipice of that storm. Chapter 12. An initial exploration of hidden treasures, the gateway to cultivation opens. The third floor of the Liu family library starkly contrasted with the open bookshelves of the first and second floors. It resembled a series of independent chambers, each housing specific types of invaluable tomes. The air was suffused with a unique aroma, a blend of ancient scrolls and rare pest-repellent herbs, as if stepping into a hall of wisdom sealed for millennia. With the jade token bestowed upon him by Princess Lu Qingxue, he entered seamlessly. He discovered that the books here were not only profound in content, but also crafted from rare materials. Some pages were gilded, others were made of animal hide, and some even sculpted from jade, each page emanating a weighty historical essence. Titles such as Records of Strange Creatures in the Southern Frontier, Chronicles of the Northern Desert, and Legends of the Merfolk from the Eastern Sea caught his attention. As he leafed through several unique geographical accounts, his astonishment grew. These volumes meticulously documented the vast and mysterious realms beyond the Great Yin dynasty, peculiar races, and astonishing legends, granting him a newfound perspective on the breadth and depth of this world. How remarkable it was to discover that this world harbored mythical beasts and other races, not solely a civilization of humankind. Qin Feng's heart trembled with realization. This was a stark contrast to the knowledge he had garnered from historical texts, which were predominantly penned by those in power, often glossing over the supernatural or deliberately concealing such matters. Subsequently, he stumbled upon a fragment in the military strategy section titled The 9 Transformations of the Linked Array, which instantly captivated him. This formation, with its myriad of variations and balanced offense and defense, bore striking similarities to certain tactical concepts he had encountered in his past life, albeit rendered more arcane and intricate. If he could synthesize this formation with modern military thought, its potency would surely multiply. Qin Feng felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure and began to delve deeply into its study. What thrilled him most was finding several scrolls on breath control and physical refinement techniques within the text dedicated to body training and respiration, albeit incomplete. These methods diverge significantly from the martial arts and yoga he was familiar with in his past life, seemingly placing greater emphasis on guiding and harnessing a primordial energy that roams freely between heaven and earth to refine oneself. Indeed, a power system akin to internal energy or true qi exists within this world. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Qin Feng attempted to practice a relatively complete breathing technique. He felt a faint current gradually coursing through his body with each breath. Although the effects were not immediately pronounced, his fatigue began to dissipate slowly, and his spirit was invigorated. It appeared that not only did he need to restore the physical prowess of a special forces soldier, but perhaps he could also embark on an entirely new path of cultivation in this world. A fervent glimmer shone in Qin Feng's eyes. This was true power. While he immersed himself in exploring the mysteries of the 3rd floor, external circumstances were far from smooth. Lu Ming, having suffered repeated setbacks during family banquets, martial demonstrations, and conflicts in the garden, grew increasingly resentful toward Qin Feng. He began to secretly collude with some discontented collateral descendants of the Liu family, as well as some ruffians from outside the estate, seemingly concocting a more significant scheme. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's frequent visits to the library's 3rd floor caught the attention of some discerning individuals within the Liu family. After all, that place was not easily accessible even to court descendants. What right did a mere son-in-law have to enter freely? One day, as Qin Feng descended from the 3rd floor, he was intercepted at the staircase on the 2nd floor by several young members of the Liu family. At the forefront stood Liu Ziong, a notably arrogant figure known among the collateral lineage, who had always been loyal to Lu Ming. Qin Feng, as a mere son-in-law, what gives you the right to freely enter the forbidden area of the 3rd floor? Liu Ziong stepped forward, questioning him with a tone laced with hostility. Did you perhaps steal the princess's badge to sneak in? The others behind him echoed in agreement, their words dripping with jealousy and provocation. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the group with indifference. He understood that trouble had sought him out. Chapter 13. A battle of wits among the youths, striking fear into the malcontents. Faced with Liu Ziong and his group openly obstructing his path, Qin Feng's expression turned slightly cold, yet he did not express anger. He advanced calmly, his tone neutral, the volume modest yet resonating clearly in every ear. My ability to access the 3rd floor is granted by the badge personally bestowed by the princess. Pausing briefly, he raised his gaze slightly, casting a measured glance over the assembly. What is it? Are you all questioning the princess's judgment? Or do you believe that I, Qin Feng, am unworthy of her recognition? His words landed like a thunderclap, returning the challenge to them and invoking the authority of the princess. Liu Xian's countenance faltered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Even he, lacking in cunning, dared not openly question the authority of the princess. Yet, unwilling to concede, he gritted his teeth and retorted. The princess is of noble status, perhaps deceived by her clever words and appearance. You waste. The third floor is the Liu family's sacred ground. How can you, an outsider, come and go as you please? Exactly. What qualifications does a freeloading scoundrel have? The surging voices behind him sought to escalate the situation, aiming to force Qin Feng to yield. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth, his tone serene yet unequivocal. Oh? So, according to you, the Liu family's library has become a private property, where even the princess cannot exercise authority. If these words were to reach the ears of Her Highness, one can only wonder what her thoughts would be. His gaze turned icy as he scanned the crowd, emphasizing his tone. Are you a few of you willing to discipline the lady of the Wang family, someone she personally favors? At this declaration, the room fell into an immediate silence. This was not a mere threat. It was a blatant political maneuver. The faces of Liu Xiang and his companions turned pale, their hearts racing with trepidation. Although they harbored jealousy towards Qin Feng, they dared not truly challenge the authority of the Wang Fei. Cease your seductive words and unreasonable arguments, Liu Xiang shouted, his bravado faltering. We are merely upholding the family rules. If you truly possess the Wang Fei's token, present it for our verification. This was their true aim, to scrutinize the authenticity of the Jade token, seeking to humiliate Qin Feng in the process. Qin Feng chuckled coldly within, perceiving the ineptitude of these wealthy scions. Without further ado, he retrieved the exquisitely carved Jade token inscribed with the character for snow from his bosom and gently displayed it before the assembly. Have a good look, he stated with an air of nonchalance. This is a genuine gift from Her Highness, there is no doubt. Now, do I possess the qualification to access the third floor? As the token was revealed, Liu Xiang and his companions were rendered speechless. The craftsmanship and material of the token were unmistakably authentic, belonging solely to the Wang Fei. They had anticipated that Qin Feng would evade their scrutiny, yet he had instead presented it with such decisiveness. Amidst the awkwardness, a steady voice laced with anger echoed from the staircase. Xiang, what are you all doing here? What an utter disgrace. Turning around, the onlookers beheld Lu Han standing at the entrance, his face a stormy shade of blue, clearly having witnessed the entire episode. Liu Xiang and the others shrank back like mice before a cat, bowing in respect. Second uncle, dear uncle. Lu Han let out a cold snort, directing his gaze towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng, what transpired here? Qin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, recounting the events without embellishment, merely stating the facts. Upon hearing this, Lu Han's expression darkened further. He shot a fierce glare at Liu Xiang, rebuking him. You insolent wretch. Do you think you can so easily question the decisions of Her Highness? Your lack of discipline has turned you all into disrespectful delinquents, oblivious to propriety. Return home at once and reflect upon your actions. Unless permitted by me, do not set foot outside. Terrified, Liu Xiang and his companions hastily complied, fleeing in disgrace. Thus, the tumult was quelled. Lu Han turned to Qin Feng, his tone softening. Qin Feng, I apologize for the trouble you've endured. I shall ensure these worthless individuals are properly reprimanded. Your words are too heavy, dear uncle, Qin Feng replied with a faint smile, dismissing the matter as trivial. Lu Han nodded, a glimmer of appreciation shining in his eyes. This Qin Feng was not only talented, but also possessed a depth of character, understanding restraint and propriety, far surpassing those who merely sought to assert dominance. Continue your studies, Lu Han instructed before departing, his opinion of Qin Feng elevated yet again. Qin Feng watched his retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Although the conflict had been instigated by Liu Xiang and his ilk, it inadvertently served him well, allowing Lu Han to witness his composure and capability firsthand. This probing endeavor has paradoxically elevated his unique status within the Liu family. It seems that he can now reside on the third floor of the library with greater assurance. Chapter 14. The art of war, a talent beyond compare. Following the turmoil in the library, Qin Feng found his days in the Liu household considerably more tranquil. Liu Xiong and others faced severe punishment and were confined for introspection, while those who had previously sought to provoke him withdrew in apprehension, deterred by the fact that he was a son-in-law bestowed with a jade token by the royal consort. Qin Feng relished this newfound peace, channeling more of his energy into studying on the third floor of the library. In addition to the rare tomes concerning exotic beasts and geographical wonders, he devoted considerable enthusiasm to the military strategies and battle formations housed on the third floor. Although these texts fell short of the strategic insights and weaponry knowledge he had acquired in his past life, they contained numerous intricate tactics, enigmatic formations, and profound understandings of ancient warfare that proved immensely beneficial. He began to explore the integration of modern military theories from his previous life with the strategic paradigms of this world. For instance, the geography of military essentials meticulously documented the mountains, rivers, and strategic passages of the Great Yin dynasty and its neighboring realms. Qin Feng used this as a foundation to construct a mental battlefield, simulating various offensive and defensive tactics, even contemplating how to utilize limited resources for intelligence gathering and covert infiltration. Moreover, he meticulously analyzed the fragmented text of 9 transformations of the link formation, attempting to enhance and optimize it through the lens of modern small unit tactics. He realized that if he could meld the transformations within the formation with the agility of special forces, supplemented by his avant-garde weaponry concepts, the potential impact would be unfathomable. One afternoon, after Liu Han completed family matters, he was seized by curiosity and ventured to the library. He wished to personally observe what this son-in-law, who had recently captured his attention, was diligently studying. Upon entering the third floor, he immediately spotted Qin Feng engrossed at a desk, a massive sheepskin map unfurled before him, adorned with intricate symbols and routes marked in cinnabar and ink, a veritable battlefield simulation. Qin Feng, what are you examining? Liu Han queried, approaching with a measured tone that bore a hint of inquiry. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Feng looked up to see Liu Han and promptly rose to pay his respects. Uncle, I am studying the Northern Defense map. I had a few insights and jotted down some notes. I hope I haven't made a fool of myself. Jotted down, you say? Liu Han pointed to a particular annotation on the map, his voice suddenly taking on a grave tone. This area, Wolf Tooth Valley, possesses treacherous terrain, making it easy to defend but difficult to assault. It is the throat of our northern frontier, should the barbarian tribes wish to advance southward. This would undoubtedly be a prime location for their feigned assaults, aiming to distract our main forces. He paused, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Qin Feng. You have marked here that an ambush could be established when the barbarian main forces are drawn towards the Panlong-Chuan line. Your contingent could infiltrate from the rear of Wolf Tooth Valley, striking at the heart of the barbarian stronghold, cutting off their supplies, and attacking their critical points. This strategy is exceedingly audacious. Liu Han articulated each word with fervor, emphasizing the ruthless brilliance of the plan. Qin Feng felt a tremor within. He had not anticipated Liu Han's military acumen to be so astute, grasping the essence of his core tactical approach at a glance. Maintaining his composure, he replied earnestly, Uncle, you discern correctly. Warfare is, after all, a path of deception. Barbarians have always been fierce and valiant in direct confrontations, although our dynasty may emerge victorious. Such victories are often bittersweet. To triumph through unexpected strategies, achieving the greatest outcomes at the least cost, is the true art of warfare. Liu Han gazed deeply at Qin Feng, remaining silent for an extended moment before slowly nodding. Your theoretical musings carry a measure of merit. He then shifted his tone, emphasizing his words. However, the battlefield is ever-changing. No matter how splendidly it is illustrated on paper, without the ability to make decisive judgments in the heat of the moment, it remains mere conjecture. This is what my second uncle has taught me. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, countering, yet, if one does not dare to envision or sketch even on paper, how could they possibly conceive brilliant strategies or vanquish foes upon entering the battlefield? Upon hearing this, Liu Han's eyes sparkled with intensity. What a profound insight. Without daring to dream on paper, there can be no miraculous tactics on the battlefield. Excellent. He slammed his hand on the table, laughing heartily. Qin Feng, it appears you not only possess the ability to compose a battle hymn of iron and blood, but also have a natural talent for the intricacies of military strategy. My Liu family has indeed stumbled upon a treasure. His admiration for Qin Feng had ascended to new heights. This son-in-law not only exhibited courage and cunning, but also possessed the heart of a true commander. Tomorrow, during the family council, you should attend as an observer. Lu Han suddenly proposed. It will be beneficial for you to listen. Perhaps you might contribute some astonishing insights. Qin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. This was Lu Han's signal for further evaluation and elevation of his status. Yes, second uncle, he replied, his voice resolute as iron. He understood that his time had finally come. Chapter 15. A remark that shakes the hall, brilliance on display. The Liu family's council chamber is situated in the most heavily guarded area of the estate, typically allowing entry only to the family elders and key officials. Today, the atmosphere was particularly solemn, with various powerful figures gathered to discuss matters of great importance. As Qin Feng entered the chamber alongside Lu Han, every gaze turned toward him, sharp as blades, filled with astonishment, confusion, and unabashed scrutiny. How could a mere son-in-law gain entry to the core domain that determines the fate of the Liu family? Lu Ming was the first to leap forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Feng. Second uncle, why have you brought him here? This is the family council chamber. How can an outsider tread here so freely? Lu Han's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, Qin Feng is permitted to observe by my own decree. Do you have an objection? Lu Ming, intimidated by his imposing presence, withdrew slightly but still muttered defiantly, even observing is against the rules. Lu Han dismissed him with indifference, proceeding to take his seat at the head of the table, and declared, Today, we have 3 primary matters to discuss. He surveyed the assembly, his tone grave. First, regarding the list of Liu family youths and preparations for next month's autumn hunt in the capital. Second, the distribution of profits and safety issues concerning the salt and iron mines in southern Jiangzhou. And third, and most crucially, urgent reports from the border indicating that the northern barbarians are stirring, seemingly poised to advance southward. The court has ordered all provinces to bolster defenses. And as the pillar of Jiangzhou, how shall the Liu family respond? The first 2 matters prompted a flurry of discussions, revolving around the age-old tactics of vying for interests. Qin Feng remained silent, quietly absorbing the positions, attitudes, and intricate relationships of each individual present. He soon discerned that the Liu family was far from unified. Between the first, second, and third branches, endless open and covert struggles were ongoing, each pursuing their own agendas in the quest for power and resources. The Liu family, though appearing prosperous on the surface, is fraught with internal turmoil, Qin Feng mused. At last, the discussion turned to the third matter concerning the military situation at the borders. The atmosphere grew suddenly grave. The seasoned general in charge of the family's military affairs, Elder Lu Qing, reported in a deep voice, according to the latest intelligence. Nearly 100,000 cavalry from the northern barbarians are prowling the border area, with their vanguard having engaged in several small-scale skirmishes with our patrols. Their main camp is established 30 miles north of Eagle Cry Gorge, where provisions and supplies are being gathered. Given the current circumstances, a large-scale invasion appears imminent. Upon this revelation, the assembly erupted in uproar. 100,000 cavalry? Has the northern barbarians unleashed their full might? The strategic position of Eagle Cry Gorge is crucial. If seized, it would leave our northern borders wide open. We must immediately reinforce our troops and request aid from the court. Voices rose in a cacophony, with most advocating for a defensive stance while awaiting reinforcements, or petitioning the court for troop support. Lu Han furrowed his brow, casting a slow gaze over the crowd, ultimately landing on the corner where Qin Feng had remained silent. He suddenly spoke. Qin Feng, you expressed insightful opinions on northern defense at the library yesterday. Since you're here to listen, why not share your thoughts? In an instant, all eyes turned back to Qin Feng. Lu Ming scoffed, Second uncle, you overestimate him. As a son-in-law who has never set foot on a battlefield, What valuable insights could he possibly offer? It is merely empty rhetoric, an attempt to seek attention. Many seasoned military officials, including Lu Qing, also displayed expressions of disdain. However, in the face of such scrutiny, Qin Feng slowly rose. His voice calm, yet resolute. What you propose, defending and waiting for reinforcements, or requesting the court's main force to advance north, may indeed be a cautious strategy. However, I believe it to be a suboptimal one. Oh, Lu Han's eyes sparkled with interest. What do you mean by a suboptimal strategy? Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he proclaimed, "The cavalry of the northern barbarians moves like the wind. Their strength lies in swift engagements. If our main forces are mobilized from the capital, the long journey will deplete vast amounts of provisions. By the time the army reaches the northern borders, the barbarians will have already penetrated deep into our territory, looting everything in their path. Even if we succeed in repelling them, it would leave us severely weakened, a loss that outweighs any gains." He shifted his tone, now more forceful. "Furthermore, our Lu family has guarded Jiangzhou for generations, bearing the responsibility of defending the northern borders. If we continually rely on the court, not only will it invite contempt from certain factions within, but it will also dishearten our soldiers at the northern front. Over time, what credibility will the Lu family possess? How will the people of Jiangzhou trust that we can ensure their safety?" His words resonated powerfully, causing even those who had previously underestimated him to stir with contemplation. Lu Ming attempted to retort, but a mere glance from Lu Han silenced him. "Then what, in your view, constitutes a superior strategy?" Lu Han pressed, his tone serious. Taking a deep breath, confidence gleaming in his eyes, Qin Feng articulated clearly, "The superior strategy is to take the initiative, striking first to quell their arrogance and deter their advance. Simultaneously, we must forge alliances with other families and loyal generals in the northern territories, consolidating our strength to repel the enemy at our very gates." He paused for effect, his voice rising. "Moreover, we must not only defend, but also attack. We must make it clear that the land of Dian is not a place for them to come and go as they please. We must assert the prestige of the Lu family and embody the national spirit of Dian." As his words echoed in the hall, an extraordinary silence followed. All present were struck with astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 16. Establishing Military Orders, Displaying Resplendence. Qin Feng's declaration of a proactive offensive, embodying both attack and defense, resonated through the Lu family's council chamber like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. Following a brief silence, a cacophony of skepticism and indignation erupted. Absurd. It was nothing short of theoretical posturing, ignorant of the realities at hand. An elder of the Lu family, sporting a goatee, seethed with fury, his whiskers bristling. "With the northern barbarians boasting an army of 100,000, while our Lu family commands merely 20,000 in the north, how can we mount an offensive? Is this not akin to striking a stone with an egg, courting our own destruction?" "Indeed," another mustachioed general bellowed, rising in outrage, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Qin Feng, do you grasp the gravity of military matters? A single incompetent general can doom an entire army. Such reckless words, if heeded, would surely lead to the demise of countless soldiers." Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming fanned the flames, growling through gritted teeth, "Second uncle, listen to the madness he speaks. To my mind, he seeks to undermine our Lu family. His intentions are treacherous." In an instant, the council chamber was ablaze with fervor, nearly everyone deeming Qin Feng excessively arrogant, as if he were trifling with the fate of the family. Even the typically composed Lu Ruxue could not suppress a slight frown. While her perception of Qin Feng had shifted, she still found his proposals too radical, bordering on impractical in the face of such critical military affairs. Only Lu Han remained serene, his gaze piercing as he fixed his attention on Qin Feng, seemingly awaiting his response. Unfazed by the barrage of criticisms, Qin Feng maintained his composure, his demeanor calm. He observed the clamor until it subsided, then spoke slowly, his tone resolute and clear. "Esteemed elders, Generals, please temper your anger. My words are neither hubris nor fanciful theorizing. They stem from a thorough analysis of our current predicament. He paused, surveying the assembly, his voice rising with conviction. May I inquire, how long can our Liu family endure in a defensive stance at the northern front? 1 month? 2 months? The northern barbarians thrive on mobility. If they choose not to engage us directly, but rather to divide their forces and harass us, severing our supply lines and exhausting our troops, what recourse do we have? In such a scenario, our army would be confined within a beleaguered fortress, morale dwindling. Devoid of reinforcements and provisions, are we to simply await our demise? Upon hearing this, many in the chamber fell into deep contemplation. Qin Feng's words were not mere alarmist rhetoric, but an unavoidable reality they must confront. Sensing the shift, he pressed on with increasing fervor. Furthermore, what does it mean to take the initiative? It does not entail deploying our entire forces to engage in a desperate battle with the barbarians, but rather utilizing elite small units, akin to the tactics of a wolf pack, to strike when they are unprepared, attacking with unexpected ferocity, disrupt their supplies, incinerate their logistics, target their commanders, and sow discord within their ranks. Let them be deprived of rest, worn thin by their efforts. In this manner, we can transform our defensive posture into one of initiative, achieving the greatest results at minimal cost. He scanned the assembly, his tone shifting to one of persuasion. As for forming alliances, the Northern Front is not solely the domain of our Liu family. Do the other noble families wish to witness the barbarian hoes trample their homes? Have those loyal and valiant soldiers guarding the borders no patriotic fervor? If our Liu family raises the banner and elucidates the stakes, presenting the call for loyalty and righteousness, who would refrain from responding? The discourse unfolded with clarity and logical rigor, not only dispelling the doubts harbored by the assembly, but also prompting the seasoned generals, who previously held him in contempt, to reassess the worth of this son-in-law. Nevertheless, Lu Qing maintained a furrowed brow, retorting coldly, "What you assert, though seemingly reasonable, is ultimately mere stratagem. On the battlefield, it is the proper forces that must clash. What can a mere handful of elite troops accomplish? If surrounded by the barbarian horde, it will lead to the annihilation of our entire army." Qin Feng responded with a faint smile, his gaze resolute as iron. "General Liu, your words are misguided. The art of warfare lies in the harmonious integration of the unusual and the conventional. The unconventional forces I speak of are not to advance alone, but to coordinate with the main army in a complementary manner. The primary forces must anchor their position on the front lines, drawing the attention of the barbarian foes. Only then can the unconventional troops seize the opportunity for a decisive victory." He paused, stepping forward with fervor, addressing Lu Han with a voice that resonated with strength. "Second uncle, though I am but a novice, I am willing to pledge my life to a military decree. If granted an elite force of 500, I shall lead the vanguard into the northern front, gather intelligence on the enemy, and disrupt the rear of the barbarian forces. Should there be the slightest miscalculation, I would willingly present my head." His words struck like thunder, leaving the assembly in stunned silence. All breaths seemed to halt for a moment. No one anticipated that Qin Feng would dare to publicly issue a military decree and personally lead the charge. This was no mere rhetoric. He was wagering his very life in this life-and-death struggle. Lu Han gazed deeply at Qin Feng, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. This young man had repeatedly astonished him. In his gaze, there was no trace of hesitation, only a confidence and determination that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. At that moment, Lu Han suddenly comprehended that true heroes are not born of noble lineage, but are the ordinary individuals who rise amidst the tempest. Chapter 17. A word is worth 1,000 gold. Seizing command of the troops, I would willingly present my head. Qin Feng's resolute declaration reverberated like a thunderclap, rendering the entire council chamber silent. Lu Ming opened his mouth, intending to offer a scornful retort, but found himself unable to utter a word, as he was overwhelmed by the dauntless spirit emanating from Qin Feng. Lu Qing and the other seasoned generals exchanged glances, their expressions intricate. They could question Qin Feng's experience and criticize his risky strategies, but they could not deny that at this moment he exhibited the courage and responsibility befitting a true soldier. Lu Rushue felt a tightening in her heart, a flicker of concern flashing in her beautiful eyes. She instinctively opened her mouth to dissuade him, but the words caught in her throat. She suddenly realized that she did not wish to hinder this man from pursuing his desires, even if that endeavor seemed fraught with peril. Lu Han's gaze lingered on Qin Feng for a considerable time before he spoke slowly, his voice low and gravelly. Qin Feng, do you understand that there is no jest in the military? Once this military decree is established, there is no room for retraction. I understand, Qin Feng replied, his gaze unwavering and his tone resolute. A man of honor speaks, and his word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. If I cannot alleviate the burdens of my family and serve my country loyally, then my life is forfeit. Very well, Liu Han exclaimed, slamming his hand on the armrest as he rose, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented brilliance. What a resolute spirit! I, a scion of the Liu family, shall embody such audacity. I hereby accept your military decree. Second uncle, Lu Ming's countenance changed abruptly, and he hastily interjected, this cannot be. He is merely an inexperienced son-in-law. If he were to lead troops, would it not be child's play? What if, heaven forbid, something goes awry? How shall our Liu family explain ourselves to Her Highness the Princess, or to our deceased aunt? His words, though appearing concerned, were a veiled attempt to leverage the memory of the princess and Qin Feng's late mother, Lu Han's sister, to undermine him, insinuating that Qin Feng's lowly status rendered him unworthy of command. Silence. Lu Han's voice cut through the air, his gaze sharp as a blade. When in the field, the emperor's command may not be disregarded. Moreover, this is merely an internal military adjustment within our family. If Qin Feng possesses such courage, why should I not grant him this opportunity? When did our Liu family become so timid, unwilling to shoulder even this minor risk? He surveyed the assembly, exuding an aura of authority. Is there anyone among you who dares to sign this military decree, leading 500 elite soldiers to infiltrate the northern borders and secure an advantage for our Liu family? A profound silence enveloped the hall. Those commanders who had previously derided Qin Feng's audacity now lowered their heads in submission. While they may not fear leading large armies into direct combat, the prospect of venturing deep behind enemy lines with merely 500 men, confronting 100,000 barbarian cavalry, filled them with trepidation. Lu Han snorted derisively, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. He turned to Qin Feng, his tone considerably softened. Qin Feng, since you dare to sign this military decree, I shall grant you this chance. Our Liu family still possesses 3,000 elite Tiger Band guards, all seasoned veterans. I shall assign you 500, whom you may select personally. Provisions, weaponry, and mounts will all be provided. He paused, his voice grave and earnest. However, heed this. Your mission is to harass the enemy, not to engage in reckless battles. Your primary objectives are to gather intelligence and disrupt their supplies. Remember, your life is far more precious than anything else. This statement was both an authorization and a caution, imbued with the concern of an elder for a younger family member. A warmth spread through Qin Feng's heart, for he realized that this bold gamble had indeed borne fruit. Thank you, second uncle, for your trust. He knelt on one knee, proclaiming in a resolute voice, I shall not fail in my mission. In that moment, the council chamber was no longer filled with derision for this once-dismissed son-in-law. Lu Ming's face turned a shade of iron, yet he found himself powerless to intervene. Lu Rushue silently observed Qin Feng, kneeling in acceptance of his orders, her eyes reflecting a swirl of complex emotions. This man was intruding into her world in a manner she could never have anticipated, reshaping her entire perception of him. A family council had transformed into a grand spectacle due to Qin Feng's sudden emergence. At last, he had seized a genuine opportunity to command troops and march onto the battlefield, earning his rightful place through wisdom and valor. He understood that these 500 Tiger Band guards would serve as the foundation for his future endeavors, a stepping stone to establish himself in this world. His legendary journey was just beginning. Chapter 18. The Tiger Ben mobilizes, establishing authority with iron will. Lu Han's decree resonated like thunder, swiftly echoing throughout the Lu family. A son-in-law, devoid of any military experience, had been entrusted with a significant responsibility to lead 500 elite Tiger Ben guards into the perilous northern frontier. This news sent shockwaves through all. Some admired Qin Feng's audacity, while others deride his overconfidence. Yet, many observe with a sense of morbid curiosity, eager to see what this seemingly incompetent son-in-law might accomplish. Lu Ming, in particular, relishes the prospect, believing that Qin Feng's venture is tantamount to a death sentence. He secretly wishes for Qin Feng to perish in the north, for then Lu Ruxue would regain her freedom, and he might have a chance. However, Qin Feng remains impervious to the external chatter. At this moment, he stands in the training grounds of the Lu family's military camp, his gaze piercing as he surveys the 3,000 heavily armored and fiercely intimidating tiger guards before him. These soldiers represent the elite force painstakingly crafted by the Lu family, each a battle-hardened warrior, proud and self-assured. Ordinary Lu family scions would struggle to command their respect. They only acknowledge strength and submit to the powerful. Lu Han has entrusted the selection of soldiers entirely to Qin Feng, a gesture of both faith and trial. If he cannot subdue these proud warriors, what hope is there of leading them in a battle? The daily training is overseen by the renowned warrior Lu Biao, a formidable figure wielding a massive axe. Endowed with innate strength and a trusted aide of Lu Qing. Naturally, he holds Qin Feng, this sudden appointee, in contempt. Commander Qin, Lu Biao intoned with a heavy voice laced with condescension. With 3,000 tiger guards assembled here, how shall you choose? Will it be through individual skill contests, or merely by whom you find pleasing to the eye? Before he could finish, the soldiers behind him erupted into laughter, their eyes glinting with mockery. Qin Feng's expression remained calm, unperturbed by Lu Biao's derision. He understood that mere titles and words would not sway these seasoned veterans. He must demonstrate genuine prowess to earn their allegiance. He stepped forward, his voice resonating clearly. General Lu, you jest. I have my own criteria for selecting soldiers. Pausing briefly, his gaze swept across the dense ranks of 3,000 warriors, his tone suddenly rising. Today, I, Qin Feng, shall review the troops. Those chosen will not be judged by their origins or pasts, but by 3 criteria. First, he raised his hand sharply, his voice commanding. Do you possess the resolve to face death without fear? This journey to the north is fraught with peril. Those who fear for their lives should leave now. Second, his presence intensified. Do you uphold an unwavering discipline of absolute obedience? Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. Any hesitation or disobedience will be met with lethal consequences. Third, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Do you harbor a bond of brotherhood, willing to share life and death? On the battlefield, comrades are both brethren and entrusted lives. Those who act selfishly and abandon their comrades are unworthy to serve under me. His declarations echoed with a chilling authority commanding attention. The Tiger Guards, who had previously laughed, suddenly turned solemn, many instinctively straightening their posture. Even Lu Biao furrowed his brow, for the first time feeling a flicker of wariness. This young man spoke with conviction that was not without merit. Qin Feng continued, these are my standards. You now have the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn to consider this. Those who believe they meet these 3 points, step forward. If you lack the determination, now is the time to withdraw. Once you join my ranks, there will be no turning back. With that, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silently awaiting their response. The training ground fell into a profound silence. 3,000 elite soldiers exchanged glances, uncertainty evident in many eyes. The 3 demands posed by Qin Feng, while seemingly straightforward, were, in truth, exceedingly stringent. Particularly, the unwavering resolve and ironclad discipline required were burdens too heavy for ordinary individuals to bear. As the incense sticks swiftly burned down, 700 or 800 emerged from the ranks of 3,000. These individuals bore resolute expressions, infused with an intense aura of lethality. Unmistakably seasoned veterans who had weathered the trials of life and death. Qin Feng surveyed the group, a slight smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Now, those who have stepped forward. Heed my command. Everyone, remove your armor. At this proclamation, a collective pause enveloped the crowd. Even Liu Biao appeared perplexed, uncertain of Qin Feng's intentions. Yet, after a brief hesitation, the soldiers complied, shedding their heavy armor. Now, run 10 laps around the training ground. The last 100 to finish will be eliminated. Qin Feng issued the order once more, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The Liu family training ground was expansive, with each lap stretching for several miles. 10 laps amounted to a daunting distance. To make matters more challenging, this was to be done immediately after disrobing themselves of their armor. Clearly a test of their endurance and willpower. Commander Qin, a hot-headed lieutenant, could no longer contain his objection. What is the meaning of this? We are seasoned warriors, not mere recruits to be subjected to such humiliation. Qin Feng's gaze turned frosty, piercing like twin blades directed at the lieutenant. Did you fail to comprehend my words? Or do you wish to be the first to experience the consequences of defying military orders? The lieutenant, upon meeting Qin Feng's chilling stare, felt a tremor of fear, and the words he intended to utter faltered on his lips. Run! Qin Feng's sharp command rang out. The 700 or 800 soldiers, under the formidable pressure of Qin Feng's presence, dared not voice further dissent and gritted their teeth, commencing their sprint around the training ground. Thus commenced a brutal selection process. Chapter 19. A secret meeting with the princess, concealing intrigues. The news of Qin Feng's decisive selection of soldiers and his authoritative approach to instilling discipline spread like wildfire throughout the Liu family. Meanwhile, deep within the royal capital, in a secluded manner, a woman clad in a light purple gown sat gracefully within a floral hall, delicately caressing a teacup, a smile playing on her lips. She was none other than Liu Qingxue, the most favored princess of the great Yin dynasty. Your Highness, a trusted maid whispered. Lord Qin has completed the initial selection of the training ground, choosing only the bravest among the ranks. His methods are swift and fierce, earning the respect of the 3,000 elite soldiers. Liu Qingxue gently set down her teacup, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing slightly, a profound smile curving her lips. This Qin Feng is becoming increasingly intriguing. Her tone remained calm, yet could not conceal the admiration shimmering in her gaze. I initially believed him to be merely a man of words, yet he possesses such formidable prowess, instilling awe in the proud soldiers and rectifying military conduct. Truly, he is a rough diamond that the Liu family has unearthed. The maid hesitated momentarily, then softly cautioned, Your Highness, Lord Qin's bold actions may provoke envy from others. Liu Qingxue waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor composed. It matters not. A young man with some verve is a good thing. If he were timid and hesitant, I would be disappointed. The more he stirs things up, the more it indicates his capability. The waters of the Liu family require a bit of turbulence to stir them. She hesitated for a moment before issuing her command. Go deliver a message to Qin Feng, informing him that I possess some intelligence regarding the northern barbarian tribes that may prove beneficial for his journey. Ask him to meet me at the villa outside the palace tomorrow afternoon. Yes, Your Highness. When Qin Feng received the summons from the princess, he was engrossed in studying the map of the northern territories and the distribution of the barbarian tribes within his study. He was not taken aback. This princess was perceptive and never acted without purpose. The intelligence she referred to might indeed hold some truth, but her deeper intention likely lay in probing him further, perhaps even in attempting to win him over. The following afternoon, Qin Feng arrived at the villa as requested. The ambience was serene and elegant, with sparse guards, clearly indicating it was a private meeting place for the princess. Guided by a palace maid, he entered the flower hall, where he found Liu Qingxue waiting patiently. She was not adorned in extravagant attire today, instead donning a simple lavender robe, which diminished her royal bearing yet enhanced her gentle allure, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Feng, please take a seat, she said, lifting her gaze to smile at him, her tone considerably more casual. Thank you, Your Highness, Qin Feng replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect as he settled into his seat. I heard you were quite impressive at the training grounds yesterday, Lu Qingxue remarked, a playful smile gracing her lips. 3,000 elite Tiger Guards were subdued by your mere words, and you even took the initiative to eliminate over 2,000 of them, leaving only 700 or 800 for the rigorous selection process. Your method of training is indeed unique. With an unperturbed expression, Qin Feng replied earnestly, quality in troops is far more valuable than quantity. Compassion cannot command an army, nor can righteousness govern wealth. Without ironclad discipline and exceptional quality, a multitude is merely a disorganized rabble, destined for demise. Well said. Quality over quantity indeed. Lu Qingxue's eyes gleamed with admiration, revealing her appreciation for his insights into military training and command. I summoned you today, firstly, to hear your specific strategies for the northern conflict, and, secondly, to entrust you with certain matters. Qin Feng's heart stirred, sensing they had arrived at the crux of the discussion. He gathered his thoughts and articulated the tactical concepts he had refrained from detailing in the council the previous day. My plan is to deploy a team of 500 elite soldiers, splitting them into 3 groups to infiltrate behind enemy lines. One group will gather intelligence, another will carry out decapitation missions, and the last will focus on disrupting supply depots to instigate chaos and unsettle the enemy's morale. Simultaneously, I will exploit the terrain and climatic advantages to set up false targets, disseminate rumors, and create panic, leading the enemy into a state of confusion and flawed decision-making. Additionally, I will assign several skilled impersonators to infiltrate the enemy camp, seeking opportunities to incite rebellion or sow discord. True warfare is never solely about direct confrontations on the battlefield. It encompasses a comprehensive contest of psychology, intelligence, and logistics. His words conveyed a strategic vision that transcended the times, prompting Lu Qingxue to nod repeatedly, her expression growing increasingly grave. Qin Feng, she stammered, her gaze complex. Where do these ideas of yours originate? It is utterly astonishing. Qin Feng offered a slight smile, his tone light-hearted. I merely indulge in fanciful musings and peruse various texts in my spare time, occasionally gleaning some insights. I hope your highness does not find it amusing. Lu Qingxue cast a deep glance at him, refraining from further inquiries. Instead, she accepted a brocade box from the maid and presented it to him. Within this box lies the detailed intelligence I have gathered over the years regarding the various tribes of the northern barbarians. It includes their troop distribution, the personalities of their commanders, internal conflicts, as well as some secret strongholds and grain storage sites. Perhaps it may prove useful for your journey. Qin Feng took the brocade box, feeling its weight, and was profoundly shaken. This was no mere intelligence. It was a strategic treasure capable of altering the course of battle. I am deeply grateful for your generous gift, my lady, he exclaimed sincerely, for this item held more value for him than an army of thousands. Lu Qingxue waved her hand gently, her tone softening. There is no need for such formality between us. As you are the husband of Ruoxue, you are considered half a member of my family. Your journey to the northern territories is fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution and prioritize your safety. If the situation becomes untenable, return immediately, for the Lu family will protect you. Her words bore an evident intent to draw him closer, yet they also conveyed a sense of concern. Qin Feng understood her meaning and responded earnestly. Rest assured, my lady, I shall proceed with caution. Lu Qingxue nodded and retrieved a small, gilded token from her sleeve, handing it to him. This is my personal token. Should you encounter any urgent situations in the north, you may present this token to the Deputy Commander Su Chun under the Northern Commander. He has benefited from my grace and may be able to assist you. As Qin Feng accepted the token, his admiration for the princess's foresight and strategic mind deepened. Your kindness shall forever be etched in my heart. He recognized that this visit to the villa was not merely an exchange of intelligence, but a silent alliance. A storm was brewing, and he was ready to step onto his battlefield. Chapter 20. The gift of fragrance under the moonlight. Unspoken affections stirred as the sun dipped below the horizon. The last vestiges of twilight cast a warm glow upon the cobblestone alley, revealing a tall figure. Upon exiting the princess's villa, Qin Feng tightly clutched the gilded token and the brocade box containing intelligence about the Northern Territories, his thoughts swirling. Princess Lu Qingxue was indeed no ordinary woman. Her foresight and intricate planning far surpassed those of typical nobles. Her generous gift today was not only a timely boon, but also a subtle nudge and an unspoken alliance. He understood that he had been firmly ensnared in the game of this enigmatic woman from the inner palace. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, he was greeted by a familiar silhouette standing quietly at the door, Lu Rushua. The remnants of the sunset bathed her in a soft golden hue, lending a touch of warmth to her otherwise frosty visage. "You've returned," she remarked as Qin Feng approached, her gaze momentarily evasive, tinged with a hint of unnoticeable tension. "Yes. I apologize for keeping you waiting," Qin Feng replied with a smile, feeling an unexpected warmth within. This aloof beauty had chosen to wait for him? "What did my sister discuss with you?" Lu Rushua hesitated for a moment before speaking, her curiosity about the private conversation evident, yet she sought to appear nonchalant. Qin Feng observed her indecisiveness and replied with a slight smirk. "The princess provided me with some intelligence regarding the northern barbarians and advised me to exercise caution on my journey." "Is that all?" Lu Rushua questioned skeptically, her brow furrowing in disbelief. Naturally, there were other matters to address. Qin Feng, with a playful smile, deliberately kept his words vague, stating that the empress had specifically instructed him not to disclose certain information. "If the young lady is curious, perhaps she should inquire directly with the empress?" "You." Lu Rushua, momentarily taken aback, felt a blush creep on her fair cheeks as she shot him a glare. Who would be interested in knowing? With that, she turned to return to her quarters. "Wait," Qin Feng called out to her. Lu Rushua halted her steps, not turning around, her tone tinged with a hint of irritation. "What else is there?" Qin Feng produced a small, exquisitely crafted talisman from his robe and offered it to her. He had come across it a few days prior while strolling through the market. Though the craftsmanship was not extraordinary, its simplicity and warmth appealed to him, prompting an impulsive purchase with no intention of gifting it. "This is for you," he said, his voice slightly awkward. "As you venture to the Northern Territories, the future remains uncertain. Please take care of yourself." Lu Rushua paused, slowly turning to face him. She regarded the ordinary talisman in his hand, surprise and gratitude flickering in her eyes. Gently accepting it, she clutched it tightly in her palm and murmured, "Who asked you to worry? You should look after yourself first. In the Northern Territories, where blades are merciless, do not be reckless." Her voice was soft, yet it concealed an undeniable concern. A warmth spread through Qin Feng's heart, and he chuckled. "Rest assured, my life is quite resilient." Lu Rushua lifted her gaze, locking eyes with him deeply. The moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating her crystalline eyes, which seemed to be filled with starlight. After a moment's hesitation, she withdrew a delicate sachet from her sleeve and handed it to Qin Feng. "I crafted this during my leisure time. It contains herbs for calming the mind and repelling mosquitoes. The Northern Territories are harsh and plagued by insects. Take it with you. It may prove useful." The sachet was intricately embroidered, silver threads outlining a budding snow lotus, releasing a subtle fragrance. As Qin Feng accepted it, he found it soft to the touch, the scent soothing to the senses. He understood that this was no ordinary sachet, but a heartfelt creation by Lu Rushua. "Thank you," he said solemnly, placing the sachet carefully in his robe. Who needs your thanks?" Lu Rushua's cheeks flushed slightly, and avoiding his gaze, she turned and hurried back to her room, slamming the door with a resounding thud, leaving behind a quiet courtyard filled with her unmasked emotions. Standing beneath the moonlight, Qin Feng caressed the fragrant sachet in his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. It appeared that this once insurmountable ice mountain was beginning to show signs of thawing. At that moment, the invisible bond between him and Lu Rushua quietly drew a little closer. Chapter 21. Sharpening the sword, the edge emerges. In the following days, Qin Feng dedicated all his efforts to the impending battle in the Northern Territories. The intelligence provided by Princess Lu Qingxue exceeded his expectations in detail. It encompassed not only the troop deployments of the barbarian tribes and the personalities of their leaders, but also meticulously documented their internal power struggles and long-standing grievances. Furthermore, it revealed several concealed stockpiling points for grain and water sources, information that could prove decisive in critical moments. Qin Feng treasured this intelligence, merging it with the military strategies he had learned from the third floor of the library and his experiences as a special forces operative in his previous life. He began to formulate an unprecedented action plan. Meanwhile, the selection and training of 500 elite Tiger Band guards were also progressing at an accelerated pace. After the initial physical screening and tests of willpower, followed by several rounds of rigorous elimination training, only 300 individuals remained. Each of these individuals was battle-hardened, resolute, and exhibited absolute obedience to commands, truly embodying an elite force. Qin Feng did not impart them with flamboyant martial techniques. Instead, he generously shared the combat skills, stealth tactics, and team cooperation principles of special forces from his previous life, tailored to the realities of this world. Initially, these seasoned veterans expressed skepticism towards his unconventional training methods, even privately ridiculing him as a mere theoretical scholar. However, after experiencing the efficacy of these tactics during several real combat scenarios, they were utterly astonished. For the first time, they realized that warfare could be conducted in such a manner. There was no need for large-scale charges. Even small teams of a few or a dozen could accomplish intricate tasks such as decapitation, sabotage, and infiltration. The most skeptical among them, Lu Biao, was thoroughly convinced after observing a few training sessions. He voluntarily approached Qin Feng, eager to assume the role of a centurion to assist in training the soldiers. Qin Feng gladly accepted. Lu Biao held immense prestige within the army. His presence not only stabilized morale, but also served to intimidate dissenters. In addition to daily training, Qin Feng utilized resources provided by the Lu family to secretly develop a new range of equipment. He personally designed a specialized crossbow, boasting greater range and enhanced penetration power, equipped with quickly interchangeable quivers to significantly improve battlefield efficiency. Drawing from his memories of the past, he also attempted to create rudimentary smoke bombs, flashbangs, and even researched the formulation of basic gunpowder using sulfur and nitrate. These advanced weapons and strategies would become his greatest reliance in conquering the northern territories. With all preparations complete, they awaited departure. However, as Qin Feng's forces were poised for action, turmoil brewed within the Lu residence. Lu Ming, having suffered multiple setbacks at Qin Feng's hands and now witnessing him wield genuine military power, felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy and resentment nearing a breaking point. Unwilling to passively watch Qin Feng rise, he began secretly contacting collateral relatives of the Lu family and even colluded with external forces that had grievances against the Lu clan, seemingly concocting a malicious plot against Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Lu Han, while outwardly supporting Qin Feng, harbored his own concerns. He provided Qin Feng with a platform to showcase his talents while simultaneously observing and maintaining a balance of power. Fearing that this suddenly ascendant talent might spiral out of control and undermine the Lu family's foundation. Even Lu Ruxue, whose feelings for Qin Feng had grown increasingly complex, ultimately prioritized her family's interests as the eldest daughter of the Lu family. She desired for Qin Feng to achieve success and bring glory to the Lu clan. Yet she also worried that his accomplishments might overshadow the family or that he might encounter misfortune on the battlefield. This conflicting emotion rendered her attitude towards Qin Feng ambiguous and distant. The entire Lu family, and even the entire Jiangzhou, had become embroiled in turbulence due to a mere son-in-law. A greater storm was quietly brewing, and Qin Feng was acutely aware of the undercurrents, yet he remained undaunted. He understood that the path ahead would be fraught with thorns and lurking dangers. Yet he was acutely aware that only through relentless struggles and counterattacks could he truly seize control of his fate and carve out his own legend in this unfamiliar world. The North beckons, and I, Qin Feng, have arrived. Chapter 22. The tiger been unsheathed, its edge beginning to manifest. On the morning of the third day, As the horizon began to glow faintly with the light of dawn, outside the gate of the Lu residence stood 300 elite Tiger Band guards, donned in soft armor, bearing powerful bows and crossbows, and girded with finely crafted swords, aligned in disciplined formation, radiating an aura of ferocity. They were the meticulously selected and personally trained elite troops of Qin Feng. This contingent was devoid of cumbersome spears and shields, seeking instead lightweight and practical equipment for swift maneuverability. In each soldier's gaze burned a fervent desire for victory and unwavering faith in their commander. Clad in a dark outfit with an imposing black cloak, Qin Feng exuded an extraordinary valor, his demeanor resolute as he mounted his steed with fluidity. His penetrating gaze swept over the 300 warriors before him. Brothers, his voice, though not loud, resonated with clarity and strength, penetrating the hearts of his audience. We venture into the north, where the outcome remains uncertain, with peril at every turn. Are you afraid? No, no, no. The response thundered in unison from the 300, their voices echoing like a tempest, their spirits soaring. Excellent. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Remember, we are wolves. We are the sharp blades that pierce the enemy's heart. We shall make those barbarians understand that those who offend a yin shall face retribution, no matter the distance. No matter the distance. No matter the distance. No matter the distance. The shouts roared like thunder, startling the birds from the trees and shaking the very ground. Lu Han, Lu Ruxue, and the core members of the Lu family had come to bid farewell. Lu Han gazed upon the spirited and disciplined ranks and the youthful figure brimming with ambition, his heart filled with myriad emotions. He knew that this move was indeed a gamble well played, regardless of the outcome of Qin Feng's expedition. The abilities and resolve he had displayed were enough to earn the entire Lu family's newfound respect. Lu Ruxue stood behind the crowd, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Qin Feng's departing silhouette, concealing a complex mixture of emotions: concern, anticipation, reluctance, and a hint of pride she herself had not yet recognized. Clutching a protective talisman tightly in her hand, it seemed to symbolize the connection of their fates. Set forth. Without further ado, Qin Feng waved his hand and galloped ahead. The 300 Tiger Band guards followed closely, like a surging black tide racing towards the battlefield in the north. Along the way, Qin Feng meticulously adhered to military protocols. Scouts led the advance, the main force positioned centrally, and logistics were maintained with order. He frequently organized simulated confrontations and survival training in the wild to ensure the entire army remained in peak condition. These Tiger Band guards were seasoned veterans, possessing a solid foundation. After undergoing the rigorous training inspired by modern special forces concepts, their combat capabilities surged, far surpassing those of ordinary troops. 10 days later, the contingent arrived at the pivotal northern stronghold of Yanmen City. This fortress guarded the vital throat of the Dayan dynasty's northern frontier, its towering walls and formidable defenses serving as the first barrier against the incursions of northern barbarians. However, upon their arrival, Qin Feng was met not with the sight of a well-prepared and vigilant military presence, but rather a scene of disarray. Soldiers were sparse atop the walls, many dozing against the battlements, their armor disheveled and their spirits languid. At the city gate, the guards shamelessly extorted passing merchants, their demeanor arrogant and disdainful. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, a flicker of unease rising within him. Had the defenses of Yanmen City decayed to such an extent? He revealed the military order personally issued by Lu Han, along with the private token of the princess, Lu Qingxue, demanding an audience with the city commander. To his dismay, the city's captain was a fool lacking discernment. Noticing Qin Feng's small party and their peculiar equipment, he looked down upon them, speaking with derision, even attempting to collect a toll. Did a mere son-in-law of the Lu family dare to flaunt his authority before this general? Those who were wise would pay the toll. Otherwise, they should not blame the general for being uncivilized. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy, a cold smile gracing his lips. It seemed that this expedition to the northern frontier would begin with dealing with these parasites. Chapter 23. Purging corruption in Yanmen, establishing authority with iron will. as dawn broke. The chill wind swept across the walls of Yinmen City. In response to the captain's blatant provocation and extortion, the 300 Hu-Ben guards were instantly filled with rage, their hands resting on their blades, exuding a murderous aura. Had it not been for Qin Feng's orders yet to be given, they would have already reduced this brazen fool to a pulp. Enough! Qin Feng's voice rang out, not loud, yet reverberating like thunder, sending a shiver through the hearts of those present. I come on the orders of the second master of the Liu family and Princess Liu Qingxue to execute military affairs in the northern frontier. You, a mere city captain, dare to obstruct me? Do you wish to rebel? With this declaration, he pinned the captain to the position of a traitor. The captain, intimidated by Qin Feng's imposing presence and hearing the mention of the princess, turned pale. Yet emboldened by his local influence, he stubbornly retorted, "Humph. Do not use the princess to intimidate me. Yinmen City has its own rules. Even the king himself must abide by them." Rules? A cold smile curled Qin Feng's lips. His gaze frosty as he replied, "What a fine set of rules." He suddenly raised his hand and bellowed, "Liu Biao." "At your command." Liu Biao galloped forward, his voice booming. This man is suspected of colluding with the enemy and obstructing military affairs. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. "Arrest him. If he dares to resist, show no mercy." Understood. Liu Biao had long found this man displeasing. With a thunderous roar, he swung his axe and charged forth like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. The city captain, seeing this, was struck with terror, retreating in haste and attempting to call for assistance. However, his ruffian subordinates were swiftly subdued by a few elite Hu-Ben guards, left writhing on the ground, crying for their mothers. What a sight to behold! With a single sweep of his enormous hand, Liu Biao effortlessly plucked the captain from his mount, akin to an eagle seizing a chick. "Bind him," Qin Feng ordered coldly. Several Hu-Ben guards stepped forward, securing the captain tightly with leather ropes. The other guards on the city walls, witnessing this scene, fell silent, no longer daring to show any disrespect. They began to realize that this seemingly small party was, in fact, a formidable force. Qin Feng approached the bound captain, looking down upon him with a gaze as sharp as a blade. "Now, can you escort me to meet your commander?" The captain, thoroughly frightened, nodded repeatedly like a drumbeat. "Yes. I will take the general there at once. I will take the general there." Qin Feng let out a cold snort, casting no further glance at him. He instructed Liu Biao, "Have someone escort him. We shall proceed into the city." A grand procession entered Yinmen City. Within the city, the streets were sparsely populated and most shops were shuttered, creating a stark contrast to the significance of this frontier stronghold. A few ragged citizens glanced at them, their eyes reflecting a mixture of numbness and fear. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, a flicker of anger rising within him. This Yinmen City exuded an aura of decay and moral degradation. Before long, they arrived at the residence of the city as commander. The commander, Ma Long, was a corpulent man currently indulging in wine and revelry with two beautiful singers, blissfully unaware of the events unfolding outside. When Qin Feng burst in, tossing the bound lieutenant before him, Ma Long jolted awake, his wine cup clattering to the floor in shock. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my residence?" he stammered, his voice trembling. Qin Feng displayed the military orders and the princess's token, his tone frigid. "I am Qin Feng of the Liu family, dispatched to the northern borders to execute military duties." "Commander Ma, is this how you maintain security in Yinmen City?" The city gate lieutenant brazenly solicits bribes and obstructs military affairs. "Are you aware of the consequences?" Upon seeing the princess's token, Ma Long's flesh quivered involuntarily. Although he fancied himself a local despot, he understood the ruthlessness of this princess. With a quick glance, he donned a fawning smile. "Ah, it is an honor to have General Qin visit. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. It is merely the foolish subordinates who have offended you. I shall ensure they are severely punished. Guards, take this dog of a servant away and give him 80 lashes." It was evident he sought to divert attention and shift all blame onto the lieutenant. Qin Feng smirked inwardly at this cunning old fox, adept at reading the winds. He chose not to expose him, merely stating, "Commander Ma, I am not here to pursue trivial matters. The military situation in the north is urgent. I require immediate information regarding the enemy's disposition around Yinmen City, our troop deployments, and the status of supplies. I trust you will cooperate." Of course. Rest assured, General Qin, I shall provide all information without reservation. Ma Long nodded eagerly, though inwardly he cursed Qin Feng for meddling. Qin Feng understood that dealing with such local tyrants required more than mere intimidation. A blend of rewards and threats was necessary to instill genuine fear, ensuring compliance. He resolved to ignite a blaze in Yinmen City, a conflagration powerful enough to purify the entire northern defense line. Chapter 24. A Warning to Others. Military discipline as iron at the frontier. A night raid on Haifeng, a bloodbath in Yinmen. Though Ma Long outwardly showed deference to Qin Feng, his murky eyes betrayed a sense of disdain and indifference. He clearly underestimated this son-in-law of the Liu family and did not believe an outsider could stir any turmoil on his home turf. Excellent, Qin Feng mused inwardly. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Over the next half-day, Ma Long, true to expectation, provided information that was mostly hollow and evasive, glossing over critical details and speaking vaguely about essential data. Qin Feng remained composed, silently absorbing every word, glance, and change in tone, engraving them in his memory. As evening approached, he concluded the routine briefing under the pretext of needing a night's rest after a taxing journey. Ma Long feigned reluctance to see him go and arranged accommodations for Qin Feng and his entourage at an inn within the city. While the inn was tidy, its guards were notably lax, indicating that Ma Long did not regard them with due seriousness. As night fell, Qin Feng summoned Liu Biao and several corps centurions for a clandestine discussion. "Tonight, we shall take action," he stated bluntly, his tone cold. "It is not Ma Long we target, but the Black Wind Hall. Commander, speak your mind." Liu Biao and the others perked up, their pent-up frustrations evident. Qin Feng unfurled a rudimentary map, pointing to a marked location. "From my observations and intelligence provided by the princess, a nefarious force known as the Black Wind Hall operates within Yinmen City. They oppress the populace, traffic arms, embezzle rations, and even collude with military scoundrels, bringing calamity to the region. Ma Long is but one of their protectors." His eyes glinted with cold resolve, his voice low yet firm. "Our target tonight is the Black Wind Hall. I shall cleanse this decaying city of its foulness with their blood. Let be known that my soldiers, Qin Feng's men, are not to be trifled with. Rest assured, Commander, we shall not fail our mission." The group was invigorated, their spirits aflame with anticipation. At the stroke of midnight, under the cover of darkness and the howling wind, a contingent of elite Tiger Band guards, clad in black and wielding short blades, infiltrated the headquarters of the Black Wind Hall like phantoms. These seasoned veterans, honed through the crucible of battle, moved with seamless coordination and swiftness, striking with ferocity. The ragtag thugs of the Black Wind Hall, who preyed upon the innocent, were utterly defenseless before them. Within half an hour, the entire stronghold was thoroughly purged. The spoils of gold and silver were piled high. The cache of contraband arms was staggering, alongside a plethora of incriminating evidence detailing their numerous transgressions. Qin Feng ordered the binding of all corps members, escorting them to the city square. Concurrently, he commanded that a portion of the ill-gotten gains be distributed among the oppressed citizens. As dawn broke, the first light of morning illuminated the city square, where dozens of Black Wind Hall miscreants knelt, trembling in fear. Before them stood a blood-soaked wooden placard, clearly detailing their heinous crimes. Clad in military garb, Qin Feng stood resolute, his hand resting on his sword, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with electric intensity. Yinmen City serves as the northern gateway of our great Yin. It is the duty of soldiers to safeguard the land and protect the people. Yet, here we have such despicable traitors, colluding with both internal and external forces, oppressing the local populace and disregarding the laws of the land. Today, by the command of Princess and the Liu family, I, Qin Feng, am here to restore military discipline and eliminate these evil for the sake of the people. These scoundrels are beyond redemption, and shall be executed according to the laws of the great Yen. With his decree, dozens of heads fell in unison, blood staining the bluestone pavement. After a brief, stunned silence, the gathered citizens erupted in thunderous cheers. "Oh, just Lord of the Heavens! Thank you, General Qin, for standing up for us. This is the true general." Meanwhile, the once arrogant soldiers of the garrison turned pale, rendered mute by fear. Even the hastily arrived Malong, upon witnessing this bloody scene, found his legs weakened, nearly unable to stand. In that moment, his previous disdain and indifference towards Qin Feng evaporated entirely, replaced by profound fear and respect. Qin Feng truly dared to take a life. Moreover, the victim was closely associated with the Black Wind Hall. In a single night, the winds of change swept through Yanmen City. With his thunderous methods, Qin Feng established his own authority, imparting a vital lesson to all. Military discipline is as unyielding as iron. Those who transgress must face execution. My soldiers, under my command, are not to be trifled with. Chapter 25. Outwitting Malong, commanding the situation. In the square of Yanmen City, the blood had yet to dry, and the severed heads remained warm. Qin Feng publicly executed the scoundrels of the Black Wind Hall, his formidable tactics instilling fear throughout the city. The populace cheered in exuberance, while the soldiers fell silent in trepidation, and the once arrogant garrison commander, Malong, was rendered utterly terrified. He was acutely aware of the various dealings between himself and the Black Wind Hall. Qin Feng's actions were evidently intended as a warning, a display meant to intimidate. The following morning, before dawn broke, Malong personally prepared lavish gifts and hurried to the relay station to pay his respects to Qin Feng. His countenance was one of obsequiousness, his demeanor transformed from the arrogance of the previous day. "General Qin, Lord Qin." Upon entering, Malong bowed deeply, repeatedly offering ingratiating smiles. "I was blind and disrespectful the other day. I hope you will forgive my previous offenses." Qin Feng sat calmly in the hall, his expression serene, the teacup in his hand turning lightly, as if he had anticipated this encounter. His tone was tranquil, yet laced with an undeniable authority. "General Malong, you are too kind. I have come solely on military orders regarding the Northern Front. As for other matters, they do not concern me." Malong's heart tightened, and he hurriedly nodded, presenting the carefully prepared gifts with both hands. "A mere token, not worthy of your attention. I hope you will graciously accept, my lord." Qin Feng merely cast a cursory glance at the offerings before pushing the gift list back. "General Malong, I have made it clear that I am here solely for military affairs. I have no interest in these trifles. If you truly wish to show your respect, it would be best to inform me thoroughly about the latest military intelligence surrounding Yanmen City, the movements of the barbarians, and everything you know. This, indeed, would be the greatest tribute to me." Malong's complexion shifted as alarm bells rang in his mind. He understood that this young commander was not merely here for formality. He sought to wield real power. Thus, he dared not conceal anything and divulged all the border intelligence he possessed, the movements of the barbarians, even secret information acquired through special channels. For instance, a certain barbarian chieftain was recently engaged in clandestine dealings with a small family at the Great Yen border. Furthermore, several major tribes had developed grievances over grazing disputes. Though these tidbits of information were scattered, they formed crucial pieces of the puzzle regarding the situation in the northern territories for Qin Feng. As he listened, he subtly probed for essential details. Each question he posed struck at the core, causing Malong to break into a cold sweat. He finally realized that this seemingly youthful son-in-law of the Liu family was not only exceptionally bold, but also well-versed in military strategy. Far more formidable than those aristocratic youths who merely engaged in theoretical discussions. After an extensive conversation, Malong's respect for Qin Feng deepened yet further. Once he had conveyed all his intelligence, Qin Feng nodded slowly, his tone softening. "General Ma, the information you have provided today is of utmost importance to me. Rest assured, as long as you serve the nation with sincerity and diligence, I shall not treat you unjustly." Pausing briefly, his gaze suddenly turned frigid, his voice as sharp as a blade. "However, should I discover any duplicity on your part, or any clandestine dealings with the barbarian tribes. He left the sentence unfinished, but the chill in his eyes was enough to instill terror in Ma Long's heart. I dare not. I am wholeheartedly loyal to the great Yin, and my fidelity to the princess and the Liu family is unwavering. Please, Lord Qin, see clearly. Ma Long hastily pledged his loyalty. That is for the best. Qin Feng lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it. General Ma, you may take your leave. The defense of the northern borders requires your utmost attention. Should any irregularities arise, report them to me immediately. Yes, yes, I shall obey. Ma Long, as if granted a reprieve, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and respectfully exited. Once he had departed, Qin Feng set down his teacup, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Following this encounter, he had begun to grasp the intelligence network surrounding Yinmen City. Although Ma Long was not entirely trustworthy, the information he provided, combined with the intelligence sent by Princess Liu Qingxue, was sufficient to support the formulation of his next course of action. He understood that the true challenge had only just begun. Upon delving deeper into the northern territories, a battle that would determine life and death was quietly brewing. Chapter 26. Under the moonlight, affection blossoms. Yearning deepens outside Yinmen City. The tides of battle had settled, and the storm had calmed. Yet, 1,000 miles away in the Liu residence of Jiangzhou, Liu Ruxue was unable to sleep, sitting alone by the window, her brow furrowed in thought. Ever since that night, when Qin Feng gifted her a protective talisman and she reciprocated with a sachet, an imperceptible shift had emerged in their relationship. Though they still exchanged few words, she found herself increasingly reminded of him, his confident and resolute eyes, the commanding presence he exhibited on the battlefield, and his parting words. My life, Qin Feng, is as strong as iron. This man had ignited a fire within her world, yet she felt an insurmountable distance between them. She began to care about every piece of news concerning him, even unconsciously inquiring with her father, Liu Han, about the situation in the north. However, each time she spoke, she felt it was too conspicuous and quickly concealed her interest. In recent days, she often sat alone by the window, her fingers absently caressing the ordinary protective talisman. Lost in thought, Miss, are you thinking of the young master again? Her close maid, Xiao Huan, remarked playfully upon noticing her demeanor. Liu Ruxue's cheeks flushed, and she shot her a reproachful glance. What nonsense! I am merely contemplating the war in the north. It concerns the safety of the Liu family. Xiao Huan stifled a giggle. Yes, yes, Miss is only concerned with matters of state. However, I must say, you have been neglecting your meals and growing increasingly thin. If you don't entertain some romantic thoughts soon, you might not last much longer. Liu Ruxue's cheeks reddened at her words, though she did not genuinely scold her. She knew that Xiao Huan understood her best and was her most considerate companion. Xiao Huan, do you think you will return safely? She suddenly asked in a hushed tone, as if speaking to herself. Do not worry, Mississippi. Xiao Huan gently grasped her hand. The young master is no ordinary man. Witnessing his unwavering confidence before departure, one could hardly perceive him as a man marching towards his demise. Rather, he resembled a hero poised to achieve great feats. As Liu Ruxue absorbed these words, a warmth surged within her. Indeed, that man possesses an extraordinary ability to conjure miracles, does he not? After a brief silence, she suddenly lifted her gaze and said, Xiao Huan, prepare the ink and paper. I wish to compose a letter to my father to inquire about the circumstances in the northern territories. Xiao Huan, astute and perceptive, effortlessly discerned her mistress's intentions and smiled as she complied. Under the soft glow of the lamp, Liu Ruxue unfurled the stationery and poised her brush in contemplation. Initially, she intended to inquire about Qin Feng's whereabouts, yet upon putting pen to paper, she felt it might be too overt. Ultimately, she penned trivial matters concerning home, along with her unease regarding the state of affairs in the north. Yet, woven within the lines, there lay an unmistakable thread of unspoken concern. Upon completing the letter, she delicately removed the fragrance pouch that Qin Feng always carried and selected a fine jade pendant for safety from her jewelry box, wrapping it carefully to include with her correspondence. She understood that given Qin Feng's disposition, he might not accept such a gift. Nevertheless, she yearned to do something for him, even if it were merely to let him know that, across 1,000 miles, someone cared for his well-being. Perhaps this is what longing truly signifies. However, she was reluctant to acknowledge this sentiment, fearing that once spoken, it could never be retracted. Outside the window, the moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating her profile, which, though cool, exuded a hint of tenderness. Gazing at the solitary moon hanging in the sky, she was suddenly reminded of that morning when Qin Feng rode forth to battle, clad in dark attire, a sword at his side, flanked by 300 valiant guards. A sight of extraordinary majesty. In that moment, he was a genuine general, no longer the derided son-in-law of the Liu family. Standing amidst the crowd, she watched him depart. Her heart tumultuous, emotions swirling within her, difficult to quell. "What manner of person are you?" she murmured, her voice barely audible. Xiaohuan quietly entered, catching sight of the scene, her eyes glimmering with tenderness. She refrained from interrupting, gently placing a thin shawl over Lu Rushua's shoulders before silently retreating. Lu Rushua lowered her gaze to the sealed letter, her fingertips brushing against the wax seal as if she could reach out and touch him through it. Closing her eyes, she suppressed the indescribable emotions welling within and softly uttered, "Send it." Chapter 27. Undercurrent surge, a threat emerges. In the Lu residence of Jiangzhou, the night was thick with shadows. In a secluded courtyard, the dim light cast an eerie atmosphere. Lu Ming sat at an octagonal table, surrounded by several distant relatives of the Liu family, and two unscrupulous outsiders, conspiring in hushed tones. "Third young master, that Qin Feng has now led his troops north. This is the opportune moment for us to act." A middle-aged man with a sharp face and greedy eyes whispered eagerly. This man, known as Black Wolf, was the leader of a minor gang in Jiangzhou, often colluding with Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his cup and drank deeply, a sinister smile creeping across his face. That waste of a Qin Feng truly believes he can ascend to greatness? This northern expedition shall be his demise. He had suffered numerous setbacks under Qin Feng and had been publicly reprimanded by Lu Han, leaving him with a deep-seated hatred. Now, witnessing Qin Feng truly grasping military power and poised to achieve great success, his jealousy and resentment gnawed at him like a venomous serpent. Indeed, the third young master speaks wisely. A junior member of the Liu family concurred. Qin Feng is merely a son-in-law. What right does he have to earn the favor of our second uncle and the princess? If he truly accomplishes great deeds in the northern frontier, will we not find ourselves with no place in the Liu family? Precisely. Another coldly interjected. We must eradicate him before he gains traction. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. A glint of malice flickered in Lu Ming's eyes as he turned to Black Wolf. "How goes the matter? Have you arranged everything with the contacts I instructed you to reach?" Black Wolf chuckled darkly and lowered his voice. "Rest assured, third young master, you can trust me. I have already contacted the Scorpion Gang at the Black Wind Pass in the northern frontier. They are ruthless bandits who relish ambushing merchants and isolated soldiers. If we provide them with ample silver, they will ensure that Qin Feng and his 500 elite guards meet with a fatal end, leaving no survivors." Scorpion Gang? Lu Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Can they be trusted? We mustn't end up paying them only to find ourselves betrayed. "Fear not, third young master," Black Wolf assured, thumping his chest. Though they are bandits, they possess a sense of loyalty. They always honor their agreements. Moreover, they have long-standing ties with several small tribes in the north and harbor a deep-seated hatred for the officials of the Great Yen. Given the generous payment we are offering, they have no reason to refuse this opportunity. Excellent. Lu Ming slammed the table, a cold glint in his eyes. Once this is accomplished, your reward will be substantial. I not only desire Qin Feng's death in the northern frontier, but also want him to be utterly disgraced, becoming a pariah of the Liu family. He paused, a lewd smile creeping onto his lips. After his demise, that wretched Lu Rushue will be at my mercy. The others in attendance shared knowing, lascivious laughs at his words. The third young master is truly wise. Here's to a victorious campaign and claiming the beautiful one. Lu Ming burst into triumphant laughter, as if he had already envisioned Qin Feng's tragic end and himself embracing the fair maiden. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that their conspiratorial whispers had been overheard by attentive ears concealed in the shadows. Once Lu Ming and the others had indulged in their revelry and dispersed, the shadowy figure silently departed, akin to a nimble night owl, swiftly vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Shortly thereafter, an urgent missive was dispatched through the Lu family's clandestine channels, swiftly making its way toward the Yinmen city in the northern frontier. A nefarious scheme targeting Qin Feng was quietly unfolding. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Yinmen city, Qin Feng stood upon the training grounds, observing the 300 elite guards arrayed before him, his gaze resolute as iron. He remained unaware that an unseen hand was slowly reaching out toward him from behind. Yet, he understood that true strength never shies away from challenges, for the path he was destined to tread was one that few dared to traverse, a path befitting a war god. Chapter 28. Night Raid on the Scorpion Gang, a battle to achieve renown. 3 days hence, outside Yinmen City, banners fluttered in the wind. All preparations were in place. Qin Feng left behind 50 elite tiger guards to assist Malong in defending the city and to relay messages. He personally led 250 of the finest tiger guards, lightly equipped, riding 2 horses each, carrying provisions sufficient for half a month, along with refined food, water, specially crafted crossbows, arrows, and a small quantity of unique weapons secretly forged by the Lu family workshop. They quietly departed from Yinmen City, like a silent blade piercing into the vast northern desert. The objective of this expedition was the crucial intelligence provided by Princess Lu Qingxue regarding the barbarian Black Wolf tribe's secret supply depot located at Eagle's Cry Cliff. The route to Eagle's Cry Cliff necessitated traversing a treacherous area known as Black Wind Pass, characterized by its complex terrain and relentless sandstorms, often inhabited by marauding horse thieves. Among these, the most notorious were the infamous sand scorpions. Qin Feng had anticipated this and had already devised a meticulous plan. He divided the 250 tiger guards into 50 teams of 5, employing a special operations team coordination model reminiscent of his former life, establishing clear divisions of responsibility to ensure independent operation and mutual support in various environments. As the team traversed the desolate desert, they encountered nothing but endless yellow sands and the occasional remnants of bones, devoid of any living creatures. On the evening of the 3rd day, as the team reached a low-lying area of sand dunes and prepared to set up camp, a scout suddenly reported urgently. Report, 10 miles ahead. A significant number of hoof prints and traces of smoke have been discovered. Suspected enemy presence. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression sharpened, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. Have they finally arrived? He immediately summoned the leaders of each squad, unfurled a map, and commanded in a low voice. According to the scouts, 10 miles ahead, on the western side of Black Wind Pass, horse thief tracks have been detected, numbering between 300 to 500, likely the sand scorpions. Order all teams to halt immediately, conceal themselves on the spot. No fidas, no nuiza. And all scouts must continue reconnaissance to ascertain their exact numbers, camp distribution, and defensive situation. Commands were swiftly issued, and the 250 tiger guards instantaneously vanished like phantoms into the night. Under the darkened sky and howling winds, it was a night fit for murder. At the witching hour, Qin Feng personally led 10 of the most elite scouts, stealthily infiltrating the perimeter of the sand scorpion camp. Indeed, the band of marauders was lax in their vigilance. Only a few drowsy sentinels patrolled the outskirts, while within the camp, bonfires blazed, and the aroma of food and drink wafted through the air, with many gathered in raucous revelry. Qin Feng and his companions quickly discerned the layout of the camp. Over 400 men, mostly a disorganized rabble, with only a handful of apparent leaders exhibiting any semblance of toughness. Their horses were concentrated on the western side of the camp, while the supply tents were haphazardly scattered in the center. A motley crew, Qin Feng mused with a cold smirk, easily crushed. He swiftly formulated a battle plan to launch a 3-pronged assault from the east, south, and north simultaneously, aiming for a swift resolution, leaving no survivors. The operation commenced. The three assault teams, under the cover of darkness, penetrated the heart of the sand scorpions like three sharp daggers. By the time the intoxicated marauders realized what was happening, they were met with the cold blades of the tiger guards and the precision of their crossbow bolts. The sounds of screams, roars, and clashing weapons shattered the stillness of the night. Qin Feng led the charge, his longsword striking with the lethal precision of a serpent emerging from its lair. Each swing claimed a life. His combat skills, honed from a previous existence, rendered a formidable advantage in this era. The Tiger Band Guard fought with the ferocity of wolves, forming cohesive five-man units that seamlessly combined offense and defense, dispatching the panicked bandits with ease, as if they were merely chopping vegetables. The battle erupted unexpectedly and concluded even more swiftly, in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. The entire Scorpion camp had transformed into a realm of carnage, with over 400 bandits left without a single survivor. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, yet the eyes of the Tiger Band soldiers sparkled with exhilaration. They had never imagined that a small force could triumph so decisively over a larger one. Standing atop a mound of corpses, Qin Feng surveyed the area with a steely gaze, as if ensuring that no enemy remained standing. Clear the battlefield and confiscate all usable supplies, he commanded coldly. In half an hour, we shall proceed. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The true challenges had only just begun. Chapter 29. Seizing the enemy's resources. Using a knife to kill. The process of clearing the battlefield proved bountiful for both Qin Feng and the Tiger Band Guard. These Scorpion bandits, having long resided in the desert, amassed considerable wealth from plundering merchants and soldiers. Aside from gold, silver, and jewels, they had stockpiled vast amounts of provisions, water, and numerous fine horses and weapons. For Qin Feng, who was about to delve deeper into the northern territories, this was akin to receiving a lifeline in a snowstorm. "Commander, look at this," Liu Biao exclaimed, excitedly presenting a small bronze signal tube as he approached Qin Feng. This letter had been recovered from the Scorpion leader's tent, crafted from a unique material and sealed with wax, clearly an extremely important missive. Qin Feng took the tube, his gaze sweeping over it, and his brow furrowed immediately. The seal bore the unmistakable mark of the Liu family's private seal. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart as he swiftly pried open the seal and extracted the letter. At a glance, the handwriting was strikingly familiar. It was indeed Liu Ming's script. The contents of the letter caused his eyes to blaze with fury, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. The Scorpion leader's message read, "The agreed bounty of 5,000 taels of silver is prepared. You are to ambush the Liu family's son-in-law, Qin Feng, along with his 500 Tiger Band guards in the vicinity of Black Wind Pass. Upon successful completion, a substantial reward awaits. Remember, leave no survivors. Eradicate the roots." Liu Ming. What a despicable character Liu Ming was. Qin Feng laughed bitterly, his voice as frigid as frost. What a thorough extermination. The letter crumpled in his grip, crackling ominously as a cold glare radiated from his eyes. To collude with foreign bandits, to conspire against one's kin, and to be willing to sacrifice 500 elite lives of the Liu family. Such actions were no different from treason. Liu Biao and the others gathered to read the letter, their faces contorted with rage, fists clenched tightly. This is outrageous. Liu Ming is nothing short of a beast. Commander, let us return to Jiangzhou at once and deal with that scoundrel. To conspire with bandits and harm our comrades. This vendetta shall not go unavenged. The Tiger Band guards were aflame with indignation, eager to march on Liu's estate and exact their revenge. Raising his hand for silence, Qin Feng quelled the rising tide of anger, his expression as sharp as a blade. Liu Ming certainly deserves death, but not now. Our mission is to infiltrate the northern territory, disrupt the barbarian rear, and achieve an unparalleled feat for our family and the Great Yan. Should we turn back due to the antics of this fool, it would undoubtedly play into the hands of certain individuals. Let us remember this debt. Upon our triumphant return, we shall settle it with both principle and interest. Though Qin Feng's words were spoken lightly, they serve as a stabilizing anchor, gradually calming the crowd. What about this letter, Commander? Lu Biao inquired. Qin Feng carefully tucked the letter away, a cold smile gracing his lips. This letter is irrefutable evidence of Lu Ming's collusion with the Marauders, plotting rebellion. When the time comes, I shall ensure he meets his end with clarity, and allow all to witness the fate that befalls those who betray their family and comrades. He paused, his tone growing somber. Moreover, this letter serves as a reminder. If Lu Ming can conspire with the Scorpion Bandits, what other schemes might he possess? Our forthcoming actions must be executed with utmost caution. At this, the crowd stiffened. Suddenly, Qin Feng shifted his tone, gesturing toward the spoils scattered about with a smile. However, Lu Ming's actions are not without merit. At the very least, he has aided us in resolving a considerable inconvenience. These provisions, horses, and weapons are precisely what we urgently require. One might say Lu Ming has delivered us a head on a platter, a modest gift laden with significance. The crowd was initially taken aback, but soon erupted in hearty laughter, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng commanded, "Immediately clear the battlefield. Take all usable supplies, especially the horses, bows, and rations. As for the gold, silver, and jewels." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled soldiers, then proclaimed, "Upon the completion of our mission, I shall reward the majority to those who have distinguished themselves. The more enemies you slay, the greater your contributions, the more you shall receive." With these words, the morale of the Tiger Bend Guard soared, cheers resounding. They understood that following a leader who was both brave and astute, just in reward and punishment, and considerate of his subordinates' welfare, would surely lead to triumph and glory. What was intended as a vile scheme by Lu Ming not only failed to harm Qin Feng, but instead became a stepping stone for him to strengthen his own power, further solidifying the loyalty of his soldiers. This outcome was likely beyond Lu Ming's wildest dreams. Chapter 30. Strategize and Act. Sword aimed at Eagle's Cry. After exterminating the Scorpion Bandits and unexpectedly acquiring evidence of Lu Ming's treachery, Qin Feng did not linger at the site. He was acutely aware that the true test had only just begun. After a night of rest, he decisively ordered the entire army to set forth, continuing towards their predetermined destination, Eagle's Cry Cliff. With the acquisition of fine war horses and ample supplies, the speed of their march significantly increased, and morale soared to unprecedented heights. Along the journey, Qin Feng rode forward while repeatedly reviewing the intelligence gathered from various sources. This information included a situational map of the Northern Territory personally organized by Princess Lu Qingxue, a report on barbarian movements provided by the garrison commander of Yinmen City, Ma Long, and a confidential letter from Lu Ming. He discovered that Lu Ming, in his desperation to counter him, was willing to offer 5,000 taels of silver as a reward, indicating the depth of his animosity and the ruthlessness of his methods. It appears I have genuinely encroached upon the interests of certain individuals. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Qin Feng's gaze turned increasingly stern. Alas, they had chosen the wrong adversary. However, his greater concern lay not with the internal strife caused by Lu Ming, but rather with the movements of the northern barbarians. After synthesizing various pieces of intelligence, Qin Feng arrived at a bold conclusion regarding the current situation. The northern tribe's mobilization of heavy troops was certainly not a mere act of border raiding, but rather a premeditated large-scale invasion. Their primary assault direction was likely to be along the Panlong River. Approximately 200 miles behind the Panlong River lies the crucial stronghold of Ingxiu Cliff, where the Black Wolf tribe stockpiled provisions. Should this location be destroyed, it would not only severely undermine the barbarian army's logistical support, but could potentially compel them to postpone their offensive plans, thus granting invaluable time to the main forces. Qin Feng's eyes scanned the map, his mind racing with ideas. A daring military strategy began to take shape in his thoughts. "Lu Biao," he suddenly called out. "At your command." Lu Biao responded. "Take 20 of our most elite scouts, divide them into 5 teams, and conduct close reconnaissance within a 50-mile radius of Ingxiu Cliff in shifts." Qin Feng instructed, his tone firm. "I need to know everything about the area, its terrain, water sources, The number of defenders, patrol patterns, the arrangement of hidden sentries, and even the slightest movements must not be overlooked. Understood, Lu Biao replied, excitement glinting in his eyes. Qin Feng then summoned the remaining members of the Tiger Vanguard, dividing them into 3 groups. The first group, the assault team, tasked with direct strikes and destruction. The second group, the support team, ready to provide covering fire. And the third group, the reserve team, designated for emergencies or rapid retreats. The assault on Yingqiu Cliff will undoubtedly be a fierce battle, Qin Feng stated, surveying his comrades with a calm yet powerful demeanor. Though the Black Wolf tribe is not the primary force of the barbarians, they're still a formidable clan of several thousand cavalry. Yingqiu Cliff is an essential granary, and its defenses will be formidable. To attack such a stronghold with our mere 200 men may seem like a fool's errand to the average observer. He paused, his gaze piercing. Yet what we aim to do is precisely what others dare not or cannot attempt. Speed is of the essence, and we shall strike with the element of surprise. If we act swiftly, accurately, and decisively, we can complete our mission before the enemy can even react and retreat unscathed. The soldiers, stirred by fervor, shouted in unison, "We are willing to follow our commander to death." As night deepened, a solitary moon hung high over the desert. Qin Feng stood alone atop a sand dune, gazing towards the unknown northern expanse, his expression resolute. He understood that a true and formidable trial was about to unfold. Yet he was prepared to embrace this challenge and to forge his own legend. Yingqiu Cliff was now within reach. Chapter 31. Night Exploration of Yingqiu Cliff. The Eye of Breakthrough. After 2 days of rapid marching and several rounds of close reconnaissance by scouts, Qin Feng finally led over 200 members of the Tiger Vanguard to a concealed sand valley 30 miles away from Yingqiu Cliff. The night was dark as ink, and the cold wind howled, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. He gathered Lu Biao and several core team leaders, unfolding a terrain map hastily drawn by the scouts under the dim light of a campfire. "Commander, we have a basic understanding of the situation," a weathered scout leader reported in a hushed tone. Yingqiu Cliff is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only a narrow gorge for ingress and egress, making it a strategically vital yet difficult stronghold to attack. Within the vast encampment, no fewer than 3,000 barbarian soldiers were stationed, with cavalry comprising more than half of their number. The camp was strategically positioned against the mountains, fortified with arrow towers and lookout posts, while the valley entrance was heavily guarded, with vigilant patrols maintaining a constant watch, day and night. Another scout added, "We have discovered a water source 5 miles to the west, where small groups of barbarians venture to fetch water each morning and evening, indicating a relatively lax defense." Qin Feng's gaze slowly traversed the map, and in his mind, he constructed a comprehensive understanding of the defensive structure of Eagle's Cry Cliff. 3,000 barbarian warriors, heavily fortified at the valley entrance, and watchful arrow towers indeed presented a formidable challenge. To launch a direct assault with his meager forces would be akin to a moth drawn to a flame. "Very well," Qin Feng nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "Tonight, I shall investigate further." "Commander," Lu Biao exclaimed in alarm, "you are the commander. How can you personally risk such danger?" "I'm willing to go in your stead." "Not necessary." Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, his tone resolute. "I cannot rest easy without witnessing it myself. Moreover, there are certain aspects that only I can discern." What he referred to was his battlefield intuition and tactical analysis skills, honed from his past life as a top-tier operative. At the stroke of midnight, Qin Feng donned a suit of black tactical attire and took only 5 of the most elite Tiger Ben scouts, slipping into the night like wisps of smoke. Utilizing his former Special Forces experience and skills, they evaded all visible and concealed sentries, silently approaching the valley entrance of Eagle's Cry Cliff. Concealed behind a massive rock, Qin Feng raised a makeshift telescope, meticulously observing the situation within the camp. His 10 years of experience in special operations afforded him sharp insights. The entire layout of the encampment, troop distributions, patrol routes, and even the shooting blind spots of the archers in the towers became vividly clear to him. As anticipated, A cold smile crept across Qin Feng's lips. He discerned that while the Black Wolf tribe's defenses appeared formidable, they were, in fact, riddled with critical vulnerabilities. The guards at the valley entrance, though numerous, were lackadaisical in their nighttime patrols, merely retracing fixed paths with considerable gaps between their rounds. The arrow towers had structural flaws, with weak support points at the base, making them susceptible to collapse if targeted with specially crafted incendiary projectiles. More importantly, he discovered an exceedingly concealed path atop the rear cliff, wide enough for only a single person, capable of circumventing the front line and striking directly at the enemy's heart. This path was unmarked on the map, and the scouts had overlooked it. Only someone like him, who had endured countless life-and-death missions and excelled at finding breakthroughs in details, could uncover such a blind spot. Heaven has favored me. Qin Feng felt a surge of elation. He swiftly recorded the critical information and led his men away without a sound. Upon returning to the camp, Qin Feng immediately summoned all squad leaders to commence formulating a meticulous battle plan. A strategy centered around a coordinated assault from both within and without had already taken shape in his mind. In this battle, he aimed not only to incinerate the barbarian supplies, but also to strike with thunderous force, heralding his inaugural shot in the northern frontier. This battle was destined to become the beginning of a legend. Chapter 32. The Night of Eagle's Cry, Flames Devouring the Sky. The following night, the crescent moon hung high, and the cold wind howled. Within the Black Wolf tribe's encampment at Eagle's Cry Cliff, most of the barbarian soldiers had already succumbed to slumber, with only a handful of drowsy patrol soldiers meandering about. Little did they imagine that a vengeful army emerging from the depths of hell was stealthily approaching. Led by Qin Feng, 100 of the most elite tiger guards moved like phantoms through the night, painstakingly traversing the narrow and steep cliffside path discovered the previous day, silently advancing towards the rear of the enemy camp. This path was treacherous, with the slightest misstep leading to a perilous fall into the abyss. Yet, the soldiers of the Tiger Guards, armed with exceptional courage and remarkable climbing skills, forged a route to victory in the darkness. Simultaneously, Liu Biao commanded the remaining 150 Tiger Guards, equipped with a multitude of specially crafted incendiary oil bombs and nitrous rockets personally concocted by Qin Feng, lying in ambush within the dense forest outside the valley, poised for a thunderous assault upon receiving the signal. Everything was in readiness. They simply awaited the favorable winds. At the third watch of the night, when the darkness was at its deepest and weariness enveloped all, Qin Feng seized the moment. He retrieved a small bamboo whistle from his bosom and gently blew a deep, resonant call akin to an owl's hoot. This was the signal to commence their operation. "Loose the arrows," Liu Biao commanded in a hushed yet fierce voice, raising his hand. In an instant, dozens of specially crafted rockets, bound with oil-soaked cloth and already ignited, streaked through the night sky like falling stars. These rockets boasted not only sharp tips, but also contained a trace of sulfur and nitrous powder, making them exceedingly difficult to extinguish once ignited. Boom! Boom! The rockets struck their targets with precision, igniting the arrow towers and the piles of provisions at the camp's periphery. Fueled by the wind, several arrow towers quickly transformed into blazing torches, illuminating the night sky. "Water's broken. Enemy attack. Wake up. The enemy is here." The slumbering barbarian soldiers were jolted awake, instantly throwing the camp into chaos, filled with cries, curses, and the clashing of weapons. Amidst the turmoil, Qin Feng led his 100 Tiger Guards in a fierce assault from the rear supply area of the camp. "Kill!" he shouted, charging ahead with his sword dancing like a dragon, leaving fallen foes in his wake, blood splattering around him. The Tiger Guards, fierce as wolves, formed into groups of 5. Executing a coordinated assault formation, wielding curved sabers and equipped with powerful crossbows, their movements sharp and seamless. The supply area, already prone to catch fire, was prepared for the onslaught. Qin Feng and his men hurled their oil canisters and torches into the fray. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, casting a fiery glow across the night as countless supplies were reduced to ashes. The leader of the Black Wolf tribe, a rugged one-eyed man with a bushy beard, awakened to find his supply camp engulfed in flames, roaring in a fury as he hastily organized his troops to counterattack. However, within the camp, panic reigned. The air was filled with firelight and thick smoke, rendering any effective resistance impossible. Meanwhile, the Tiger Guards, akin to reapers of death in the night, skillfully harvested enemy lives amidst the chaos, continuously expanding their gains and sowing further discord. At the valley entrance, seizing the opportunity, Liu Biao led his 150 men in a frontal assault, unleashing a rain of bolts from their crossbows, systematically eliminating the barbarian soldiers attempting to break free. Encircled and besieged, with flames reaching skyward, the entire Eagle-esque cliff had truly descended into a hellish inferno. Caught off guard, the Black Wolf tribe soldiers, devoid of fighting spirit, lamented their fate as they scattered in desperation, seeking to escape the encroaching flames. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Feng understood that the outcome was already determined. He refrained from issuing orders to pursue the fleeing soldiers. His aim had never been to annihilate the enemy completely, but rather to dismantle their logistics and disrupt their strategic deployments. Retreat, he commanded decisively. The 250 Tiger Band guards, under his direction, withdrew from the battlefield with remarkable order, like a tempest, swift in arrival and equally rapid in departure, leaving behind a scene of devastation, a sea of flames, and countless corpses. This battle, from commencement to conclusion, lasted but a brief hour. With a mere force of 250 men, Qin Feng launched a surprise attack on the Eagle's Cry Cliff's granary, defended by thousands of barbarian troops, successfully incinerating all provisions and munitions while slaying hundreds of enemies, sustaining fewer than 10 casualties himself. This victory was nothing short of miraculous. As dawn broke, and Qin Feng led his troops into the vast desert, the thick smoke still lingered over Eagle's Cry Cliff, as if proclaiming to the world, last night, a general from the south executed a fiery and audacious raid, heralding the beginning of his legendary saga in the northern frontier. Chapter 33, a battle that seals his deity. The northern frontier trembles. The inferno turned Eagle's Cry Cliff into scorched earth overnight. This news erupted like a thunderclap across the northern barbarian steppes. The Black Wolf tribe's granary was razed by a mysterious army of the Great Flame, resulting in severe casualties among the defending forces and the total destruction of supplies in the Sea of Flames. This unprecedented humiliation dealt a devastating blow to the entire barbarian plan of invasion. Upon receiving the news, the various tribes of barbarians were left astounded. Anger, fear, and confusion spread among the tribal leaders. They could not fathom the identity of this ghostly army that appeared and vanished so swiftly. How had they silently breached the multiple defenses of Eagle's Cry Cliff? How could they inflict such tremendous damage with merely a few hundred soldiers? What troubled them further was the realization that this army's ambitions seemingly extended beyond the Black Wolf tribe. Today, they could incinerate one tribe's granary. Tomorrow, they could launch a night raid on a royal court. An unprecedented sense of crisis loomed over the barbarian hierarchy, originally disjointed and self-governing due to their impending southern invasion. The tribes began, rather unusually, to set aside their grievances, dispatching envoys to the Chanyu royal court for urgent discussions on countermeasures. They needed to swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of this force and eliminate it entirely. Otherwise, their very courage to mobilize would be gradually eroded. Though Qin Feng's name had yet to be officially acknowledged, it had quietly circulated across the barbarian steppes. Cunning, ruthless, and elusive. These labels coiled around the hearts of every barbarian leader like venomous serpents. Meanwhile, within the walls of Yanmen's city, a similarly intense upheaval was unfolding. When scouts rushed into the city bearing bloodied barbarian flags, charred arrows, and detailed battle reports, the garrison commander, Ma Long, could scarcely believe his ears. 250 men? They took down a granary guarded by 5,000 barbarian soldiers? He murmured in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. And they sustained nearly no casualties? Yet when he beheld the tangible evidence and heard the scouts recount the thunderous battle of that night, he was finally convinced that this was not a dream, but reality. General Qin is indeed a divine being. Marlin gazed towards the north, his voice barely above a whisper. Imbued with reverence and gratitude, he promptly commanded an expedited dispatch, instructing that this momentous news be sent to the Liu family in Jiangzhou, and that the court be informed as well. Upon learning the details of the victory, the soldiers at Yinmen City felt an immediate surge of morale. Previously plagued by fear due to the formidable barbarian forces, they were now ignited with fighting spirit by this exhilarating triumph. It turned out that those once insufferable barbarians were not invincible after all. It turned out that our great Yin also possessed such valiant and strategic commanders. General Qin, General Qin, General Qin. The cheers reverberated through Yinmen. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away at the Liu residence in Jiangzhou, Liu Han and Liu Ruxue received this glorious news from the northern frontier. Liu Han, holding the detailed battle report in his hands, fell into a contemplative silence before finally uttering, "My Liu family has finally produced a true hero." Liu Ruxue stood by the window, gazing at the distant sky, her heart stirred by an indescribable emotion. She knew that the man once looked down upon had truly embarked on his destined journey. At this moment, Qin Feng was leading the victorious elite Tiger Guards, concealed in a secret stronghold, regrouping the troops and tallying the spoils while calmly analyzing the next course of action. He understood that although this battle had been won, it signified an even greater storm was approaching. The barbarians would not relent. What awaited him next would be a frenzied pursuit and relentless onslaught. Yet he felt no fear, for the path he chose was never one of ease, but rather a road marked by the proof of valor through battle, sealed with blood for kingship. Chapter 34. A battle that shook the world. Jiangzhou stirs. The news of the great victory at Yinmen spread like wings, swiftly traversing 1,000 miles to reach the Liu residence in Jiangzhou. As Liu Han held in his hands the comprehensive battle report detailing how Qin Feng, leading merely 250 elite troops, launched a night raid on Eagle Cry Cliff, incinerating the Black Wolf tribe supply camp and slaying hundreds of foes while sustaining fewer than 10 casualties. This seasoned veteran of countless battles could not help but tremble with excitement, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Overi! Overi! Bravo to Qin Feng!" he exclaimed thrice, ecstatically pacing within his study. He had initially assumed that his expedition would only yield intelligence on enemy movements and perhaps cause some minor disruptions. Little did he expect such a cataclysmic victory. This young man was truly a military prodigy, a pillar of the nation. He immediately ordered a gathering of the core members of the Liu family to personally announce this battle report. As the news spread, the entire Liu residence erupted in astonishment. Those who had previously belittled Qin Feng, deriding him as a useless son-in-law and eagerly awaiting his downfall, were left speechless, their mouths agape like ducks caught by the throat, unable to utter a word upon witnessing such an overwhelmingly brilliant achievement. Particularly, Lu Ming, who had been scheming in the shadows to bring Qin Feng down, stood as if struck by lightning, his complexion pale, his entire being frozen in disbelief. "Impossible! How could this be?" he muttered, his voice hoarse and filled with despair, grappling with the reality that the supposed waste could possess such extraordinary capabilities. Images of his collusion with the Sand Scorpions and the ambush at Black Wind Pass surged in his mind, sending chills down his spine. He understood that once Qin Feng returned triumphant, his achievements would not only solidify his status beyond challenge, but would also irrevocably alter the influence of the Liu family. As for himself, he feared there would be no place left for him to stand. Just as Lu Ming was engulfed in anxiety, Liu Ruxue was already in tears of joy. When she heard the news of Qin Feng's resounding victory from her father's lips, her anxious heart finally found peace, replaced by an indescribable joy and pride. He had done it, truly accomplished it. Clutching the protective talisman in her hand, a token personally bestowed upon her by Qin Feng, along with the unsent sachet and jade pendant, they seemed to radiate warmth at that moment. That man, her husband, had proven his capability and courage to all through a magnificent victory. In that instant, all doubts, worries, and reservations evaporated. She longed to see him soon, to tell him in person I am proud of you. Lu Han gazed at his daughter's expression, feeling a surge of emotions. Ruxia, he began slowly, his tone complex yet filled with solace. It seems we have all underestimated Qin Feng. This young man is no ordinary individual. When faced with tumultuous winds and clouds, he can transform into a dragon. He then commanded that the news of Qin Feng's stunning victory at Eagle Grief Cliff be proclaimed to the entire Liu clan. In the name of the Liu family, he requested accolades from the court. Upon the announcement, Jiangzhou was set ablaze with excitement. Within just a few days, the rumors of the Liu family's son-in-law launching a night raid on the northern borders and incinerating enemy supplies spread like wildfire, reaching Jiangzhou and neighboring prefectures. Have you heard? That useless son-in-law of the Liu family is actually a military genius. Indeed, it is said he led merely a few hundred men to completely obliterate the supplies of thousands of barbarian troops. It's simply unbelievable. Could he be a divine being descended from the heavens? In the streets and alleys, discussions flourished as Qin Feng's name began to circulate among the populace in a positive and legendary light for the first time. Those who once looked down upon the Liu family's marriage and mocked the acquisition of a seemingly useless son-in-law now shifted their attitudes, re-evaluating this once great noble family. They realized that perhaps it was due to this son-in-law that the Liu family was poised for resurgence. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Qin Feng, who had stirred the winds of change across the northern borders in Jiangzhou, remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil he had caused. He was, however, facing an unprecedented crisis. 100,000 barbarian cavalry were advancing upon Yanmen Pass. Chapter 35. The Wrath of the Barbarian King. 100,000 iron cavalry at the border. The news of the devastation at Eagle Grief Cliff spread like a plague across the barbarian plains, ultimately erupting like thunder within the royal tent of the barbarian chieftain. The chieftain, a lion-like figure in his 50s, upon hearing this news, was instantly consumed by rage, shattering the golden goblet in his hand against the ground. Useless. A pack of useless fools. His roar reverberated throughout the tent, causing it to tremble slightly. The granary, guarded by thousands, had been reduced to ashes overnight by a mere few hundred southern barbarians. That fool, the Black Wolf King, had no face left to present before me, begging for mercy. Inside the tent, the tribal leaders and fierce generals fell silent, their breaths turning cautious. They understood that this time, the chieftain was truly bent on bloodshed. Eagle Cry Cliff serves not only as the lifeblood of the Black Wolf tribe, but also as a crucial supply base for the entire southern invasion plan. Its destruction has not only impacted combat readiness, but has also dealt a severe blow to morale. Investigate. I demand a thorough inquiry. The barbarian chieftain roared, demanding to know the origins of that great Yin army and the identity of their commander. I shall rend him limb from limb and use his head as an offering to honor the souls of my valiant warriors. A trembling centurion responsible for intelligence stepped forward to report. Great chieftain, according to the remnants of the Black Wolf tribe who escaped, the Great Yin army comprises approximately 200 to 300 men, well-equipped, swift in movement, and employing tactics unlike anything previously encountered. Their commander appears to be a young man named Qin Feng, a son-in-law of the Liu family from Jiangzhou. Son-in-law, the barbarian chieftain furrowed his brow, clearly unfamiliar with the name and title, even displaying a hint of disdain. How dare a mere southern son-in-law act so arrogantly? Do they truly believe my prairie lacks formidable warriors? A thunderous roar shattered the brief silence. A robust warrior, his face marred by a vicious scar, abruptly stood up and declared, "Great chieftain, grant me a 10,000-strong force. I wish to personally lead the army to flatten Yanmen Pass and present the head of that Qin Feng before you. Indeed, they must pay the price. Let them learn the consequences of inciting the wrath of my prairie eagles." The tension in the tent surged as voices clamored for battle. After a moment of contemplation, a fierce glint flashed in the chieftain's eyes, and he slowly proclaimed, "Relay my orders. Halt all tribal plans to march south and mobilize 100,000 elite cavalry, to be personally commanded by me. The target is Yanmen Pass. I intend to reduce it to rubble. I shall uproot Qin Feng and his so-called ghost army. along with the entire Liu family's influence in the northern territories. With their blood, I shall cleanse the shame of my prairie warriors. Simultaneously, issue a bounty across the realm for Qin Feng's head, alive or dead. Whoever presents his head before me shall be rewarded with 10,000 cattle and sheep, 1,000 ingots of gold, and the title of a marquis. As the command was issued, the prairie trembled. A net aimed at Qin Feng and Yinmen Pass had silently been cast. At this moment, Qin Feng was leading the Tiger Bend Guard in a clandestine camp 100 miles from Eagle Cry Cliff, preparing for battle. Although he anticipated retaliation from the barbarians, he did not foresee such a swift and ruthless response. 100,000 troops, personally commanded by the chieftain. Qin Feng softly repeated these words, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. He understood that the true trial was only just beginning. Yet he felt no fear, for the path he has chosen has never been one of ease, but rather a relentless journey marked by battles to end battles, a road paved with blood to seize the throne. Chapter 36. A storm approaches, the double-edged trap. As the enraged barbarian chieftain mobilized 100,000 elite cavalry, charging fiercely toward Yinmen Pass, Qin Feng was leading over 200 Tiger Bend guards. Concealed in a hidden oasis 100 miles away from Eagle Cry Cliff, regrouping, tending to the wounded, and calmly reviewing the experiences and lessons learned from the fiery assault on Eagle Cry Cliff. Although victorious, the issues revealed in this battle could not be overlooked. Their night infiltration abilities were formidable, yet in direct confrontations, they struggled due to a lack of heavy armor and long weapons. The new tactical coordination requires further refinement, and there are still gaps in the squad's collaboration. Qin Feng was not blinded by victory. He understood that this was merely the beginning of the storm. The true test lay ahead. Commander, the scouts have returned. Liu Biao hastily entered the war tent, his expression grave. Speak, Qin Feng commanded, setting aside the map, his gaze sharp as a blade. The situation is dire, Liu Biao replied solemnly. According to multiple reports from scouts, the barbarian king's court is furious. The chieftain has personally mobilized an elite cavalry force of reportedly 100,000, advancing like a tide towards Yinmen Pass. Their intent is clear, to crush Yinmen Pass in one fell swoop and annihilate us completely. 100,000 troops? The chieftain leading them? Qin Feng's brow furrowed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. This reaction was far more intense than he had anticipated. It seemed that the fire he had ignited had indeed scorched the barbarians, hastening their resolve. What shall we do now, Commander? A centurion asked anxiously. 100,000 troops. Although Yinmen Pass is fortified, our garrison numbers only a few thousand and morale is flagging. With our limited forces, if discovered, we are doomed. The atmosphere in the tent grew heavy. Qin Feng scanned the faces of those present, his tone resolute. What is there to fear? Should the heavens fall, I shall bear the brunt. His words carried a reassuring strength, instantly calming the hearts of those assembled. The overwhelming force of the barbarian army was formidable, yet not without its vulnerabilities. Qin Feng pointed to the map, articulating his strategy. Firstly, the logistics of 100,000 troops are immense. The supplies at Eagle Cry Cliff have been destroyed, leaving them reliant on emergency transport from the rear. This presents us with an opportunity to disrupt their supply lines and delay their advance. Secondly, the various factions among the barbarians are rife with discord. The chieftain's coercive conscription will only exacerbate their internal strife. We can exploit this to sow discord and fracture their unity. Thirdly, and most crucially, Qin Feng's eyes glimmered with icy resolve. They believe we will cower behind Yinmen Pass. Too afraid to engage? That would be a grave miscalculation. The more they expect us to retreat, the more we must take the initiative and strike when they least anticipate it, delivering a devastating blow. Let them know that the land of the Yin is rife with their graves. Just then, a sentry rushed into the tent, holding aloft a sealed letter. Commander, an urgent missive from 800 miles away at Yinmen City. Qin Feng took the letter, recognizing the familiar seal of the Liu family, and swiftly broke the seal. The letter, penned by Liu Han, was brief but darkened his expression with foreboding. To my son-in-law, Qin Feng, Lu Ming has colluded with the northern border bandit Scorpion, plotting to ambush your forces at Black Wind Pass, offering 5,000 taels as reward. I have verified this information. Though Scorpion has been eliminated by you, Lu Ming's intentions persist, and he may have further schemes or connections with the barbarians. Exercise utmost caution on this journey, and do not place your trust in others. If matters become untenable, return swiftly. My family has already sought your commendation, and the princess shall also bestow rewards. Do not recklessly endanger yourself. I hope for your safety. Lu Ming. Qin Feng ground his teeth, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. He had already learned of Lu Ming's treachery from Scorpion, but now even Lu Han confirmed the possibility of his collusion with the barbarians, and his fury could no longer be contained. This traitor, who betrayed his kin and allied with foreign enemies, deserved nothing less than death. Commander, what has happened? Lu Biao, sensing an unusual expression on Qin Feng's face, hurriedly inquired. Qin Feng passed the secret letter around for everyone to read, his voice cold as ice. It appears our adversaries are not only on the vast plains, but also within Lu Manor. Upon finishing the letter, the crowd was engulfed in righteous fury, vehemently denouncing Lu Ming as despicable and shameless. Commander, Lu Ming's treachery is so vile that allowing him to live will surely bring calamity upon us. We should act decisively, one centurion suggested, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. Qin Feng shook his head, his tone calm, yet laced with an ominous undertone. Now is not the time. We shall settle accounts with Lu Ming after our victorious return. Our immediate concern is how to confront this army of 100,000, along with any other insidious schemes lurking in the shadows. He recognized that Lu Han's secret missive served not only as a warning, but also as an expression of trust and responsibility. With a storm looming, danger lurked everywhere. Qin Feng understood that every subsequent move must be meticulously calculated, yet executed with formidable decisiveness. Only in this manner could he carve out a path of sovereignty amidst the chaos of this tumultuous era. Chapter 37. Luring the enemy into a trap at Haishi Gorge. The barbarian horde of 100,000 lay siege, while Lu Ming secretly conspired with foreign foes, poised to strike from behind. Qin Feng was acutely aware that he and the more than 200 Hu Ben guards had found themselves in an unprecedented predicament. Engaging in direct confrontation would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Retreating into a shell would only lead to inevitable demise. The sole path to survival lay in unconventional tactics. Standing before the sand table, his gaze intense, his mind raced through a myriad of clues. Lu Ming, the Sand Scorpions, barbarian scouts, and the Yinmen Pass. These seemingly unrelated pieces of intelligence began to weave together into a coherent web. Suddenly, a cold, sharp smile crept across his lips. If Lu Ming desired our demise in the northern borders, even resorting to collusion with the barbarians, then let us turn the tables and stage a grand performance for him. What does the commander mean? Lu Biao and the others brightened at this revelation. Qin Feng's eyes, sharp as a blade, slowly swept across the assembly. Since Lu Ming is capable of contacting the Sand Scorpions, he undoubtedly has means of revealing our movements to the barbarians. Rather than passively awaiting encirclement, we shall deliberately expose some vulnerabilities, leading them step by step into our carefully laid battlefield. Does he not wish for our deaths? Let us ensure that his so-called backup becomes a one-way ticket. With that, he pointed to a location on the map, Haishi Gorge. This place, with its treacherous terrain, flanked by towering mountains and a narrow, deep valley riddled with strange rocks, was most suitable for an ambush. If we could lure the enemy into this setting, we could leverage the advantageous terrain to achieve victory against greater numbers. However, the risks were considerable. Lu Biao furrowed his brow. What if we attract a heavily armed force? Or if Lu Ming has anticipated our move and arranged unexpected strong foes? We could find ourselves besieged from all sides. Victory lies in boldness and audacity. Qin Feng's tone was resolute, his eyes glimmering with confidence. I know my limits. Moreover, we are not fighting alone. He retrieved a golden token intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes from his bosom, stating solemnly, "This is a personal token bestowed upon me by Princess Lu Qingxue. She once said that in times of urgent need, I could present this token to summon assistance from Deputy Commander Suchon in the Northern Territories. Now is the moment to employ it. He swiftly penned a confidential letter, detailing the plan and designating several critical coordination points. Subsequently, he selected 10 of the most elite scouts, instructing them to carry the token and the letter with utmost urgency to Yanmen Pass. Remember, this matter pertains to our very survival, and the letter must be delivered safely. If Captain Su is willing to assist us, he must act as stipulated in the letter. However, if he is reluctant, Qin Feng paused, his gaze suddenly turning cold and piercing, then we shall have to rely solely on ourselves. Rest assured, Commander, even if we were to be shattered into pieces, we shall fulfill our mission. The scouts responded resolutely, disappearing into the night. In the following 2 days, Qin Feng led the team in a disheveled retreat towards Blackstone Canyon, deliberately leaving traces along the way, scattered food bags, crushed twigs, and startled nightbirds. He even arranged for several members of the Tiger Guards to feign injuries and fall behind during encounters with pursuers, creating an illusion of chaos and shattered morale. All of this was for a singular purpose, to confuse the enemy and lure them deeper into the trap. A meticulously orchestrated scheme to draw the snake from its hole had quietly commenced. At this moment, Qin Feng stood atop a high cliff at the canyon's entrance, gazing at the approaching dust clouds in the distance, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He understood that this battle, which would wager life and glory, was about to unfold. He had laid an intricate web of traps, and now awaited those presumptuous hunters to unwittingly walk into his snare. Chapter 38. The Ambush at Blackstone Canyon. Blood stains the sky. Blackstone Canyon, with its rugged stones and treacherous terrain, resembled a colossal beast with a gaping maw, quietly lurking amidst the vast desolation. Qin Feng had already led over 200 Tiger Guards, setting an elaborate trap on the concealed high grounds flanking the canyon. The crossbows were drawn, swords unsheathed, and the eyes of each soldier gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint. They were not prey. They were hunters. They awaited the arrival of the enemy, who foolishly believed victory was assured. 3 days later, at noon, in the distance, dust billowed and the sound of thundering hooves echoed. A contingent of over 2,000 barbarian cavalry, clad in leather armor and wielding curved sabers, charged aggressively into view. These were the elite Songlong Iron Riders under the command of the barbarian chieftain. They galloped forth, evidently alerted to Qin Feng's hasty retreat, intent on pursuit and interception. They have arrived. Through his makeshift telescope, Qin Feng clearly observed the enemy's movements, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Though this cavalry was formidable, they were merely the vanguard of the enemy's 100,000-strong army, a testing force. "Convey my orders," he commanded in a low voice, waiting until half of the enemy entered the canyon before I give the signal to act. "Remember, our objective is to annihilate this vanguard and shatter their spirit." "Understood, Commander." The barbarian cavalry, caught unawares, hastened into the canyon. In their eyes, this was merely a straightforward pursuit, believing the southern barbarians to be nothing more than lambs for the slaughter, just as over 1,000 cavalrymen delved deep into the canyon's heart. With their rear forces closely following, Qin Feng abruptly raised his command flag. "Fire the arrows." At his command, a storm of bolts was unleashed. A torrential downpour of arrows cascaded from the cliffs on either side, tearing through the air and hurtling towards the enemy ranks. The penetrating arrows pierced through leather armor, striking throats, chests, and necks, splattering blood, and unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries. Alas, an ambush! The terrified shouts reverberated throughout the gorge in an instant. The vanguard of hundreds of barbarian cavalry fell like harvested wheat, toppling in waves, horses and men alike. The subsequent troops were taken by surprise, their formations thrown into chaos, trampling each other, resulting in countless casualties. "Steady yourselves. Charge forward." A barbarian centurion brandished his curved blade, roaring in an attempt to rally his forces. But it was too late. Qin Feng's eyes turned icy as he commanded once more. "Roll stones." Timber. In an instant, massive boulders and sharpened logs came crashing down from the heights of the gorge. The thunderous roar echoed as the stones and logs struck the enemy, causing them to wail in despair, chaos reigning amidst the carnage. The narrow passageway was choked with bodies, fallen steeds, and rolling timber, leaving the trailing cavalry unable to advance, forced to witness their comrades struggle against death. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The centurion finally realized the dire situation, turning his horse to flee. Want to escape? Qin Feng scoffed coldly. Lu Biao, block the gorge's mouth, leave no one behind. At the command, Lu Biao roared, leading 50 elite guards, like fierce tigers descending from the mountains, charging out from one side of the gorge, driving the panicked enemy back. Brothers, our moment of glory is upon us. Follow me in a battle. Qin Feng drew his sword and leapt down the rocky slope, leading the remaining warriors into the fray with the ferocity of a tiger. A brutal melee ensued. Qin Feng's movements were agile, his swordplay reminiscent of a dragon. With each strike, an enemy fell. His combat techniques, honed from a past life, were vicious and unpredictable. The elite guards, fierce as wolves, formed groups of 5 into a triad assault formation, working in perfect harmony to dispatch the disoriented barbarian cavalry one by one. Blood splattered, and the sounds of slaughter echoed like thunder. The entire Blackstone Gorge had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Chapter 39. Bloodstains Blackstone Gorge. A battle shakes the northern frontier. Within Blackstone Gorge, the sounds of battle roared, and rivers of blood flowed. Qin Feng personally led over 200 elite guards, charging down the narrow gorge, engaging in a desperate struggle against the vastly outnumbered barbarian iron cavalry. They held the advantage of terrain, striking first. A rain of arrows filled the air, and rolling stones and logs cascaded down, catching the enemy off guard and disarraying their ranks. Yet, these seasoned barbarian warriors, despite the sudden ambush, quickly organized a fierce resistance. Fighting back with tenacity, Qin Feng felled an assailant with a single stroke of his sword, his gaze scanning the battlefield, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. The enemy was far too numerous. Although they were cornered, they continued to resist fiercely. If this dragged on too long, the approaching reinforcements would spell disaster. A swift resolution was imperative. He gritted his teeth and growled. Just then, a more intense clamor of shouting and clashing weapons erupted from the direction of the gorge's mouth. They have arrived. Qin Feng's eyes brightened, instantly realizing that reinforcements had come. A force of over 1,000 cavalrymen from the Great Yin surged into the gorge like thunder, clad in shining silver armor, their banners fluttering. At the forefront was a young general draped in a white cloak, wielding a gleaming silver spear, exuding an aura of formidable power. This formidable contingent is none other than the reinforcements led by the valiant Su Chun. They have surged forth from the rear of the enemy forces, creating a pincer movement alongside Lu Biao's troops, and have utterly routed the already disordered barbarian cavalry. It is indeed the reinforcements. Our allies have arrived. Let's slay them. Brothers, let not a single one of these savages escape. The morale of the Tiger Bravery Guard soared, and their offensive intensified. From a distance, Qin Feng caught sight of the young general clad in white, and a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. It is indeed Su Chun. He has arrived just in time. It turns out that the scouts dispatched by Qin Feng successfully delivered the confidential message and the princess's token to him. Su Chun, a man of loyalty and righteousness, had been deeply favored by the princess and heeded Lu Qingshue's commands. Upon reading Qin Feng's plan, he was both astonished and immediately mustered 1,000 elite cavalry, arriving as per their agreement to provide support. At this moment, the enemy was in a state of disarray, and he decisively launched a surprise attack, severing the enemy's escape route. With assaults from both inside and out, the barbarian cavalry, who had contemplated resistance, finally collapsed entirely. They were like fish in a barrel, with no avenue for retreat, succumbing one by one in a gruesome slaughter under the combined might of the Tiger Bravery Guards and Su Chen's forces. In less than half an hour, over 2,000 of the Songlong Iron Cavalry were annihilated, save for a few who fled. The valley was strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing, and the air thick with the stench of gore. Standing atop the mound of bodies, Qin Feng was drenched in blood, yet his gaze burned with intensity. This battle, though fiercely brutal, was exhilarating. With a nearly flawless ambush, he had obliterated the barbarian vanguard, significantly undermining the enemy's morale, and secured invaluable strategic space for the impending counteroffensive. I, Su Chun, am here at the behest of the princess to lend my strength to General Qin. Su Chun rode forward, dismounted, clasped his fists in salute, and spoke with resolute tone, expressing his gratitude for the opportunity to serve. Qin Feng returned the gesture with a courteous bow, a smile playing on his lips. Su Du Wei, your arrival is most timely. Your contributions are indispensable to our victory. The two exchanged glances, each discerning admiration and respect in the other's eyes. One was a talented son-in-law hailing from humble origins, having bided his time for years, while the other was a renowned general of the northern borders, a youthful hero. Though this battle marked their first encounter, they had already forged a bond of camaraderie. They understood that this victory was merely the beginning. The true tempest awaited them ahead. Chapter 40. Strategizing and Deception. Disrupting the enemy's supply lines. In the Battle of Haishi Gorge, Qin Feng, with the strength of 200 Tiger Bravery Guards, had annihilated 2,000 Songlong Iron Cavalry, astonishing the northern territories. Yet, he remained grounded, not allowing this glorious triumph to cloud his judgment. He recognized that this was merely an appetizer before clashing with the barbarian horde of 100,000. The real challenges lay ahead. He swiftly joined forces with Su Chun, cleared the battlefield, collected spoils, and led the troops to a more concealed valley for recuperation. General Qin, what are your plans moving forward? Su Qin, now thoroughly impressed by this young commander, inquired with respect. Qin Feng pointed to the map, speaking gravely. The barbarian chieftain leads an army of 10,000 at our borders, and their main force will undoubtedly strike towards the Yanmen Pass. Our numbers are limited. We must not engage them head-on. Our immediate priority is to continue harassing their flanks and rear, delaying their march to buy time for the defense of Yanmen Pass. Simultaneously, we must devise ways to further weaken their forces and demoralize them. Su Qin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in General Qin's words. However, the barbarian tribes would undoubtedly heighten their vigilance, making it improbable to achieve a swift victory as they had at Eagle's Cry Cliff and Blackstone Canyon. Indeed, such ease would be a rarity. A sly smile played at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, a glint of mischief evident in his eyes. Thus, we must engage in something more exhilarating. He lightly tapped a point on the map and continued, the barbarian forces consume vast amounts of supplies. And with Eagle's Cry Cliff destroyed, they will inevitably have to urgently transport provisions from their rear. Their supply routes consist of 3 primary paths: the eastern route, which is flat yet heavily guarded, the western route, which is rugged and difficult to navigate, and the central route, which is of moderate distance and relatively weakly defended, making it the most likely candidate for their main supply channel. Is General Qin suggesting we intercept their supplies? A spark of intelligence flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Not only to intercept, but to do so in a manner that catches them off guard. Qin Feng scoffed. I intend for them to be overwhelmed, unable to focus on any single task. With that, he pointed to several critical nodes on the map. We shall divide our forces into 2, blending deception with reality. At times, we will feign attacks in one direction to draw the enemy's attention. At other times, we will concentrate our superior forces to ambush their vulnerable supply points. Let their provisions become a burden they cannot manage. In the ensuing days, Qin Feng and Su Chun worked in seamless coordination, occasionally splitting into 2 groups or consolidating their troops, appearing like phantoms in every possible location the barbarian supply convoys might traverse. They set ablaze temporary granaries, ambushed supply escorts, and even launched nocturnal assaults on barbarian outposts, sowing chaos. In a fleeting moment, smoke billowed across the northern desert, with every blade of grass seemingly transformed into a soldier. The barbarian troops, tasked with transporting supplies, were thrown into disarray by this elusive phantom unit, suffering grievous losses day and night. Smaller losses amounted to 300 to 500 stones, while larger ones reached over 1,000 stones of grain destroyed or seized, with countless barbarian soldiers perishing in the escort. Within the war tent, the barbarian chieftain received continuous reports of supply route assaults, his fury erupting like a tempest as he executed several incompetent captains on the spot. He ordered the reinforcement of all supply route guards and dispatched numerous elite cavalry units to scour the land for traces of Qin Feng and Su Chun, hoping to encircle and annihilate them. However, Qin Feng's maneuvers were nothing short of masterful. He never engaged the enemy head-on. Upon achieving his objectives, he would immediately retreat miles away, never lingering in battle. Utilizing his intimate knowledge of the terrain and the precise intelligence provided by scouts, he consistently eluded enemy encirclements, leaving the barbarians grasping at shadows. Within a mere span of 7 to 8 days, Qin Feng and Su Chun had harried the enemy over a dozen times, incinerating and seizing supplies amounting to tens of thousands of stones. While this may not have crippled an army of 100,000, the ensuing panic and morale damage were incalculable. More importantly, this hit-and-run strategy, which avoided direct confrontation, thoroughly disrupted the barbarians' rhythm and incited the ire of the once arrogant barbarian commanders. The name Qin Feng had evolved within the barbarian ranks from a mere enigma to a synonym for cunning, treachery, and loathing. Furthermore, the two phantom units led by Qin Feng and Su Chun quietly spread their legend throughout the northern territories, becoming a beacon of hope in the hearts of the soldiers of Dian. They understood that before the defenses at Yanmen Pass were fully established, it was this valiant group, deep within the desert, that was securing precious time through a series of daring raids. Chapter 41. Dark Currents Stirring in Jiangzhou. Lu Ming's Treachery. As Qin Feng and Su Chun executed their surprise tactics in the vast northern desert, disrupting the barbarian supply routes and achieving remarkable victories, a nefarious conspiracy against him quietly escalated 1,000 miles away within the Lu residence in Jiangzhou. Lu Ming sat in his study, his countenance as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. In his hand, he clutched a recently received battle report revealing that Qin Feng was not only alive, but had also set fire to Eagle Grief Cliff and ambushed Blackstone Valley, inciting the wrath of the barbarian chieftain, who had summoned an army of 100,000 to hunt him down. This report struck him like a heavy hammer, resounding painfully against his heart. Jealousy, fear, and rage churned within him, threatening to consume him whole. No, he absolutely could not be allowed to return alive. A flicker of mad resentment crossed Lu Ming's eyes. If he were to triumph, it would spell the end for me, Lu Ming. He immediately summoned the nefarious gang leader, Black Wolf, in secret. Third young master, that Qin Feng, is now renowned across the northern frontier. Black Wolf spoke hesitantly. Even the barbarians are unable to deal with him. How can we possibly take action? Lu Ming let out a cold laugh, producing a bag of gold from his robe and slamming it onto the table. What is there to fear? No matter how formidable he is, he commands only a few hundred men. Can they withstand an army of 100,000? What I require of you is not a direct confrontation, but rather to employ a dagger to slay him. Employ a dagger to slay him? Black Wolf's eyes brightened. Precisely. Lu Ming lowered his voice, his gaze glinting with malice. Did you not mention that the Sand Scorpions have colluded with certain minor barbarian tribes? I want you, at any cost, to find those tribes connected to the Sand Scorpions and leak all intelligence regarding Qin Feng's movements, troop deployments, and his usual tactics. You may even inform them that Qin Feng's true purpose is not merely to disrupt the supply lines. He may possess secrets capable of threatening the barbarian court. Black Wolf gasped. Third young master, this amounts to treason. What if it gets exposed? Exposed? Lu Ming sneered. As long as Qin Feng is dead, who will know? At that point, I shall reward you handsomely. If you dare hesitate. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Black Wolf shivered, hastily nodding. I will go at once. I assure you, Qin Feng will have no place to be buried. He seized the gold and hurried away. Lu Ming watched his retreating figure, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He understood that as long as the barbarians acquired intelligence on Qin Feng, coupled with the deadly flaws he deliberately crafted. Even the most cunning of Qin Feng's nature would not allow him to escape the northern frontier alive. Unbeknownst to him, all of this had been observed in clarity by a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows. It was a figure clad in black, lithe and agile, with eyes as sharp as a hawk, quietly lurking beneath the eaves. This was one of the spies, planted by Princess Lu Qingxue within the Lu residence, tasked with monitoring Lu Ming's every move. In the stillness of the night, the confidential report was stealthily dispatched from the Lu residence, racing toward the royal palace. Upon receiving the intelligence regarding Lu Ming's renewed treachery and his intent to eliminate Qin Feng, a frost-like coldness enveloped the strikingly beautiful features of Lu Qingxue. Lu Ming, you truly seek your own demise. Her phoenix-like eyes glinted with lethal intent, her tone icy to the core. She had initially considered the bonds of kinship and was reluctant to eradicate him completely. However, this time, he had irrevocably crossed her threshold. This was not a mere family feud. It was a blatant act of treason, a heinous crime that threatened to plunge the entire Lu family into the abyss. Come fort, she commanded sharply. At your service. A close maid promptly responded. Immediately relay my secret edict. Lu Qingxue declared coldly. Firstly, at all costs, procure irrefutable evidence of Lu Ming's collusion with the enemy and deliver it to Qin Feng. Secondly, activate the Snow Fox's covert operations and fully support his endeavors in the northern territories, ensuring his safety at all costs. Thirdly, keep a close watch on that fool Lu Ming. Should he make any further moves, no need for consultation. Execute him without mercy. The three directives, infused with the princess's thunderous wrath, were swiftly disseminated. A deadly game surrounding Qin Feng, now rendered even more treacherous and exhilarating due to Lu Ming's foolishness and madness, was about to unfold. Chapter 42. A timely aid in the snow. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, due to Lu Ming's reckless actions, the Princess Lu Qingxue had quietly activated the formidable hidden piece, the Snow Fox. At this moment, he found himself ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. After days of harassing skirmishes, the supply routes of the barbarian tribes had been thrown into utter disarray. Yet correspondingly, they had thoroughly enraged the enemy. The barbarian escort troops, like startled prey, had significantly heightened their defensive measures. It had become exceedingly difficult to achieve success as effortlessly as before. Even worse, Qin Feng perceptively sensed that the encirclement by the barbarian main forces was gradually taking shape. Their operational space was being constricted, akin to a ferocious tiger trapped in a cage. Commander, we are now akin to a tiger ensnared in a cage, Su Chen remarked, gazing anxiously at the densely clustered red markers on the map. We can still inflict damage, but we are rendered immobile. Qin Feng nodded gravely, indeed. The barbarian chieftain is resolute in his intent to annihilate us. We must break free from this encirclement swiftly. Otherwise, if we are completely trapped, the consequences will be dire. As the two pondered, a scout hurriedly arrived to report, Commander, an unidentified merchant convoy has been sighted ahead, approximately 100 individuals, carrying a substantial cargo, approaching our direction. Their movements are quite suspicious. A merchant convoy? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. In this chaotic northern desert, what merchant would dare traverse so boldly, especially towards our position? Alarm bells rang in his mind. Order the entire army to conceal themselves and heighten their vigilance. Qin Feng decisively commanded. Lu Biao, take a few men to investigate. If anything seems amiss, report immediately. Do not act recklessly. Understood, Commander. Half an hour later, Lu Biao returned, his expression complex as he quietly reported, Commander, the leader of that merchant convoy claims to be a distant relative of the princess, sent to bolster morale and specifically requests to meet you. The princess's cousin? To bolster morale? Qin Feng's suspicions deepened. The princess was known for her meticulous planning. What could prompt her to send a merchant convoy at such a critical time? There must be some underlying scheme. Let them approach, Qin Feng said solemnly, but ensure everyone is on high alert. If there is any sign of treachery, eliminate them without hesitation. Soon, The merchant convoy arrived at the perimeter of the camp. At the forefront stood a shrewdly dressed, middle-aged man adorned in resplendent garments. Upon sighting Qin Feng, he approached with utmost respect and saluted. Commoner humbly greets General Qin. My surname is Huang, with the single given name of Ing. I am a distant relative of Her Highness the Princess. I have come here under Her Majesty's secret directive to present some modest offerings to the general. With a wave of his hand, several attendants opened a chest. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of martial prowess surged forth. Inside the chest lay not gold or jewels, but rather exquisitely crafted strong bows, powerful crossbows, and razor-sharp armor-piercing arrows, alongside some unfamiliar metallic contraptions. Most astonishing to Qin Feng was the sight of a wooden box neatly stacked with dozens of tightly wrapped thunderous bombs, meticulously encased in oil paper. These were the highest-grade secret weapons of the Deyin dynasty's armory, possessing immense power capable of obliterating a substantial area. Ordinary armies could hardly ever access them. Manager Huang. A flicker of shock crossed Qin Feng's eyes. Huang Ying smiled subtly and lowered his voice. These are merely a token of Her Highness's goodwill. She mentioned that the general is enduring hardships while fighting for the nation in the northern front. Perhaps these small items may provide some assistance. He paused and produced a sealed letter, handing it to Qin Feng. This is a personal note from Her Highness. Please take a look. Qin Feng accepted the letter and swiftly unfolded it. It detailed the nefarious plot of Lu Ming colluding with the Black Wolves to divulge Qin Feng's whereabouts to the barbarian tribes. Furthermore, it informed Qin Feng that she had activated the Snow Fox's covert operations to fully support his endeavors in the north, ensuring his safety at all costs. Lu Ming, you are truly beyond redemption. A surge of murderous intent surged in Qin Feng's eyes, yet he forcibly suppressed it. He turned to Huang Ying and asked in a grave tone, Manager Huang, how did you manage to locate us? Huang Ying smiled calmly. There is no need for the general to worry. The Snow Fox has its own methods. Her Highness has stated that from now on, all forces of the Snow Fox in the northern region will be at your disposal. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to command. Qin Feng's heart trembled. A timely gift from the princess was akin to a timely provision of warmth in the cold, enhancing his strength. With this exceptional armament, especially those thunderous bombs, combined with the support of the powerful Snow Fox intelligence network, his odds against the 100,000-strong barbarian army surged dramatically. Excellent. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. Manager Huang, please extend my gratitude to Her Highness. Convey to her that Qin Feng shall not fail her expectations. A crisis that could have been fatal had transformed into an opportunity for a significant power surge, thanks to the princess's timely intervention. Lu Ming, that fool, could never have imagined that each of his scheming plots would ultimately serve as stepping stones for Qin Feng's resurgence. Chapter 43. Flames consume the Wolf God Valley. Thunderfire scorches the barbarian soldiers. Manager Huang, do you know if the main forces of the barbarian tribes, aside from their aggressive assault on the Yinmen Pass, have any other secret assembly points, or perhaps weaker links that we could exploit? The night was as dark as ink, and the flickering candlelight danced within the tent. Qin Feng spoke directly, his tone steady and incisive. Huang Ying pondered for a moment before retrieving a detailed map of the northern territories from her bosom. She gently pointed to a deep gorge and reported, General, according to the latest intelligence from the Snow Fox, the barbarian chieftain is personally leading his campaign. In addition to launching a fierce assault on the Yinmen Pass with an army of 100,000, he has secretly mobilized approximately 20,000 elite troops, discreetly stockpiled in the Wolf God Valley, located 150 miles west of Yinmen Pass. This location is strategically advantageous, easily defensible yet challenging to attack, and holds significant importance as the legendary dwelling of the Wolf God in barbarian lore. The chieftain has concealed them here, both as a surprise strike when our defenses weaken and to guard against our potential ambush. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he studied the map for a long while, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Although 20,000 elite troops hidden in treacherous terrain seemed a formidable threat, it could also present an immense opportunity. He glanced at the recently delivered thunderbombs, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Huang, What is the defensive arrangement within the Wolf God Valley? What do they fear most? He continued to inquire. Huang Ying smiled slightly. Though the Wolf God Valley is perilous, its seclusion has led the barbarians to lower their guard. The valley is filled with wooden camps and tents, stocked with ample fodder and oil for warmth and feeding their horses. Naturally, their greatest fear is fire. Fire? Qin Feng exchanged an excited glance with Su Chun, both recognizing the thrill reflected in each other's eyes. What a splendid idea. Qin Feng abruptly slammed his hand on the table, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Tonight, I shall transform the Wolf God Valley into a veritable mountain of flames. I will make that barbarian chieftain realize that his so-called trump card is merely a lamb awaiting slaughter in my eyes. That night, Qin Feng personally led 100 elite tiger guards, armed with 20 thunder bombs and ample incendiary materials, guided by the members of the Snow Fox. They stealthily infiltrated the depths of the Wolf God Valley like phantoms. Meanwhile, Su Chun commanded the remaining forces, collaborating with Huang Ying and her Snow Fox caravan to lay an ambush on the periphery, tasked with intercepting fleeing enemies and providing support for Qin Feng's squad. As anticipated, within the Wolf God Valley, the barbarian soldiers mostly slumbered in their tents, and the patrolling sentries exhibited a lethargy that suggested they could never have fathomed that a fiery host from the depths of hell had quietly arrived. Qin Feng and his team navigated with familiarity to the vicinity of the fodder storage. Now is the moment. Detonate. A low command shattered the night sky. In unison, over a dozen tiger guards ignited the fuses of the thunder bombs and hurled them towards the towering piles of fodder and oil. A thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the silence, with flames soaring into the heavens, illuminating the entire valley as if it were daylight. The thunder bombs, fueled by the fodder and oil, unleashed a terrifying power. Fireballs roiled, consuming everything in their path. Wooden camps, tents, and even the still sleeping barbarian soldiers were reduced to ashes in the inferno. It's on fire. Run. The wolf god is enraged. It's divine fire. Divine fire. The entire wolf god valley instantaneously devolved into a hellish nightmare. Countless barbarian soldiers screamed in agony as they fled the raging inferno, yet there was nowhere to escape. The chain reaction initiated by the explosions caused the flames to spread rapidly, soon engulfing the entire valley. Qin Feng and his team had already executed their planned retreat at the moment of the explosion. When they reunited with Su Chun, all that remained behind them were the echoes of despairing wails and the thunderous collapse of the valley. 20,000 elite barbarians were decimated overnight by Qin Feng, who employed 20 thunder bombs and orchestrated a meticulously planned inferno, resulting in the annihilation of nearly 70 to 80% of their forces. Those fortunate enough to escape the flames emerged gravely injured and demoralized, devoid of any will to fight. This battle was even more shocking than the conflagration at Eagle Cry Cliff and more astounding than the ambush at Blackstone Canyon. The terrifying might of the thunder bombs was unveiled in its full glory for the first time on this continent. Qin Feng once again redefined everyone's perception of him. He was not merely a brilliant strategist. He resembled a prodigy capable of wielding thunder and fire. Chapter 44. The Barbarian King's Fury. The retreat of 100,000 troops. The wrath of the Barbarian King led to the retreat of 100,000 troops. The news that Wolf God Valley had been consumed by divine fire, with nearly all 2,000 elite warriors obliterated, struck the barbarian Chanyu like a bolt from the blue. Gasp! The barbarian Chanyu, commanding a fierce assault on Yinmen Pass, felt his chest surge with blood upon hearing the dreadful tidings. He spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly toppling from his steed. Impossible! This cannot be true. His eyes blazed red, resembling a frenzied tiger, as he roared, Wolf God Valley is a formidable stronghold, easily defensible and hard to attack, with 2,000 valiant warriors stationed there. How could a mere southern barbarian breach it overnight? What divine fire! This is clearly a fabricated report to sow discord among the troops. Bring that messenger to me. Execute him. However, as more reports of defeat flooded in, and with remnants of his army returning, charred and terror-stricken, Recounting the hellish scenes they had witnessed, the barbarian Chanyu was ultimately forced to confront this harsh reality. His ace, his source of pride, had been utterly vanquished. Moreover, it had been obliterated in a manner both humiliating and unfathomable. Qin Feng. Once again, it was Qin Feng. The barbarian Chanyu gritted his teeth, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. His feelings towards this name had transcended mere anger. They now encompassed a profound fear. This southern barbarian was undoubtedly his nemesis. Each time he believed victory was within his grasp, that detestable individual would emerge from the most unexpected places, delivering a fatal blow. First came the destruction of the granary at Eagle Cry Cliff, and now the 2,000 elite warriors of Wolf God Valley had turned to ash. His provisions, his secret weapon, his confidence, all systematically dismantled by Qin Feng's elusive tactics. Great Chanyu, this is not the time for rage. An elderly shaman implored, trembling. With Wolf God Valley destroyed, our flanks are now exposed. That cunning Qin Feng employs treacherous tactics. If he continues to harass our rear, the consequences will be dire. Indeed, Great Chanyu, another tribal leader, hastily concurred. Our supplies were already strained, and now we have lost the crucial supply point of Wolf God Valley. The morale of our soldiers is wavering. The prolonged assault on Yinmen Pass has resulted in heavy casualties, and now, with chaos in our rear, it would be prudent to retreat and regroup, formulating a new strategy. Within the royal tent, the once arrogant tribal chiefs and generals now bore ashen faces, each urging the Chanyu to withdraw. They were genuinely terrified. That southerner, named Qin Feng, was nothing short of a devil. His army, like phantoms, emerged and vanished without a trace, delivering devastating blows with each appearance. Should this continue, they would likely perish on this foreign land. The barbarian chieftain surveyed the faces in his tent, etched with fear and retreat, as a profound sense of helplessness surged within him. How he longed to rend Qin Feng into pieces, to trample the Yinmen Pass and redeem his previous disgrace. Yet, reality struck him down time and again. With insufficient provisions, his surprised troops annihilated, and morale in disarray, the 100,000 iron cavalry he once took pride in found themselves cornered by an inconspicuous South barbarian son-in-law. Trapped in a dire situation, retreat, the barbarian chieftain managed to utter through gritted teeth, as if expending all his strength. He understood that issuing the order to withdraw would tarnish his reputation as the sovereign of the grasslands, rendering him a laughingstock across the plains. However, he had no alternative. To delay further would likely spell the total annihilation of his forces. Just as the barbarian chieftain commanded the retreat, the 100,000 troops surged backward like a tide. Qin Feng and Su Chun had already set a new trap on their escape route. A grander net was silently unfurling, awaiting these beleaguered foes to crash into its embrace. Chapter 45. A narrow ambush, slaying another 10,000 barbarian souls. The news of the barbarian chieftain's order to retreat swiftly reached Qin Feng through the spy network of the snow foxes. Attempt to flee? It would not be so simple. Standing within the tent, his gaze electrifying, a cold smile graced his lips. This was the true moment of harvest. He understood well the necessity of pursuing the remnants of the defeated enemy. One must not seek fame at the expense of true victory. Though the barbarian forces claimed to number 100,000, their morale was shattered, and their spirits low. This was the optimal moment to strike the drowning dog and expand their gains. Suoduwei, Wang Tsangui. Qin Feng summoned Su Chun and Huang Ying, unfurling the map and commanding solemnly. The barbarian forces have begun their retreat, and their route must pass through the narrow Heaven Valley. The terrain here is constricted, unfavorable for a large army to spread out. This is the perfect location for our ambush. General Qin means we shall stage another ambush. Su Chun's eyes sparkled with fervor. His battle spirit ignited. Precisely. Qin Feng nodded. I do not seek to annihilate them entirely. That is unrealistic. However, I must ensure they understand that those who offend a yin shall pay a grievous price, even if they manage to escape by chance. I shall forge the illustrious reputation of our yin warriors through their blood. The battle plan was swiftly established. Su Chun would lead 1,000 elite cavalry, equipped with thunderous bombs and powerful crossbows, lying in wait at the valley's mouth. Once the enemy's main force ventured deep, they would seal the valley's exit and launch a surprise attack from the rear. Qin Feng would personally command 200 Tiger Guards, in conjunction with Huang Ying's adept Snow Fox Elite, hidden atop the cliffs flanking the valley, striking down upon the enemy with rockets, powerful crossbows, and rolling stones. The entire valley would transform into a death trap, encircled and ensnared. This was a meticulously orchestrated extermination battle, fraught with peril at every turn. 2 days later, the terrified barbarian army indeed fled in disarray to the narrow Heaven Valley. They could never have imagined that ahead of them lay not an escape route, but a deathly purgatory more terrifying than the Blackstone Canyon or the Wolf God Valley, as tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers surged into the narrow canyon. With reinforcements continuously pouring in, Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. He decisively commanded attack. In an instant, arrows rained down like locusts, fire arrows fell like rain, and boulders rolled down with the ferocity of a mountain collapse. The canyon was instantly engulfed in chaos. Under the relentless assault, the barbarian soldiers were unable to mount any effective resistance, collapsing in droves amidst their desperate wails. Simultaneously, Su Chen led 1,000 elite cavalry, suddenly emerging at the canyon's exit. Thunderous explosions erupted, and the powerful bows and crossbows unleashed a barrage, completely sealing off the enemy's retreat and launching a thunderous charge. They were caught in a pincer movement, besieged from all sides. The entire narrow canyon was instantaneously transformed into a meat grinder. The barbarian chieftain, under the desperate protection of his guards, barely broke through the encirclement. Yet, upon looking back, he beheld a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn across the ground and rivers of blood flowing. Only a few hundred defeated soldiers remained behind him. His heart shook violently, blood surged within him, and he coughed up a mouthful of old blood, nearly succumbing on the spot. He realized that his fate was sealed. The title of Prairie Overlord would become a subject of mockery. His dreams of conquest to the south were utterly shattered in that moment. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, through this exhilarating pursuit and annihilation battle, had completely crippled the barbarian main force. Not only had he relieved the siege of Yanmen Pass, but he had also secured several years of peace for the great Yin dynasty. His name echoed throughout the northern borders, spreading across the vast realm of Great Yin. The invincible General Qin Feng became a nightmare in the hearts of his enemies and a war god in the hearts of countless soldiers. His legend was only just beginning. Chapter 46. Renowned across the land, General Wei Yuan ascends. In the Battle of the Narrow Canyon, the 100,000-strong barbarian army collapsed in disarray, with the chieftain leading a ragtag remnant back to the prairie, unable to mount any southward expeditions for several years. This astonishing news spread like wildfire, sweeping through the entire Great Yin dynasty with a force reminiscent of thunder. From the northern borders to the southern waters, from common folk to noble lords, countless individuals were stirred, celebrating with fervor. Extra! A great victory in the northern borders of Great Yin. General Qin Feng has triumphed over the strong with his weaker forces, annihilating the barbarian main force and elevating our national prestige. General Qin is truly a deity incarnate. It is said that he wields his military prowess like a divine being, making those barbarians wail in despair. Indeed, I have heard he possesses the beauty of Pan and surpasses all in bravery. He can pin peace for the realm and ride forth to stabilize the world. In the bustling tea-houses and taverns, storytellers wove the exploits of Qin Feng into legendary tales. The god of war Qin Feng, the blaze of fire in retreating the barbarians, the invincible general's triumph in the narrow canyon. In a moment, the demand for paper in Luoyang surged, and Qin Feng's name resounded throughout the land, transforming him into a revered national hero. Within Yanmen Pass, the defenders, including Ma Long, revered Qin Feng as a deity. They understood that had it not been for Qin Feng's heroic efforts, Yanmen Pass and the entire northern region would have been reduced to desolation. Meanwhile, Su Chen, the young lieutenant who fought alongside Qin Feng on the battlefield, also gained renown for his outstanding contributions, being highly recommended by Qin Feng in military reports, rising to prominence as a new force within the army. When Lu Han received the news of Qin Feng's remarkable victory, having decisively crippled the main forces of the barbarian tribes, he was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He immediately commanded the opening of the ancestral hall to pay homage to his forebears and personally drafted a memorial to report Qin Feng's illustrious achievements to the court. This time, the response from the imperial court was unprecedentedly swift and fervent. The threat of the barbarians had long been a festering ailment for the great Yin dynasty over the past century. Now, it had been resolved in an astonishing manner by a once despised son-in-law general, sending ripples of shock through the court. The emperor, in high spirits, personally inscribed a decree, swiftly bestowing rewards. 10 days later, a grand envoy escorted by the imperial guard arrived at Yanmen Pass to proclaim the imperial edict. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, here we have Qin Feng, the son-in-law of the Lu family in Jiangzhou, whose courage surpasses that of the three armies, and whose wisdom and valor are unparalleled. In the northern front against the barbarian tribes, he has repeatedly achieved remarkable feats, setting ablaze the eagle's cry, launching a surprise attack on the wolf god, and securing victory in the narrowest of margins, overcoming the strong with the weak, annihilating the barbarian captives, thereby elevating our nation's prestige. His contributions are invaluable to the state and will benefit generations to come. I am greatly comforted. Qin Feng was specially appointed as the general of Wei Yuan, awarded 1,000 taels of gold, 100 bolts of fine silk, 1,000 acres of fertile land, and granted permission to establish the elite Tiger Tooth Guard, comprising 500 men, with provisions supplied by the state treasury. Furthermore, his wife, Lu Rushue, gentle and virtuous, possessing remarkable wisdom in guiding her husband, was conferred the title of first-class lady. It is hoped that Qin Feng and the Lu family will continue to strive diligently and serve the nation faithfully. The decree, once read, ignited fervor throughout Yanmen Pass. General of Wei Yuan, first-class lady, 500 elite Tiger Tooth Guards. Such rewards for a former son-in-law were unprecedented. Draped in newly forged armor, Qin Feng received the decree amidst the gaze of the multitude, his demeanor composed, eyes ablaze with determination. He understood that this honor was not merely a crowning achievement, but a weighty responsibility. Simultaneously, he keenly sensed that the allowance to establish the Tiger Tooth Guard concealed the court's deeper intentions. While it appeared as favor, it was, in fact, a veiled attempt to draw his independent force under the emperor's control. Yet, he remained undeterred. For what he sought was precisely such a legitimate identity to pursue grander ambitions. Though the battle on the northern front had concluded, the true challenges were just beginning. The intrigues within the court, the machinations within the Lu household, and the lurking schemes of Lu Ming were all awaiting his resolution. For he is the general of Wei Yuan, Qin Feng. Chapter 47. The Undercurrents of the Court. The Lu family in turmoil. The news of Qin Feng's appointment as general of Wei Yuan and his wife, Lu Rushue, being granted the title of first-class lady spread like thunder throughout the great Yin dynasty, stirring tumultuous waves. Some applauded, believing the court had astutely recognized talent, deeming Qin Feng deserving of his accolades. Others, consumed by jealousy, felt that a former son-in-law, merely favored by fortune, should not ascend so rapidly. Moreover, some plotted in secrecy, contemplating how Qin Feng's rise would disturb the stagnant waters of the decayed court. In a heavily guarded mansion within the capital, several elegantly dressed and imposing men gathered around an 8 immortals table, engaged in hushed discussions. They were the heads of influential families or powerful officials wielding military might in the current dynasty. Ladies and gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this Qin Feng? An elderly man with a stern visage and 3 strands of long beard spoke first. He was Li Yan, the grand commandant of the realm and a pivotal figure among the conservative factions. Merely a brash fool who, by sheer luck, has achieved some minor accomplishments, only to be exalted by his majesty. A burly general seated opposite him scoffed, declaring that such a fortunate upstart was not worthy of concern. This man was Zhao Kuo, the Duke of the State, who commanded the Imperial Guards. Your words are misguided, Duke Zhao. Another gentleman, clad in scholarly robes and exuding an air of elegance, shook his head with a sigh. As I am aware, Qin Feng employs stratagems that are capricious and unpredictable, unbound by conventional tactics. The burning of Eagle Whaling Cliff, the surprise assault on Wolf God Valley, and the annihilation of the barbarian elite at Heaven's Line. Such feats are not easily accomplished, even by seasoned veterans. This individual must not be underestimated. The speaker was none other than Wang Zhihuan, the Chancellor of the realm, renowned for his wisdom and often likened to a reincarnation of a legendary strategist. Li Yan nodded, his expression grave. Chancellor Wang speaks the truth. Our genuine concern lies not solely with Qin Feng, but with the Liu family that stands behind him. The Liu family has long wielded considerable power in Jiangzhou, and with the emergence of such a formidable general, if allowed to flourish, it may disrupt the existing balance within the court to our great detriment. Upon hearing these words, the countenance of all present grew solemn. Then, what course of action does the Grand Commandant propose? Zhao Kuo inquired in a low voice. A glimmer of cold malice flickered in Li Yan's eyes as he lowered his voice and began to articulate a nefarious scheme. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in the Liu residence of Jiangzhou, the atmosphere was equally tumultuous. Upon learning of Qin Feng's elevation to the rank of General of Might, and Liu Rushue's bestowment as a first-rank noble lady, Liu Ming nearly spat blood. He realized that the chasm between him and Qin Feng was now insurmountable by mere schemes. No, I cannot remain idle. Liu Ming ground his teeth, his eyes brimming with resentment. He recalled the Black Wolf, who had failed to complete his task, and their more sinister plot to collude with the barbarians and divulge military secrets. That incompetent Black Wolf has yet to fulfill his duties. Liu Ming laughed with rage. It appears I must take matters into my own hands and stoke the flames further. He promptly penned a letter, utilizing extremely discreet channels to contact certain extraordinary figures in the Northern Territories, offering generous rewards and demanding that they spare no effort to procure Qin Feng's head. He firmly believed that beneath the lure of a handsome reward, there would surely be brave souls. Once Qin Feng is dead, all problems will be resolved. Deep within the royal residence, the Princess Liu Qingxue, upon receiving news of Qin Feng's elevation, displayed a smile of delight, yet a shadow of profound concern crossed her brow. She understood well that there are no eternal favorites in the court, only perpetual interests. Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, your flames burn too brightly. She sighed softly. But do you realize that this fire has also thrust you into the eye of the storm? She immediately issued a command. The Snow Fox organization is to be fully activated, closely monitoring the movements of various factions in the capital in Jiangzhou. Should any trace of a plot against Qin Feng be discovered, it must be reported without delay. A tempest surrounding Qin Feng is quietly brewing. At this moment, Qin Feng stands atop the city walls of Yanmen Pass, gazing into the distance. He is acutely aware that the true battle may have only just begun. This time, the adversaries were no longer the barbaric hordes on the battlefield, but rather the venomous serpents concealed beneath luxurious garments, ruthless and merciless. He was to confront not only swords and blades, but also the treachery of the human heart. Chapter 48. Returning home in glory, Jiangzhou welcomes the hero. After lingering for several days in the Northern Territories, finalizing the military affairs at Yanmen Pass, and establishing a means of communication with Suchun, Qin Feng finally embarked on his journey back to Jiangzhou. Accompanying him were over 200 battle-hardened veterans of the Tiger Bend Guard, now officially renamed Tiger Tooth Guard, alongside hundreds of Imperial Guard dispatched for his escort, and countless spoils seized from the barbarian tribes. The most striking among these was a blood-stained banner of the barbarian king, fluttering in the sunlight, symbolizing unparalleled honor and victory. Throughout his journey, jubilant crowds welcomed him wherever he passed, with officials stepping forward to greet him. The common folk spontaneously lined the streets, showering flowers and fruits upon this young general who had brought them peace and tranquility. General Qin is magnificent. Long live General Wei Yuan. The cheers erupted like rolling thunder, resonating through the heavens. Though Qin Feng maintained a composed demeanor, gazing upon the faces filled with excitement and sincerity stirred a surge of ambition within him. He understood that all he had done was indeed worthwhile. Upon the arrival of the procession at the outskirts of Jiangzhou, the streets were utterly deserted. As thousands clamored to catch a glimpse of their hero, the governor of Jiangzhou, along with all civil and military officials of the city, had already lined up outside the city gates in anticipation. Meanwhile, the Liu family, led personally by Liu Han and his core descendants, awaited at the city's edge, accompanied by the elegantly adorned Liu Ruxue, who had come to greet them 10 miles outside the city. When Liu Ruxue caught sight of the valiant figure clad in dark armor, majestically seated upon a noble steed, her heart involuntarily raced. She realized that the man before her was no longer the despised son-in-law of Ur. He had become a renowned general, celebrated throughout the land, and now her rightful husband. With a voice trembling with emotion, Liu Ruxue expressed, "Husband, you have returned." A simple utterance, yet it seemed to encapsulate 1,000 unspoken words. A warm current flowed from his palm to hers, sweeping through her entire being, finally easing the heart that had endured torment from worry and longing. She grasped Qin Feng's hand tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks, blurring her vision. In that moment, all words felt superfluous. Liu Han stroked his beard and smiled, his gaze imbued with kindness and a hint of pride. "Excellent, excellent. Your return is what matters. Qin Feng, my son-in-law, has accomplished unprecedented feats for our Liu family and for the great Yin. Let this be celebrated in grand style." He immediately commanded, "Open the gates of Liu Manor for a grand banquet to welcome Qin Feng and reward the troops." The entire city of Jiangzhou was enveloped in a sea of joy. However, beneath this seemingly peaceful atmosphere, a pair of cold, calculating eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated intently on Qin Feng. Lu Ming stood at the back of the crowd, his face ashen, fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly digging into his palms, as he beheld Qin Feng, surrounded by admirers and basking in glory, and glanced at the enchanting Liu Ruxue, who regarded him with indifference. Jealousy and resentment surged within him like wild grass. "Qin Feng, Liu Ruxue, you shall pay for this," he roared in his heart. "Everything you have taken from me, I will reclaim with my own hands. That which I cannot possess, let it be destroyed." A new conspiracy against Qin Feng was brewing in the shadows. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, while reveling in his victory, keenly sensed the lurking danger. He understood that the true battle had only just begun. Chapter 49. Turbulence at the Banquet. A secret letter unleashes waves of change. Qin Feng, returning in triumph, found the Liu residence lavishly hosting a grand feast, attended by nearly all the prominent figures of Jiangzhou City, the spectacle unprecedented in its grandeur. As the wine flowed and toasts were raised, guests extolled the virtues of the illustrious General Wei Yuan. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, an untimely voice abruptly interrupted. "Though General Qin's might in the northern borders is indeed commendable, I wonder how his title of Wei Yuan compares to the ancestral title of our Liu family. The general who pacifies the north?" The speaker was Lu Ming, fueled by wine and an uncontrollable surge of jealousy and resentment. He could no longer contain himself and boldly provoked. At this utterance, the guests were taken aback. Many exchanged glances, pondering. Indeed, while Qin Feng has achieved great merit, he is ultimately an outsider. What right does he have to overshadow our Liu family? Liu Han's expression darkened, prepared to admonish. But Qin Feng gently raised a hand to halt him. Setting down his wine cup, Qin Feng maintained his composure, surveying the room with a steady gaze, and proclaimed, "Third young master, your words are misguided. Whether Wei Yuan or general who pacifies the north, both are honors bestowed upon us by His Majesty for our duty in safeguarding the realm. The worth lies not in the title, but in our ability to truly protect the nation and serve the common people." He paused, then shifted his tone, laden with significance. "As for my status as a son-in-law, I am nonetheless a part of the Liu family. The glory of the Liu family is also my glory. We rise together and fall together. What does the third young master think?" His words resounded with authority, emphasizing that true merit is the foundation of strength. While cleverly intertwining his interests with those of the Liu family, subtly mocking Lu Ming's fixation on hollow prestige and narrow-mindedness. Lu Ming, struck speechless, turned crimson with embarrassment. Well said. Lu Han clapped and laughed, breaking the stalemate. Qin Feng, your words resonate with me. The sons of the Liu family should possess such vision and responsibility. Gulme. Everyone, let us raise our cups and toast to the Liu family and to our great Yin. The guests eagerly lifted their cups, and the atmosphere of the banquet swelled once more with enthusiasm. However, Qin Feng understood that this was merely the beginning. Lu Ming's provocation was but the tip of an iceberg of discontent harbored by certain individuals. His triumphant return had drawn excessive attention, inevitably inciting further envy and schemes against him. Indeed, midway through the banquet, Zhou Bowen, the governor of Jiangzhou, approached with a beaming smile and a raised cup. General Qin, a young hero, is truly a blessing for our Jiangzhou and a fortune for the great Yin. He fawned. I raise my cup in respect to the general. In the future, should there be any assignments, General, please do not hesitate to command. I shall face fire and water without reluctance. Qin Feng chuckled coldly within, yet maintained a composed demeanor, exchanging pleasantries with him. At that moment, a guard from the Liu residence hurried into the hall, whispering into Lu Han's ear. Lu Han's expression shifted slightly as he rose and addressed the gathering. Esteemed guests, as the day wanes, our banquet must conclude here. On another occasion, I shall indulge in merriment with you all. Though the guests felt a tinge of regret, they understood Lu Han must attend to pressing matters, and they took their leave in succession. Once the crowd had dispersed, Lu Han retained Qin Feng and Lu Ruxue, his countenance grave as he handed over an anonymous letter. Not long ago, an anonymous missive arrived at the estate intended for you. Receiving the letter, Qin Feng felt a flicker of wariness. In the presence of the two, he slowly opened the envelope, revealing a few hastily scrawled lines that caused his pupils to constrict and a surge of murderous intent to rise within him. General Qin, your reputation looms large in the northern territories. Congratulations are in order. However, it has come to my attention that Lu Han and his wife, Lu Ruxue, have secretly colluded with the Grand Secretary Li Yin in the capital, intending to strip the general of his military power in the north. A subtle demotion designed to undermine you. Should you doubt this, investigate the recent correspondence and transactions between the Liu residence and the court. A wise bird selects its roost. It is prudent for you to make preparations and not become a pawn for others. Upon finishing the letter, Qin Feng fell silent for a moment, a slight, chilling smile gracing his lips. What a clever scheme of discord, yet regrettably, it was too clumsy. He recognized that someone was undoubtedly instigating events from the shadows, and this would provide him with the perfect opportunity to eliminate the Liu family's hidden dangers. Chapter 50. Unmasking the scheme of discord and luring the snake from its hole. What nonsense! Such outrageous fabrications. Lu Han, upon reading the anonymous letter, was beside himself with fury, slamming the table and causing the teacups to topple. Who could be so malicious as to employ such despicable tactics to sow discord between my esteemed son-in-law and me? I, Lu Han, have lived a life of integrity. How could I ever betray the faithful or conspire against a loyal subject? Lu Ruxue's face also turned pale as she urgently implored Qin Feng, husband, you must not believe this letter. There is absolutely no possibility of my father and I harboring ill intentions towards you. This is surely the work of someone plotting behind the scenes, seeking to disrupt the harmony of our family. Qin Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor, read the letter several times, his understanding crystallizing. This missive, ostensibly advocating for him, concealed a lethal threat. Firstly, the mention of Grand Secretary Li Yin, whom Qin Feng had heard of as a prominent conservative figure in the court, had always feared local aristocrats wielding military power. If Lu Han truly conspired with him, it would be akin to digging his own grave. Secondly, while the notion of undermining military authority was not without foundation, if it were indeed the Liu family's doing, why would they labor to elevate themselves? Such an endeavor defied logical interests. Most importantly, the timing of this letter was far too coincidental. It coincided with his triumphant return, when his reputation was at its zenith, making it all too easy for seeds of suspicion and arrogance to take root. Clearly, this was a meticulously orchestrated psychological warfare. Father, Rushue, there is no need for anger. Qin Feng gently set down the letter, his tone calm yet resolute. This is merely the crude trickery of some petty clowns. I, Qin Feng, am not so easily deceived. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he remarked, do they truly believe that an anonymous letter could instill doubt regarding my family? Utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Lu Han and Lu Rushue finally relaxed their taut nerves. My husband, who do you suppose authored this letter? Lu Rushue inquired in a hushed tone. A glint of cold light flickered in Qin Feng's eyes as he cast a vague glance towards the door. The scope of individuals capable of crafting such a document, while also possessing insight into the internal affairs of the Lu family, is rather limited. Aside from those political adversaries in the capital who view me as a thorn in their side, it is likely that certain well-meaning individuals within the Lu residence have played a role as well. Lu Han, astute as ever, immediately grasped Qin Feng's implication and whispered, you mean Lu Ming? Qin Feng did not respond directly, merely offering a subtle smile. Though I am reluctant to hastily suspect certain individuals, driven by self-interest, would stop at nothing. This letter may merely be their initial step. Subsequently, they will undoubtedly take further actions to solidify the rift between us. What course of action should we take? Lu Rushue expressed her concern. A sly smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips as a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes. Since they wish to witness our internal strife, let's indulge them. We shall play along and present them with a captivating performance. A performance? Both Lu Han and Lu Rushue were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Qin Feng affirmed with a nod. Starting tomorrow, Father can outwardly display a lack of regard for my capabilities, perhaps even slighting me a bit. I, in turn, will express a hint of dissatisfaction regarding the Lu family's ambiguous rewards and punishments. As for you, Rushue, you might consider feigning discord with me, engaging in occasional quarrels. In this manner, those who seek to profit from our discord will inevitably believe it to be genuine, and may even step forward to curry favor with us. At that point, the true intentions of each party will become abundantly clear. Li Yuhan, after some contemplation while stroking his beard, found the plan brilliant. What a splendid scheme, drawing the snake out of its hole. He regarded Qin Feng with admiration. Son-in-law, your cunning and audacity are truly commendable. Lu Rushue, too, wore a look of admiration as she softly remarked, but will this not cause you some distress? Observing the concern in her eyes warmed Qin Feng's heart. He chuckled to unearth those venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. A little discomfort is a small price to pay. Moreover, having your cooperation in this charade is a boon beyond measure. His final words, laced with a teasing undertone, caused Lu Rushue's cheeks to flush slightly. She cast him a reproachful glance, yet her lips betrayed a smile. Thus, a tempest sparked by an anonymous letter, under Qin Feng's composed orchestration, not only failed to undermine their familial foundation, but instead became the perfect opportunity for them to join forces and draw out the hidden adversaries. Those lurking in the shadows would never dream that their meticulously crafted scheme of sowing discord had already been unraveled, transforming into bait set by Qin Feng. The true hunt was only just beginning. Chapter 51. Rumors abound. A new wave of turmoil in the Lu residence. On the following day, whispers began circulating throughout Jiangzhou City, disseminating unfavorable tidings regarding Qin Feng. Have you heard? At the Lu family's celebratory banquet, Qin Feng dared to challenge the second master of the Lu family, only to be publicly reprimanded by Lu Han. And that is not all. There are whispers that the esteemed Miss Lu Rushue, dissatisfied with Qin Feng's rising prominence, engaged in a fierce argument with him, leading to a rift between the couple. More credible sources suggest that the Lu family is poised to revoke his command over the Tiger Tooth Guards, effectively rendering him a mere figurehead with the title of general. These rumors, rich in detail, spread like wildfire, creating a palpable buzz as if they were the undeniable truth. Those who have long harbored envy and resentment towards Qin Feng eagerly await the spectacle of this beleaguered son-in-law's downfall. within the Lu residence. The atmosphere indeed aligns with the circulating tales, showcasing a series of dramatic developments. Lu Han has markedly cooled his demeanor towards Qin Feng in public, no longer extending the warmth and favor he once did. During a family meeting, he harshly dismissed Qin Feng's proposal to reorganize the business, displaying a stern and unsparing tone. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, feeling disheartened, often resorts to solitary drinking or frantically honing his martial skills in the training grounds, seeking to vent his frustrations. Lu Ruxue, too, plays her part flawlessly, rarely engaging with Qin Feng in the presence of others, and their occasional encounters are marked by an icy silence. Servants have even inadvertently witnessed their disputes in the courtyard, shattering exquisite porcelain and igniting a flurry of gossip within the household. Such a series of unusual behaviors has only strengthened the convictions of those with ulterior motives, particularly Lu Ming. Elated by Qin Feng's apparent decline and the growing distance between him and both Lu Han and Lu Ruxue, Lu Ming believes his scheme of discord has finally borne fruit. He begins to frequently malign Qin Feng before Lu Han, stoking the flames of discord in a bid to further sever their ties. Simultaneously, he adopts a facade of sympathy, approaching Qin Feng under the pretense of concern, all the while seeking to uncover his true thoughts. Qin Feng, recognizing the ploy, feigns despondency, subtly expressing his frustration with the Lu family's betrayal and his own uncertain future. This only delights Lu Ming further, as he perceives Qin Feng as completely unguarded and even potentially amenable to his influence. Aside from Lu Ming, the cunning governor Zhou Bowen of Jiangzhou is also stirring beneath the surface. He has abandoned his previous sycophancy towards Qin Feng and instead seeks favor with Lu Han, while simultaneously dispatching agents to privately engage with Qin Feng, cloaked in feigned sympathy and regret. He insinuates that should General Qin wish to seek alternative opportunities, he would gladly serve as a bridge to introduce him to influential figures in the capital. Qin Feng is well aware that these noble persons refer to the conservative leader of the capital, Grand Commandant Li Yin. It appears that this Lord Zhou has long been an informant for Li Yin embedded in Jiangzhou. Qin Feng outwardly expresses profound gratitude for Zhou's goodwill, but deliberately feigns hesitation, claiming he must weigh his options carefully, thus tantalizing Zhou's curiosity. Even far away in the capital, Princess Lu Qingxue has received word of Qin Feng's waning favor. Although she suspects this may be a ruse orchestrated by Qin Feng and Lu Han, she cannot help but feel anxious and send a messenger with a covert letter inquiring whether assistance is needed. In his response, Qin Feng elaborates on his strategy to draw out the adversaries and requests that the princess closely monitor Li Yan's movements in the capital, urging her to promptly relay any unusual developments. In a fleeting moment, the city of Jiangzhou was rife with undercurrents as various factions, emboldened by the decline of Qin Feng, began to reveal their true colors. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, akin to a seasoned hunter, lay in wait, observing with a detached gaze. He understood that this performance was merely reaching its zenith. The true hunt was about to commence. Chapter 52. Luring the snake from its hole, Lu Ming walks into the trap. Rumors regarding the discord between Qin Feng and the Lu family escalated, fueled by the unseen puppeteer behind the scenes, becoming nearly common knowledge. Amongst this turmoil, Lu Ming basked in triumph. These past few days, he strode with an air of confidence, a smile gracing his lips, as though the entire Lu family were already his by right. Witnessing Qin Feng's isolation, the growing indifference of Lu Han, and the enmity with Lu Ruxue, the pent-up resentment and jealousy that had long festered within him found unprecedented release. Thus, he began to frequent Qin Feng's residence under the guise of concern, but with ulterior motives to probe. One night, he arrived with a jug of wine, feigning earnestness as he sat opposite Qin Feng, his tone somber. "Brother Qin, why put yourself through this? A formidable general like yourself, renowned for your victories in the north, now reduced to such a state, it's truly disheartening even for a brother like me." At his words, Qin Feng, incensed, raised his cup and took a hearty swig, a flicker of fury igniting in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Disheartening? I, Qin Feng, have risked my life for the Lu family, only to meet this fate? Am I to be punished for my achievements? This Lu family is not worth my loyalty. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. Though he feigned alarm, Brother Qin, tread carefully. If these words were to slip out, it could spell great trouble. Trouble? Qin Feng scoffed, abruptly slamming the table as he stood up. If Lu Han can act as he pleases, then do not fault me for retaliating. If I am not welcomed here, I shall find my own refuge elsewhere. Lu Ming's heart soared with joy, though he continued to placate him. Calm yourself, brother. I understand your grievances, but the current situation is beyond our control. Patience is required. Rest assured, though I may lack talent, I know right from wrong. If you trust me, when I take the helm of the Lu family, you shall not be wronged. This was a blatant attempt at recruitment. Qin Feng lowered his gaze, concealing the glint of coldness in his eyes, and then feigned a flicker of emotion and hesitation, cautiously inquiring, "Is your promise genuine, third young master? Can you truly assist me?" "Of course." Lu Ming thumped his chest, fervently assuring him, "Brother Qin, I have witnessed your capabilities firsthand. Were it not for the interference of certain individuals, how could you have fallen to such depths? Together, we could ensure that the Lu family and all of Jiangzhou becomes our dominion." To further ensnare Qin Feng's trust, Lu Ming began to intentionally divulge internal secrets of the Lu family and express his grievances regarding Lu Han's decisions, attempting to fully integrate Qin Feng into his camp. Qin Feng, appearing deeply grateful, embraced Lu Ming as a brother, exchanging toasts as if they were dear friends. Over the days, Lu Ming was completely blinded by Qin Feng's genuine display of emotion, his behavior becoming ever more audacious and reckless. He not only complained to Qin Feng about Lu Han's favoritism and ridiculed Lu Rushue's insensitivity, but also subtly hinted at his connections with external forces, preparing to exact revenge on Qin Feng, insinuating that he possessed the capability to facilitate Qin Feng's resurgence. Qin Feng realized that this venomous serpent had completely taken the bait. The external forces he spoke of, aside from the gang leader Black Wolf, likely concealed an even deeper conspiracy, potentially involving barbarian factions. This was precisely the breakthrough Qin Feng had long awaited. He discreetly recorded every critical utterance and each dubious clue, biding his time until the opportune moment to strike Lu Ming with a thunderous blow. Chapter 53: Thunder Strikes, Lu Ming Falls. As Lu Ming reveled in his perceived mastery over Qin Feng and began secretly plotting his next scheme, a net woven intricately by Qin Feng, Lu Han, and Lu Rushue was silently tightening around him. That evening, Lu Ming, as was his custom, arrived at Qin Feng's residence with food and drink, eager to continue his coaxing. After several rounds of wine, he was quite intoxicated, his words becoming increasingly audacious. "Brother Qin, fear not," Lu Ming exclaimed, patting Qin Feng's shoulder, his tongue slightly slurred. "I have already secured the necessary manpower. I assure you, those who look down upon you will pay dearly. Soon, you will reclaim your command, I will lead the family, and together, no one will dare to defy us." A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he feigned surprise. "Is the third young master truly serious? Whom have you managed to contact?" "Hee." Lu Ming chuckled with pride, lowering his voice. "Well, I cannot divulge that just yet, but rest assured, it will clear your name. We shall not only deal with that stubborn old Lu Han, but also make Lu Rushue aware of who her true protector is." Before his words could settle, a deep and piercing sound erupted into the night sky. Bang! The courtyard door was violently kicked open. Lu Han, leading several elite guards from the Lu family, stormed in with fierce eyes wide open. Behind him, Lu Rushue, her face frosted with disdain, glared with a gaze sharp as a blade. "Lu Ming, you wretched beast! How dare you spread such deceitful words and conspire here?" Lu Han pointed at Lu Ming, his fury palpable, his voice echoing against the walls. Lu Ming, terrified beyond measure, fell to his knees, stammering, "Second uncle, please let me explain. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding?" Lu Han laughed in anger. "What you just said was heard clearly by both Rushue and me. Do you still wish to argue?" At that moment, Qin Feng slowly rose, retrieving a stack of letters and account books from his robes, tossing them before Lu Ming with an icy tone. "Lu Ming, You conspired with the bandit Scorpion, intending to ambush me and the 500 Tiger Tooth Guards. You have repeatedly sowed discord and incited internal strife. Now you brazenly plot for the head of the family. Here lies your evidence of guilt. What else do you have to say? The letters were precisely the secret communications Qin Feng had seized from the Scorpion leader, along with Lu Ming's subsequent promises of recruitment. As for the account books, they were concrete proof, personally uncovered by Lu Rushue, of Lu Ming's clandestine collusion with unscrupulous merchants, embezzlement of family assets, establishment of an illicit trading company, and even the rearing of assassins outside Jiangzhou City. Caught red-handed. The evidence was as solid as a mountain. Lu Ming gazed at the incriminating documents before him, his face paling instantly, beads of sweat cascading down like rain. He realized that it was over. Everything was lost. It wasn't me. I was framed by Qin Feng. Second uncle, you must believe me, he screamed hoarsely, attempting to cast aspersions upon Qin Feng. Enough, Lu Han bellowed, interrupting his tirade. At this juncture, you still dare to argue. Guards, seize this traitor who colludes with outsiders, schemes against our family, and harms his kin. Take him to the dungeons and await judgment. Several guards pounced like hungry wolves, dragging the already weakened Lu Ming away. A meticulously orchestrated plan had culminated in a perfect conclusion. The venomous serpent that had lurked within the Lu household for years had finally been unearthed. Qin Feng observed Lu Ming's disgraceful departure with no trace of compassion in his eyes. He would show no mercy to such a treacherous and ruthless individual. Turning to Qin Feng, Lu Han's face radiated relief and gratitude. Qin Feng, I owe you a great debt. If it weren't for your cunning strategy, my Lu family might have perished at the hands of this scoundrel. Lu Rushue approached his side, her beautiful eyes filled with remorse and admiration. Husband, we had wronged you before. Qin Feng smiled gently, taking her hand in his, and softly replied, we are family. There is no need for such formalities. Removing the harmful elements is for the benefit of our Lu family, is it not? The three exchanged smiles, and in that moment, all misunderstandings and barriers dissipated like mist. Through this battle-like counterattack, Qin Feng had thoroughly eliminated a significant threat within the Lu residence, earning Lu Han's unwavering trust and leaving a deeper impression in Lu Rushue's heart. He was not merely a hero on the battlefield, but also the pillar of the family. The true General Wei Yuan had risen. Chapter 54. The Rise of Wei Yuan. Jiangzhou returns to loyalty. Lu Ming, for colluding with outsiders and plotting against the family head, among other heinous crimes, was stripped of his clan status by Lu Han and sentenced to the death dungeon, awaiting execution on a chosen day. This news erupted like thunder over Jiangzhou, stirring up tumultuous waves. No one had anticipated that the typically flamboyant third young master of the Lu family would commit such acts of betrayal and treason. Even more shocking was that it was the once despised son-in-law, Qin Feng, who had personally exposed and brought an end to this conspiracy. Not only had he seen through Lu Ming's schemes, but he had also turned the tables, luring out the snake and ultimately catching him red-handed, thus eradicating a long-hidden malignancy from the Lu family. In that moment, Qin Feng's reputation soared to new heights. The people sang his praises. This General Qin was not only the victorious General Wei Yuan, but also a master strategist. Indeed, brave and cunning, a paragon of both martial and scholarly prowess. The Lu family was truly fortunate to have such a son-in-law. Their ancestors must have been virtuous. It seemed that the future head of the Lu family would undoubtedly be General Qin. On the streets, discussions abounded, with accolades for Qin Feng echoing everywhere. Even those who had previously hesitated or harbored animosity towards him among Jiangzhou's various factions quickly shifted their stance. Upon learning the truth, the governor of Jiangzhou, Zhou Bowen, broke into a cold sweat, thankful that he had not truly antagonized Qin Feng. He arrived at the door under the cover of night, bearing lavish gifts, his words dripping with humility and his demeanor more obsequious than ever before. Although Qin Feng held such fence-sitters in disdain, he did not turn them away. He understood that a crystal-clear stream harbors no fish. These lesser figures could sometimes serve as the finest eyes and pawns. to his astonishment as his reputation soared. A number of local talents from Jiangzhou sought him out, eager to offer their allegiance. Among them were destitute scholars well-versed in classical texts, skilled wandering heroes, astute merchants adept in arithmetic, and frustrated lower-ranking military officers. They recognized Qin Feng's talent and potential, believing that aligning with such a courageous and sagacious leader, who was just in reward and punishment, would surely lead to a promising future. For those who sought to join him, Qin Feng welcomed them with open arms. Selecting the best among them, he emulated the hiring practices of his past life, establishing a rigorous evaluation system that primarily assessed character, ability, and loyalty. Lu Han wholeheartedly supported this initiative, providing venues and resources, and personally recruited several esteemed scholars and reclusive sages from Jiangzhou for Qin Feng. In no time, the General Wei Yuan's residence became a bustling hub of visitors, emerging as the new epicenter of power in Jiangzhou. The Tiger Tooth Guards expanded from a mere 200 to a full complement of 500, continually attracting elite warriors and intelligence experts from various locales. Qin Feng made judicious arrangements based on each individual's strengths. Scholars handled documentation, strategy, and internal affairs. Warriors led the guards and trained soldiers. Merchants managed industrial operations and financial allocations, and intelligence personnel began mapping Jiangzhou and its neighboring regions, gathering diverse military, civil, and governmental intelligence. He boldly introduced modern management practices from his previous life, such as performance assessments, responsibility delineation, and job rotation, revitalizing the Lu family's existing management framework and significantly enhancing efficiency. Lu Rushua shed her previous aloofness, proactively taking on the internal management of the general's residence, organizing everything with remarkable precision, and becoming Qin Feng's most capable and supportive companion. Their mutual cooperation deepened their bond, as they supported one another like a true couple navigating through turbulent times. Qin Feng's influence in Jiangzhou grew exponentially, akin to a snowball, gathering momentum with each turn. He was acutely aware that his wings had begun to flourish, and it was time to set his sights on the dazzling capital city, a symbol of supreme authority. There, a greater storm was brewing, and he would step into that den of dragons and tigers under the name of General Wei Yuan, ready to stir the winds and rain. Chapter 55. A feast in the capital to invite the tiger. Qin Feng turns the tables. The winds of Jiangzhou were beginning to stir once again, while 1,000 miles away in the capital, the name of Qin Feng had already set off a torrent of undercurrents. Within the Taiwei's residence, the lights flickered dimly, and the atmosphere was tense. Li Yin sat in the main seat, holding a recently delivered confidential report, his expression as dark as ink. What a remarkable fellow Qin Feng is, and what an extraordinary son-in-law of the Lu family. He scoffed, slamming his teacup onto the table. I once thought him merely a reckless man who stumbled into success, not worthy of concern. Little did I expect that this youth possessed such acumen, having seized control of most military and political affairs in Jiangzhou within a mere few months. Taiwei, please calm your anger. The aide beside him bowed and advised. Although Qin Feng had gained temporary power in Jiangzhou, his foundation remained tenuous and unlikely to endure. If he were to venture into the treacherous waters of the capital, it would surely lead to peril. Li Yin interjected with a cold sneer. What I fear is that he might not come to the capital. If we allow him to grow too strong in Jiangzhou, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to us in the future. He must be summoned to the capital swiftly, placed under our watchful eyes, and then dealt with gradually. The aide expressed concern, noting that Qin Feng now wielded military power and was deeply trusted by both the emperor and the princess. A rash summons could provoke controversy. A gleam of cold light flashed in Li Yan's eyes, then let him come on his own accord. With that, he swiftly penned a secret order, dispatching it to Jiangzhou for Zhou Bowen to execute. In Jiangzhou, at the Wei Yuan general's residence, Zhou Bowen received the confidential letter as if it were a divine opportunity. He hurried to the general's residence, beaming with delight, and presented a gilded invitation. General Qin, what a tremendous occasion. This is a personal invitation from the Grand Chancellor to attend the talent banquet in the capital. At that time, The nobility and young talents of the court will gather. And the Grand Chancellor has long admired you, wishing to recommend your extraordinary talents to His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushue's face lit up with joy. Husband, this is an exceptional opportunity. If you can earn the Grand Chancellor's favor, it will greatly benefit your career. Qin Feng accepted the invitation, a slight smile playing on his lips, yet he understood all too well this was not a talent banquet, but rather a meticulously orchestrated trap. Li Yin intended to lure him to the capital under the guise of favor, only to ensnare him gradually. However, he maintained an expression of feigned surprise and gratitude, clasping his hands in thanks. Such generosity from the Grand Chancellor. What merit do I possess to deserve it? I am deeply grateful to Lord Zhou for your efforts. Zhou Bowen, seeing his reaction, felt a surge of delight and hastily concurred. The general is exceptionally talented and deserves to be renowned across the realm. How could he remain in Jiangzhou for long? This journey to the capital will undoubtedly lead to great heights. Once Zhou Bowen departed, Lu Rushue remained puzzled. Husband, if the Grand Chancellor wishes to recruit you, why do you seem less than pleased? Qin Feng shook his head, his gaze profound. Rushue, you underestimate the struggles within the court. Li Yin, as the leader of the conservatives, has always been wary of local aristocrats gaining power. Does he truly intend to recommend me? He merely wishes to confine me in the capital for easier control. But should we not go? Lu Rushue furrowed her brow. Yet Qin Feng laughed, his eyes glinting with determination. No, I shall go, since they have laid out a banquet of traps. I will attend and show them who the true hunter is. He understood that entering the capital was imperative. This was not a mere pitfall, but rather the first step toward the higher stage of power. However, before stepping into the den of dragons and tigers, he needed to prepare a counterattack that belonged solely to him. Chapter 56. Leaving Jiangzhou, entering the dragon's lair, danger lurks. Qin Feng resolved to accept the invitation to the capital and attend the talent banquet set by Grand Chancellor Li Yin. This news quickly spread throughout Jiangzhou, stirring up waves of reaction. Some expressed deep concern. This is clearly a banquet of traps. General Qin's venture may lead to grave misfortune. Others applauded with enthusiasm. Excellent. This is the true spirit of a hero. If he can command the capital with authority, then he shall truly be the formidable General Wei Yuan. Upon receiving the news, Lu Han felt a mixture of concern, yet predominantly understanding and trust. Since you have made up your mind to go, I shall no longer hinder you. He spoke solemnly in his study. However, the capital is fraught with danger and deceit. One must be wary of others. With that, he retrieved a black iron token engraved with the Lu family emblem and a sealed letter, solemnly handing them to Qin Feng. This is a means of communication with the covert network I have established in the capital. Should you find yourself in peril, use this token to reach them. It may grant you a glimmer of hope. Qin Feng accepted the token, his expression resolute. Rest assured, father, I shall exercise prudence. Standing side by side at the window, the sunlight cascaded in, illuminating the tiger tooth guards training in the courtyard. Lu Han gazed at the disciplined soldiers and remarked, the people you take must be elite. The capital is unlike Jiangzhou. It is a realm governed not by brute strength, but by political maneuvering, intrigue, and the human heart. Qin Feng nodded. I have selected my men. They are brothers who have fought alongside me through thick and thin. Moreover, I have prepared contingencies. Lu Han looked at him with a glint of pride in his eyes. Excellent. You are increasingly resembling a true commander. Simultaneously, Lu Rushue was making the final preparations for Qin Feng's departure. She personally selected a few loyal maids and guards, each meticulously chosen for their exceptional skills in combat, disguise, and intelligence gathering. In a side chamber, she organized the heavy battle robes, murmuring softly, the capital is cold. My husband despises the chill. You must take this fox fur coat. She paused, her fingertips lightly brushing the collar, as if she could feel Qin Feng's face. She understood that this journey to the capital was not merely for a banquet. It was a vortex of power, where a single misstep could lead to ruin. Yet, she also believed that with his wisdom and courage, he would navigate through the perils. She sealed a letter and entrusted it to a confidant of Princess Lu Qingxue, saying, Please ensure it reaches several noble women in the capital, informing them of my husband's imminent arrival and requesting their assistance. On the eve of his departure, Qin Feng summoned the senior members of the Tiger Tooth Guards for a final address in the training grounds. During my absence, you must uphold military discipline without faltering, he declared, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembly. Training must continue daily, and equipment should be regularly inspected, especially the newly developed crossbow, which is in its early stages. We must expedite its testing. Liu Biao clasped his fists in salute. Rest assured, General, I will transform the Tiger Tooth Guards into an ironclad force. Qin Feng nodded and then turned to Huang Ying. The Snow Fox Intelligence Network must intensify its infiltration in the capital. I need to be informed of every move made by Li Yan and any unusual activities from Lu Ming. Report immediately. Huang Ying bowed in acknowledgement. Understood. Finally, Qin Feng addressed all present, his tone resolute. This journey may lead to fierce battles. Yet, I am confident that upon my return, Jiangzhou will remain secure, and the Tiger Tooth Guards will continue to be sharp. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices booming. We shall follow the general, conquering the battlefield. The sound reverberated, a testament to their indomitable spirit. Days later, Qin Feng, accompanied by dozens of elite Tiger Tooth Guards, bid farewell to Lu Han and Lu Ruxue, embarking on the official road to the capital. He was acutely aware that this path was fraught with peril. Indeed, as the convoy reached a post station 100 or so miles from the capital to rest, trouble arrived as anticipated. Outside the station, the sound of hooves echoed, raising clouds of dust. A group of ruffian soldiers clad in the uniforms of the capital's garrison swaggered into the post, led by a stocky young officer brandishing a whip, his gaze fierce. Hey, who are you? Dear, did you linger here? Do you possess a travel pass? Are there any contraband items? Open your bags for inspection. His words dripped with humiliation and provocation, clearly sent to instigate trouble. Qin Feng sat at the head of the table, his expression calm, yet his eyes swept over the intruders like a blade. He discerned immediately that these individuals were merely pawns dispatched by Li Yan to assert dominance, intentionally seeking to humiliate him and undermine his reputation before even entering the capital, since they wished to play games. A faint smile curved Qin Feng's lips as a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. He decided to indulge them. He subtly raised a hand, signaling his Tiger Tooth Guards behind him. Thus began the quiet prelude to his counterattack. Chapter 57. The Night Battle at the Post Station, striking fear into the malefactors. Faced with a blatant provocation from the garrison ruffians, the elite Tiger Tooth Guards accompanying Qin Feng were already seething with anger, their hands resting on their daggers, ready to eliminate these reckless foes at a mere command from their general. However, just as the tension mounted, Qin Feng raised his hand to halt them. Stand down. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he addressed the arrogant young officer in a calm tone. Esteemed military officer, we are General Qin Feng of Wei Yuan and his entourage, not any fugitives. If there has been a misunderstanding, I implore you to exercise your discernment. His words were delivered with respect and courtesy, as if he were genuinely a frightened general. Seeing Qin Feng's apparent weakness, the young officer became even more arrogant, exclaiming, "Humph! What Wei Yuan general? I've never heard of you. In this realm of the capital, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must bow down. Spare me the chatter and search them. Any resistance will be met with lethal force." With that, he, along with his band of ruffians, lunged forward like wolves, intent on forcibly rummaging through their belongings and detaining them for interrogation. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The seemingly respectful and docile Tiger Tooth Guards, standing behind Qin Feng, suddenly erupted in rebellion. Their movements were swift as lightning, their strikes ruthless and decisive. A flash of cold steel glimmered, followed by the sharp sounds of bones snapping and piercing screams that erupted within the post station. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen ruffians lay incapacitated on the ground, each with broken limbs, howling in pain, as if plunged into a hellish nightmare. The once arrogant young officer, caught completely off guard, was sent flying several yards by a single kick from a Tiger Tooth Guard, crashing violently against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed, unconscious. This sudden counterattack left the onlookers and the post station staff utterly astonished, rendering them speechless. No one had anticipated that the seemingly mild-mannered general of Wei Yuan possessed such thunderous prowess. The ferocity of his guards was indeed chilling. Qin Feng approached the unconscious young soldier, gently nudging him with his toe, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "So, do you still wish to search?" The young soldier slowly regained consciousness, and upon opening his eyes, was met with a scene of bloodshed and Qin Feng's piercing, icy gaze. Terrified, he collapsed to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head, pleading, "Spare me, General. I am too blind to recognize greatness. I deserve to die. I shall never dare again." "Never dare again?" Qin Feng chuckled softly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had been quite audacious, declaring that he would not hesitate to eliminate the general. "I was wrong. I spoke out of turn. I implore the esteemed general to show mercy and spare my wretched life." The young soldier cried, his former arrogance completely vanished. Ignoring him, Qin Feng turned to the tiger tooth guard behind him, speaking in a stern tone, "Bind these men and confiscate their waste tokens and weapons. Once I return to the capital, I will personally demand accountability from the Ministry of War and the governor of the capital." Though his words were calm, each one struck like a hammer, resonating clearly in the ears of everyone around. The onlookers, who had previously remained uncertain, now realized that this was no ordinary general. He was a true tiger descending from the mountain. Meanwhile, a confidant of Li Yin, lurking in the shadows, turned pale and swiftly departed, racing back to the capital to deliver the news. They understood that the vice minister's plan to intimidate had utterly failed. The illustrious General Wei Yuan was not someone to be trifled with. Qin Feng surveyed the soldiers bound like dumplings on the ground, crying for mercy, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. He knew this was merely the beginning. The true contest had only just begun. Yet, with this thunderous strike, he had sent a clear signal to all enemies lurking in the darkness. "I, Qin Feng, have arrived. Do you wish to play dirty? Let us see whose fists are stronger and whose tactics more refined." Chapter 58. General Wei Yuan enters the capital. A storm is brewing at the talent banquet. Qin Feng and his entourage, escorting the group of ruffians impersonating the capital's garrison, entered the resplendent capital of the great Yin dynasty, Chang'an, in grand procession. This news spread like wildfire throughout the streets and alleys of the capital before he even arrived. In no time, discussions regarding General Wei Yuan Qin Feng erupted once again. Some claimed he was audacious enough to openly assault a court official in the heart of the capital, utterly disregarding the law. Others praised his bravery and cunning, recognizing that he had the insight to retaliate against a trap set by Vice Minister Li Yin, demonstrating the true spirit of a hero. Many more, however, were merely eager spectators, curious to witness the clash between this upstart general from Jiangzhou and the entrenched aristocracy of the capital. Qin Feng remained unfazed, riding with composure. He understood that the true struggle was only beginning. Upon entering the capital, he promptly proceeded to the Ministry of War to report, presenting the captured ruffians along with the confiscated tokens and weapons as evidence of their crimes. Though the Minister of War held reservations about Qin Feng's hardline methods, he was constrained by the current favor bestowed upon him by the emperor, as well as his connection to Princess Lu Qingsnow. Thus, he refrained from imposing undue difficulties, reluctantly accepting this perplexing situation and arranging for Qin Feng and his entourage to be accommodated at an official post in the capital. That evening, a banquet for distinguished talents was personally hosted by Grand Tutor Li Yin. Qin Feng donned a splendid new general's robe, which accentuated his striking presence. Lu Ruxue had thoughtfully selected a dragon-patterned jade pendant as an accessory, softly advising, "My husband, the Grand Tutor's residence may be fraught with peril. Exercise caution." Qin Feng grasped her hand and gently replied, "Do not worry. Such a banquet cannot ensnare me. Remain here at the post and await my return." With that, he embarked in a carriage accompanied by several formidable tiger tooth guards, heading directly to the Grand Tutor's residence. The Grand Tutor's estate, situated on the bustling Zhuke Avenue, was expansive and adorned with intricate carvings and lavish decorations, reflecting the owner's immense power and influence. At that moment, the entrance was abuzz with vehicles and guests. A veritable sea of nobility and prominent families, alongside the newly emerged talents of the court. As Qin Feng's carriage came to a halt, it immediately captured the attention of all present. Look, that is the renowned General Qin Feng. Indeed, he appeared as magnificent as the tales had depicted. Merely a consort who relies on a woman's status. What is there to be proud of? Various murmurs arose, a blend of envy, jealousy, and disdain. Qin Feng alighted from the carriage with an air of composure, glancing up at the gilded plaque of the Grand Tutor's residence, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Li Yan, Qin Feng have arrived. He strode through the gates, his tiger-tooth guards shadowing him closely, their vigilant gazes and imposing demeanor contrasting starkly with the elegantly dressed scions of nobility around them. The banquet was held in the largest hall of the Grand Tutor's estate, now filled to capacity with esteemed guests, exchanging toasts and reveling in merriment. Grand Tutor Li Yan, clad in a purple robe of the highest rank, sat at the head table, engaged in lively conversation with several high officials. Though past his 60th year, he exuded vitality, his keen gaze projecting an aura of authority. Upon seeing Qin Feng's arrival, a warm smile spread across his face as he rose to greet him, exclaiming, General Qin Feng, your presence graces us. Forgive me for not welcoming you sooner. His words were imbued with enthusiasm and respect, as if he were indeed receiving a long-admired young talent. Internally, Qin Feng scoffed, though his outward demeanor mirrored a cordial smile. Your Excellency is overly gracious. To receive such an invitation to this grand event is an honor beyond measure for Qin Feng. As a mere soldier newly arrived in the capital, I hope to receive your guidance and support in the days to come. After a round of insincere pleasantries, Li Yan guided Qin Feng to a seat near the main table. As Qin Feng surveyed the gathering, he noted that most gazes directed at him were filled with scrutiny and hostility. He understood that this evening's banquet would not unfold peacefully. A hidden conflict aimed at him had already quietly commenced. Chapter 59. A battle of wits among scholars at the banquet. Qin Feng's aura drenches the room. As the wine circulated and the music began to ebb within the hall of gathering talents, the atmosphere transitioned from an initial light-hearted revelry to an increasingly nuanced tension. The Grand Commandant, Li Yan, raised his wine cup, surveying the assembly, and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests, today I host this banquet of exceptional talents. Firstly, to nurture talent for our great Yin dynasty, and secondly, to provide an opportunity for our young elites to forge connections and engage in enlightening discourse." He paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips, as he gestured towards Qin Feng. In particular, we are honored today to welcome the renowned young hero of the northern borders, General Wei Yuan, Qin Feng. The guests raised their cups in unison, exclaiming their respects to General Qin, yet their gazes betrayed a mixture of scrutiny, disdain, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Qin Feng, maintaining his composure, stood to return the gesture. I am grateful for the Grand Commandant's kind words and for the affection of all present. My accomplishments are merely the result of fortunate circumstances, and I humbly accept none of the accolades. He offered his toast in honor of those valiant soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the nation and those comrades who protect the land and its people. His humility was deftly balanced with decorum, reflecting the essence of a soldier. Yet, the banquet was not merely a celebration of toasts. Just then, a voice, laced with sarcasm, cut through the air. "General Qin, your words are misguided. Military achievement is military achievement. What fortune is there to speak of? I'm merely curious. How did you, General Qin, manage to defeat the 10,000-strong barbarian army with only a few hundred remnants? Could it be that you possess some mystical arts to summon winds and rain, or conjure soldiers from mere seeds?" The speaker was a young nobleman clad in fine garments, his demeanor haughty as he took the initiative to attack under Li Yan's subtle encouragement. He was none other than Li Ziong, the son of the Minister of Personnel. The assembly, upon hearing his words, revealed expressions of amusement, as if they had finally witnessed the opening act of this grand banquet. Qin Feng slowly set down his cup, his gaze turning icy as he inquired coldly, "And who might this young gentleman be?" "I am Li Xiang, son of the Minister of Personnel," he replied, his tone dripping with arrogance, clearly attempting to leverage his lineage to intimidate. "Ah, so you are young Master Li," Qin Feng acknowledged with a nod. "Are you, then, questioning the military honors bestowed upon me by His Majesty? Are you doubting the glory earned through the blood and valor of our great Yin soldiers?" His voice remained calm, yet each word struck with the sharpness of a blade, elevating the query to a challenge against imperial authority, an affront to military dignity. "Li Xiang's kuntanansa shifta," and he hastily defended himself. "I was merely curious." "Curious?" Qin Feng scoffed. "Such matters of state are not to be trifled with based on mere curiosity. If you are genuinely interested in military affairs, why not take up the pen for the sword, venture into battle yourself, and experience firsthand the meaning of life and death, of being wrapped in horsehide? Only then will you comprehend the true sacrifices made by our great Yin soldiers, earned not through idle words, but through the shedding of blood and the giving of life." His words resonated with gravity and righteousness, even commanding respect from those who had initially come to spectate. Li Xiang, now red-faced from being so soundly rebutted, dared not speak further. Li Yin, observing the exchange, maintained his smile, attempting to smooth over the incident. "Ha ha, General Qin, your candor is truly commendable. Young Xiang is merely youthful and impetuous," and his words were ill-considered. "I hope you can show him some leniency." Yet Qin Feng remained relentless, fully aware that if he did not decisively intimidate and subdue these petty individuals today, the troubles that would arise in the future would only multiply. He clasped his hands solemnly and declared, "Esteemed Grand Commandant, it is not that Qin Feng lacks reason. Rather, military merit is earned through the blood and lives of countless soldiers, and it must not be wantonly desecrated or slandered by anyone. Today, young Master Li may be curious. Will tomorrow's young Master Zhang and Wang also indulge their curiosity? If this continues, where will the morale of the army reside? What remains of our national prestige?" He paused, his voice suddenly rising. "My achievements, Qin Feng's, are personally conferred by His Majesty, witnessed by both court and commoners. How dare you speak ill of them here? Should anyone dare to question my military accomplishments in the Northern Front or malign the valiant soldiers of the Great Yin, he shall not escape the wrath of my blade." At the moment his words fell, a bone-chilling aura of murderous intent erupted from within Qin Feng. The entire hall of gathering virtue seemed to plunge into an icy abyss. Those young scions who had initially sought to capitalize on the opportunity now felt the unmasked ferocity of his killing intent, falling silent and refraining from any hint of disrespect. Even Li Yan's expression shifted, for he had not anticipated that Qin Feng would be so unyielding. Not only did he refuse to offer a way out, but he also brazenly displayed his murderous aura at the banquet, instilling fear throughout the assembly. What a bold and audacious son-in-law general. Chapter 60. Seizing the Moment. Strategizing in the capital. The banquet of talents at the Grand Commandant's residence concluded amidst a profound silence and shock. Through a battle of wits, Qin Feng not only rebuffed the provocation of Li Xiang, the son of the Minister of Personnel, but also instilled a palpable dread among those who had anticipated his humiliation, compelling them into silence. Although no blades were drawn during this gathering, the political maneuvering was far more exhilarating than any physical confrontation. While Grand Commandant Li Yin maintained a composed demeanor as he bid farewell to the guests, once he returned to his study, he could no longer suppress the fury bubbling within him. Incompetent fools. A bunch of useless wretches. He slammed his palm onto the table, toppling the teacups. For the meticulously arranged banquet intended to demonstrate his authority had instead turned into a platform for Qin Feng's renown. What good are you lot, other than causing me vexation? Li Xiang, kneeling on the floor, trembled in fear, and the sycophantic disciples around him dared not raise their heads. One trusted advisor hastily stepped forward to counsel. "Esteemed Grand Commandant, temper your wrath. Qin Feng indeed surprised us. He is not to be underestimated. However, though he may have triumphed in verbal sparring today, he has also offended numerous influential figures within the capital. His brilliance is too conspicuous, and his lack of restraint is a grave folly in the political arena. We need only observe the unfolding events. Opportunities to undermine him will surely arise. Li Yan's expression softened slightly, but remained as dark as ink. This man must not be allowed to remain. We must swiftly devise a plan to seize the military authority he holds. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. However, while Li Yan and his cohorts frantically plotted their strategies, Qin Feng had already commenced his next phase of scheming. He understood that tonight's banquet was merely an appetizer. The true contest had only just begun. He summoned the clandestine connections of the Liu family in the capital and, through the Snow Fox intelligence network, initiated a comprehensive investigation into Li Yan and his faction. Simultaneously, he meticulously compiled a comprehensive memorial, attaching confessions obtained from the ruffians posing as soldiers of the Jingjing garrison, as well as the confiscated tokens and weapons as material evidence, which he submitted to the Minister of War and the Governor of Jingzhou. Although both the Minister of War and the Governor of Jingzhou had always maintained a close relationship with Li Yan, they found themselves unable to openly shield him in light of the irrefutable evidence presented by Qin Feng, coupled with the subtle pressure from Princess Liu Qingxue and the Liu family. Reluctantly, they issued an order for a thorough investigation. Indeed, this inquiry unveiled a significant issue. It turned out that the ruffians were indeed members of the Jingjing garrison, yet their actions on that day had been instigated by a certain trusted disciple of Li Yan, who sought to deliberately humiliate Qin Feng. Once this matter came to light, it was hastily dealt with due to Li Yan's intervention, resulting in the dismissal and investigation of the unfortunate disciple and several minor leaders, ultimately leading to a lack of resolution. However, the repercussions of this incident were far from negligible. It not only exposed the vile faces of certain officials to the citizens of the capital, but also heightened the dissatisfaction of those previously neutral officials towards the arrogance exhibited by Li Yan's faction. More importantly, Qin Feng adeptly utilized this event to cultivate an image of someone unafraid of tyranny and upholding integrity, thereby winning the hearts of the populace and enhancing his reputation among officials. Concurrently, he skillfully took advantage of the thorough investigation by the Minister of War and the Governor of Jingzhou to strategically position some elite members of the Snow Fox in key roles within the Jingjing garrison and the Jingzhou government. These individuals, having undergone rigorous training, excelled in disguise and infiltration, and would henceforth serve as vital eyes and pawns for him in the capital. This maneuver of leveraging strength against strength was executed with remarkable finesse. Upon learning of this development, General Li Yan was infuriated yet felt powerless. He finally recognized that this son-in-law general from Jiangzhou was not only a masterful strategist on the battlefield, but also a formidable adversary in the court. For the first time, he harbored genuine apprehension towards Qin Feng. This individual could no longer be allowed to remain. Li Yan murmured under his breath, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, for otherwise he would inevitably become a significant threat to my peace of mind. Chapter 61. A Proposal Before the Emperor. A Gracious Countenance. Qin Feng's series of maneuvers in the capital not only intimidated the scions of noble families, but also successfully captured the attention of the current sovereign. The emperor of the Dian dynasty, who had long resided in the depths of the palace and was burdened with myriad affairs, developed a profound interest in this young general, who had repeatedly achieved remarkable feats, was unafraid of power, and understood how to capitalize on circumstances. A few days later, a decree was issued from the palace, summoning Qin Feng to enter the palace and meet the emperor. This marked the first occasion since arriving in this world that Qin Feng found himself on the highest stage of power, clad in the attire of a fifth-rank military official. With a treasured sword at his waist, he traversed through the opulent palace under the guidance of eunuchs, stepping into the resplendent imperial study. Behind the writing desk sat a middle-aged man adorned in a bright yellow dragon robe, his countenance imposing and his gaze piercing. He was none other than the supreme ruler of the Dian dynasty, the current emperor. Minister Qin Feng, I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Qin Feng knelt according to protocol, his voice steady and powerful. Rise, the emperor spoke calmly, his tone devoid of turbulence. My dear minister, I am well aware of your remarkable military achievements in the northern borders. At such a young age, you managed to repel an army of 100,000 savages, thereby elevating our nation's prestige. This brings me great comfort. I humbly thank your majesty for your generous praise. As Qin Feng rose and cupped his hand in response, he humbly remarked, "This is merely my duty as a minister. It is also the merit of the soldiers of our three armies, supported greatly by the royal consort and the Liu family. I dare not claim credit." Upon hearing this, a flicker of appreciation crossed the emperor's eyes. This young man, humble in victory and modest despite his talents, was indeed a rarity. "Ha! There is no need for such humility, my dear Qin," the emperor replied with a slight smile. "I have summoned you today not only to commend your achievements, but also to solicit your insights regarding the northern defenses and the future policies of our great Yin. This is the true test." Qin Feng had long been prepared for this moment. With a demeanor of neither subservience nor arrogance, he began to articulate his views with clarity. He commenced by discussing the situation in the northern territories, proposing a strategy of proactive defense through a war-supported economy, cultivating the land at the borders, and transforming passivity into initiative. He then addressed domestic affairs, advocating for light taxation and the development of commerce as the foundation of a prosperous nation. Further, he boldly suggested military reforms, proposing the establishment of a standing elite force directly controlled by the court to address future crises. Drawing upon his past experiences, he introduced several unprecedented ideas for this era, emphasizing the critical role of logistics in warfare, suggesting the establishment of a military industry department dedicated to the development of new weaponry, creating an intelligence system to ensure knowledge of both friend and foe, and employing economic measures to restrain neighboring adversaries. His words resonated like thunder, shaking the imperial study. The emperor, increasingly astonished, watched as Qin Feng's initially understated demeanor transformed into one of brilliance and excitement. He had never encountered such a systematic, forward-thinking, and refreshing approach to governance. Excellent. An economy sustained by warfare and wealth stored among the populace. The emperor exclaimed, slapping the dragon table with delight. What a remarkable proposal for military reform and a technologically advanced army. Qin, you truly are an unparalleled national talent. Your insights surpass those of the learned old courtiers in the court. He immediately decreed, award him 100 taels of gold, 10 bolts of palace silk, and permit him to attend the military affairs meetings, where he may offer counsel to me at any time. What an extraordinary honor! To be allowed to participate in a military discussion during his first audience was indeed an exceptional elevation. Qin Feng felt elated. He understood that he had begun to earn the emperor's trust and had firmly established his footing in the court. However, just when he believed everything was proceeding smoothly, the emperor suddenly shifted his tone, casually yet pointedly inquiring, "Dear Qin, I have heard that there seems to be some misunderstanding between you and Grand Commandant Li Yin." As these words were spoken, the air in the imperial study seemed to freeze instantly. Qin Feng's heart jolted, and he quickly comprehended. The emperor was probing him and testing his stance. He realized that the true competition had only just begun. Chapter 62. Concealing Talents Before the Emperor. A night of unexpected turmoil. Faced with the emperor's seemingly casual inquiry, Qin Feng's mind raced with alarm bells. He recognized this was no mere question. It was a test and a warning. He bowed respectfully and replied with a steady tone, "Your Majesty, I bear no personal grievances with Grand Commandant Li. Any divergence in political views is but a minor disagreement. The Grand Commandant is a crucial minister of the nation, with significant contributions and toil, and I have always held him in high esteem. Should there have been any inappropriate remarks, they are merely the folly of my youthful impetuosity, and I hope your Majesty can discern this." These words were meticulously crafted, conveying neither malice nor hostility, while attributing potential conflicts to mere ideological differences and youthful exuberance. The speaker adopted a humble yet assertive demeanor. Upon hearing this, the emperor's eyes glimmered with a knowing smile as he slowly nodded. "Indeed, young man, a certain sharpness is commendable, yet one must also learn to temper it. The court is not solely a battleground. It is rife with human sentiments and the delicate balancing of interests. Do you comprehend? Your Majesty, I shall heed your guidance, Qin Feng replied with a bow. He understood that the emperor was subtly instructing him to avoid being overly conspicuous and to adapt to the survival dynamics of the court. As he stepped out of the palace, a slight heaviness settled in Qin Feng's heart. The ruler of the Yin was indeed profound in thought, masterfully wielding the art of imperial strategy. He required Qin Feng's sharp blade to counterbalance the entrenched aristocratic families. Yet he did not wish for that blade to be overly sharp, lest it inflict harm upon himself. It seemed that the path through the capital was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Qin Feng sighed softly. However, before he could catch his breath, an invitation arrived discreetly at the official inn. The seventh prince was hosting a banquet, inviting the talented youth of the capital, and his name was prominently listed first. The seventh prince, the youngest son of the current emperor at merely 18 years of age, had yet to be conferred a title and was known for his quiet demeanor and lack of significant influence in court. This sudden banquet, specifically inviting him, the recently celebrated general of Wei Yuan, was indeed thought-provoking. The seventh prince? Qin Feng mused as he ran his fingers over the invitation, a smile creeping upon his lips. It appeared that the depths of this capital's intrigue were even more profound than he had imagined. He resolved to attend. That evening, Qin Feng arrived at the seventh prince's residence as promised. While it lacked the ostentation of the Grand Commandant's estate, it was nonetheless arranged with a serene elegance, exuding a unique charm. The guests were primarily scholars from humble origins, newly minted from the imperial examinations, along with a few young officers making their mark in the military. In contrast to the gatherings of the powerful and affluent, this occasion felt more relaxed and genuine. The seventh prince, clad in a royal blue brocade robe, possessed a countenance akin to a polished jade, his demeanor exuding a gravity and wisdom beyond his years. Upon seeing Qin Feng, he personally approached with a warm smile, exclaiming, "General Qin's presence graces my humble abode. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and to meet you today is truly a privilege. Your Highness is overly gracious. I am unworthy of such praise." Qin Feng responded with a respectful gesture. Throughout the banquet, the seventh prince frequently raised his cup in toast, expressing high regard for Qin Feng's military accomplishments in the northern territories and showing keen interest in the governance strategies he proposed. Their conversation flourished, with Qin Feng delighted to engage with this promising royal, sharing insights on the grand affairs of the world with effortless eloquence. Just as the atmosphere grew warm and convivial, an unexpected upheaval erupted. Several black-clad assassins, disguised as servants, suddenly sprang from the crowd, brandishing poisoned daggers, their movements ghostly as they lunged toward both Qin Feng and the seventh prince. Their aim was nothing short of an attempt to assassinate the two simultaneously. Assassins, protect His Highness. Protect General Qin. The banquet hall descended into chaos, filled with screams, shouts, and the clashing of weapons. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, and in a swift reaction, he pushed aside the seventh prince beside him and drew his sword, confronting the onslaught of assailants with unwavering resolve. The sudden assassination transformed what had been a seemingly effortless royal banquet into a battleground for survival. Who was orchestrating this treachery? Was it the unfinished scheme of Li Yan? Or was there another puppet master at play? Qin Feng remained unaware, yet he understood that, from this moment forth, the chessboard of the capital had irrevocably shifted. Chapter 63. A Night of Terror at the Banquet. The true nature of the cunning trap revealed. The assassination struck with a chilling ferocity. Dark-clad assassins erupted like phantoms from the crowd, their poisoned daggers glinting ominously as they aimed straight for the throats of Qin Feng and the seventh prince. Faced with this unexpected and lethal assault, Qin Feng's eyes turned icy, and he sprang into action, his sword, akin to a nimble serpent emerging from its lair, moved with the swiftness of lightning, deftly parrying a fatal blow from one assailant, while simultaneously pivoting to deliver a powerful kick to another, sending the man hurtling backward to crash against tables and chairs, splintering wood and spraying blood. An assassin. Protect the prince. Protect the general. The banquet hall erupted into chaos. Guests screamed and fled in every direction, while maids and attendants cried out in terror, creating a scene of utter disarray. The seventh prince, though somewhat skilled in martial arts, had lived a life of luxury and was wholly unprepared for such a tumultuous confrontation. His face drained of color, he staggered backward under the cover of his loyal guards, nearly losing his footing. The assailants, clearly not mere street killers, were seasoned assassins, each strike brutal and relentless. Their objective singular: to eliminate both Qin Feng and the seventh prince. Protect the general. The elite Tiger Tooth Guard, already present, quickly regrouped into a defensive formation, encircling Qin Feng as they engaged the assassins in a desperate struggle for survival. Blades clashed in a deadly dance, the air thick with the scent of blood and the palpable tension of impending death. As he fought against the assassins, Qin Feng rapidly assessed the situation. Although they appeared to target both him and the seventh prince, the true focus lay squarely on him. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This was a meticulously crafted assassination plot. He suddenly realized that while the seventh prince maintained a facade of modesty, he was not without weight in the struggle for succession. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, basking in the emperor's favor and rising prominence, had undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of certain factions. If this assassination could eliminate both him and the seventh prince while framing a political rival, it would be a masterstroke. You think you can scheme against me? Qin Feng, you underestimate your opponent. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he ceased to hold back. His sword surged forward with newfound speed, the flashes of steel illuminating the chaos, as two assassins fell to the ground, their throats pierced, lifeless before the banquet's guests. His movements blended the combat techniques of his past life as an operative with the fundamental swordplay of this realm, ferocious, elusive, and utterly unpredictable. Just then, a cacophony of battle cries and the thunder of hoofbeats erupted from outside. A well-armed, menacing troop had completely surrounded the seventh prince's residence. At the forefront stood a commanding general clad in the attire of the Grand Commandant's office, brandishing a flag as he proclaimed, "By the order of the Grand Commandant, the seventh prince's residence is in collusion with assassins, plotting treason. Surrender at once. Those who resist shall be dealt with ruthlessly." It was indeed the forces of Li Yan. Moreover, it arrived with such swiftness and precision. A cold smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips. As anticipated, this was indeed a treacherous scheme orchestrated by Li Yan. First, assassins were deployed to create chaos. If successful, they would eliminate both himself and the seventh prince in one fell swoop. If they failed, he could fabricate charges of rebellion and ensnare them all. What a cunning method to invert truth and frame the innocent. General Qin, surrender without resistance. A deputy general from the Grand Commander's office pointed at the corpse of the assassin slain by Qin Feng, his voice sharp. You conspired with the seventh prince to assassinate a court official. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to argue? Court officials? Qin Feng scoffed. When did these assassins become court officials? Your skill in twisting facts and deceiving the sovereign is indeed exquisite. At that moment, the seventh prince, pale and trembling, hoarsely protested. I am wronged. I did not conspire against the crown. They sought to kill us. They aimed to frame me. Yet, the soldiers from the Grand Commander's office paid no heed to his explanations, advancing relentlessly with murderous intent. Just as the situation seemed dire, Qin Feng suddenly raised his voice to the heavens, a roar that pierced the sky. Princess, save me. Your Highness, save me. Li Yan seeks to unjustly accuse and slaughter the innocent. His furious cry employed a rudimentary vocal technique he had learned from the third floor of the library, resonating far and wide. Simultaneously, he retrieved a specially crafted signal flare from his bosom and ignited it with fervor. A blinding red flare shot into the sky, standing out vividly against the dark night. This was the highest-level distress signal of the Snow Fox. The Deputy General of the Grand Commander's office changed countenance upon witnessing this and barked, "Not good. Stop him. Charge. Slay them." Chapter 64. The Imperial Guard descends. The tide turns. As the soldiers from the Grand Commander's office lunged at Qin Feng and the seventh prince like ravenous wolves, seeking to fabricate an illusion of guilt and rebellion, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. "Halt!" By order of His Majesty, a commanding voice boomed like thunder, reverberating from outside the seventh prince's residence. Following this, a synchronized cadence of footsteps and the thunderous sound of hooves erupted. A detachment of the Royal Imperial Guard, clad in golden armor and wielding the Emperor's bestowed golden hammer, surged forth under the leadership of a pallid, beardless eunuch with hawk-like eyes. Breaking through the night and heading straight for the gates, they swiftly dispersed the encirclement of the Grand Commander soldiers, firmly protecting Qin Feng, the seventh prince, and others at the center. Deputy General Li Hu, the eunuch, brandishing the imperial edict and glaring fiercely, shouted, "You possess great audacity. How dare you lead troops to besiege the prince's residence without His Majesty's command, intending to harm court officials and the prince? Are you plotting rebellion?" Li Hu's face drained of color, his legs trembling as he knelt, banging his head on the ground like a pestle. "I dare not. I am wronged. I merely acted on the orders of the Grand Commander to apprehend the seventh prince and, cough cough, General Qin." The moment he uttered those words, he realized he had overstepped, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. "Humph! Utter nonsense." The chief eunuch let out a cold sneer, his tone chilling. The seventh prince and General Qin were ambushed within the estate. I have already dispatched men to investigate, and the identities of those assassins remain shrouded in mystery. Undoubtedly, they are mercenaries. Yet here you are, without discerning right from wrong, surrounding the residence with troops, attempting to twist the facts and slander the prince and the general with accusations of treason. I dare say, the true conspirator is you. His words resonated powerfully, casting the heavy accusation of treason back upon the Taiwei's household. Li Hu felt his spirit crumble, scarcely daring to voice a defense, and could only bow repeatedly in apology. Qin Feng, standing to the side, felt a slight relief wash over him. He knew that the crimson signal fire of the snow fox he had sent had successfully delivered its message. Moreover, the actions of Princess Lu Qingxue were swifter and more decisive than he had anticipated. This was no mere coincidence. She had evidently foreseen Li Yan's intentions and had set her plans in motion well in advance. At this moment, the seventh prince finally regained his composure from the shock. Upon seeing the Imperial Guard arrive, it was as if he had grasped a final lifeline. His voice, hoarse with desperation, cried out, "Esteemed chief eunuch, you must stand for me. I hosted a banquet for talented youths, yet it led to an assassination attempt. Were it not for General Qin's valiant rescue, I would surely have met an unjust fate today. Li Hu, without any regard for the truth, accuses me of treason. Clearly, someone has instigated this, seeking to frame me and silence me." Though his lamentations bore a hint of theatricality, they were undeniably moving. The chief eunuch regarded him with a softened gaze. "Rest assured, Your Highness, this matter will be thoroughly investigated, and your innocence will be vindicated." He then turned his cold, frosty gaze towards Li Hu. "Li Hu, what else do you have to say? Guards, arrest this man and all his unruly soldiers. Confine them to the dungeon to await the Emperor's judgment." Yes, the Imperial Guard, like tigers descending from the mountains, swiftly advanced to subdue Li Hu and his men, escorting them to prison. The tide of the situation, which had seemed overwhelmingly in favor of Li Hu, was entirely reversed with the arrival of the Imperial Guard. This meticulously orchestrated assassination attempt, meant to frame Qin Feng and the seventh prince, not only failed to eliminate them, but also resulted in Li Yan losing a trusted lieutenant, leaving him with a reputation for recklessly employing private troops and falsely accusing a prince. More importantly, the Emperor's stance had become glaringly evident. Otherwise, how could the esteemed Imperial Guard have arrived so promptly? Li Yan had truly struck a hard wall this time. Chapter 65. Thunderous Fury, a Heart Like the Sea. The assassination attempt on the seventh prince's residence echoed like a thunderclap across the capital. The news spread throughout the city overnight. The Taiwei's forces had brazenly besieged the prince's estate, their intentions unclear, yet the assassins had been vanquished, turning the tide of the situation. All of this was intentionally manipulated by the royal guard, painting Li Yan as a treacherous conspirator plotting against the prince and assassinating loyal officials in a shocking scandal. In an instant, the court was thrown into turmoil, and the populace was filled with trepidation. Everyone understood that a monumental storm was on the verge of engulfing the entire court of the Dian dynasty. Within the imperial study, the emperor was furious. What insolence! What audacity! He slammed his palm down upon the jade inkstone on the table, shattering it into pieces, blood-red ink splattering across the floor. Li Yin has become increasingly brazen. Does he not see me? Does he not respect the law? His voice reverberated through the hall, causing the rafters to buzz ominously. Beside him, the chief eunuch, with a compliant demeanor, took it upon himself to embellish the valiant performance of the seventh prince and Qin Feng during the night banquet. While portraying Li Hu's arrogance during the siege of the prince's residence, as if he were on the brink of rebellion. The emperor's countenance darkened with each word, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. Summon him. He rose abruptly, his voice sharp as he commanded. Call Grand Commander Li Yin to the palace at once. I must personally inquire what he intends to do. In the Grand Commander's residence, Li Yin sat pale and slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant. He had learned that the troops he sent to besiege the seventh prince's estate had been captured by the royal guards. And Li Hu had been imprisoned in the dungeons, his fate uncertain. It's all over, he murmured, a chill settling in his heart. He had not anticipated Qin Feng's swift response or Lu Qingshue's decisive measures. Even the typically low-profile seventh prince had concealed such formidable support behind him. This series of miscalculations left him ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. Sir, given the circumstances, we can only sever our own arm to save her life. A trusted aide suggested in a hushed tone. Sever our arm? Li Yan's expression darkened. Indeed, the aide replied through gritted teeth. We must shift all blame on Li Hu, claiming he acted independently and made unauthorized troop movements with no involvement from you. Then, proactively seek the emperor's forgiveness. Sacrifice some inconsequential interests and personnel to quell his wrath, thus preserving your position and the foundation of your family. Li Yin remained silent for a long while, ultimately letting out a deep sigh, pain and reluctance flickering in his eyes, yet he could only nod in resignation. He understood this was the sole path forward. In the imperial study, Li Yin knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he lamented his inadequate guidance, having been deceived by treacherous individuals, nearly leading to a disastrous outcome. He even took the initiative to expose Li Hu and several of his confidants, accusing them of colluding with assassins and plotting treachery, while requesting the emperor to reward the composed and valiant Qin Feng and the seventh prince. The emperor observed his remorseful demeanor with a cold, mocking smile. He recognized that this old fox was attempting to barter his own salvation through self-mutilation. Although the emperor was fully aware that this affair could not be entirely disconnected from Li Yin, the court was unstable at present. Li Yin had cultivated his influence over many years, with supporters scattered throughout. If it were to be abruptly eradicated, it could provoke even greater turmoil. Thus, he generously pardoned Li Yin for his negligence, imposing only a nominal 6-month salary deduction and revoking some nominal titles, ordering him to reflect in solitude. Meanwhile, those Li Yin had denounced as traitorous ministers faced confiscation of their property and extermination of their families, meeting a grim fate. Thus, a case that could have toppled the court concluded under an enigmatic atmosphere where the thunder was loud, yet the rain was light. However, all understood this was merely a facade of tranquility. Though Li Yin retained his position, he was severely weakened by the incident, his prestige greatly diminished. Conversely, Qin Feng, through his gallant actions during the assassination attempt and the emperor's subsequent attempts at placation, saw his reputation soar, subtly emerging as an influential new force within the court. After this tempest, the chessboard of the capital had been entirely reshaped. Some had fallen, while others had risen. In this grand game, the emperor skillfully wielded his imperial strategy, balancing the various factions with remarkable finesse. Chapter 66. The Emergence of the Tiger-S Feng, Brilliance Unveiled. Following the assassination attempt on the seventh prince's residence, a tempest arose in the capital, ultimately culminating in Qin Feng's triumph. Although the journey was fraught with peril, the outcome proved to be both fortuitous and profitable, earning him both fame and fortune. He not only successfully thwarted the intricate schemes of the Grand Counselor Li Yin, forcing the cunning old fox to retreat in disarray, but also showcased his composure, loyalty, valor, and exceptional intellect before the emperor and the court, garnering resounding applause. To placate this illustrious young general and further balance the power dynamics within the court, the emperor issued a new decree bestowing upon Qin Feng another round of accolades. This time, he was granted a substantial amount of gold, silver, and precious jewels, along with luxurious silks, and was elevated to the rank of third-rank general of Zhaowu. Furthermore, he was authorized to expand his Tiger Fang Guard to 1,000 men, with provisions supplied by the state treasury, a third-rank general of Zhaowu, commanding 1,000 elite troops. For one so young and of humble origins as a son-in-law, this was an unprecedented honor. The entire capital was shaken by this news. Countless individuals marveled at Qin Feng's meteoric rise and were captivated by his legendary journey. Those who had once underestimated, envied, or attempted to suppress him now found themselves compelled to reassess the true value of this son-in-law general. They finally recognized that Qin Feng was no longer the pliable figure they could manipulate at will. He had acquired sufficient strength and resources to firmly establish himself amidst the hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the capital, even stirring the winds of change. Upon hearing the news, Grand Counselor Li Yin was consumed by rage, shattering several precious antique porcelain pieces in his study. Yet, despite his deep-seated hatred, he could only swallow his anger and retreat, hesitating to act against Qin Feng again. He understood that he was now like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to save himself. Should he rashly strike out again, he would only be discarded by the emperor as a mere pawn in a game of balance. Meanwhile, outside the court and within the realm of martial arts, rumors about Qin Feng surged like a tide. Have you heard? The illustrious General Wei Yuan is now a third-rank general of Zhaowu. Not only has he attained a prestigious position, but it is said that every member of his Tiger Fang Guard is a formidable warrior, capable of matching 10 foes. Oh, I heard from someone who came from the palace that even the emperor has sent observers to witness their training. Though these tales may be embellished, they nonetheless reflect that Qin Feng and his Tiger Fang Guard had quietly risen in the capital, becoming a military force that could not be overlooked. Instead of reveling in his accolades, Qin Feng seized the moment to boldly expand the Tiger Fang Guard. Rather than selecting soldiers from the capital's garrison or the Imperial Guard, he utilized secret channels through the Liu family and Princess Liu Qingxue to recruit several hundred battle-hardened veterans from the northern border troops, along with a number of brave and loyal young men from Jiangzhou, amassing over 700 elite warriors to bolster the ranks of the Tiger Fang Guard. Although these recruits may not match the initial band of fearless fighters in valor, each one was a hardened warrior tested by the trials of life and death, holding Qin Feng in deep reverence and swearing unwavering loyalty. Qin Feng personally stationed at the military camp on the outskirts of the capital, employing his unique military training methods that blended modern special forces training principles with the practical combat experience of this world. He conducted intensive training for this 1,000-man battalion, covering formations, hand-to-hand combat, marksmanship, stealth, team coordination, and tactical simulations. Each subject was innovative and pragmatic, breaking the rigid mold of traditional armies, significantly enhancing the combat efficiency and battlefield adaptability of the Tiger Tooth Guard. Within just over a month, the combat prowess of the Tiger Tooth Guard had soared to new heights. Within the capital, legends about this mysterious unit proliferated. Some claimed, the Tiger Tooth Guard traverses the night as if gliding over flat ground, their presence felt before their enemy's defenses are breached. Others recounted their expertise in nocturnal raids, recounting tales of a single night when they eliminated dozens of rebels without a single survivor. There were even whispers that the weapons of the Tiger Tooth Guard were divine instruments, having tasted the blood of thousands without breaking. Although many of these claims were exaggerated, they nonetheless indicated that Qin Feng and his Tiger Tooth Guard had become an iron-blooded legend in the hearts of the people of the capital. Even the emperor, upon hearing of the training achievements of the Tiger Tooth Guard, dispatched a trusted eunuch to observe and praise Qin Feng's methods of military training. Standing atop the training grounds, gazing down at the row upon row of neatly aligned and resolute Tiger Tooth Guard soldiers, Qin Feng felt a surge of ambition within him. He understood that this unit was not merely his means of survival. It was the foundation upon which he would build his future ambitions of conquering the world. He aspired to forge the Tiger Tooth Guard into a truly indomitable force, a winning army, unmatched in its assaults, a formidable elite unit, a steel fortress capable of intimidating the wicked, safeguarding the nation. Indeed, a legion capable of altering the very fabric of this era. Chapter 67. Ingenious Strategies. Breaking through military constraints. The Tiger Tooth Guard had expanded to 1,000 men, showcasing their burgeoning strength and formidable presence. However, alongside this development, a new dilemma surfaced, a severe shortage of military equipment. Although Princess Lu Qingxue had generously provided a batch of fine weapons, it was merely a drop in the bucket for an army of this size. Moreover, Qin Feng had envisioned a range of new equipment, including upgraded crossbows, specialized arrows, thunderous bombs, and gunpowder explosives. These were essential to his ambition of creating a modern elite army. Yet, these crucial military supplies were exclusively manufactured and allocated by the Military Bureau under the Ministry of Works. Even powerful generals found it difficult to acquire them in bulk, let alone those new experimental weapons still in the testing phase. Qin Feng was acutely aware that if this issue remained unresolved, the combat effectiveness of the Tiger Tooth Guard would likely suffer greatly. Thus, he resolved to visit the Ministry of Works personally. Minister Chen Song was an old acquaintance of Grand Commandant Li Yan, and their close relationship promised no easy negotiations for Qin Feng. As anticipated, when he expressed his intentions to request a batch of weaponry for the Tiger Tooth Guard and proposed several improvement suggestions, the officials of the ministry met him with cold laughter and evasive responses. The inventory is tight, General. The production of new equipment is complex and cannot be mass-produced. The process was cumbersome, requiring layers of reporting and approval. Even more insidiously, some suggested with veiled insinuations that if the general wished to procure arms sooner, he might consider offering a token of goodwill. Qin Feng, inwardly amused, recognized them as seasoned opportunists, adept at feathering their own nests before the game was played. Maintaining his composure, he casually left behind a meticulously prepared blueprint for weaponry modifications and a detailed proposal aimed at enhancing manufacturing efficiency on the assembly line. Resting it on the desk of a young clerk named Zhang Mo, hailing from humble origins and possessing remarkable talent, had found himself stifled at the Ministry of Works due to his lack of political maneuvering. Upon inadvertently perusing Qin Feng's documents, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. The exquisite designs and unprecedented concepts opened a window to the future. That very night, he diligently transcribed the materials and, drawing upon his extensive experience at the armory, crafted a thorough analytical report to present to the Minister of Works, Chen Song, seeking approval for a pilot project. However, upon reviewing the report, Chen Song not only dismissed it but also chastised Zhang Mo, accusing him of being overly ambitious and neglecting his duties, and even attempted to claim the report as his own to curry favor with the emperor. Disheartened, Zhang Mo felt despondent about his prospects. At that moment, Qin Feng fortuitously returned for another visit and inadvertently learned of the situation. Enraged, he confronted Chen Song in his capacity as a general, demanding to know how the minister could stifle talent and obstruct weaponry improvements. Did he intend to jeopardize the front lines and endanger the nation? He declared his intention to report the matter to the emperor for a ruling. Chen Song, feeling guilty and intimidated by Qin Feng's current favor with the emperor and the backing of Princess Lu Qingxue, could only swallow his pride, return the report to Zhang Mo, and begrudgingly acquiesce to Qin Feng's request for military supplies, even promoting Zhang Mo to oversee the development of new weaponry. What appeared to be a futile confrontation was deftly turned around by Qin Feng's strategic maneuvering, enabling him not only to secure the urgently needed military equipment, but also to enlist the highly capable Zhang Mo, thereby placing a crucial piece in his strategy at the Ministry of Works. Chen Song, filled with resentment yet powerless to act, could only bide his time for a chance to retaliate. In the aftermath of this incident, Qin Feng showcased his remarkable talent and influence in military technology, altering the perceptions of various factions within the court. He was no longer seen merely as a general skilled in warfare, but as a true mastermind, adept in military strategy and weaponry, and a shrewd leader of men. Chapter 68. The secret realm emerges. The door to cultivation opens. Through meticulous planning at the Ministry of Works, Qin Feng not only resolved the weaponry shortages of the Tiger Tooth Guard, but also subtly addressed the faction loyal to Grand Commandant Li Yin, while simultaneously securing the technically gifted Zhang Mo, achieving 3 objectives with one stroke and reaping substantial rewards. Following this event, his reputation in the capital soared to unprecedented heights. Once scornful officials, who once turned a cold shoulder towards him, have now begun to change their demeanor, extending olive branches with eagerness. Meanwhile, some neutral parties, who previously adopted a wait-and-see attitude, have started to engage discreetly, hoping to forge a favorable connection with the esteemed General Wei Yuan. Among them, the most proactive is none other than the 7th Prince. Ever since the assassination attempt on the royal residence, where Qin Feng risked his life to protect the prince, he has regarded Qin Feng as both a savior and a potential ally. The prince has frequently sent precious gifts and letters of consolation, and he has extended multiple invitations for Qin Feng to join him at banquets, where his respect for talent is abundantly evident in their discussions. Qin Feng holds a deep admiration for this seemingly modest prince, who, in truth, harbors profound depths. He understands that in the ever-shifting political landscape of the capital, an additional ally equates to a diminished threat. Moreover, it appears that the 7th Prince possesses hidden strengths of his own. On one particular day, the 7th Prince dispatched an envoy once more, inviting Qin Feng to a secluded villa on the outskirts of the capital, claiming to have discovered an ancient relic and wishing for him to accompany the expedition. Ancient relic? Upon receiving the invitation, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, curiosity igniting within him. He was acutely aware that this world was not as straightforward as it seemed. The scattered records in the Liu family's library on vital energy and cultivation, alongside the elusive aura emanating from the princess Liu Qingxue, continually reminded him that this realm might conceal another kind of power that transcends the mundane. This so-called ancient relic might very well serve as a gateway to that enigmatic world. After a brief contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to accept the invitation. He brought along Liu Biao and a dozen of the most elite Tiger Tooth Guards, proceeding with the envoy from the 7th Prince to the villa on the outskirts. The villa, nestled against the mountains, exuded an air of serenity, with stringent defenses clearly indicating it was no ordinary retreat, but rather a significant stronghold for the 7th Prince. The prince had been waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing Qin Feng, he approached with unrestrained enthusiasm. "General Qin, you have finally arrived. The relic I discovered lies within the rear mountains of this villa, shrouded in mystery. I dared not venture alone, and after much consideration, I deemed only a hero of your caliber worthy to join me in this exploration." His words not only exalted Qin Feng, but also subtly hinted at the extraordinary nature of their quest. Qin Feng smiled gently. "Your Highness flatters me. It is my honor to explore the unknown alongside you." After exchanging pleasantries, they followed the 7th Prince deeper into the rear mountains. Upon reaching a secluded hollow, they beheld a massive boulder, which had split open, revealing a narrow crevice barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Darkness enveloped the fissure, and a chilling wind blew forth, instilling a sense of foreboding. "General Qin, this is the place," the 7th Prince said, pointing to the crevice, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. "According to my investigations, it is highly likely that an ancient cave lies hidden within, possibly concealing earth-shattering secrets." Qin Feng gazed intently, and he distinctly sensed an extremely faint yet exceptionally pure wave of vital energy emanating from the vicinity of the crevice. Furthermore, this energy seemed to resonate in a rhythmic pattern with some force within the cosmos. Could this truly be the abode of a cultivator? Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. He understood that this time, he might indeed be on the brink of uncovering the true mysteries of this world. Why did the 7th Prince choose this moment to bring him here? Was his true purpose? Chapter 69. The ancient inscription emerges. The threads of destiny begin to unravel. The flickering torches cast shadows upon the deep rock walls. Qin Feng and the seventh prince led the group into a narrow crevice that barely accommodated one person, leaving most of the guards stationed at the entrance, with only Lu Biao and a few of the seventh prince's personal guards accompanying them. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was damp and cold, filled with a decayed and musty scent, as if no one had tread here for centuries. The group advanced cautiously, their footsteps echoing between the stone walls, resonating like a heavy heartbeat. As they ventured deeper, the faint fluctuations of vital energy became increasingly distinct, seemingly emanating from some unknown entity. After about half a stick of incense, the path ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a vast natural cavern before them. The cave was as spacious as a hall, towering over 10 zhang high, with stalactites hanging like a forest, shimmering with an eerie glow under the torchlight. In the center of the cavern stood a massive stone stele, entirely black and towering several zhang high, silently erect before them. Its surface was covered with dense, ancient runes and peculiar patterns, exuding a desolate and mysterious aura, as if it bore the weight of memories transcending time and space. "What is this?" the seventh prince exclaimed in astonishment, his voice trembling slightly. Qin Feng's gaze, however, was firmly fixed on the runes and patterns. From his extraordinary perspective as a soldier of unmatched prowess, these seemingly chaotic symbols subtly formed incomprehensible celestial charts of star movements and diagrams of human meridians and energy flow. Could this be an ancient and long-lost method of cultivation? A storm surged within Qin Feng's heart. Without hesitation, he attempted to channel the faint vital energy within him, guiding it along certain routes depicted on the stele. In an instant, a warm force surged from his dantian, circulating through specific meridians, bringing unparalleled comfort to his limbs and invigorating his spirit. Effective, truly effective. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He realized that he might have stumbled upon a treasure. What was recorded on the stele was likely a cultivation method far surpassing this era, perhaps even the true source of power in this world. Just as Qin Feng was immersed in the joy of deciphering the stele's mysteries, the seventh prince suddenly pointed at the bottom corner of the stele, exclaiming, "General Qin, look, there are words here." Qin Feng hurriedly approached to examine it. At an inconspicuous spot at the base of the stele, several lines of extremely ancient inscriptions were carved. The characters were obscure and difficult to comprehend, but Huang Ying, the head of the Snow Fox team beside Qin Feng, possessed some understanding. After carefully scrutinizing for a moment, his expression grew increasingly solemn, and he finally spoke slowly. "Your Highness, it seems that what is recorded here pertains to a prophecy about destiny and great calamity." "Prophecy?" The seventh prince furrowed his brow. "What prophecy?" Huang Ying swallowed hard, his tone dry. "It states that after a millennium, when the stars are in disarray, a great calamity will descend upon the world. Only those endowed with dragon energy and extraordinary fate can avert the crisis and restore order to the universe." "Dragon energy? Extraordinary fate?" The seventh prince repeated, an unmistakable tremor flickering in his eyes. Qin Feng felt a jolt in his heart. He exchanged a glance with the seventh prince, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a profound significance. They both understood that this was not merely a cultivation cave. It was a chapter of history long sealed away, a prophecy concerning the fate of the entire world. Through this serendipitous exploration, they found themselves ensnared in a grander, more far-reaching torrent of destiny. Chapter 70. Breaking through the threshold. Danger lurks everywhere. Dragon Chi? Anomaly? To turn the tide and redefine the universe. The seventh prince murmured softly, his gaze flickering, as if contemplating matters of great depth. His expression fluctuated between excitement and gravity, even hinting at an elusive ambition. Qin Feng stood silently beside him, yet his heart surged with tumultuous waves. He did not believe in fate, but he could not disregard his identity as a traveler from another realm. Could it be that the great calamity of this world was somehow entwined with him? As for the Dragon Chi, in this era where imperial power reigned supreme, It was unmistakably the aura of emperors, symbolizing the mandate of the supreme ruler. General Qin, the seventh prince, suddenly turned, his eyes blazing. Do you believe in this prophecy? Qin Feng met his gaze, his tone calm. Your Highness, the concept of fate is elusive. Rather than rely on the unknown, it is wiser to seize the present. Do what one can, and heed the mandate of heaven. He paused, then shifted his tone. However, the cultivation methods inscribed on this stone tablet are undoubtedly real. If we could comprehend even a portion, it would be of immense benefit to both you and me. Upon hearing this, the seventh prince laughed heartily. What you say is indeed true, General Qin. Fate is unpredictable. Strength is paramount. This stone tablet is our joint discovery, and its secrets shall be explored together. His words were spirited, as if he genuinely wished to share this adventure with Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng remained vigilant in his heart. The seventh prince was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. His motive for bringing Qin Feng here today likely extended beyond mere curiosity. For the next few hours, Qin Feng and the seventh prince delved into the runes etched upon the stone tablet within the depths of the cave. Drawing upon his memories from a past life and a wealth of specialized skills, Qin Feng comprehended the diagrams reminiscent of human meridians and energy flow with remarkable clarity. He discovered that the tablet seemed to document an ancient and formidable body-refining technique, a stark contrast to the fragmented methods he had encountered in the third floor of the Liu family's library. With but a slight attempt, he felt the faint vital energy within him as if it had found an outlet, beginning to circulate along a specific trajectory, its speed multiplying several times over. With each cycle, he sensed his limbs and bones invigorated with strength, and his spirit became ever more acute. Such a powerful technique. Qin Feng was elated within. Meanwhile, the seventh prince expressed particular interest in the diagrams depicting the movements of celestial bodies. He appeared to possess an innate sensitivity to the power of astrology, becoming completely absorbed, at times furrowing his brow in contemplation, and at others, experiencing moments of clarity. Just as they were immersed in their respective insights, a thunderous sound erupted from outside the cave, accompanied by the hurried clatter of footsteps and the clash of weapons. Immediately thereafter, a bloodied guard stumbled into the cave, hoarsely exclaiming, "Your Highness, General, it is dire." A multitude of unidentified figures clad in black are encircling this place. Their numbers are vast and their combat prowess formidable. We are on the verge of being overwhelmed. What? The seventh prince's complexion paled, and he rose abruptly. Qin Feng's gaze turned cold, a mocking smile forming within. At last, they had arrived. He understood that this seemingly tranquil expedition into the unknown would not conclude so effortlessly. The secrets of this cave and the stone tablet had likely long been coveted by certain factions, and they had unwittingly become mere pawns in a predatory game. Chapter 71. The traitor revealed, the trap transforms. Protect the prince. Protect the general. Liu Biao and Huang Ying promptly reacted, swiftly drawing their weapons to shield Qin Feng and the seventh prince at the center, their eyes vigilantly fixed on the cave's entrance. The heavy sound of approaching footsteps grew ever nearer, fiery light seeping through the crevices, casting shadows upon the walls. Dozens of assassins clad in black, wielding sharp blades and obscured by black scarves, surged into the cave like a relentless tide, sealing off the entire exit. The leader, tall and imposing, bore a sinister gaze, his bloodied long knife indicating a fierce skirmish with the guards outside. Seventh Prince, General Qin, are you well? His voice was hoarse, laced with a hint of mockery. My master requests your presence. I hope you will surrender willingly to avoid suffering. Impudent. The seventh prince struggled to maintain his composure, rebuking them furiously. How dare you assault a prince and conspire against court officials? Who are you? The leader of the black-clad men scoffed. It is perhaps better that the seventh prince remains unaware of my master's name. As for General Qin, my master has long admired you. Should you choose to abandon the shadows and embrace the light, my master can offer you a splendid future, far surpassing the mere status of a consort. At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback. This was a blatant attempt to lure Qin Feng. With a frosty gaze, Qin Feng replied, "Oh, pray tell, What splendid future can your master offer me? A title of nobility? Or assistance in usurping the throne? Ha! The leader's eyes glimmered with appreciation. General Qin, you are refreshingly straightforward, just the sort my master enjoys engaging with. If you were to acquiesce, there is no telling what place you might hold in this world. Oomph. Qin Feng retorted with a cold smirk. I, Qin Feng, am a general of the great Yin, serving my sovereign with loyalty. How could I conspire with you traitors? Those who possess sense should lay down their arms and surrender. Perhaps I might plead for your lives before His Majesty. Refusal to drink the wine offered. You shall taste the bitter brew instead. The leader's murderous intent surged. If that is the case, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Brothers, attack. Only the seventh prince and General Qin are to be taken alive. All others, kill without mercy. Before his words had fully resonated, dozens of black-clad assassins lunged forward like wolves. Kill! Liu Biao roared, brandishing his axe to confront the enemy. Huang Ying, along with the members of the Snow Fox, and several personal guards of the seventh prince, drew their weapons, engaging in a fierce battle. Amidst the clash of blades and the spray of blood, cries of agony echoed. These assassins were all highly skilled, their strikes vicious, evidently trained as elite killers, their combat abilities far exceeding those of ordinary rogues. Despite Liu Biao's valiant efforts, he began to falter under the overwhelming numbers. Huang Ying and others were also wounded, and the situation grew increasingly dire. The seventh prince had long been terrified, cowering behind Qin Feng, trembling in fear. Qin Feng's gaze was icy, his sword in hand striking down enemies with lethal precision. Yet, he understood that if this continued, exhaustion would inevitably claim him. A breakout was imperative. Just as he prepared to unleash the newly harnessed energy within him, an unexpected turn of events occurred. One of the personal guards, who had been defending the seventh prince, suddenly displayed a sinister glint in his eyes, and without warning, his sword lunged towards the seventh prince's back. Your Highness, be careful. With swift reflexes, Qin Feng shoved the seventh prince aside and countered the ambush with a retaliatory strike. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, the guard's sword still carved a deep wound into his arm, blood instantly staining his sleeve. You traitor! Qin Feng gazed at the guard's malevolent grin, shock coursing through him, igniting a surge of murderous intent. He never expected that among the assassins, a trusted confidant of the seventh prince had infiltrated their ranks. This was no mere assassination attempt. It was a meticulously orchestrated series of murders, and he was merely a pawn caught in the midst of it all. Chapter 72. Rise from Ruins. Emergence of a True Power. Ha ha! Qin Feng, you boast of your prowess. Yet today, I shall witness how you escape this predicament. The treacherous guard cackled, his sword still dripping with blood. He retreated to the side of the leader of the black-clad assassins, a triumphant and sinister expression adorning his face. The seventh prince fixed a piercing gaze upon his once loyal confidant, Li Zhong, disbelief and rage swirling within his eyes. Li Zhong, I have treated you well. Why have you betrayed me? Li Zhong sneered. Treated me well? Your Highness, are you aware that my entire family has been viewed as thorns in the side of the crown prince and the third prince due to your inaction, ultimately leading to our ruin? I have endured humiliation for years, lurking by your side, all for this day, to take your life and avenge my family. At these words, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Thus it was revealed. This was a long-planned revenge. Qin Feng, clutching his wounded arm, felt his gaze grow colder. He finally comprehended that the struggle for power among the princes in the capital was far more brutal than he had imagined. Brothers, let us avenge our fallen comrades. The leader of the black-clad assassins, seeing Qin Feng injured and the seventh prince filled with dread, believed victory was assured and immediately commanded a full-scale assault. Dozens of black-clad assassins descended like ravenous wolves, surging forward with ferocity. Liu Biao roared defiantly, while Huang Ying and the members of the Snow Fox fought valiantly. Yet outnumbered, they were gradually driven into the corners of the cavern, their situation precarious. As Qin Feng surveyed the bleak scene before him, an intense unwillingness surged within him. No, he cannot perish here. There were too many unfinished tasks awaiting him. He yearned to return to Lu Rushue's side. He aspired to carve out a magnificent life in this world. With a fierce roar, he looked to the heavens, and the energy he had just cultivated surged forth within him, erupting like a torrent unleashed from a dam in the face of death's imminent threat. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of power coursed through his entire being, the agonizing pain in his arm seemingly vanishing, and his consciousness sharpened to an extraordinary clarity. Kill! The bloodlust in Qin Feng's eyes surged as his long sword transformed into a dazzling arc of light, charging towards the enemy with fervor. His speed, strength, and reflexes had all multiplied several times. The black-clad assassins, who had previously managed to hold their own, now appeared as fragile as clay figurines before him, easily shattered. Where the sword light swept, severed limbs flew, and rivers of blood flowed. Qin Feng descended like a vengeful deity, unleashing a massacre. The leader of the black-clad figures and Li Zhong stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with horror. They could hardly fathom that this injured Qin Feng could unleash such terrifying combat prowess. "Stop him! Quickly stop him!" The leader of the black-clad men shouted in panic. Alas, it was too late. Qin Feng had already lost himself to fury, his target set squarely on the treacherous Li Zhong. "Di, traitor!" he roared, thrusting his sword with the speed of lightning. Li Zhong felt a flash before his eyes, and the chill of death enveloped him entirely. Attempt to evade? His body could scarcely respond. With a piercing sound, the long sword pierced through his heart. Li Zhong fell, his face a mask of shock and regret. Qin Feng, undeterred, turned to pursue the leader of the black-clad men. The man, terrified, fled in a frenzied panic. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed from the cave's entrance. A cacophony of hurried footsteps. Soon after, dozens of elite guards clad in the attire of the Lu family, armed with powerful bows and crossbows, surged forth like divine warriors. Leading them was Lu Han, the second master of the Lu family. Behind him followed a familiar figure, Lu Rushue. "Protect the general. Protect his highness. Kill them!" Lu Han bellowed, charging headlong into the fray. Lu Rushue followed closely, her sword dancing like the wind, emanating an aura of lethal intent. It turned out that Huang Ying had, at the first sign of trouble, shattered the emergency signal of the Snow Fox. Upon receiving the signal, Lu Han and Lu Rushue immediately rallied all the elite forces of the Lu family and hastened to provide support. The sudden arrival of reinforcements was the final straw that broke the black-clad assassins' resolve, utterly shattering their psychological defenses. They had already been terrified by Qin Feng, and upon witnessing the arrival of formidable allies, they dared not linger, fleeing in disarray. A situation that had seemed certain to end in death had, through Qin Feng's explosive resurgence and the timely arrival of the Lu family's reinforcements, undergone a miraculous turnaround. Chapter 73. The Imperial Authority Reclaimed Amidst Adversity. Within the ancient cave, the ground was strewn with corpses, the stench of blood saturating the damp air. The arrival of the Lu family reinforcements had completely altered the tide of battle. Those black-clad assassins who had continued to stubbornly resist were swiftly annihilated under the combined onslaught, leaving only a few leaders attempting to break free. Yet they were ensnared tightly by the members of the Snow Fox, led by Huang Ying. "Leave no survivors," Qin Feng commanded coldly, clutching the wound on his arm. He needed to discover the true mastermind behind these assassins and why they had been able to locate this hidden cave with such precision. Lu Han quickly approached Qin Feng, his gaze falling upon the gruesome wound that exposed bone, his complexion pale, eyes filled with both dread and exhilaration. "My esteemed son-in-law, are you unharmed?" His voice trembled slightly. The earth-shattering cries for help and the sounds of struggle he had just heard outside nearly led him to believe he would never see his son-in-law again. "Father, do not worry. It is merely a surface wound, nothing serious." Qin Feng offered a faint smile, though his gaze lingered on the enigmatic black stone tablet. "The secrets harbored in this place are likely far more intricate than we can fathom." Lu Rushue rushed over, her eyes instantly reddening upon seeing the blood on Qin Feng's arm. "Husband, you've lost so much blood. Quickly, let me staunch your bleeding." As she spoke, She carefully retrieved some medicinal powder and a clean silk cloth from her bosom, tenderly tending to his wounds with gentle movements, her eyes filled with concern and remorse. Qin Feng allowed her to dress his injury, speaking softly, "I am fine. Do not fret." In that moment, warmth filled his heart. Regardless of how turbulent the world outside became, as long as she remained by his side, he felt fearless. The seventh prince had finally gathered his wits from the shock. Gazing at the corpses strewn about and the stone tablet exuding an eerie aura, his expression fluctuating between gloom and apprehension. He understood that the trouble he had attracted this time was likely far more severe than any he had encountered before. "General Qin, Lord Liu." He forced himself to appear composed as he spoke. "I am grateful to both of you for your gallant rescue today. As for the secrets of this place, I hope you will keep them confidential." Liu Han, a man of considerable experience, cast a glance at the mysterious stone tablet and then at the pale-faced seventh prince, already grasping a portion of the truth. The secret that could instill such fear in the prince, to the extent of inviting mortal peril, must undoubtedly pertain to the supreme power struggle of the imperial throne. "Rest assured, Your Highness," he responded solemnly, "the Liu family will divulge not a word of today's events. However, we must ask for an explanation regarding the origins of these assassins and their motives for targeting you and Qin Feng." Upon hearing this, the seventh prince couldn't help but smile bitterly. He realized that this matter could not end amicably. Just then, Huang Ying entered, escorting several captured black-clad assassin leaders. Following a rigorous interrogation, Qin Feng applied the non-violent psychological tactics he had learned in his previous life as a special forces operative, combined with a few stimulating drugs. And within a mere half-hour, he had extracted their confessions. Their revelations sent shockwaves through the room. The mastermind behind the attacks was not a prince, nor was it the Grand Marshal Li Yan, but rather the current national uncle, the Queen Lu's own brother, Liu Guojiu. Even more astonishing was the fact that their objective was not assassination, but rather the acquisition of the black stone tablet and the prophecy inscribed upon it. "Liu Guojiu?" Qin Feng exchanged a glance with the seventh prince, both displaying incredulity. Liu Guojiu, being the queen's brother, was known for his arrogance and domineering nature, yet he had never involved himself in the struggles for the throne among the princes. Why would he be so interested in this stone tablet? More importantly, how did he learn about this cave? And how did he manage to mobilize such a number of assassins? "This is dire." Qin Feng suddenly changed countenance. "Your Highness, the matter regarding the stone tablet may have already been leaked. Since Liu Guojiu was able to send people to seize it, others, particularly that person within the palace, may also be well aware." Upon hearing this, the seventh prince's face turned ashen. He certainly knew who Qin Feng was referring to when he mentioned that person in the palace. Indeed, just as they concluded their interrogation of the assassin and prepared to depart the cavern, a resounding and authoritative cadence of footsteps echoed from outside. Subsequently, a cohort clad in flying fish attire, wielding imperial gold medals, gradually entered the cave. They were none other than the Royal Secret Police, the Jinyui. Leading them was a stern-faced commander, devoid of any emotion as he proclaimed the emperor's edict. "By the emperor's decree, the seventh prince has trespassed into forbidden grounds, colluding with traitorous factions, harboring nefarious intentions. General Qin Feng has been derelict in his duties, becoming entangled in this affair. Immediately escort them back to the palace to await the emperor's judgment. No one shall obstruct this order. Violators shall face dire consequences." The atmosphere seemed to freeze instantaneously. The emperor's reaction was astonishingly swift and ruthlessly unyielding. The revelations surrounding the stone tablet and the prophecy had indeed reverberated through the heavens. Chapter 74, Dialogue Before the Emperor. The imperial will is inexplicable. The sudden appearance of the Jinyui, along with their chilling and severe proclamation, struck like thunder above the heads of those present, instantly weighing down the atmosphere within the cavern. The seventh prince had turned pale with fear, nearly collapsing to the ground had he not been supported by his guards. He understood that the 16 words, trespassing into forbidden grounds, colluding with traitors, harboring nefarious intentions, were sufficient to bring about his utter ruin. Liu Han's expression was grave as well. Although he held the esteemed position of the emperor's father-in-law, Any defense he might offer seemed utterly feeble in the face of the emperor's wrath. Only Qin Feng, after an initial shock, quickly regained his composure. He recognized that any resistance at this moment would only invite graver repercussions. The emperor's deployment of the Jinui indicated that this matter had indeed shaken the heavens and was not to be trifled with. Brothers of the Jinui, you have worked hard. Qin Feng stepped forward, positioning himself before the seventh prince and the Liu family, his tone calm yet assertive. We shall, of course, comply with the emperor's decree. However, we have just endured an assault from assassins, fighting valiantly to preserve our lives. The corpses and captives of these assassins remain here. Their target was none other than His Highness and this so-called forbidden ground. I implore the esteemed commander to discern carefully, lest the true traitors escape justice and loyal ministers be wronged. His words were impeccably crafted, expressing an unwavering commitment to obey the imperial command while deftly redirecting suspicion towards the assassins and their masterminds. The Jinui commander regarded Qin Feng with a penetrating gaze, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing his eyes. He, too, was aware of the fierce battle that had transpired here, but did not anticipate that Qin Feng could maintain such composure and clarity under these circumstances. Rest assured, General Qin, the commander replied impassively, the emperor is wise and will render a fair judgment. We are tasked solely with carrying out orders, responsible for bringing the individuals back. Bring the seventh prince, General Qin, and this stone tablet back to the palace. He even intended to take the mysterious black stone tablet. Qin Feng's heart trembled, realizing that this was indeed the crux of the matter. Under the escort of the Jinui, Qin Feng and the seventh prince, along with the meticulously wrapped stone tablet, were transported to the imperial palace. Within the imperial study, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. The emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his gaze piercing and commanding, emanating authority without a hint of anger. Below, Qin Feng and the seventh prince knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe a word. Qin Feng, seventh prince. The emperor's voice was deep and frigid. Do you know your crimes? The seventh prince, already terrified, repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, Father, spare me. I merely stumbled upon that cave out of curiosity and accompanied General Qin to investigate, harboring no ill intent. Those assassins were certainly not dispatched by me. I implore you, Father, to see the truth. Qin Feng, however, remained composed and declared, Your Majesty, I admit my oversight in not reporting to the court before venturing into that mysterious cave with the seventh prince. Yet, I swear to heaven, there was no collusion between us, nor any treacherous intentions. We were indeed attacked by unknown assassins within the cave, narrowly escaping death. Their target was the seventh prince and this stone tablet. I beseech your majesty for a fair judgment. He refrained from excessive argumentation, succinctly presenting the facts while emphasizing the assassins and the stone tablet. The emperor gazed at them coldly, his fingers lightly tapping upon the dragon table, producing a dull sound that resonated in every heart present. After a moment, he slowly spoke, What secrets lie within that stone tablet to incite such scrutiny and bloodshed? Qin Feng sensed an opportunity arising. He understood that the emperor's true concern was not their trespass into forbidden territory, but rather the stone tablet itself and the so-called prophecy of destiny. He promptly reported the celestial diagrams, the human meridian chart, and the ancient prophecy concerning a great calamity in 1,000 years, articulating each detail. Naturally, he cleverly omitted any mention of his initial progress in cultivation. Upon hearing the prophecy that after a millennium, when the stars misalign and a great calamity descends, only one imbued with dragon energy and extraordinary traits could avert disaster and restore balance. The emperor's gaze finally flickered with subtle intrigue. Dragon energy and extraordinary traits, he murmured, his expression becoming profound and complex. After a lengthy silence, he spoke again. Qin Feng, do you believe this prophecy to be credible? Qin Feng recognized this as a test. To affirm its validity would render him a purveyor of misleading words, while to deny it might suggest a lack of reverence for the divine will. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, Your Majesty, the mysteries of destiny are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. However, Being vigilant in times of peace is the foundation of governance. Regardless of the prophecy's truth, if our great yin can ensure national stability and the well-being of its people, we could face any calamity with poise. Conversely, if the nation weakens and the populace suffers, even in the absence of a prophecy, peril would abound. I believe that rather than becoming ensnared in debates over the prophecy's authenticity, we should focus on strengthening our great yin and enriching our citizenry. This is the superior strategy. His words were impeccably crafted, neither denying nor endorsing the prophecy, while instead placing emphasis on national strength and prosperity, aligning perfectly with the emperor's desires. Indeed, upon hearing this, the emperor's countenance brightened, and he stroked his beard with a smile, exclaiming, "Excellent! A commendable call for diligence and fortification of our great yin. Your words resonate deeply with me, Qin Aiqing. It seems you possess not only the capability to lead troops in battle, but also unique insights into governance." The emperor's gaze towards Qin Feng shifted from initial scrutiny and suspicion to a growing appreciation, even hinting at a burgeoning trust. Chapter 75. The Solemn Heart's Decision. Qin Feng receives imperial favor once again. The emperor appeared to be greatly pleased with Qin Feng's remarks regarding the revitalization of the Great Yin. The doubts and murderous intent that had arisen in his mind due to the prophecy began to dissipate in light of Qin Feng's astute responses. After a moment of silence, his gaze fell once more upon the enigmatic black stone tablet, and he spoke in a grave tone. This tablet, along with its contents, is of utmost importance. It shall be sealed by the Royal Secret Bureau, and no one is permitted to examine or discuss it without authorization. This matter concludes here. Seventh Prince. Although your intentions were not treasonous, your reckless exploration of forbidden grounds necessitates a punishment of 3 months' house arrest for reflection. Your son obeys. I thank Father Emperor for sparing my life. The seventh prince, upon hearing this, felt as if he had received a great reprieve and hurriedly bowed in gratitude, realizing that his life had been preserved. The emperor then turned his attention to Qin Feng, his tones softening considerably. Though you two have made some oversights, I shall overlook them, considering your calm demeanor in the face of danger and your valor in confronting the assassin, which protected the crown. However, he paused, his eyes taking on a significant depth. This capital is unlike the northern frontier. The hearts of men are treacherous, and hidden currents run deep. You must exercise greater caution in your future endeavors and avoid becoming embroiled in such disputes again. I shall heed your majesty's counsel, Qin Feng replied, bowing once more. He understood that the emperor was both imparting a warning and, in effect, offering him protection. Indeed, the emperor nodded. You have sustained an injury to your arm. Return to your residence and take care to recuperate. As for the matters of northern frontier defense and military reform, we shall discuss them in detail another day. I am quite intrigued by your ideas. Thank you for your profound kindness, your majesty. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy within, realizing that he had not only navigated this crisis successfully, but had also gained the emperor's trust and esteem. After Qin Feng and the seventh prince had withdrawn, the emperor remained alone in the study. He slowly approached the black stone tablet, extending his hand to gently trace the ancient runes upon its surface. His gaze contemplative as he murmured to himself, the dragon's aura, an anomaly. Will you, Qin Feng, be my fortune or my calamity? He remained silent for a long while, ultimately releasing a sigh laden with inscrutable meaning. Accompanied by the Jinui guards, Qin Feng returned to the official inn. Lu Ruxiue and Lu Han had been waiting at the entrance, and upon seeing him return safely, the anxiety that had gripped their hearts finally eased. After Qin Feng recounted the events that had transpired in the study, they were filled with astonishment and joy, profoundly admiring his wisdom and valor. My husband, you are truly remarkable. You managed to so effortlessly diffuse the emperor's thunderous wrath, and even garnered his favor. Lu Ruxiue gazed at Qin Feng, her eyes sparkling with admiration and affection. Lu Han chuckled, stroking his beard. Qin Feng, my son-in-law, your response was impeccable, leaving no room for error. Not only did you safeguard yourself and the seventh prince, but you also further won the emperor's heart. It seems your path in the capital will be smoother than I had anticipated. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Father, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of quick wit. However, the stone tablet and the so-called prophecy may stir even greater waves in the capital. We must prepare ourselves accordingly. He understood that Lord Liu would never relent. Moreover, other princes within the court who coveted the throne, alongside those who harbored ambitions regarding the mandate of heaven, would inevitably stir with hidden machinations. The grand drama unfolding in the capital had merely begun. As for him, Qin Feng, he had transitioned from an outsider to a pivotal figure in this unfolding saga. He realized that the path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, yet it promised to be even more exhilarating. Chapter 76. The winds of change rise again, turbulence brews. Qin Feng's adept responses in the imperial study were flawless, securing the emperor's trust while affording him a moment of respite, and even subtly earning him a modicum of imperial favor. However, the terms dragon spirit, anomalies, and heavenly calamity struck like a thunderbolt, plunging into the depths of the capital's intrigue. News spread with the swiftness of wings, cascading from the palace to engulf the entire imperial city. Prominent families, powerful ministers, and martial sects engaged in fervent discussions behind closed doors. Some scoffed, dismissing it as mere nonsense from charlatans attempting to sway the hearts of the populace. Others, half convinced, initiated secret inquiries into the origins and veracity of the Black Stone Tablet's prophecies, while yet another faction sought to correlate this celestial prophecy with the current political landscape, plotting in the shadows to seize the greatest advantage, even aspiring to overturn the heavens. Among them, the most vehement and swift in response was none other than the current Lord Liu Yuanqing. Upon discovering that his elite assassins dispatched to seize the stone tablet had met with total failure, never even catching a glimpse of the tablet, which had instead been commandeered by the Jinyui and brought into the palace, he erupted in fury within his estate, shattering several treasured antiques in his rage. Incompetent fools! A bunch of worthless scoundrels! Lord Liu bellowed at the few subordinates who managed to escape, his voice a tempest. You cannot even handle such a trivial task. What use are you to me? He had presumed that with his status and the clandestine power he had cultivated over the years, seizing a mere stone tablet and capturing an insignificant son-in-law and an uncherished prince would be a trivial endeavor. Little did he expect to fail so spectacularly, nearly incurring a death sentence in the process. My lord, please temper your anger. One of his trusted advisors hastily stepped forward. This situation has indeed caught us off guard. Who could have anticipated that Qin Feng would turn the tables on the assassins, with the elite of the Liu family and the skilled Xuehu at his side? Even more astonishing is that His Majesty has employed the Jinyui to retrieve the tablet directly into the palace. Lord Liu's expression darkened. The Emperor's actions clearly indicate suspicion toward me. What secrets lie within that stone tablet that warrant such attention? My lord, another advisor interjected, his eyes glinting with a mixture of greed and reverence. I have unearthed whispers concerning that tablet. It is said to be an ancient divine artifact, inscribed with prophecies regarding the rise and fall of the nation. It mentions dragon spirit, anomalies, and heavenly calamities. What? Lord Liu's pupils constricted, his breath quickening. Though he often exhibited arrogance and ruthlessness, relying on the Empress and the Liu family's influence to act without restraint, he was not devoid of ambition. Otherwise, why would he be so intent on securing that stone tablet? Is this true? He seized the advisor by the collar, his tone icy. Absolutely certain, the aide, thoroughly frightened, hastily explained that many within and beyond the capital were already whispering about this matter. It was widely believed that the anomaly referred to none other than General Qin Feng. As for the dragon aura, he did not elaborate, yet the implication was unmistakably clear. Liu Guojiu slowly released his grip, his gaze flickering with uncertainty, as turbulent waves surged within his heart. If the prophecy were true, and if Qin Feng were indeed that so-called anomaly, then a perilous and audacious thought quietly took root in his mind. This simply could not be allowed. He slammed his palm down on the table, a fierce glint in his eyes. Qin Feng must not be permitted to gain power, should he truly be the anomaly, entwined with the seventh prince. he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. It was imperative to eliminate him completely before he could spread his wings. He immediately summoned his trusted confidants to begin devising a new scheme. This time, he intended to leverage all his resources, the influence of the Empress within the palace, the spies he had embedded in the court, and the shadowy assassins of the underworld. A far greater storm, centered around the prophecy of destiny and the anomaly, was quietly brewing. Chapter 77. The Gathering Storm, Heroes Lurking, the Dragon Aura, and the Anomaly heralding a great calamity. These 8 words reverberated like thunder across the skies of the capital. Not only did they stir up a tremendous uproar in the residents of the Guojio, but they also sent ripples throughout the entire imperial city. In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince, nearing 30 and having been designated as heir since childhood, had cultivated a deep-rooted foundation over many years in the court, surrounded by numerous allies. Upon hearing the report about the prophecy, he maintained an outward calm, merely absently rubbing the jade ring in his hand. However, a shadow of gloom and vigilance flashed in the depths of his gaze. "Dragon Aura," he murmured. "In this realm, who else besides me dares to claim such a distinction?" Though he had little faith in the concept of a great calamity, the words that only those bearing Dragon Aura and anomalies could turn the tide stirred a sense of unease within him, particularly regarding Qin Feng. This individual had recently garnered too much attention, achieving remarkable feats and earning the trust of the emperor. Now, entangled in this mysterious prophecy of destiny, how could he afford to overlook him? "Dispatch someone to investigate," the crown prince ordered coldly. "I want to know who Qin Feng truly is and what forces support him. Additionally, keep a close watch on that 7th brother. He has been rather restless of late." "Yes, your highness." The loyal eunuch bowed and departed. At the residence of the 3rd prince, the son of the favored concubine, known for his wisdom and widely supported by civil and military officials, he was a formidable contender for the position of crown prince. Upon hearing the prophecy, he appeared even more composed than the crown prince. "The notion of destiny is but an ethereal concept, hardly worthy of belief," he remarked to his strategist. "With our father in the prime of his reign and the crown prince's position secure, we need only to diligently fulfill our duties in assisting our sovereign, which is indeed a blessing for our great Yan." His words sounded grand and self-assured, as if he held everything in his grasp. Yet, the fleeting glimmer in his eyes betrayed the turmoil within. After a moment, he shifted his tone. "However, the fact that the stone tablet has drawn our father's personal attention, even prompting the use of the Imperial Guard for its preservation, suggests that there is indeed a mystery to unravel. Should the opportunity arise, it would not be unwise to investigate further." Aside from the crown prince and the 3rd prince, the remaining princes, along with the noble families closely tied to the imperial authority and influential officials, began to stir restlessly due to a certain prophecy. Some engaged in clandestine communications, others schemed strategies, while some tested the waters. The entire capital had plunged into an unseen struggle for power. Yet, the central figure of this tempest, Qin Feng, appeared blissfully unaware. Each day, apart from recuperating from his arm injury, he accompanied Lu Ruxue in managing the affairs of the Lu family. Occasionally, he would venture to the outskirts of the capital, to the Tiger Tooth camp, to instruct the soldiers in their drills, or respond to the 7th prince's invitation for a casual drink, discussing matters of romance and the ephemeral nature of life. To outsiders, it seemed he had cast aside the stone tablet and the so-called prophecy. However, only those who knew him well understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Qin Feng was acutely aware that he had become a target. The enemies lurking in the shadows would not let him off easily. His current strategy was to remain still while observing, waiting for his adversaries to reveal their vulnerabilities. Simultaneously, he discreetly mobilized the intelligence network of the Snow Fox, collaborating with the Lu family's influence in the capital to quietly gather intelligence and analyze the political landscape, preparing for the impending counterattack. He recognized that a greater crisis was approaching, yet he also understood that behind every crisis lay an opportunity for transformation. He was more than ready to embrace whatever came his way. Chapter 78. Entering the Trap. The killing game is set. Qin Feng realized he was at the epicenter of turmoil, with the Duke, Lu Yuanqing, viewing him as a thorn in his side, while both the Crown Prince and the Third Prince harbored suspicions towards him. Various overt and covert attacks were sure to follow. Rather than being passively struck, he chose to take the initiative, transforming defense into offense. One day, Qin Feng inadvertently learned of a secret from a member of the Snow Fox. Duke Lu Yuanqing seemed to be secretly contacting some outlaws from the Jianghu, as well as disillusioned martial generals dissatisfied with the court, seemingly plotting against a political rival. It was evident who this rival was. Upon hearing this revelation, Qin Feng maintained a facade of calm while formulating a plan in his mind. He understood that although Lu Yuanqing was ruthless, his actions were typically haphazard and easily manipulated. Since you wish to play dirty, I shall indulge you in your game. A glint of cold determination flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. He promptly summoned Huang Ying and conveyed his instructions. Days later, a staggering rumor spread through the largest underground black market in the capital, General Qin Feng. Due to his overwhelming achievements and a falling out with Grand Minister Li Yin, compounded by the prophecy that had angered the emperor, had completely fallen from grace. There were even whispers that the emperor was preparing to strip him of his titles and imprison him in the dungeons. This news, combined with Qin Feng's recent reclusive behavior and dispirited demeanor, as well as the Lu family's deliberate dissemination of evidence suggesting discord between Qin Feng and Lu Han, soon gained traction among the circles of those with ulterior motives. Duke Lu Yuanqing, upon hearing this, was elated. He considered it a fortuitous opportunity. He immediately intensified his connections with those desperate rogues and fallen martial generals, promising them vast sums of gold and high-ranking positions, urging them to assassinate Qin Feng while he was in a state of decline and disfavor. He vowed that once the deed was accomplished, he would leverage his influence within the palace to ensure that everything was executed flawlessly, leaving no traces behind. Those rogues and fallen generals, already known for their treachery, were drawn to the bountiful conditions set forth by Lu Guojiao, eagerly expressing their willingness to serve him unto death. In a moment of hubris, Lu Yuanqing even carelessly divulged to a few of the confidants he believed to be loyal the meticulous details of his ambush plan for a specific day outside Fuyuan Temple. Disguised as a prayer for blessings, intended to lure and slay Qin Feng. Unbeknownst to him, many of these so-called confidants, as well as the rogues and fallen generals pledging loyalty to him, had already been cunningly infiltrated by members of the Snow Fox organization and several brave heroes who were genuinely devoted to Qin Feng. Lu Yuanqing's seemingly impeccable assassination scheme and all communications and transactional details with the assassins were, in fact, as transparent as glass, continuously relayed to Qin Feng's desk. The pretext of prayers at Fuyuan Temple was nothing more than bait for Lu Yuanqing. As Qin Feng perused the confidential report in his hands, a cold smile played upon his lips. He knew that the big fish, Lu Yuanqing, had completely taken a bait. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting to cast the net and witness the unfolding drama. He promptly issued secret orders for Huang Ying, Lu Biao, and others to set up an even more concealed and lethal counter-ambush around Fuyuan Temple, in accordance with his prior arrangements. He intended to show Lu Yuanqing what it meant to be the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He aimed to use Lu Yuanqing's blood to instill terror in all those who coveted and plotted against him. A grand and astonishing murder plot targeting the Duke had quietly begun to unfold. Chapter 79. Under the shadow of Qinglong Mountain, danger lurks. Fuyuan Temple, located at the foot of Qinglong Mountain, 10 miles outside Chang'an, is one of the most frequented temples in the capital. Typically bustling with pilgrims and filled with the sound of chanting, today it appeared unusually desolate. Duke Lu Yuanqing, under the pretense of seeking blessings for the Empress Dowager and dispelling illness, had lavishly rented the entire temple and invited dozens of renowned physicians and eminent monks from the capital to chant and pray together. Yet, everyone knew this was merely a fade set up by Duke Lu. His true aim was to use this opportunity to lure the recently renowned General Qin Feng to this location and eradicate him completely. At this moment, both inside and outside Fuyuan Temple, A web of traps had already been laid. Ostensibly, there were the household guards of the Duke's estate and some invited heroes from the martial world, tasked with maintaining order and ensuring the safety of the Duke and esteemed guests. In the shadows, however, lurked dozens of desperate rogues recruited from various places, along with the elite assassins privately trained by Lu Yuanqing. Each of them possessed extraordinary skills and wielded sharp blades, waiting for a command to descend upon Qin Feng and dismember him without mercy. In the tranquil confines of the Zen chamber, Lu Yuanqing sat gracefully at his desk, gently caressing his teacup while listening to his subordinates report regarding the ambushes and arrangements of personnel. A satisfied smile graced his face. Excellent. He nodded in approval. For this time, the Duke of the Kingdom had woven an intricate net, even with 3 heads and 6 arms. Qin Feng would not escape the clutches of Fuyuan Temple alive. A trusted advisor nearby flattered him, proclaiming, "Your Excellency, the Duke, is indeed wise and formidable. This plan is a masterstroke. It not only eliminates the grave threat posed by Qin Feng, but also frames the blame for the assassination of court officials on those rogue martial artists and your political adversaries. Even if His Majesty harbors doubts, he will find no incriminating evidence against you." Lu Yuanqing erupted into hearty laughter, envisioning a future where, after Qin Feng's demise, he would witness who would dare oppose him. That wretched Lu Ruxue would ultimately be his to command. He could almost visualize a splendid scene of wielding power over the realm, with beautiful women in his embrace. At that moment, a servant rushed into the Zen chamber, kneeling to report, "Your Excellency, the valiant General Qin Feng, having accepted your invitation, has arrived at the mountain gate." "Oh, he truly comes?" A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yuanqing's eyes, quickly transformed into a sinister smile. Heaven's path he refuses to tread, yet he boldly ventures into hell. "Dispatch my orders. Everyone take their positions. Today, we shall ensure that Qin Feng has no return." "Yes." Meanwhile, outside the gates of Fuyuan Temple, Qin Feng, clad in a simple blue robe and with a long sword at his waist, appeared calm and composed, as though he were indeed a distinguished guest come to offer prayers. Behind him trailed Lu Biao and a dozen elite tiger tooth guards, garbed in ordinary attire, though their murderous intent was unmistakable. "General, danger lurks both inside and outside Fuyuan Temple," Lu Biao whispered. "According to our scouts, at least 200 skilled fighters lie in ambush throughout the temple. The Duke's guards have surrounded the entire premises." A cold smirk played on Qin Feng's lips. 200 skilled fighters? It seems Lu Yuanqing has truly invested heavily to deal with me. However, he underestimates me, Qin Feng. He raised his gaze to the towering temple gate, from which a chilling aura of death faintly emanated. With a calm demeanor, yet laced with sarcasm, he declared, "I, General Qin Feng, have come at the Duke's invitation to pray for the Empress Dowager." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone within the temple. Moments later, the temple gate slowly creaked open, revealing a middle-aged steward with a beaming smile. "Ah, General Qin Feng, your esteemed presence graces us. The Duke has been awaiting you in the back courtyard for quite some time. Please come in." Qin Feng inclined his head slightly and stepped inside, his gait steady and unhurried, akin to a leisurely stroll. Lu Biao and the others followed closely behind, their gazes sharp as hawks, hands resting on their sword hilts, poised for any sudden developments. Thus, a monumental assassination plot against Duke Lu Yuanqing had quietly commenced. Chapter 80. The Sudden Turmoil at Fuyuan Temple. Trapping the tortoise in the jar. Guided by the steward, Qin Feng and his entourage traversed several secluded courtyards until they arrived at a quiet Zen chamber in the back of Fuyuan Temple. "General Qin, the Duke awaits you inside," the steward said, bowing slightly, a glint of something peculiar flashing in his eyes. Qin Feng, maintaining his composure, nodded subtly and pushed the door open. Within the tranquil confines of the Zen chamber, the fragrant incense wafted gently through the air. Lu Yuanqing sat poised upon a meditation cushion, feigning closed-eyed recitation of scriptures. Upon hearing footsteps, he gradually opened his eyes, a warm smile gracing his features. "General Qin, you have finally arrived. This humble uncle is here to pray for the Empress Dowager." Hearing of your profound understanding of medicine, I hope you might join me in alleviating her burdens. Rising to greet him, his tone was sincere, reminiscent of a loyal and dutiful pillar of the nation. Your kindness is appreciated. Uncle, Qin Feng replied with a calm smile. To pray for the Empress Dowager is the duty of subject. He hesitated slightly, his gaze slicing through the surroundings like a blade. The chamber, aside from the incense, seemed to harbor a faint, yet distinct scent of blood and an aura of menace. At these words, the smile on Lu Yuanqing's face abruptly froze. General Qin, you jest. He stammered, forcing a facade of composure. This is a sacred place of tranquility. How could there be any bloodshed? Is that so? Qin Feng's lips curled slightly. It appears I may be overly suspicious. However, if we are here to pray for the Empress Dowager, why has Uncle stationed so many protectors here? Before he could finish, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted. Suddenly, dozens of black-clad assassins surged in from all directions, encircling the Zen chamber with an impenetrable wall of darkness. The leader, Lu Yuanqing's trusted confidant, bellowed, Qin Feng, you conspire with foreign enemies, plotting treason. Today marks your demise. Attack! Kill him! Lu Yuanqing's laughter echoed ominously. Qin Feng, you boast great prowess. Yet today, I shall witness how you escape my meticulously woven snare. He believed Qin Feng to be ensnared and helpless. However, just as the black-clad assassins lunged towards Qin Feng, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air erupted. Dozens of glimmering crossbow bolts shot forth from the rooftops, windows, and the shadows of the corridor, striking with ferocious precision at the vital points of the enemies. A chorus of piercing screams filled the air. The unprepared assassins fell like wheat before the scythe, blood spraying as cries of anguish echoed throughout the chamber. Boom! The doors and windows of the Zen chamber were violently flung open. Lu Biao, leading a dozen elite tiger tooth guards, along with several formidable snow fox experts, descended upon the battlefield like divine warriors. Their movements were swift and harmonious, quickly engaging in a fierce struggle with the remaining assassins. How could this be? How could you? Lu Yuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief at the chaos before him, his voice trembling and nearly incoherent. His carefully devised trap had collapsed in an instant. Qin Feng stepped forward, a cold smile etched upon his face. Uncle, are you surprised? Did you truly believe that your petty tricks could elude my keen eye? His gaze was frigid, his tone chilling. You should never have dared to set your sights upon me. Today, this Fuyuan temple shall be your final resting place. Panic-stricken, Lu Yuanqing fell to his knees, begging for mercy. No, please do not kill me. Qin Feng, General Qin, spare my life. It was all my fault. I was blinded by folly. I shall not dare again. I implore you, for the sake of the princess and the Lu family, spare me a life. Qin Feng gazed at the pitiful and supplicating figure before him, his eyes devoid of any compassion, filled instead with boundless disdain and murderous intent. So now he seeks mercy? A cold smile escaped Qin Feng's lips. It was far too late. Chapter 81. The Emperor's Arrival. The Struggle for Destiny. Lu Yuanqing, you have colluded with the rogues of the underworld, plotting to assassinate the officials of the court, even going so far as to betray military secrets and commit treason. Qin Feng's voice was as frigid as frost, his gaze sharp as a blade, detailing each charge as a capital offense. Today I, Qin Feng, shall act on behalf of the heavens to eradicate you, the traitor to the nation. Before his words had fully resonated, his sword was already raised, its cold gleam flashing as it aimed straight for Lu Yuanqing's throat. Stop! At that critical moment, a voice of immense authority suddenly resounded from outside the meditation chamber. Following this, a middle-aged man clad in a bright yellow dragon-patterned robe, his demeanor austere and his expression stern, strode into the chamber, flanked by several elite guards. It was none other than the reigning emperor. The emperor's sudden entrance left everyone present in a state of shock and dismay. Lu Yuanqing, as if grasping the last straw of salvation, crawled to the emperor's feet, crying out, "Your Majesty, save me! Qin Feng intends to kill me. He is rebelling against you." Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. He had never anticipated that the emperor would come here personally, and at such a critical juncture. It seemed that the situation at Fuyuan Temple was far more intricate than he had imagined, perhaps concealing even deeper machinations behind it. The emperor paid no heed to Lu Yuanqing's pleas, instead turning his calm gaze upon Qin Feng, asking in a measured tone, "Qin Aiqing, what has transpired?" Qin Feng sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully, succinctly recounting how Lu Yuanqing had orchestrated the scheme, how he had discerned it, and ultimately how he had turned the tables. Naturally, he cleverly concealed the existence of the snow fox and the ambush he had set, merely stating that he had been prepared and adaptable in the face of danger. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression remained inscrutable, a mere hum escaping his lips, leaving his emotions unreadable. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly, his voice steady and commanding. "Lu Yuanqing, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Lu Yuanqing, terrified and trembling, repeatedly bowed his head, weeping, "I acknowledge my sins." In a moment of confusion, "I was incited by treacherous individuals to commit such heinous acts. I implore your majesty, considering my past minor contributions and my sister Sake, to spare me this once." He played his final card, invoking the queen in a desperate attempt to salvage his fate. The emperor's gaze flickered with complexity at these words, and he remained silent for a long while. Finally, he spoke, his tones somber yet resolute. "Lu Yuanqing, as the uncle of the nation, rather than concern yourself with the country's troubles, you conspired for personal gain and plotted against the loyal. Your crimes are unforgivable. However, in light of your past minor contributions and your relation to the queen, I can grant you a dignified exit." He paused, his gaze turning as icy as a winter's night. "I grant you 3 feet of white silk and your own life. As for your Lu clan, I shall ensure their preservation. But from this day forth, you are to refrain from interfering in state affairs and live a quiet life, lest you wish to forfeit your wealth and status." As these words echoed within the chamber, a profound silence enveloped the room. Though it appeared to offer Lu Yuanqing a semblance of dignity, it effectively cast him into the abyss, simultaneously serving as a warning to the entire Lu clan and their political clout. Lu Yuanqing collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen, his eyes filled with despair. He recognized that his fate was irrevocably sealed. Soon, the palace eunuchs approached and dragged him away. Awaiting him were the cold embrace of white silk and the disgraceful specter of death. Thus, a meticulously orchestrated assassination plot by the royal uncle came to a close. Qin Feng gazed at the retreating figure of Lu Yuanqing, his expression serene, devoid of any semblance of pity. For one who sought their own demise, death was hardly mourned. Yet, he found himself far more intrigued by the emperor's sudden appearance. What did his attitude towards the prophecy and the stone tablets signify? After dealing with Lu Yuanqing, the emperor's gaze once more fell upon Qin Feng and that black stone tablet, meticulously guarded by the imperial guards. "Qin Aiqing," the emperor began slowly. "Regarding the prophecy inscribed upon that stone tablet, I have commanded the Astronomical Bureau and the National Master to collaborate in its analysis. Preliminary deductions suggest that this prophecy is not without foundation." A jolt coursed through Qin Feng as he realized the conversation was turning serious. The emperor continued, "What the great calamity of heaven and earth truly entails remains uncertain. However, the notions of dragon energy and anomalies have captured my attention." His eyes shifted meaningfully between Qin Feng and the seventh prince. "I have decided to establish an observatory, overseen by the National Master, tasked with observing celestial phenomena, deciphering the heavenly mysteries, investigating the truth behind the calamity, and seeking the genuine dragon energy as well as the anomalies." "Qin Aiqing." The emperor looked at him with deliberate gravity. "You have repeatedly achieved remarkable feats, displaying both wisdom and valor, and I hold great expectations for you. I hope you can assist the National Master in this endeavor. Perhaps your unique qualities could yield unforeseen surprises for us." Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng was profoundly shaken. Rather than harboring suspicion regarding the prophecy, the emperor was inviting him to partake in this matter of national destiny. The depths of this sovereign's intentions were indeed unfathomable. Qin Feng understood that he had been irrevocably drawn into this tempest stirred by fate. The path ahead promised to be fraught with peril, yet resplendent with grandeur. Chapter 82. The Observatory's Turmoil. The National Master offers cunning strategies. The scheme of heavenly mysteries began to unveil. The Emperor's decision to establish the observatory and appoint Qin Feng to assist the National Master in the prophecy's analysis struck like a thunderclap within the court, igniting a cacophony of astonishment. The court was thrown into disarray. The National Master was one of the most enigmatic figures of the Dian dynasty. It was said that he possessed profound knowledge of astronomy and geography, could traverse the realms of yin and yang, discern life and death, and even glimpse the future. He had always been the most trusted advisor of emperors. Moreover, the observatory was a sanctum within the royal precincts, solely dedicated to celestial observation, national fortune forecasting, and disaster prediction, housing esoteric texts that were never to be disclosed. Ordinary ministers were afforded no opportunity to even step within its confines. Yet now, the emperor had made an unprecedented exception, allowing an outsider, a general who was originally just a son-in-law of the Liu family, to enter such a pivotal domain. Upon hearing the news, conservative ministers like Grand Minister Li Yin wore expressions of profound gloom. They understood that this move was not merely a reward, but rather the emperor's intention to elevate Qin Feng, shaping him into a blade capable of suppressing the aristocratic families. The crown prince and the third prince, among others, exhibited even more complex reactions. On one hand, they grew increasingly wary of Qin Feng, the extraordinary individual. On the other hand, they harbored a covetous and subtle fear regarding the prophecy that only those endowed with dragon energy and the extraordinary could resolve the cataclysm of heaven and earth. A competition surrounding the mandate of heaven had silently commenced. Several days later, Qin Feng was summoned to step into the star observation platform. Situated deep within the imperial palace for the first time, this place was not a towering edifice, but rather an expansive, circular stone hall, devoid of windows, with a vast crystal dome that invited daylight into the chamber. At night, one could observe the celestial bodies, as if a mysterious passage connecting heaven and earth lay within. The interior was sparsely furnished, yet permeated with an ancient and enigmatic aura. At the center, on a cushion, sat an elderly man clad in an 8-trigram robe, his hair and beard entirely white. His eyes were gently closed, and his breath was deep, as if he had become one with the cosmos. He was none other than the current national master, Xianjizi. General Wei Yuan, Qin Feng, pays his respects to the national master. Qin Feng clasped his hands in greeting, his tone respectful, yet neither servile nor arrogant. Xianjizi slowly opened his eyes, which appeared murky yet sparkled with a glimmer of profound wisdom. "I have been awaiting you here for some time," he remarked with a faint smile, his voice ethereal and distant. "If one cannot foresee the unfolding of heavenly secrets and the arrival of the extraordinary, how can one claim the title of national master?" Qin Feng's heart stirred slightly, yet his demeanor remained composed as he settled onto the cushion opposite Xianjizi. "Your Majesty has commanded us to deliberate together on the matter of the prophecy," Xianjizi stated directly. "What insights does the general have regarding the dragon energy inscribed on the stone tablet, the extraordinary and the great calamity of heaven and earth?" Qin Feng recognized this as a test. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "In my humble opinion, the so-called dragon energy refers to the legitimate aura of a nation's sovereign, while the extraordinary may denote individuals who emerge amidst chaos and bring about change. As for the great calamity, it may not merely be a natural disaster, but rather a man-made catastrophe. If the court diligently strives to strengthen the military and enrich the nation, it may yet avert disaster." Xianjizi listened, stroking his long beard, and smiled faintly. "Your words align with the rightful path, General. However, the laws of heaven are cyclical and predetermined. Some calamities cannot be easily averted by human effort." He paused, his gaze deep as the abyss. "The prophecy inscribed on that stone tablet is not without foundation. Through my observations of the stars, I have discerned a dimming of the Z-Way star and an emergence of malevolent stars, indicating that a great calamity is indeed imminent." He rose slowly, walking toward the star chart, his tone grave. In this impending calamity, the only one capable of reversing the tides is you, Qin Feng. You're the greatest variable in this realm. A jolt coursed through Qin Feng's heart, but he revealed none of it on his face. The national master exaggerates. I am unworthy of such praise. There is no need for excessive modesty, Xian Jizi remarked, turning to gaze at him, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. I possess a strategy that may aid you in preparing for this impending catastrophe. Would you care to hear it? Qin Feng understood that the true trial had only just begun. National Master, please proceed, he replied, his countenance calm and his tone serene, though alarm bells rang within him. He sensed that the words of this venerable Taoist today were not merely a discussion of heavenly secrets, but rather a premeditated test. Indeed, as the enigmatic figure slowly began to speak, his voice resonated with a deep, alluring power. General Qin, are you aware that although the great Yin dynasty appears prosperous on the surface, it is, in fact, hollow and riddled with crises? His gaze pierced through the air, and he continued with a shift in tone. Local warlords hoard their armies, becoming unwieldy. The political factions in the court conspire against each other, leading to rampant corruption. Military leaders indulge in excess, neglecting their duties. And to add to this, the northern barbarians, western tribes, eastern savages, and southern Uyas with predatory intent, poised to exploit any weakness. He paused, articulating each word with gravity. If this continues, it is not merely natural disasters or calamities that would shake the foundations of our nation. General Qin fell silent. He understood that the enigmatic figure was not exaggerating. Since his arrival in this world, he had sensed the myriad of hidden ailments and decay lurking beneath the empire's apparent splendor. And you, General, the enigmatic figure's tone shifted once more, his gaze ablaze with intensity, are a prodigious talent bestowed by the heavens, deeply trusted by His Majesty. Should you take charge of the situation, enacting sweeping reforms in military structure and training a truly loyal and invincible ironclad army, you could eradicate corruption within and instill fear in our adversaries. Externally, you could resist formidable foes and expand our territories. In such a scenario, even in the face of cataclysmic events, the great Yin could remain unscathed. Reform the military structure, train a new army. The four words resonated deeply within Qin Feng's heart. Since his arrival in this realm, he had longed to forge an army of his own, one marked by discipline, rigorous training, and unwavering loyalty. And now, this enigmatic figure had fortuitously placed this opportunity before him. Yet, it was equally a trap. Should he accept, he would become a thorn in the side of the existing military powers, a target for suppression by various factions within the court. The Master of State strategy was indeed earth-shattering, and Qin Feng felt a deep admiration. He replied solemnly, however, military reform involves extensive ramifications, and the resistance to it is unimaginable. I am but a mere youth. My words carry little weight. I fear I may not be able to shoulder such a significant responsibility. Huh! The enigmatic figure chuckled, stroking his beard with a knowing smile, his tone distant yet soothing. There is no need for such humility, General. This matter has already been presented to His Majesty, who has granted his tacit approval. His Majesty also believes that our military structure requires a substantial overhaul, and you are the most suitable candidate. His Majesty has already given his approval? Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, the enigmatic figure affirmed with a nod. His Majesty has issued a decree to designate a specific training ground in the capital, allocating 30,000 new recruits and ample provisions and armaments for you to oversee, tasked with the formation of an entirely new Divine Machine Battalion. He paused before adding, this Divine Machine Battalion will not belong to any faction, answering solely to His Majesty. The methods of training, military regulations, and armament will be determined solely by your command. 30,000 new recruits, full authority, sole decision-making. What immense power this entailed. In the annals of the great Yin dynasty, no general from outside the royal lineage had ever possessed such independent military command. Qin Feng recognized that this was both a tremendous opportunity and a monumental challenge. Should he succeed, he would command an ironclad army truly his own, becoming a pivotal military force in the Great Yin. Should he fail, he would face irrevocable ruin, potentially dragging the Liu family down with him. Yet he had no path of retreat. He was acutely aware that standing on the precipice of adversity left him no choice but to confront it head-on, with a newfound brilliance igniting in his eyes. Qin Feng rose abruptly and proclaimed, "Since your majesty and the national master place such unwavering trust in me, I am willing to dedicate my fervent spirit to this formidable task. The Divine Mechanism Camp shall be established under my command as the vanguard of military reform. I shall take the lead." In that moment, he could almost hear the gears of destiny turning. A tempest of military transformation, led by Qin Feng, was poised to sweep across the Great Yin dynasty. Chapter 84. The Divine Mechanism Camp takes shape, iron and blood establish authority. The emperor issued a decree commanding General Wei Yuan, Qin Feng, to establish the Divine Mechanism Camp on the outskirts of the capital, granting him full authority over the training of 30,000 new recruits. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the court and beyond. Conservative officials and aristocratic families, already harboring grievances against Qin Feng, rushed to submit memorials of impeachment, accusing him of youthful arrogance and an inability to shoulder such weighty responsibilities, of allowing external relatives to meddle in governance, thus disrupting the imperial order. Some even alarmingly proclaimed this to be a move towards militaristic self-empowerment, fearing a repeat of the calamities wrought by powerful ministers of the past. However, the emperor remained resolute, dismissing these objections and firmly supporting Qin Feng's military reforms. He understood that the army of the Great Yin dynasty had long been riddled with deep-seated issues. Without a thorough and radical overhaul, it would inevitably succumb to corruption and decay into a mere pile of rotting wood. Qin Feng, in this regard, was the sharpest scalpel in his hand. With the emperor's vigorous support, preparations for the Divine Mechanism Camp commenced swiftly. A royal hunting ground on the outskirts was transformed into an exclusive training facility, and the 30,000 recruits, sourced from various regions, began to arrive in succession. These recruits were a motley assortment. Some were impoverished farmers seeking sustenance. Others were convicts dispatched to the military as punishment. Some were idle ruffians sent into service by their families. And there were also numerous scions of noble families, sent to gain experience and polish their gilded talents. Faced with such a diverse and unruly assembly, Qin Feng chose not to rush into training. Instead, he first imposed a show of authority. He ordered all recruits, regardless of their noble or humble origins, strong or weak physiques, shall have their hair shorn and be clad in coarse military uniforms. All personal belongings will be confiscated, and the existing structure shall be dismantled for reorganization based on height and build. For the next 7 days, they will undergo intense foundational physical training, burden cross-country runs, extreme push-ups, crawling through mud, and deep squats on logs. An array of grueling exercises borrowed from elite special forces training were unleashed upon these pampered recruits, subjecting them to extreme duress. Particularly the young heirs of noble families cried out in despair, lamenting, "Is this military training or sheer cruelty? I shall not continue. My father is an official in the Ministry of Rights. I demand to return home. I will impeach this Qin Feng. Oh, my hands and feet feel as though they are breaking." Yet, Qin Feng remained indifferent. He personally oversaw the training grounds, wielding a specially designed military baton. Any recruit who complained of hardship or displayed reluctance, regardless of their background, would face immediate punishment with a baton. This instilled fear in the noble scions, rendering them too frightened to act out again. Moreover, he established a set of exceedingly stringent military regulations, including the collective punishment system. If one person errs, the entire unit faces consequences. The whistleblower policy. Those who expose others' violations may absolve themselves of guilt. And he even sought and obtained the authority for prior execution of orders from His Majesty. Anyone daring to openly defy military commands or attempt to flee the barracks, regardless of their identity or background, would face execution without exception. Within just a few days, several raucous young scions who attempted to escape were beheaded on the spot. their heads displayed at the camp entrance as a grim warning to others. In a short span, the camp of the divine mechanism was filled with sorrowful cries and simmering resentment. Many young gentlemen, who had previously harbored delusions of invincibility due to their prestigious lineage, finally came to a stark realization. Qin Feng was indeed capable of taking lives. He was not jesting with them. Under the dual pressures of the threat of death and rigorous training, these formerly arrogant and indolent young men began to learn obedience to orders, adherence to discipline, and gradually integrated into the military. On the other hand, those formerly obscure peasant youths and exiled convicts, having endured hardship and withstood pressure, emerged as the backbone of the force during training. Within a mere 10 days, this complex and unruly cohort of 30,000 new recruits was initially molded by Qin Feng into a formidable and disciplined army. The illustrious reputation of the divine mechanism began to spread quietly throughout the capital. Some remarked, Qin Feng's training was akin to a hellish crucible. Others claimed, when the divine mechanism appears, the world stands in awe. And this was only the beginning of their journey. Chapter 85, Forging an Ironclad Army. The Emperor's Personal Review. The devilish training of the divine mechanism, under Qin Feng's ruthless and iron-fisted methods, progressed fervently. Time swiftly passed, marking over a month. During this period, the 30,000 new recruits endured unimaginable suffering and trials. Their former pride, laziness, and rebelliousness were gradually worn down by day-to-day extreme training and harsh military discipline, replaced by resilience, obedience, and an unprecedented cohesion. While many were eliminated for their inability to endure, those who remained were resolute and physically robust elite individuals. Their gazes reflected diminished confusion and resentment, now infused with the unique valor and confidence of soldiers. Particularly astonishing were the once derided scions of noble families. After enduring the baptism of blood and fire, they underwent a remarkable transformation, revealing astonishing potential and tenacity. They no longer took pride in their lineage, but rather in their identity as soldiers of the divine mechanism. Qin Feng did not rush to teach complex formations or advanced martial arts. Instead, he integrated the training philosophies of special forces from the past, repeatedly honing fundamental drills, combat techniques, orders, and battlefield coordination, striving to make each action and command an instinctive reaction akin to muscle memory. His ambition was to forge not merely a battle-hardened army, but the embryonic form of a modern military with ironclad discipline and an unwavering sense of obedience. On this day, accompanied by the national master Zhongzi, the emperor, in a moment of inspiration, secretly visited the divine mechanism camp training base, eager to witness the fruits of Qin Feng's military training over the past month. As they stepped onto the training grounds, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. Thousands of soldiers from the divine mechanism camp, clad in uniform attire, stood in perfect formation, their movements synchronized, their shouts reverberating through the air, engaged in an intense tactical drill. Some bore heavy logs while sprinting, others crawled through muddy terrain, and yet others stood in military posture under the blazing sun, sweat pouring down like rain. Yet not a soul dared to shift an inch. What astonished the emperor the most was a certain royal scion, previously confined to quarters for his indiscretions with palace maids, now standing resolutely among the ranks, drenched in perspiration, yet exuding unwavering determination, showing no sign of slackness. Could this truly be the same ineffectual youth? The emperor pointed at him, nearly doubting his own sight. Indeed, your majesty, came Qin Feng's calm, yet undeniably confident reply. In the divine mechanism camp, there are no useless individuals, only unqualified soldiers. Through rigorous training, they shall all become the true elite of our great yen. The emperor gazed upon Qin Feng's youthful visage, imbued with authority and confidence, and felt a surge of emotions. He realized that this time, he had once again placed his bets wisely. Qin Feng was indeed a man capable of creating miracles. Excellent. The emperor's face broke into a joyful smile, clapping his hands in admiration. What a remarkable divine mechanism camp. What a splendid Qin Feng. Today I have truly opened my eyes. Issue a decree to reward all soldiers of the Divine Mechanism camp with wine, meat, and cloth to honor the entire army. Elevate Qin Feng to the position of commandant of the Divine Mechanism camp, granting him the rank of 2nd grade, with the privilege to act freely. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The promotion to commandant of 2nd grade not only signified Qin Feng's formal induction into the upper echelons of the imperial military, but also conferred upon him substantial military autonomy. In that moment, his influence and prestige reached new heights. Yet, as the assembly basked in the joy of the emperor's commendation, in the shadows of the night, cold, malevolent eyes were silently fixated upon Qin Feng and his Divine Mechanism camp. Although the country uncle Lu Yuanqing had perished, his remnants had yet to be purged. Grand Commandant Li Yan harbored a profound sense of crisis as he witnessed Qin Feng's growing power. The Crown Prince and the Third Prince were also conspiring, seeking ways to undermine the influence of this rapidly ascending general. An even more insidious and treacherous plot was quietly brewing. This time, they sought not only Qin Feng's life, but aimed to utterly annihilate the entire Divine Mechanism camp. For a new army that obeyed no faction but the Emperor himself was their greatest nightmare. Chapter 86. Night Assault on the Divine Mechanism Camp. Thunderous Suppression of Rebellion. The night had deepened. The crescent moon hung low, casting a cold, chilling light. Within the great camp of the Divine Mechanism, aside from the patrolling sentinels, most soldiers had succumbed to slumber. However, an eerie and tense atmosphere stealthily enveloped the surroundings. Several soldiers, clad in the garb of the Divine Mechanism camp, under the cover of darkness, moved like phantoms, swiftly traversing the encampment, their hands gripping glistening daggers, their eyes filled with ferocity and madness. Their target, the granaries and armories of the Divine Mechanism camp. Meanwhile, within several key encampments of the Divine Mechanism Corps, small-scale riots and conflicts erupted almost simultaneously. Some soldiers, who had previously shown little prominence, suddenly instigated unrest, inciting their comrades with false claims that Qin Feng was withholding military pay and mistreating the troops, urging them to rise against tyranny and seek justice. Even more alarming, some individuals covertly set fires within the camp, sowing chaos in a bid to incite a larger rebellion. In an instant, the entire camp of the Divine Mechanism Corps was ablaze, with cries of battle echoing, hearts gripped by fear, and pandemonium reigning supreme. Disaster loomed. A rebellion was afoot. Swiftly, report this to the commander. The elite Tiger Tooth Guards, responsible for patrol, quickly sensed the anomaly, immediately sounding the alarm and rallying to suppress the uprising. Qin Feng was abruptly awakened from his slumber, and upon hearing the sounds of conflict and witnessing the flames outside, his gaze turned icy with resolve. He understood that the enemy could no longer contain their malice, and had finally made their move, employing such nefarious strategies as arson, insurrection, and assassination. Lu Biao, convey my orders. All Tiger Tooth Guards, assemble at once. Seal off all exits of the camp. No one shall enter or leave at will. Those who defy this command shall be executed. Qin Feng swiftly donned his armor, issuing commands with a solemn tone. At once. Commander, where is Huang Ying? Present. Huang Ying appeared before Qin Feng like a specter. Immediately instruct your men to ascertain who is behind this incitement and organization of the insurrection. Who is their leader? Who is pulling the strings from behind the scenes? I demand to know all the answers before dawn. A murderous intent surged in Qin Feng's eyes. Understood. Qin Feng grasped his long sword and strode purposefully out of the tent. Inside the camp, multiple fires had already ignited, thick smoke billowing upward. Some uninformed new recruits, stirred by malicious instigators, became agitated, clashing violently with the Tiger Tooth Guards who had come to restore order. Furthermore, masked figures in dark attire seized the opportunity to set fires throughout the camp, creating further chaos and attempting to breach Qin Feng's command tent. A rabble of miscreants. They dared to wreak havoc on my territory? Qin Feng scoffed, brandishing his sword, and charged into the fray like a tiger descending from the mountain. Leading by example, wherever his sword flashed, those masked miscreants and rebellious soldiers fell shrieking in defeat. His imposing figure, reminiscent of a divine being, and his ruthless methods instantly quelled the hesitations of the new recruits still standing by. All soldiers of the Divine Mechanism Corps, heed my command. Qin Feng's voice boomed like thunder amidst the turmoil of the camp. I, Qin Feng, have governed the Divine Mechanism Corps with clarity in reward and punishment, sharing both hardship and fortune with all of you. Those who incite this chaos are either misled by treachery or spies sent by the enemy, seeking to destroy our Divine Mechanism Corps and disrupt the morale of the Great Yin Army. If you possess even a shred of conscience, lay down your weapons and assist me in quelling this rebellion. Should you remain obstinate and ally with the traitors, there will be no mercy. His proclamation resonated with fervor and righteousness. The newly instigated recruits, upon witnessing Qin Feng's formidable presence and hearing his words, gradually regained their composure, discarding their weapons and refraining from further involvement in the tumult. Meanwhile, the true core of the rebellion was swiftly uncovered and executed under the relentless suppression of Qin Feng and the Tiger Tooth Guards. What initially appeared to be a grand military insurrection was decisively quelled within the span of a mere hour by Qin Feng's thunderous methods. Nevertheless, a sense of unease lingered in Qin Feng's heart. He understood that this night's upheaval was no mere coincidence. A formidable unseen hand was orchestrating these events. At this moment, that hand was likely poised to strike him with even deadlier venom. Chapter 87. The True and False Qin Feng, Life and Death on the Line. As the tumult within the Divine Mechanism camp was rapidly subdued and Qin Feng commenced the search for traitors, interrogating captives and tracing the mastermind behind the chaos, a far more perilous assassination plot stealthily approached his central tent. Dozens of assassins clad in the garb of high-ranking officers from the Divine Mechanism camp, taking advantage of the disorder, surreptitiously breached the outer defenses, infiltrating the vicinity of Qin Feng's central command like phantoms. The leading assassin, tall and stern-faced, bore a striking resemblance to Qin Feng himself, possessing an air of menace and fervor, with a smirk of satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. He was a top-tier assassin, meticulously trained for years by the Grand Commandant Li Yin, and the linchpin of this operation, a counterfeit Qin Feng capable of deceiving all. Their plan was exceedingly meticulous. During the chaos of the camp's upheaval, with Qin Feng preoccupied, this doppelganger would lead the assassins in a surprise attack on the central tent, aiming to eliminate the genuine Qin Feng in the shortest time possible. Even if they failed, they intended to fabricate the appearance that Qin Feng perished in the revolt or took his own life out of fear of punishment. In such a scenario, the leaderless Divine Mechanism camp would inevitably descend into chaos, perhaps even collapse entirely, while they would attribute all blame to the rebellious soldiers, leaving no witnesses to contradict their narrative. What a malicious scheme it was, the deception of the true and false Qin Feng. However, in their elaborate calculations, they overlooked one crucial detail. Qin Feng was no longer fighting alone. Just as the counterfeit Qin Feng and his assassins were on the verge of breaching the central tent, an unforeseen twist occurred. Shadows erupted like night hawks from all directions, springing forth with incredible swiftness. Their movements were lightning fast, striking with precision and lethal intent, targeting vital points. These were the elite members of the secret organization, the Snow Fox, under the command of Princess Lu Qingxue. It turned out that after Qin Feng ordered a thorough investigation of the traitors, Huang Ying had astutely sensed that the enemy's true assault had yet to arrive. He immediately mobilized all of the Snow Fox's infiltrated forces within the Divine Mechanism camp, secretly positioning them around the central tent in a state of heightened alert. Indeed, the enemy had come. With muffled thuds and splashes of crimson, the once menacing assassins fell, caught unawares by the ghostly assassination techniques of the Snow Fox members, unable even to utter a scream before meeting their demise. Only the false Qin Feng, possessing the highest martial prowess and the swiftest reflexes, narrowly evaded a fatal strike. He had suffered a grievous wound on his arm from a skilled Snow Fox warrior, deep enough to expose bone. "Who are you?" the false Qin Feng exclaimed, his face a mask of shock and terror as he gazed upon the enigmatic masters before him and the lifeless bodies of his companions on the ground. hardly able to believe his own eyes. He could never have imagined that such a formidable force lay hidden near the command tent of the genuine Qin Feng. In response, the members of the Snow Fox organization launched an unrelenting assault. Though the false Qin Feng was highly skilled, he was now wounded and besieged by numerous elite fighters, soon finding himself in a perilous predicament. At that moment, the real Qin Feng arrived, his cold gaze fixed upon the impostor whose visage bore striking resemblance to his own, a flicker of icy, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Oof, such petty tricks, daring to flaunt them before me. Before his words faded, his sword was drawn. Once the true Qin Feng took action, the false Qin Feng was utterly powerless to defend himself. In just a few exchanges, he was pierced through the throat by Qin Feng's sword, meeting his end on the spot. In his final moments, he stared at the face of Qin Feng, so similar to his own, his eyes filled with resentment and confusion. He could not comprehend why his meticulously crafted plan had been so effortlessly unraveled. Qin Feng regarded the lifeless body of the impostor, his expression stern and unyielding. He understood that although the crisis of the night had been averted, the fangs of Li Yan had been thoroughly exposed. The ensuing confrontation with this Grand Commandant would lead to an inescapable conclusion of mutual destruction. Furthermore, the remarkable performance of the Snow Fox organization in this incident granted Qin Feng a deeper understanding of Lu Qingshua's capabilities. She was far more than merely a woman of the inner palace. She might very well become a crucial ally in his endeavors within the capital, aiding him in confronting the powerful families and potentially influencing the entire political landscape. Chapter 88. Purging the House, Establishing Authority with Iron Resolve. Within the camp of the divine mechanism, the night remained profoundly dark, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood. The previous night's harrowing insurrection had just subsided, yet the taut atmosphere of martial intent and murderous energy lingered, unyielding. Qin Feng stood outside the command tent, his gaze icy as he surveyed the body of the false Qin Feng, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. He knew that although this series of assassinations had been dismantled, the adversaries would not relent. "Huang Ying," he called out in a deep voice. "At your service." A figure emerged from the shadows, none other than Huang Ying, the leader of the Snow Fox organization. "Immediately interrogate all captives and traitors," Qin Feng commanded, his tone frigid. "I wish to know, in addition to this false Qin Feng and those dead warriors, how many spies have been planted by Grand Commandant Li Yan within our ranks? What are their means of communication? What further schemes do they have? Ensure their mouths are pried open before dawn." "Understood." Huang Ying bowed in compliance, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. For those who dared to provoke Qin Feng and jeopardize the interests of the princess, the Snow Fox's methods were resolutely merciless. Death would be a fate far more desirable than what awaited them. Qin Feng then turned to General Lu Biao. "General Lu, immediately assess the casualties, reassure the soldiers, and bolster our defenses. Especially those newly enlisted soldiers incited during the rebellion must be meticulously scrutinized. One must not wrong an innocent man, nor should a traitor escape justice. This I comprehend." Lu Biao clasped his fists in acknowledgement and turned to leave. A sleepless night ensued. Before dawn, Huang Ying approached Qin Feng bearing a comprehensive interrogation record and several eyewitnesses. "May I report to the commander-in-chief?" Huang Ying's voice, tinged with fatigue, could not conceal the excitement. "Everything has been clarified. Last night, aside from the assassins dispatched by the Grand Commandant Li Yan and that impostor Qin Feng, there were 37 traitors within the divine mechanism camp. Among them, 5 were sergeants, 12 were squad leaders, and the rest were ordinary soldiers. Most of these individuals were downfallen officers and ruffians who had either received Li Yan's favor or were bribed by his faction. They had long been lurking within the divine mechanism camp, disseminating slander against your honor, sowing discord, and creating chaos. The insurrection last night was orchestrated by their collusion, intending to assassinate you amidst the turmoil and frame the military uprising, thereby completely dismantling the divine mechanism camp and severing your foundation within the army. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression remained calm, yet his gaze grew increasingly frigid. "Excellent," he uttered through clenched teeth, then rose to issue a command. "Summon my orders." Gather all soldiers of the Divine Mechanism camp in the parade ground. I shall personally cleanse our ranks. Half an hour later, on the parade ground of the Divine Mechanism camp, 30,000 soldiers stood in formation, silent as the grave. Their faces bore the remnants of fatigue from the previous night's battle and a trace of lingering dread. Clad in battle attire, Qin Feng stood resolutely on the platform, his gaze sharp as a blade, surveying the assembly. Behind him, 37 traitors, bound in pale, were brought forth by the Tiger Tooth Guards, kneeling in a row like defeated dogs. Soldiers! Qin Feng's voice resonated like thunder throughout the parade ground. Last night, our Divine Mechanism camp endured a despicable and shameless ambush. A treacherous rebellion. There were conspirators colluding both inside and outside, intent on subverting our forces and plotting my demise. Their hearts are worthy of condemnation. He pointed sternly at the kneeling traitors, declaring, "These individuals are the culprits of last night's turmoil. They consumed the imperial stipend, yet willingly serve as the pawns of treachery, betraying their comrades and disrupting our camp. According to the regulations of the Divine Mechanism camp, how should they be dealt with? Death, death, death." After a moment of silence, the soldiers of the Divine Mechanism camp erupted into a deafening roar of fury. Their hatred for the traitors who nearly dragged them into the abyss was profound. Good. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. There are laws for the nation and regulations for the military. I shall show no mercy to such traitorous scoundrels. Execute them. With the command given, the executioner's blade fell swiftly. 37 heads rolled upon the ground, blood staining the yellow earth of the parade ground. The scent of blood thickened in the air, yet it instilled within all the soldiers of the Divine Mechanism camp an unprecedented sense of solemnity and reverence. In that moment, Qin Feng conveyed to all, anyone daring to betray him and challenge his authority would pay the ultimate price with their life. The morale of the Divine Mechanism camp coalesced like never before. From this moment forth, this iron-blooded legion shall become the sharpest blade in Qin Feng's hands. No one shall dare to underestimate it again. Chapter 89. The Grand Commander's Fury, Turbulent Undercurrents. The news of the traitors being publicly executed within the Divine Mechanism camp spread like wildfire, sweeping across the entire capital overnight. The shock intensified when it was revealed that among those executed, many had intricate ties to the Grand Commander's residence, with even distant relatives of Grand Commander Li Yin implicated, igniting a tumult of outrage. This was no mere routine military discipline. It was unmistakably Qin Feng brandishing his sword openly at Grand Commander Li Yin. In an instant, rumors erupted throughout the capital, and the populace was gripped by fear. Some whispered that Qin Feng was determined to sever all ties and would stop at nothing against Li Yin. Others speculated that the emperor's trust in Qin Feng had surpassed all expectations. Otherwise, how could he dare act so brazenly? Furthermore, whispers circulated that Li Yin had indeed stumbled upon a formidable opponent, for the general from Jiangzhou was more tenacious than anyone could have imagined. These rumors eventually reached the Grand Commander's residence. Upon hearing his subordinates' reports in his study, Li Yin's face drained of color. He slammed his hand upon the table, roaring, Qin Feng, I shall not rest until we are at odds." Blood spewed from his mouth, staining his garments, as he struggled to maintain his footing, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. The false Qin Feng was executed on the spot. Dozens of die-hard warriors met their demise. 37 long-standing infiltrators were uprooted. His meticulously crafted schemes lay in ruins. This boy is far too ruthless. Li Yin gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with resentment. After decades of navigating the court, he had never endured such a blow. His hair bristled like a wounded beast as he paced back and forth in his study, shattering everything within reach, even smashing his inkstone to pieces. "Master Commander, please temper your rage. Your health is paramount." A few loyal aides knelt trembling on the ground, afraid to breathe. "Temper my rage? How can you expect me to do so?" Li Yin bellowed, pointing at them with fury. "You incompetent fools. What wretched ideas have you concocted? Not only did you fail to eliminate Qin Feng, but you also allowed him to seize this opportunity to elevate his standing. Now the entire capital is mocking me. You have utterly disgraced my face. Forgive us, Master Commander, for our incompetence. The aides repeatedly bowed their heads, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Li Yin gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, and a flicker of unmistakable fear glimmered in his eyes. He understood that after this incident, there was no room for reconciliation between himself and Qin Feng. It was a matter of life or death. Moreover, he keenly sensed a subtle shift in the emperor's stance. In the past, regardless of how fiercely he battled his political adversaries, as long as it was not excessive, the emperor would mostly turn a blind eye, even relishing their mutual checks and balances. Yet this time, the emperor not only refrained from holding Qin Feng accountable for the indiscriminate slaughter, but also showered him with accolades, tacitly endorsing his thunderous methods. The implications of this message sent waves of anxiety through Li Yin. Could it be that the emperor truly intended to abandon him in favor of supporting Qin Feng? A terrifying thought took root in his mind. The more he contemplated, the more he was engulfed by dread and apprehension. He understood that if he did not take action soon, a complete and utter destruction awaited him. "Come here," he commanded abruptly, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Prepare the carriage at once. I must enter the palace tonight to meet with Her Majesty the Empress." He realized that the only one who could possibly save him now was that woman residing in the inner palace, who harbored an equally deep-seated hatred for Qin Feng. This night was destined to be sleepless. The darkness of the capital deepened, while a greater storm quietly brewed. Chapter 90. Favor from the Divine. Uncommon individuals arise. Qin Feng, with thunderous resolve, purged the internal traitors from the divine machine camp, striking fear into the hearts of the unscrupulous. The news spread like a swift wind through the court, reaching the depths of the imperial palace overnight. In the imperial study, the emperor, after listening to the detailed report presented by the commander of the Jinhui, revealed a slight upward curl of his lips, hinting at a profound smile. "Ha, this Qin Feng truly is a character who refuses to be wronged," he mused lightly, setting down the memorial in his hand. "Li Yin, that old fox, has indeed suffered a setback this time." The head eunuch, standing attentively nearby, cautiously advised, "Your Majesty, although General Qin's actions are aimed at rectifying military discipline, they may be perceived as excessively ostentatious. After all, the Grand Minister is a veteran of 3 reigns and a leader among the clean officials in the court. Such ruthless treatment may invite considerable criticism." "Criticism?" The emperor scoffed. "What I desire is precisely that. If all is harmonious and agreeable, what meaning is there in my occupying this dragon throne? I want them to clash. Let them compete. Only then can I reap the benefits as a bystander, firmly grasping the power of this cord in my hands." He paused, his gaze deep as an abyss. Though Qin Feng wields a sharp blade, it requires proper honing. Li Yin, that stubborn stone, is just what he needs for sharpening. I will see whether the blade proves sharper or the stone remains steadfast. The head eunuch, feeling a chill in his heart, bowed his head and dared not speak further. He understood that the thoughts of this emperor were unfathomable, far beyond the comprehension of a mere servant. However, the emperor then shifted his tone, a hint of approval emerging in his eyes. This Qin Feng indeed possesses some genuine ability. He trains troops effectively, assesses situations astutely, and employs tactics with finesse. Following this battle, the morale of the divine machine camp will be solid, and their combat prowess will undoubtedly elevate. This bodes well for the great Yin. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded the head eunuch, "Convey my edict. The divine machine camp has achieved merit in quelling the rebellion, and all soldiers shall be rewarded." The commander, Qin Feng, has demonstrated exceptional leadership and resourcefulness. Therefore, he shall be granted a purple gold Qilin robe and a ceremonial sword, empowered to act as he sees fit, with the authority to execute before reporting. Also, inform the Ministry of Works to fully support the military needs of the divine machine camp. Any delays or embezzlement will be met with severe punishment. Furthermore, tell Guan Shuzi to engage more with Qin Feng. I am quite invested in the matters of the observatory and the impending calamity. As the edicts continued to flow, the atmosphere in the imperial study grew solemn and dignified. The purple gold Qilin robe was a ceremonial garment reserved for princes and top officials, symbolizing an exalted status. The ceremonial sword represented supreme imperial authority, allowing for actions to be taken before reporting, instilling awe among all officials. The weight of these two rewards surpasses any previously bestowed. Once the news spread, the entire capital was set ablaze with excitement. Everyone understood that General Qin Feng of Wei Yuan has now garnered the emperor's profound favor, becoming a figure of immense influence and stature, rivaling even the esteemed lords and ministers of the court. After receiving the emperor's bestowal, Qin Feng stood before the central military tent, gazing at the distant palace walls, rendered momentarily speechless. He comprehended that the emperor was unequivocally signaling to all, "I, the emperor, choose you, Qin Feng. I will support you, Qin Feng." Simultaneously, he recognized that such favor entailed greater pressure and responsibility. "It seems that mastering the divine machine camp is no longer optional for me." Qin Feng chuckled lightly, his gaze growing ever more resolute. He understood that the emperor's expectations of him extended far beyond merely training a competent army. The so-called calamity of heaven and earth, the crisis of national fortune, were the true matters of concern for the emperor. And he, Qin Feng, was a crucial card in the emperor's hand. At that moment, Huang Ying hurriedly approached, his expression animated. "I report to you, esteemed commander," he whispered. "My subordinates have just received a secret message from the princess. The princess claims to have found an extraordinary individual capable of improving weaponry and even developing true firearms." Firearms expert? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity. His heart raced, and he nearly exclaimed, "Quick, take me to meet him." He was aware that if this firearms expert truly possessed technology surpassing that of the current era, the divine machine camp would undergo a transformative evolution. Moreover, he, Qin Feng, would embark on an unprecedented path toward military strength. Chapter 91. Ingenious Schemes. Wisely seeking the master of the MO family, a firearms expert, Qin Feng's eyes lit up at Huang Ying's report. His heart stirred with tumultuous waves. He fully understood that in this era dominated by cold weapons, possessing an army skilled in the use of firearms would confer an unimaginable advantage. Although he had attempted to create rudimentary weapons such as simple grenades and oil barrels, limitations in materials, craftsmanship, and tactical concepts had hindered him from producing genuine large-scale lethality. Now, hearing that someone was proficient in true firearms manufacturing, potentially even mastering the ancient techniques of the MO family, how could he not be overwhelmed with excitement? Where is this person now? What is his identity? Qin Feng pressed eagerly. Huang Ying bowed and responded, "Reporting to you, esteemed commander, this individual is named Mo Lin, a descendant of the ancient Mo family. The Mo family is renowned for their intricate mechanisms and craftsmanship, and it is said that their ancestors developed powerful city defense devices and a type of firearm known as the thunderclap. Unfortunately, the Mo family later declined, and many of their legacies have been lost. This Mo Lin is one of the few remaining heirs of the Mo family. He has lived in seclusion in the capital for many years, making a living by repairing clocks and mechanisms, and he is known to be reclusive, preferring not to engage with outsiders. A descendant of the Mo family? Thunderclap? Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. Such a remarkable individual must be invited. He promptly commanded, "Huang Ying, prepare lavish gifts immediately, and accompany me to visit this master Mo. We must persuade him to emerge from his seclusion." "Yes, esteemed commander." As Qin Feng arrived at a humble courtyard nestled within a secluded alley of the capital, accompanied by Huang Ying and a letter of recommendation penned by the esteemed Lady Lu Qingxue, he was met with an unexpected refusal. "My master has decreed that no guests are to be received. Please leave," stated a dull-witted young boy at the door, his tone cold and unyielding. With a slight furrow of his brow, Qin Feng realized that Mo Lin was indeed as eccentric as rumored, shunning all external contact. Huang Ying stepped forward, speaking softly. "Young brother, might you kindly convey a message? The esteemed lady has an old acquaintance visiting, with urgent matters to discuss." The boy remained unmoved, reiterating, "My master has said that no one is to be seen, regardless of who they are, understanding that conventional methods would likely prove futile. Qin Feng paused for a moment before addressing the boy. Young brother, does your master go by the name of Mo Lin, a descendant of the renowned Mo family, famed for their expertise in mechanisms and firearms? At this, a flicker of surprise crossed the boy's face, but he stubbornly retorted, I do not comprehend what you are saying. With a gentle smile, Qin Feng produced a meticulously prepared blueprint from his bosom and presented it to the boy. This is a fragment of an ancient mechanical design I chanced upon, containing intricate details that elude my understanding. I have heard that Master Mo Lin is a contemporary master of mechanistic arts, and I have come to seek his guidance. I implore you to relay this message. I seek merely an audience and harbor no ulterior motives. Skeptically, the boy accepted the blueprint, his gaze sweeping across the complex and precise lines, instantly captivated, his eyes reflecting awe and obsession. Having studied the art of mechanisms under Mo Lin since childhood, he was particularly sensitive to such exquisite designs. This blueprint, the boy murmured, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Recognizing that an opportunity had arisen, Qin Feng's offering was not, in fact, an ancient manuscript, but rather a design of the Luban lock and a preliminary sketch of a repeating crossbow, drawn from the depths of his previous life's knowledge. In this era, such inventions would undoubtedly be revolutionary. Before long, the once closed courtyard door creaked open. An elderly man, clad in a simple hemp shirt, with graying hair and a lean visage, yet possessing remarkably bright eyes, emerged briskly, holding the blueprint. He fixed an intense gaze upon Qin Feng. Is this blueprint indeed your creation? With a respectful bow and a smile, Qin Feng replied calmly, indeed it is. However, it is merely a rudimentary concept. I humbly seek your esteemed guidance. Master, Mo Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Marvelous. Absolutely extraordinary. The ingenuity of such mechanisms far surpasses many ancient methods I am familiar with. How did you conceive this? Qin Feng smiled modestly. It is but a synthesis of some old memories. If you would be willing to join the Divine Machine Camp and assist me in refining our weaponry, we could potentially revive the former glory of the Mo family, perhaps even surpass the ancients and usher in an entirely new era of firearms. Upon hearing this, Mo Lin's body trembled slightly, his eyes reflecting astonishment and fervor for the first time. The era of firearms, he repeated, as if envisioning an unprecedented future. He understood that he may have finally encountered the individual capable of revitalizing the ancient techniques of the Mo family. Chapter 92. The Mo family emerges, the divine machine soars. It was a serendipitous acquisition of late-born talents, filled with intricacies that eluded comprehension. Hearing that Mr. Mo Lin was a master of mechanisms in the contemporary world, Qin Feng sought his counsel. With a steady tone and composed demeanor, he observed the legendary descendant of the Mo family. Mr. Mo Lin paid no heed to Qin Feng's pleasantries. His gaze was wholly captivated by the blueprints in his hands. His fingers traced the intricate lines, murmuring to himself, remarkable, truly extraordinary. This structure, unlike any I have encountered, especially the design of the repeating crossbow, is so compact yet retains its formidable power, capable of continuous fire. An absolute marvel. Abruptly, he raised his head, eyes glistening with fervor and enthusiasm, and addressed Qin Feng. Young friend, may I examine this diagram in detail over the next few days? In return, I shall answer any queries you may have regarding mechanical arts, and even craft some devices you desire. Qin Feng's heart soared, realizing he had struck the right chord. You are too kind, Mr. Mo Lin, he replied with a slight smile. It is indeed an honor for this diagram to have captured your esteemed attention. If you wish to study it, please do so at your leisure. However, I have come today with a particular request for your esteemed assistance. He then articulated his ambition to establish a divine machine battalion, to strengthen the nation, and to seek the Mo family's expertise in refining weaponry and developing more potent armaments. Upon hearing this, Mr. Mo Lin furrowed his brow and fell into silence. Though passionate about mechanical arts, he was deeply aware of the Mo family's ancestral teachings. Skills must not be misused. Weapons must not be wielded lightly. He was reluctant to see his craft reduced to mere instruments of war, leading to devastation. Seemingly perceiving his concerns, Qin Feng spoke earnestly, "Mr. Mo Lin, I understand that the Mo family advocates for universal love and non-aggression, wishing to avoid the chaos of war. Yet, with the northern barbarians lurking hungrily and the western tribes poised to strike, our great Yin dynasty stands on the precipice of turmoil. Without formidable soldiers and potent weapons, how can we fend off foreign foes? How can we safeguard the peace of our citizens?" His tone grew increasingly impassioned. "My aim in developing firearms is not to engage in reckless warfare or to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Rather, it is to end conflict through strength. It is to ensure that our valiant Yin soldiers shed less blood on the battlefield and increase their chances of victory. It is to protect countless common folk from the scourge of war, enabling them to live in peace and prosperity. Your extraordinary talents, if merely hidden away in obscurity, will be a profound loss. Should your gifts be employed to fortify our military and safeguard our nation, that would indeed embody the true essence of universal love for the world." His fervent words resonated with righteous fervor. Upon concluding, Mr. Mo Lin shuddered, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. He regarded Qin Feng's youthful yet resolute and sincere visage, as if witnessing his former self, one who clung to ideals and refused to yield to fate. "Universal love for the world," he murmured, the struggle within his eyes becoming increasingly evident. At that moment, the young apprentice standing behind him suddenly spoke. "Master, I believe this general speaks wisely. If our Mo family's mechanical arts and firearms could be used to protect the good and drive away the wicked, that would indeed be a truly noble endeavor." Mo Lin suddenly raised his head, gazing at his apprentice, then glancing at Qin Feng. Ultimately, he sighed deeply, a flicker of relief and determination crossing his eyes. "Very well." He slapped his thigh, his voice resonant and powerful. "General Qin, I, Mo Lin, pledge my life to you from this day forth. As long as you honor your promise to utilize my skills for the strengthening of the army and the protection of the nation, I shall willingly face any peril for you." "Master Mo Lin," Qin Feng responded joyfully, stepping forward to grasp Mo Lin's hand firmly. "Rest assured, I, Qin Feng, vow here that should I fail to uphold this promise, may heaven and earth condemn me." Thus, the reclusive marvel of the Mo family, residing within the capital, was successfully recruited by Qin Feng. The Divine Mechanism Camp thus welcomed a prodigious talent capable of altering the very fabric of the era. In the days that followed, Mo Lin, accompanied by his young apprentice and a trove of long-held blueprints and mechanical tools, officially took residence in the Divine Mechanism Camp. Qin Feng dedicated a highly secure secret workshop for him, allocating numerous craftsmen and materials to fully support his research endeavors. Mo Lin did not disappoint. He promptly began to improve existing crossbows, design innovative arrows, and even attempted to recreate the legendary thunderous boom, all inspired by the avant-garde concepts provided by Qin Feng, merging them with his exquisite knowledge of mechanics and firearms. In a remarkably brief period, the weaponry standards of the Divine Mechanism Camp experienced a qualitative leap. Moreover, Qin Feng's successful recruitment of Mo Lin reverberated throughout the capital. Conservative officials who had previously dismissed him were now riddled with anxiety and unease. Acutely aware that should the Divine Mechanism Camp truly equip itself with these formidable new firearms, the consequences would be unimaginable. A storm revolving around firearms and military power was quietly brewing. Chapter 93. The Liu Family's Birthday Banquet, a Night of Dread. As the affairs of the Divine Mechanism Camp gradually fell into place, and Mo Lin's firearms research began to yield results, Qin Feng finally encountered a rare moment of tranquility. On this day, it coincided with the 70th birthday celebration of Liu Han's father, the grandfather of Liu Ruxue. The Liu residence was festooned with decorations, hosting a grand banquet with guests aplenty, a scene even more splendid than Qin Feng's previous victory celebration. Nobility and prominent figures from the capital, along with old friends and relatives, gathered to offer their congratulations. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the Liu family's former glory and present grandeur were vividly displayed. As Liu family's esteemed son-in-law and a celebrated hero, Qin Feng naturally received the highest honors. He was not only seated at the main guest table, but was also personally summoned by the elder Liu to share the table and drink with him. The elder Liu, with hair and beard as white as snow yet full of vigor, possessed eyes sharp as an eagle, exuding the wisdom of one who has experienced the vicissitudes of life. He expressed his admiration for Qin Feng, his words imbued with appreciation and affection. Our Liu family owes its present stature entirely to the strength of my worthy son-in-law. Liu Han, shedding his usual solemnity, frequently raised his cup in toasts, his tone warm, even carrying a hint of a senior's fondness for a junior. Meanwhile, Liu Ruxue, adorned in splendid attire, radiated beauty as she nestled beside Qin Feng, her smile bright and her eyes brimming with affection. Though she spoke little, the profound understanding and harmonious connection between them evoked envy among all the guests present. During the gathering, the distant relatives and acquaintances of the Liu family approached to offer their toasts, their words imbued with admiration and a hint of insincerity. They were acutely aware that the current Qin Feng was no longer the powerless son-in-law who had once been subjected to ridicule. He had transformed into the future pillar of the Liu family, a rising star within Jiangzhou and the entire Dine dynasty. Only a few, who had once been friends with Liu Ming or harbored jealousy towards Qin Feng, whispered in the corners, their eyes betraying resentment and bitterness. Yet, they could only grumble in silence, no longer daring to openly challenge Qin Feng's authority. That night, the Liu residence was ablaze with light and filled with laughter. Qin Feng sat at the table, gazing at the warmth that felt so familiar yet long absent, and a wave of emotion surged within him. He realized that in this unfamiliar world, he was no longer a solitary wanderer without ties or concern. He had family, support, and something precious to protect with his very life. However, while everyone was immersed in joy, a chilling intent to kill silently approached. As the banquet concluded and guests began to depart, Qin Feng held Liu Ruxue's hand and strolled along the path in the back garden of the Liu estate. The moonlight flowed like water, the fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, and a gentle breeze brought with it a refreshing aroma. Husband, Liu Ruxue suddenly paused, gazing up at Qin Feng with soft waves of emotion in her eyes. Thank you. For what? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Thank you for everything you have done for the Liu family. And thank you for making me the happiest woman in the world, she replied softly. A warmth enveloped Qin Feng's heart as he gently pulled her into his embrace. Laughing softly, silly girl, we are husband and wife. There is no need for such words. The two stood entwined beneath the moonlight, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only each other. Yet in that tender moment, a lethal threat emerged. Shadows flitted like wraiths from behind the rockery and thickets. Clad in dark attire, they moved with swift silence, gleaming daggers, laced with deadly poison, poised in their hands. Their target was unmistakably Qin Feng and Liu Ruxue. These assassins, evidently trained for such nefarious deeds, employed ruthless techniques aimed directly at vital points. Seizing the perfect moment when Qin Feng was slightly intoxicated and his guard was down. Be careful, Qin Feng reacted in an instant, forcefully pushing Liu Ruxue aside while drawing his sword to confront the threat. A flash of sword light sliced through the night sky, emanating a palpable aura of danger. Thus commenced an unforeseen assassination attempt. Beneath the luminous moonlight, the dance of blades unfolded, and the air was thick with murderous intent. The tranquility of the Liu residence was irrevocably shattered. Chapter 94. A deathmatch beneath the moon, a desperate counterattack. The night was as dark as ink. The revelry of the Liu family's birthday banquet had just subsided, the air still tinged with the remnants of wine and warmth, only to be abruptly replaced by a bone-chilling aura of death. Several dark figures, as if emerging from the depths of hell, silently launched their assault from the garden's rock formations, dense foliage, and even the shadowy corners of the eaves. In their hands, poisoned daggers glimmered with a sinister, icy blue light in the fading glow of lanterns and the cold moonlight, their target unmistakably Qin Feng, who was strolling under the moonlight with Lu Rushue. These assassins moved in perfect harmony, their swift actions suggesting countless rehearsals, with each strike aimed directly at vital points. They chose their moment with cunning precision, striking just as Qin Feng had relaxed after attending a birthday banquet. His defenses momentarily weakened with fewer guards at his side. A death wish. Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, almost instantaneously, as the murderous intent descended upon him. The vital energy cultivated through the steel technique surged within him, activating autonomously. His reflexes transcended ordinary human capabilities. With a sudden force, he propelled Lu Rushue towards a corridor pillar, commanding sternly, "Rushue, take cover. Do not emerge." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his long sword had already been unsheathed. With a resounding clash, a silvery gleam sliced through the night sky, flawlessly intercepting the lethal strike of the foremost assassin. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal rang out harshly in the stillness of the night. Qin Feng felt a sinister and peculiar force travel along the blade, carrying a nauseating stickiness that seemed to sap his power. A top-tier killer, moreover, one who specialized in the art of assassination. A chill ran through him as he swiftly discerned the identities of his attackers. Each of these assassins was at least a first-rate expert, with several nearing the pinnacle of the second tier, even subtly encroaching upon the realm of first-rate mastery. More ominously, their coordination was impeccable, a seamless blend of offense and defense, evidently the product of meticulous training by some mysterious organization, a veritable machine of slaughter. Protect the general. Protect the young lady. The Tiger Tooth Guard and the Liu family's protectors simultaneously reacted, roaring as they surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains. Yet, they faced not mere common assassins. The black-clad figures displayed no fear, their singular focus locked on a Qin Feng. Recklessly, they disregarded their own lives, breaking through the defenses like rabid dogs, their assaults fierce and merciless. In an instant, the Liu family garden transformed into a chaotic tableau of flashing blades, cries of battle, and the clanging of weapons, punctuated by the sounds of pained groans. The once warm and romantic ambience of the birthday banquet was abruptly consumed by the overwhelming scent of blood and the chilling air of slaughter. Though Lu Rushue was pushed behind the corridor by Qin Feng, her face pale with fear, she quickly regained her composure. She refrained from uttering a sound, not wishing to distract her husband, instead gripping her protective talisman tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and trust. She believed that her husband would surely turn this peril into safety. At that moment, Qin Feng found himself encircled by 7 or 8 assassins. The swordplay as electrifying as lightning, each move drawing blood. His sword danced like a serpent striking or a furious dragon soaring, every swing resulting in an adversary grievously wounded and collapsing. Despite the ferocity of the assassins, Qin Feng's amalgamation of past combat experience and current martial prowess rendered his strikes increasingly fierce, making it difficult for them to close in. However, these individuals seemed impervious to pain. Even as their comrades fell, they remained unfazed, their onslaught growing ever more frenzied. Their objective was not merely to take his life. It felt as though they were probing his strength. Qin Feng discerned a peculiar nuance amidst the fray. These assassins were not hastening to end his existence, but rather compelling him to unleash greater power, as if attempting to ascertain his true capabilities. You wish to gauge my limits? Let us see if you live to tell the tale. Qin Feng scoffed, his vital energy accelerating dramatically within him. The long sword hummed, and a faint glow appeared upon its blade. Swish, swish, swish. The sword flashed, and 3 more individuals fell to the ground, their throats or chests pierced, with their wounds faintly charred. This was a special effect produced by infusing vital energy into the sword. Yet, more assassins continued to surge forth like a relentless tide. Their attacks became increasingly dense, and their coordination grew ever more harmonious, clearly aiming to exhaust Qin Feng with sheer numbers. Despite his valor, Qin Feng gradually found himself struggling under the assault of so many elite adversaries. After all, He had just partaken of wine, and his strength had yet to return to its zenith. He also had to remain vigilant against the assassin's attempts to ambush Lu Ruxue. Alas, in a moment of carelessness, a poisoned dagger wielded by one assassin grazed his left arm. Dark blood gushed forth instantaneously. Husband. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's injury, Lu Ruxue felt a pang of anguish that nearly suffocated her. She could endure no longer and cried out in alarm. The black-clad assassins, seeing Qin Feng wounded, were invigorated, their assault becoming increasingly frenzied. Qin Feng, today, your demise is certain. The leader of the assassins cackled hoarsely, just as the situation grew dire. With Qin Feng on the brink of encirclement and possibly facing death, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 95. The Goddess Under the Moon, Shadows of Annihilation. At the moment when Qin Feng was struck in the left arm, blood staining his garments, dozens of black-clad assassins, like sharks sensing blood, lunged at him with grotesque expressions, intent on tearing him to shreds. Suddenly, a figure as cold and luminous as moonlight emerged, akin to a celestial maiden stepping down from the heavens, silently appearing at the periphery of the fray, so swift that even the top-tier assassins engaged in battle failed to notice her presence. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, silver light flickered from her sleeve. Several slender silver needles, as fine as hair, yet as swift as lightning, shot forth with a piercing sound, striking with uncanny precision at the black-clad assassins who were ruthlessly attacking Qin Feng, intent on expanding their victory. Thud, 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 thud. A series of muffled thuds echoed simultaneously. The once brazen black-clad assassins, their faces twisted in sinister glee, could not even utter a scream before their bodies stiffened abruptly, their expressions frozen in sheer terror and disbelief. Then, like marionettes stripped of their strings, they collapsed to the ground lifelessly. Each of their vital spots, the center of their brows, throats, and temples, was shockingly pierced by a silver needle, fine as a thread, yet buried deeply into the bone. The needle's tail trembled slightly in the moonlight, glimmering with a chilling radiance. A single lethal strike. The technique was executed with unparalleled precision and ruthlessness. This sudden and astonishing turn of events left all present in stunned silence. Those assassins, who had been relentlessly attacking Qin Feng, involuntarily halted their actions, gazing at the mysterious figure that had appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Before them stood a woman clad in a tight-fitting black outfit, her face concealed by a matching veil, revealing only her piercing eyes that shone like ancient, cold stars. She was tall and athletic, her form elegantly curvaceous, yet brimming with explosive power. A chilling aura emanated from her entire being, a presence so forbidding it seemed to belong not to this world, but rather to the realm of the underworld, akin to a spectral reaper. Who are you to dare interfere in the affairs of my shadow pavilion? A black-clad assassin leader, after a moment of astonishment, suppressed his inner dread and barked imperiously. The Shadow Pavilion, as he referenced, was clearly the name of this enigmatic organization of assassins. The woman in black, however, paid no heed to his tirade. Her cool, water-like gaze merely flickered over Qin Feng, seemingly assessing the severity of his injuries. Upon realizing that although wounded, his eyes remained sharp and his breath steady, she imperceptibly exhaled a sigh of relief. Qin Feng, too, regarded this mysterious savior with astonishment. Feeling her formidable strength was unfathomable. The subtle fluctuations of energy she exuded far surpassed any adversary he had previously encountered. Moreover, her actions appeared not to be aimed at him, but rather in defense of him. "Thank you, fair lady, for your gallant assistance." Qin Feng expressed his gratitude wholeheartedly, despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind. He recognized that, had she not arrived in the nick of time, his fate would likely have been dire. The woman in black merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement, her reticence speaking volumes. At that moment, the black-clad assassins seemed to shake off their initial shock, though they feared the terrifying power of this mysterious woman. The strict rules of the Shadow Pavilion dictated that failure in their mission bore a fate more horrific than death itself. "Brothers, she stands alone. We are many. Let us slay her, and then dispose of Qin Feng. The leader of the assassins incited his comrades once more. Kill the remaining scores of assassins. Their eyes, gleaming with frenzied bloodlust, split into two groups. One continued their reckless assault on Qin Feng, while the other, like ravenous wolves, howled as they lunged towards the enigmatic woman in black. A horde of oblivious ants. A flicker of disdain and murderous intent crossed the icy gaze of the woman. In an ethereal display, she moved with a ghostly grace, evading the onslaught of dozens of assassins as if she were a startled swan or a drifting dragon. The blades wielded by her assailants could not even graze her garments. Yet, in her hands, the silver needles acted as harbingers of doom, each strike resulting in a fallen assassin, a deadly needle piercing either their brow or throat. Her agility and ruthlessness were nothing short of astonishing, rivaling even Qin Feng's prowess. With the formidable presence of this mysterious woman by his side, the pressure on Qin Feng diminished significantly. He no longer needed to worry about Lu Rushua's safety, nor face the onslaught of elite assassins alone. Although they had never met nor exchanged words, their synergy resembled that of partners who had rehearsed their dance 1,000 times, perfectly in tune with one another. Qin Feng took the lead, launching a fierce offensive that drew the majority of the assassins' attention. The woman clad in black adeptly defended and counterattacked, her form elusive, her silver needles striking with lethal precision, akin to a serpent concealed in the shadows of the night, relentlessly inflicting fatal blows upon her adversaries. In a harmonious blend of light and darkness, strength and grace, the duo managed to force back the once invincible top assassins of the Shadow Pavilion, causing them to retreat in disarray. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Biao and his elite Tiger Tooth Guards, along with the defenders of the Lu estate, surged forth like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, launching a fierce counteroffensive that systematically dispatched those assassins attempting to flee or stubbornly resist. The battle soon approached its conclusion. Most of the black-clad assassins were slain on the spot, with only a handful of leaders and the initially boastful chief assassin realizing the peril and attempting to escape amidst the chaos. However, they were captured without mercy by the members of the Snow Fox, led by Huang Ying, who had long anticipated their movements, along with the mysterious woman in black, who employed swift and formidable tactics to apprehend them all. What had been a meticulously planned assassination culminated once again in the utter defeat of the Shadow Pavilion. Gazing upon the battlefield strewn with corpses and the few captured leaders, who lay on the ground like defeated dogs, Qin Feng's gaze was icy. He understood that these assassins were a stark contrast to those he had encountered previously at the 7th Prince's residence and the inept agents dispatched by the Duke of State, Lu Yuanqing. Their skills were superior, their coordination flawless, and their professionalism evident. Undoubtedly, they were backed by a far more formidable and terrifying force. The Shadow Pavilion was anything but simple. May I know the esteemed name of the young lady? Your timely assistance today is a debt I shall never forget. In the future, should you require my service, I shall not hesitate to lay down my life. Qin Feng once again clasped his fists in gratitude towards the enigmatic woman in black, his tone sincere. The woman regarded him intently, her cold eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions: admiration, curiosity, and a hint of an unrecognizable familiarity. Yet, she remained silent, her form shifting and melding into the night, vanishing without a trace, as if she had never existed. Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng found himself engulfed in confusion and an inexplicable sense of loss. Who was this woman? Why did she repeatedly come to his aid? What connection did she have to him? At that moment, Huang Ying approached swiftly, presenting a specially crafted token and a sealed letter, retrieved from one of the captured assassins. The token, entirely black, bore an ancient inscription depicting a menacing wolf's head, emanating an eerie and sinister aura. It was the insignia of the previously encountered barbarian Sky Wolf Guard. Upon breaking the seal of the letter, Qin Feng's pupils constricted, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he read its contents. It boldly stated, "To the master of the Shadow Pavilion, upon successful completion, the reward shall be doubled, and assistance will be rendered for your dominance over the assassin realm in Jiangnan. However, Qin Feng must be captured alive and returned to the northern territories. Any mishap, and you shall face dire consequences. Signed, Dayan, Lian, Lian. Once again, it is you, old wretch. Upon finishing the letter, Qin Feng trembled with rage, nearly crushing the paper in his hand. He never imagined that the esteemed General Li Yin would be so utterly deranged, colluding not only with the notorious assassin organization, the Shadow Pavilion, but also secretly conspiring with the barbaric Heavenly Wolf Guard. His intentions were not merely to take his life, but to capture him alive and bring him back to the northern frontier. What malevolent conspiracy lurked behind this treachery? Qin Feng's fists were clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Li Yin, you are forcing me to personally send you to hell. Chapter 96. Thunder approaches, storms reawaken. Li Yin, the barbarian Heavenly Wolf Guard, the Shadow Pavilion. Qin Feng grasped the ebony wolf head token and the sealed letter signed by Li Yin, feeling an inferno of rage surging within him, threatening to consume his reason. Emir Tai of the Great Yin Dynasty, one of the 3 esteemed officials, dared to secretly conspire with the assassin organization, the Shadow Pavilion, and even betray the nation by colluding with the barbaric Heavenly Wolf Guard. What enraged him further was that they not only sought his life, but also intended to capture him alive for transport to the northern frontier. What sinister plot lay hidden behind this? What were Li Yan's true intentions? Huang Ying. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy as steel, his voice low and menacing. Immediately, he ordered the most rigorous interrogation of the captured assassins from the Shadow Pavilion. I must ascertain what agreement they reached with Li Yin. Why do they intend to bring me back alive to the northern frontier? Does the Heavenly Wolf Guard have any other strongholds in the capital? And what of that mysterious woman in black who aided them? Who is she really? At your command. Huang Ying's eyes glinted with cold light, his murderous intent palpable. For those who dared to threaten the safety of the general and the princess, the Snow Fox's methods would compel even the toughest of men to plead for mercy. At that moment, Lu Han and Lu Rushue hurried forward, their faces etched with shock and fear. Son-in-law, this Li Yin has truly gone mad. Lu Han's voice trembled. Though he had long suspected that Li Yin would not relent, he had not anticipated the audacity of colluding with barbarians to hatch such a nefarious scheme. Lu Rushue's complexion turned pale, her delicate form quivering. This Li Yin, how can he, a court official, conspire with savages to harm the loyal? He is nothing short of a beast. Qin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within, his expression growing increasingly grave. Father, Rushue, this matter is far more than a simple personal vendetta between Li Yin and myself. He spoke slowly, his tone steady and cold. The Heavenly Wolf Guard infiltrated the capital with precision, their intelligence detailed, without an insider's cooperation. They could not have so smoothly tracked my movements and collaborated with the Shadow Pavilion to launch an assassination attempt. I suspect there must be higher-level traitors hidden within the capital. Otherwise, these barbarians would not have been able to establish a foothold at all. At these words, both Lu Han and Lu Rushue's expressions shifted dramatically. If there truly existed higher-level insiders, the ramifications of this turmoil would be far more terrifying than they had imagined. What shall we do now, my husband? Lu Rushue grasped Qin Feng's hand tightly, her voice quivering. She had never anticipated that the man she loved would be ensnared in such a monumental political maelstrom. Qin Feng firmly clasped her hand, his resolve unwavering. Rushue, do not fear. As long as I am here, the sky will not fall. He turned to Lu Han, his tone resolute. Father, the pressing matter is to swiftly interrogate this batch of assassins, uncovering all their strongholds, accomplices, and the evidence of transactions between Li Yin and the Heavenly Wolf Guard. We must promptly report this to His Majesty. He paused, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Moreover, this is an extraordinary opportunity. Opportunity? Lu Han and Lu Rushue momentarily failed to grasp the implication. Indeed, it was an opportunity. A slight smile graced Qin Feng's lips, a glimmer of brilliance dancing in his eyes. The infiltration of the Heavenly Wolf Guard into the capital, with the intent to assassinate high-ranking officials, and Li Yan's collusion in nefarious schemes, constituted a grave crime of treason that threatened the very foundation of the state. We can seize this moment to escalate the matter significantly. Not only must we capture Li Yin and his cohorts, ensuring no remnants remain, but we should also use this as a springboard to request greater authority from His Majesty to thoroughly investigate all traitors colluding with barbarian forces within the capital, initiating a sweeping purge throughout the court. He understood that while the emperor was indeed suspicious, he would never tolerate the collusion of foreign spies with prominent ministers, endangering imperial power. If we can substantiate the collusion between the Heavenly Wolf Guard and Li Yin, it will become the sharpest sword in his hand. This is not merely a crisis, but an exceptional opportunity for ascension. Upon hearing this, Lu Han's eyes gradually brightened with clarity, nodding repeatedly. Excellent. A perfect strategy to strike multiple birds with one stone. We shall proceed as you suggest, my esteemed son-in-law. I will mobilize all personnel from the Lu residence to fully cooperate with your actions. Tonight, we shall turn the capital upside down. The night was as dark as ink, clouds looming over the city. Deep within the Lu residence, a storm ignited by the assassination incident involving the Heavenly Wolf Guard was quietly brewing. Qin Feng stood atop a garden terrace, gazing at the brilliantly illuminated palace walls in the distance, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. He knew the coming days would be pivotal moments for him to truly seize control of the situation and ascend to greatness. And he was prepared. Chapter 97. The Thunderous Might. Aiming at Li Yin, the night was inky black, yet the Lu residence was ablaze with light. The atmosphere so stifling it felt as though breathing had become a challenge. Qin Feng stood in the center of the study, gripping tightly a letter that directly implicated the Grand Commandant Li Yin in treason, along with a jet-black wolf head token, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He understood that this was not merely a piece of evidence. It was a formidable weapon capable of stirring the very winds of the capital and potentially altering the power dynamics of the great Yin dynasty. Father, this matter cannot wait. He lifted his gaze to Lu Han, his tone unwavering. The Heavenly Wolf Guard has infiltrated the capital, and Li Yin is colluding with them in a treasonous plot. This is a grave issue that undermines the foundation of our nation. We must urgently report this to His Majesty and seek his divine judgment. Delay may bring unforeseen changes. Lu Han took a deep breath. As a seasoned fox of the political arena, he understood the gravity of the situation. This was no mere party conflict. It was treason. Once confirmed, Li Yin and his faction would be doomed. Moreover, the Lu family would gain immeasurable political capital for exposing this case. What you say is indeed wise. The brilliance in Lu Han's eyes flickered, and he made a swift decision. I shall compose a letter tonight, compiling all the incriminating evidence you have provided, along with the findings from the Lu family over the years regarding Li Yan's corruption and collusion. It must be presented to His Majesty's desk before the morning court session. He paused, his tone grave. However, Li Yin has been entrenched in the court for many years, with a multitude of followers and a complex web of influence. Our actions may be akin to courting danger. A slight misstep could lead to our own destruction. My esteemed son-in-law, do you have a foolproof plan? A confident smile graced Qin Feng's lips, his demeanor calm and resolute. Do not worry, father. I have long been prepared. He continued, his voice steady and powerful. Though Li Yin wields significant power, he has committed a grave offense that touches upon the very essence of imperial authority. Even if His Majesty wishes to maintain balance within the court, he cannot possibly tolerate a treasonous general in his ranks. We need only to stoke the flames of this matter until they blaze uncontrollably, drawing the attention of the court and compelling the emperor to act decisively. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Moreover, we are not alone in this endeavor. The princess consort will undoubtedly not remain idle. And we also have the support of those upright officials who have long suffered under Li Yan's oppression, as well as various factions dissatisfied with him. They shall be our potential allies. Upon hearing these words, Lu Han felt a measure of relief. He understood that Qin Feng would never act without certainty, and his boldness indicated meticulous planning. The night passed without further conversation. The following day, before dawn, a secret memorial handwritten by Lu Han and accompanied by all crucial evidence, was discreetly delivered to the imperial palace through the Lu family's special channels, landing directly on the emperor's desk. Inside the imperial study, the flickering candlelight illuminated the emperor's profoundly grim visage. He perused the memorial repeatedly, and with each reading, his countenance grew more foreboding. The document meticulously detailed how Li Yan had colluded with the Shadow Pavilion, how he had clandestinely communicated with the barbarian Tianlang guards, and even how he had betrayed Qin Feng's whereabouts and military intelligence, intending to capture him and deliver him to the northern frontiers. Each accusation was fortified with comprehensive evidence and corroborating testimonies, forming an unassailable case. Bang! The emperor slammed his palm onto the desk, causing the teacups to tremble in unison. The Zetonwood desk bore a clear crack from the force of his blow. Li Yan! What a bold Li Yan! The emperor's voice was cold and piercing, filled with murderous intent. I trusted you deeply and entrusted you with significant responsibilities, yet you dared to commit such treasonous acts against me and the state. You deserve the most severe punishment, unforgivable in every sense. His eyes glinted with icy fury, overflowing with a thirst for retribution. While he appreciated the balance of power among the factions in court, he would not tolerate any betrayal against him or the sovereignty of the Dayan, nor any threat to his imperial rule. Li Yan's actions had irreversibly crossed his red line. Come fort, the emperor commanded, his voice resonating with wrath. A trusted eunuch scrambled into the study, falling to his knees, trembling with fear. Your servant is here. Convey my decree, the emperor ordered coldly. Effective immediately. Seal the palace gates. No one is to enter or exit without permission. Summon all the generals of the imperial guards in the capital, the commander of the Jinyi, the leaders of the five-city military command, and General Qin Feng of Wei Yuan to the imperial study for a discussion. He paused, his voice growing colder. Furthermore, keep a close watch on the Grand Marshal's residence. Should Li Yan exhibit any unusual behavior, or if his associates engage in any conspiratorial actions, there is no need for consultation. Execute them without mercy. The eunuch, terrified, hastily retreated. A tempest aimed at Li Yan and his accomplices had, under the emperor's wrath, abruptly commenced. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, the Wei Yuan general who had been racking his brain on how to topple Li Yan, now unexpectedly found himself to be the sharpest blade wielded by the emperor. Chapter 98. Offering strategies before the emperor, deciding the heart of the matter. In the imperial study of the palace, an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air, reminiscent of the ominous stillness before storm. The emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his countenance as dark as water, his eyes ablaze with unbridled fury. Below him stood the leaders of the imperial guards, the commander of the Jinyi, the corps generals of the five-city military command, and the recently summoned General Qin Feng, all standing at attention, hardly daring to breathe. They understood that a tempest capable of overturning the entire court had descended. Esteemed ministers, the emperor's voice was cold and deep, imbued with an undeniable authority. What are your thoughts on the Grand Marshal Li Yan colluding with the barbarian Tianlang guards, plotting to assassinate General Wei Yuan, and possibly engaging in treasonous intentions? At this pronouncement, a palpable shock rippled through those present. Although the matter had circulated widely in the streets, hearing it confirmed by the emperor himself bore an unparalleled weight. The commander of the imperial guards stepped forward first, his voice booming. Your Majesty, as a senior official of three reigns, Li Yan, who enjoys the emperor's grace, dares to commit such treasonous acts, colluding with enemies and betraying the nation. He is indeed a great scourge upon the state, deserving of the severest punishment. I beseech your Majesty to deliver righteous judgment and execute him as a warning to others. I second that. The commander of the Jinyi followed suit, his tone frigid. The Jinyi is willing to act as your Majesty's vanguard, thoroughly investigating this case, capturing all involved traitors, and showing no leniency. The leaders of the five-city military command also voiced their indignation, fervently demanding the harshest punishment for the national traitor. They were acutely aware that this was an opportune moment to express their loyalty to the emperor. A perfect chance to sever ties with Li Yin and even trample on him to seize his political benefits. The emperor listened to their fervent declarations, his expression unchanged, as he slowly turned his gaze to the previously silent Qin Feng. Minister Qin, he softened his tone, this matter arises from your actions. Do you have any wise strategies to propose? All eyes instantly turned to Qin Feng. They were eager to see what this miraculous general would devise in response to such a monumental crisis. Qin Feng stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and declared in a clear voice, Your Majesty, the old scoundrel Li Yin harbors ulterior motives, deserving of execution. His accomplices pervade the court and society, intricately entangled. Should they not be eradicated entirely, future troubles are inevitable. I believe there are 3 urgent strategies that can be enacted. Oh, a glimmer of interest flashed in the Emperor's eyes. What are these 3 strategies? Pray enlighten us. Firstly, strike with thunderous force and seize control of the central authority. Qin Feng's voice resonated with authority as he swiftly mobilized the elite imperial troops to seal off the residence of the Grand Chancellor and his principal allies, severing all internal and external communications to prevent them from resorting to desperate measures, destroying evidence, or even taking reckless risks. Concurrently, the Jinui and the Tiger Tooth Guard collaborated to covertly apprehend and interrogate the core members, ensuring that they extracted vital confessions in the shortest possible time. Furthermore, he proposed a strategy of division and dismantling, advocating for the elimination of their support network. Li Yin's faction is numerous, but not all are unwavering in their loyalty. Qin Feng continued, We can selectively publicize the evidence we have gathered, exposing their heinous crimes to garner the support of the principled officials within the court. Additionally, for those with lesser offenses who are willing to defect and provide testimony, we shall consider leniency, even allowing them to redeem themselves through merit. This approach would quickly dismantle their faction, driving them to betrayal and isolation. Most importantly, Qin Feng's eyes glinted with a fierce resolve as he emphasized the necessity of making an example of the principal offenders. Li Yin, Chen Jingji, Zhang Fu, and others whose guilt was irrefutable. They must face severe and public punishment, confiscation of property, and the annihilation of their clans, showing no mercy whatsoever. He declared, We must let the world know the consequences of colluding with barbarian forces and betraying the nation. Only by doing so can we deter the unscrupulous, clarify governance, and stabilize the imperial order. Qin Feng's 3-pronged strategy unfolded with a combination of decisive thunder and cunning intelligence, exhibiting a ruthless determination. Upon hearing his plan, the assembly gasped in astonishment. Their gazes towards Qin Feng transformed from scrutiny to respect and apprehension. This young man wielded military prowess and political strategy with equal finesse. The emperor, greatly pleased, clapped his hands in approval and declared, Excellent. A brilliant strategy that accomplishes multiple objectives. It resonates deeply with my intentions. He immediately ordered the establishment of a disciplinary office led by Qin Feng, with the commanders of the imperial troops and Jinyui as deputies, granting them full authority to investigate Li Yin and his faction for treason. Moreover, he bestowed upon Qin Feng a golden medal symbolizing the emperor's personal decree, a testament to his utmost trust and reliance. Thus commenced a thunderous purge led by Qin Feng against Grand Chancellor Li Yin and his entire faction. Sanctioned and supported by the emperor, the capital was on the brink of an unprecedented upheaval, and Qin Feng was poised to ascend to the pinnacle of power, becoming the most luminous figure of this era. Chapter 99, A Thunderous Cleansing. Ministers turn against each other, with the emperor's full authorization. The disciplinary office in Qin Feng's hands operated like a high-speed war machine, ruthlessly executing a cleansing of Grand Chancellor Li Yin and his faction with overwhelming force. This storm began with the core individuals implicated in the scandal, those already identified by the Snow Fox organization and the Jinyui, who had direct collusion with the barbarian Tianlang Guard and the Deputy Minister of War, Chen Jingji, were the first to fall into the net. Qin Feng personally led the elite of the Tiger Tooth Guard and Jinyui, wielding the golden medal as they visited one residence after another. Should anyone dare to resist or attempt to destroy evidence, they shall be dealt with mercilessly on the spot. In an instant, the capital was filled with the sounds of screams, cries, and the clash of weapons. Once powerful officials and aristocratic youths, who had long acted with impunity, fell one after another beneath the sharp blade of Qin Feng, facing confiscation of their estates and imprisonment. The hidden treasures, land deeds, and confidential correspondence with Li Yin found in their residences were seized, accumulating into mountains of evidence. These revelations not only solidified Li Yan's heinous treasonous acts, but also exposed his years of corruption, oppression of the common folk, and his unscrupulous alliances, marking a litany of crimes that seemed impossible to fully enumerate. The news spread, shaking the entire capital to its core. The populace rejoiced, proclaiming that General Qin was a true beacon of justice, ridding the people of harm. Meanwhile, the upright officials, who had long suffered under Li Yan's oppression, secretly pledged their loyalty to Qin Feng, providing further incriminating evidence against Li Yan's faction, hoping to seize this opportunity to eradicate the malignant tumor that had plagued the court for years. After acquiring a wealth of irrefutable evidence, Qin Feng did not hastily confront Li Yan himself. He understood that Li Yan had built a vast network over many years. If he could not eliminate all his supporters, even if Li Yan were toppled, he could easily rise again from the ashes. Thus, he decisively implemented his strategy of division and dismantling, selectively disseminating the crimes of Li Yan and his core supporters through special channels within the capital, allowing the world to witness their true, loathsome nature. Simultaneously, he leveraged the connections of the Liu family and Princess Liu Qingxue to covertly reach out to those officials and aristocrats who had wavered in their stance or had suffered under Li Yan's oppression, persuading them with the stakes involved and coercing them to sever ties with Li Yan, even turning against him. This tactic of undermining the foundation proved remarkably effective. Under the weight of undeniable evidence and formidable public pressure, coupled with Qin Feng's relentless, thunderous methods, the internal structure of Li Yan's faction began to crumble. Many sought self-preservation and voluntarily reported to the clean government office, exposing Li Yan and his core supporters' crimes, hoping to earn leniency in exchange for their testimonies. Within just a few days, the once mighty and untouchable Grand Chancellor Li Yan was reduced to a solitary figure, much like a phoenix stripped of its feathers. The guests who once frequented his residence had long since scattered like birds and beasts, eager to avoid any association. Those who had vowed eternal loyalty became his adversaries, turning into witnesses against his transgressions. Li Yan was engulfed in despair. He realized that this time there was truly no escape. Standing in the study of the Grand Chancellor's residence, gazing at the gloomy sky outside, his eyes were vacant and his expression dazed, as if he had aged 10 years overnight. "Qin Feng, you have won," he murmured, his voice hoarse and frail. Yet, just as he thought he had nowhere to turn, a secret letter from the northern frontier quietly arrived in his hands. It was Li Yan's last trump card and his final act of desperation. And all of this, Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware. Yet he knew that the true, final battle was already drawing near. Chapter 100. The traitor's demise. The storm reawakens. After thoroughly eliminating the faction of the Grand Commander Li Yan and acquiring irrefutable evidence of his treasonous dealings, corruption, and conspiracy, Qin Feng, with the tacit approval of the emperor, finally unveiled the ultimate executioner's blade against this once mighty elder statesman who had dominated the court for 3 reigns. Within the Golden Lawn Hall, ministers gathered, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive, as if the calm before a tempest. This day would be etched in the annals of the Dian dynasty's history. Dressed in prison garb, Grand Commander Li Yan was escorted to the center of the Grand Hall by 2 menacing imperial guards, kneeling in disgrace. The once powerful elder, who had commanded the court and shaped the nation, now appeared as a mere shadow of his former self, his eyes vacant, his expression dazed, resembling a living corpse. The once mighty aura he radiated had long since evaporated, leaving behind only despondency and despair. Qin Feng, holding a weighty scroll of several hundred pages, stepped forward and proclaimed in a resonant voice, colluding with the barbarian Tianlang guards, betraying military secrets, and plotting the assassination of General Wei Yuan, forming factions for personal gain, eliminating dissenters, suppressing the loyal, and disrupting the governance, engaging in corruption, seizing lands, oppressing the common folk, an array of crimes too numerous to enumerate. Each accusation thundered like a clap of lightning, instilling fear within all present. Every single charge, with irrefutable evidence, pointed directly to Li Yin's treasonous actions and nefarious schemes. As Qin Feng concluded the final line, an eerie silence enveloped the Golden Wan Hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All were stunned into silence by these damning charges. Even some ministers who had once conspired with him were drenched in cold sweat, their legs trembling. The emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, wore a face of deep fury, his eyes ablaze with righteous wrath and a hint of unutterable dread. The very minister he had once relied upon had turned out to be a deeply entrenched national parasite. Li Yin, the emperor bellowed, slamming his palm on the table. What more can you possibly say? Li Yin collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, lacking even the strength to defend himself. He understood that any attempt at justification was futile in the face of such ironclad evidence. Your Majesty, this old minister deserves to die 1,000 deaths, he croaked, tears streaming down his face. Oof. You think a mere confession of guilt can absolve you of your monumental crimes? The emperor sneered coldly, malice evident in his gaze. Convey my decree. Grand Commander Li Yin, guilty of treason, is a heinous criminal, irredeemable. Immediately take him to the execution grounds, to be executed by slow slicing. As a warning to others, every member of his family involved in his treasonous schemes shall be executed without mercy. The rest shall be exiled 3,000 miles, never to return to the capital. As for his ill-gotten gains, all shall be confiscated and publicly redistributed, some to reward the soldiers of the Northern Front, and some to aid the suffering commoners he oppressed. The emperor's voice resonated like thunder throughout the hall, heralding the end of an era. Grand Commander Li Yin, once a figure of immense power and influence, ultimately met a dismal fate of infamy, a torturous death, and the destruction of his family. Among his subordinates, those who were guilty of heinous crimes and against whom irrefutable evidence existed were mercilessly executed in public. The remaining individuals faced either dismissal and investigation or exile, with none escaping unscathed. Thus concluded a sweeping political purge that engulfed the entire court of the Great Yin dynasty. Justice may have arrived late, but it was never absent. In the midst of this tempest, Qin Feng, through his astute strategizing and remarkable decisiveness, firmly established his position and ascended to unprecedented heights of renown and power. Not only was he exceptionally promoted by the emperor to the esteemed position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, but he was also bestowed with the honor of being revered without a name and entering the court unhurriedly, a privilege that signified his status had nearly reached that of a prince. Moreover, he was entrusted with significant responsibilities, tasked with reforming the defense of the capital, organizing a new army, and eradicating the entrenched corruption in governance. In a fleeting moment, the name Qin Feng resonated throughout the court and beyond, becoming exceedingly sought after. Countless officials and aristocratic families eagerly sought his favor, yearning to align themselves with this rising political star. Even those royal princes and relatives who had previously harbored discontent towards him now found it necessary to temporarily temper their animosity, showing him a modicum of respect. However, deep within Qin Feng's heart, he understood more clearly than anyone else that this victory was merely a temporary triumph. The true challenges may have only just begun. Was the emperor's trust in him genuine, or merely another masterful maneuver of imperial strategy? Would those conservative factions he had suppressed resign themselves to defeat, or would they rise again? And what unknown variables would the enigmatic black stone tablet and the so-called cataclysm bring to him and to this world? The road ahead is long and shrouded in fog. Yet, Qin Feng stands undaunted. He shall utilize his intellect and hands to dispel the layers of uncertainty and forge his own legendary destiny.